This young man was completely stunned when he saw himself wake up in a completely unfamiliar place. Minato couldn't understand what was going on around him and then saw a strange face with black hair in the mirror. The young man wondered where his distinctive silver hair had gone. Before he could fully recover from his confusion, a pair of doctors and a nurse continued to walk into the hospital room one after another. After the examination, the doctor was amazed to find that all the injuries from the previous car accident had fully healed, as if they had been cured by holy magic. It really was healed by holy magic. But what about the car accident? Minato looked confused and asked his magic doctor if he was out of magic, but basically he didn't understand what the patient was talking about. He keeps saying he fought monsters during that disaster, which just confuses the doctor and nurse even more. Has this kid been in the hospital too long and gone crazy? Can you tell me your name and what year it is now? Ichikami Minato, and it's probably around 1970 now, right? The doctor felt a ringing in his head. This kid has severe psychological trauma. Your name is Kusanagi Minato, and this year is 2022. This time, Minato is the one who is shocked. I am Kusanagi Minato. This is the year 2022. These two don't seem to be lying. That TV is thin and sharp. The calendar on the table also shows 2022, and I've never seen that small device the nurse is scrolling on before. This seems to be the real future. This time, it's really happening. If I don't even know what kind of pathetic old man I am in this new era, how am I supposed to act? The doctor also said that the disaster you mentioned was from 50 years ago and no longer exists now, but monsters still appear as if nothing has changed. The world has returned to its original peace, so no matter how hard the truth is to accept, I must thank heaven and earth first. And now you have to accept that Ichikami Minato of 1970 sacrificed himself to save the world and was reborn into Kusanagi Minato's body. Although no one knew how he managed such a difficult feat, Minato was discharged from the hospital a few weeks later. You follow the original owner's memories back to your room, so this is Kusanagi Minato's room, which is also yours. Kusanagi Minato's parents died when he was young. Since then, he has been living off the money they left behind. Minato lies on the bed thinking. He doesn't believe in reincarnation. His miraculous resurrection must have been a divine work. Minato reads Kusanagi's documents and learns that he is attending the Kamui Magic Academy. What does Minato even have to do with this? It's pretty interesting, though. Suddenly, there was a noise coming from Minato's bag. He picked up his phone, and Tadano was calling. Minato didn't know what to do with it for a moment, so he just threw it aside and didn't bother caring anymore. On the phone, there are now a series of spam messages from Tadano. I heard you were discharged from the hospital. Hurry up and get to school. I'm out of money. Early the next morning, Minato somehow appeared at school. He's grown up, the same age as your kids in school, but Minato still gets to attend classes, which makes him a bit nervous. It sounds great, but Minato immediately has to judge this school. A young man shouts loudly and casts a weak fire spell at the wooden puppet in front of Minato. Minato uses his sharp eyes to look around, and everyone's magic is just feeble. He held his head in disappointment, unable to believe that the descendant of the demon sorcerer was so weak. Compared to when Minato first started out, these guys are not even a fraction of his level. Minato walks in looking dejected without noticing how many eyes are watching him. Once in class, he regains his composure. Sitting at the desk, he felt like he was, back then, really excited. Minato didn't know if the original owner had friends or not, but a crowd had already gathered. A loud stomp and a booming voice rang out behind him. You ignoring my message, huh? You're just someone from Kusanagi. How dare you do this? Minato replied very calmly. Who are you all? The red-haired guy glared and kicked Minato in the stomach. While kicking, he shouted, Do you really not remember Tadano, the legendary one? This useless, incompetent trash. Minato remembers the name Tadano on his phone. Oh, I remember now. You're my friend, huh? Run sneers and extends his hand. You remember now, huh, you little punk? Do you know what it means to have a friend? Minato immediately grabs Run's hand and holds it tightly. Friends are supposed to help each other naturally. Run shivered and pushed Minato's hand away. He grabbed Minato by the collar as if he wanted to swallow him whole. Where's your money? Spit it out quickly. You still have a lot of your grandparents' assets left, right? Minato sighed, finally realizing that Kusanagi Minato had no friends, but was being bullied. Jun was like a pufferfish. Every word from Minato made him furious and want to punch him. At this moment, the classroom door opens and a sweet, coquettish voice says, Good morning. The girl with green hair, radiating charm, has a bright and cheerful face, a graceful figure, and slender thighs. Just that much made Jun stare in fascination, almost drooling onto Minato's face. In front of his goddess, he dared not do anything, only muttered a few words to Minato before storming off. Today's class happened to be a history lesson again. The professor is talking about the moment when the supreme mage Ichikami Minato sacrificed himself to end this terrible event. and everyone in class nodded along as they studied history, with the professor's voice like a lullaby. When monsters spread everywhere across the world, pushing humanity to the brink of extinction, the leader of magic at that time, also known as the Supreme Mage Ichikami Minato, did not think so. And then came a series of other events that everyone knows about. The professor asked the class if anyone knew exactly who Ichikami Minato was, and the green-haired girl Mizua stood up to answer. She is the only survivor of the first natural disaster, also the first mage, and the reason why the Magic Academy was founded. As she spoke, Mizuha's eyes sparkled with admiration for her idol, Minato. The professor confirms that Mizuha's answer is completely correct. Hey, Minato is the first human to use magic. This Magic Academy was founded to train many mages like Ichikami Minato back then. Minato is the greatest mage in human history. The professor also emphasized that this will be on the test. Meanwhile, Minato lowered his head over his paper, secretly hoping the professor would stop because all the embarrassment in him had been triggered. Minato's unusual trembling confused his classmates, and right now he was regretting coming here to listen to others praise him all class long. However, since the world is at peace, it seems that the next generation of mages is gradually becoming weaker. Minato gazed absent-mindedly at the clear blue sky, wondering how long it had been since he last felt this sense of peace. I don't know how long has passed, but the professor finished the lesson and told them there would be a magic overview assessment tomorrow. Jun took the chance to go over to Minato and tease him. Did you hear? It's the magic overview assessment. Tomorrow, when I see you messing around there, it'll probably be fun. Minato put on a bored expression. This crazy guy's mouth is growing new teeth, or what that he's talking so much. You don't want to stay here anymore. Seeing Minato stand up and walk away, they nervously dragged his parents out to tease them. Your old folks don't have any strength either, right? So you're just a damn orphan, huh? I forgot. Ha 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 ha. The whole group burst into laughter, making it impossible for Minato to stay silent anymore. Even though Kusanagi Minato's parents aren't yours, it touches on a man's pride. Do your old folks know you're this ill-mannered? Minato calmly replied, but even that made the pufferfish tremble and puff up its cheeks. Did you say something that time? Don't lump me together with you. Jun immediately summons a magic circle. Its power turns the entire room a fiery red, and the students look at each other with concern. Is he really going to use magic in the classroom? He throws a fireball at Minato, aiming to kill him directly. Minato still stands calmly there, even as the other students have fled in fear. It's dangerous. Mizua rushes anxiously towards Minato. A huge explosion, accompanied by an intense heat, suddenly engulfs the entire room. Mizua couldn't reach in time and could only blame Jun for showing off his magic, not caring that other students might get hurt. She was so angry at being scolded by the goddess that she was furious. It was that guy who started it. Not my fault. A few seconds later, the fire was out, leaving only a cloud of gray smoke that obscured everything. As the smoke gradually clears, a figure still stands inside. Minato, with one hand in his pocket and the other carrying his bag, looks at them unfazed, completely unharmed. He scratched his head, unsure if it was a compliment or sarcasm. Not bad. Jun looked terrified, like he saw a ghost, and he didn't even try to get closer after I used that move on him. For Minato, if it's just level 1 magic, the magic barrier alone can block it. No need for other spells. He held back because he thought Run was just a reckless kid, but it seems he hasn't seen the coffin yet. Seeing Minato's current face, the three boys instinctively huddled together in fear. A fierce blue flame erupted from Minato's body, quickly engulfing the entire room. Everyone present was unable to move. They had no idea what kind of entity they were facing. Minato slowly moved toward Jun, who was trembling like he was standing in the cold winter of the north. His arm stretched out toward him, eyes empty of any light, face trembling and contorted, mouth open but unable to scream words. What was that noise just now? Did someone just use magic? A professor suddenly burst in, trembling from the explosion sound he heard, and asked Minato what was happening. Nothing happened here. Maybe someone outside accidentally disrupted the magic, but since you said no magic clubs are active outside, I guess someone just wanted to test their magic because mages love showing off their spells. So where is this smoke coming from? The professor smelled a burning odor in the room, and Minato said it was blown in from outside. I didn't expect the professor to believe Minato because he knew he wouldn't lie, but before leaving, the professor still warned the students. I will find the culprit no matter what. Everyone, go back to your places. Minato cheerfully says goodbye to the professor, thinking he will have to create a fake scene to cover this up. After the professor leaves, the room falls into an oppressive silence. He turned around and ran away, grinding his teeth and cursing Minato in his mind. Meanwhile, Minato was also filled with worries. Even though they are just students, how can they fight against monsters like this? Even though the natural disasters are gone, there are still monsters lurking around. So Minato decided to survey the terrain. That night, at the old Sia, a desolate and unrecovered ruin, Minato used a magic circle to fly in the sky, stopping on an old building to observe. Then he sped up, but couldn't sense any monsters nearby. Although everything looked desolate and ruined, it seems the police had already cleaned up beforehand. Suddenly, Minato sensed the presence of the monster nearby, and there were even signs of humans. He immediately headed straight towards the source. At that moment, a girl was trembling on the ground. In front of her was the terrifying two-headed beast with its mouths drooping from years of hunger. At the moment of life and death, Minato appeared just in time. The monster was very close and suddenly roared in pain. Minato drove countless spikes from the ground, piercing and destroying its body. That alone was enough to defeat the beast many times larger than himself. Minato turned to look at the girl on the ground, the badge on her uniform indicating she was a magic police officer. He didn't want to get involved, so he simply told her to be more careful next time. She didn't even have time to thank him before Minato disappeared into the sky as if he had never been there, and the policewoman, after regaining her senses, had no idea who Minato was. "You look like a supreme mage, but I notice Minato isn't casting any spells at all." At this moment, Minato glided through the sky like skimming water. Covering his face was indeed a wise choice because, as a soul inhabiting Kusanagi Minato, he couldn't stand out too much. But today, Minato was disappointed once again, as a magic cop nearly got killed by such a disgusting monster. The level of the police has also plummeted. Minato can confidently say that humans these days can't even kill a little monster. It's not just the students and police, it seems that mages in this era are also much weaker than before. But Minato isn't too upset. On the contrary, he feels happy because his power is still useful. Minato will use his magic power to clear out the nearby monsters so they won't harm the innocent people here. The next day, as expected, the students underwent their magic power measurements. In front of them was a massive, bulky machine capable of measuring both the amount and the attribute of magic power. These are the two most important indicators for those who want to become professional mages in the future. Minato was stunned. Why is magic regressing more and more? Students might not say anything, but even teachers can't measure the students' mana. It's really beyond words. Feeling the magical power is the key to forming magic. You know that, right? Mizua suddenly started a conversation with Minato. "Do you have some time?" Their conversation caused the whole class to gossip. Mizua said this was the first time the two of them had a proper talk. She reintroduced herself as Mizuha, the second daughter of the magical noble family. Mizuha Duik Minato was left stunned, not knowing how many times this had happened. What kind of magic noble is that? Duka didn't expect Minato to be so clueless. Mizuha is one of the 4 great clans leading the mages. Minato doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. There were no such things in the past. I haven't even heard the name Mizuha before. Moreover, Du's magic power isn't that much. For a famous wizarding family, this amount of magic power is really quite weak. Meanwhile, Du still couldn't understand why Minato was acting that way. She was the one who approached him first, yet Minato didn't seem grateful. And Jun clenched his teeth in frustration, jealous that Du approached Minato first. Minato scratched his head and played along. "So, what does a powerful family member like you want from me?" Du really wanted to punch Minato in the face, but as a noble lady of the family, she had to keep her composure. This look made Minato lose all patience. Juika came because Minato was still intact after Jun's attack yesterday. There must be a reason for that. As Duka was about to say 3 words, the professor announced they were about to start the test. Minato happily found an excuse to stay away from this delicate girl. Du felt helpless but not angry because through the test, she could see Minato's true strength. The next is Jun, with a face that shows no shame at all, extremely arrogant. He releases a surge of magic that makes the machine glow brightly, and quickly the number on the screen stops at 1,000. Run screams like a chimpanzee. Min is even more powerful than before. Minato stood thinking, if 1,000 is enough, then the evaluation standards haven't changed in 50 years. Next is Dua, who is just as confident as Jun. The girl just lightly touched the machine, and the water attribute increased to 2,000. The professor opened his mouth in amazement, praising the two. Their magical power truly ranks among the top students this year. Surely both of you will become outstanding magicians. The whole class erupted in applause for these 2 rising stars, except for Minato, who couldn't bring himself to smile. Duka is only at the top with just 2,000 magic power. He's not much better than the amateurs. Du glanced at Minato, wondering if he felt embarrassed to see her results. Minato tried not to meet Dua's challenging gaze. This girl really is annoying. Next up is Minato. Everyone knows he's the top student, but when it comes to magic, he's always at the bottom. June still thinks Minato has no talent, even though yesterday he was so scared of him he almost peed his pants. Dee watches Minato's every step. She insists that he can't compare to her. Minato doesn't know what to do. In a previous life I was too prominent, so I was a bit lonely. Maybe this time I'll tone it down a little. But thinking about that guy and girl who looked down on me behind my back, Minato didn't want to hold back anymore. He placed his hand down, unleashing his abundant magic power, going all out as long as this thing could withstand all of his magic. Minato's magic force even burst out beyond the barrier, awakening students in other buildings. Du opens his eyes wide, not knowing what is happening. The number on the screen keeps rising. The stone is filled with mana and even releases it all the way to the middle section. A flash of light appears, and a loud explosion echoes far away. Shattered fragments of stone flew out, sharp enough to kill a person at that speed. Minato used magic to block them, ensuring no one was hurt. You've only been serious for a few seconds, and this lousy machine can't take it anymore. Besides, no one here can sense your magic power. Are these kids really capable of becoming mages? The professor anxiously surveys the surroundings to make sure no one is hurt. He even thought Minato was lucky to stand at the center of the explosion without injury. This was the first time he saw the evaluation device explode. Maybe it was broken already, but now we can't determine Kusanagi's magic power and attribute. Minato wondered what difference it made. It turns out the academy will assign groups for practical classes, but now they don't know which group to put Minato in. So, the professor assigned Minato to Jun's group. He glanced at his two subordinates, a sly smile on his face. Of course I can, sir. The professor is actually quite confident leaving Minato in Jun's hands. Jun walks past Minato, trying to put on a villainous and despicable expression to scare him. I am also looking forward to it, sir. The practice site is the old SB because monsters still inhabit the ruins, which have become abandoned. Wizards and police officers often patrol here to make sure monsters don't come back, so students are required to participate. More than half of the monsters here have already been cleared out by the mages, so they can rest assured. Minato didn't expect there to be a practical training session as well. Well, reluctantly, the students managed to take down a few and even worked in groups. Minato was here last night, but he felt something was off. Minato is sure he has taken out all the monsters here, but he can still sense a few. There are no signs of disaster nearby, so how can they still be appearing? The students are betting on who can handle more today, and Minato feels worried for these carefree girls. The professor announced that the practical class has started, and Minato was immediately pushed against the wall by the worm. With a haughty and superior expression, "Hey, stay here and don't get in our way. I'm being very kind, so stop begging and whining, okay?" Minato dusts off his sleeve. "If you don't like me, just ignore me." Seeing Minato's correct reply, the worm's neck stiffened like a switch being turned on. "Don't talk to me as if we're equals, you bottom feeder of society. Even if you're trash, why would Mizua be interested in you?" Minato smirked. "Is this crazy guy picking a fight with you just because of a girl?" Minato suddenly realized and asked, "Oh, do you like Mizua?" Junlong's eyes are blazing with anger, but Minato doesn't care about him. "You felt something approaching, trembling again as you used magic. The two underlings behind also helped out." Minato told him not to do that, but Jun thought he was begging him. Minato simply reminded him to look behind, then shouted in fear, "Are you kidding me with your childish tricks?" A sudden shadow enveloped him, causing Jun to instinctively turn around. A massive, two-horned monster had appeared out of nowhere. The three brats huddled together, their mouths trembling. What is that? Why is it here? Why is there a demon soldier here? Facing a real monster, these three are just kids. The two subordinates beg him to attack. He's afraid but still confident in himself. "Take this, you bastard," and he fires a blast of fire that burns the entire body of the demon. Seeing it doesn't move, he thinks he's succeeded. It's as easy as pie. But no, after the flames, the demon's body bears not a single scratch. Minato wasn't too surprised. How could a low-level demon be taken down by magic? But he just watched the show unfold. The demon stepped closer, trembling so much it sat on the ground, eyes wide, teeth chattering, and his pants soaked because he forgot to wear a diaper today. The demon soldier charged at Jun, but halfway there, it stopped when it saw Minato. A series of bloody memories of its comrades flooded its mind, and the demon soldier immediately retreated. Minato walks confidently forward. Clearly, even a demon soldier knows who is stronger among us. Yes, it can sense the overwhelming magical energy from Minato. The demon's arm trembled as it roared, summoning several magic circles. Minato raised his hand, able to summon the circles without even chanting. How can you possibly beat it with level 1 magic? We're doomed. The little brats behind kept whimpering in fear. At that moment, the demon soldiers used level 2 stone wall magic. Large chunks of stone hurtled toward them. Jun closed his eyes, too afraid to look. Minato smirked and cast a level 1 magic missile. A stream of fire shot out from his hand, and just by looking at it, you could tell it would swallow the tiny demon stone. As expected, the stone is burned, followed by the demon soldier. A large explosion creates a powerful gust of wind that makes Minato's cloak flutter in the wind. The crowd now opens their eyes, wondering what just happened. Did Minato just defeat that demon and save his life? Minato walks step by step toward the demon stone of the demon soldier. Why is it here in Sibia? You wiped out each one yesterday, yet they still reappear. Unless this is a premonition of a disaster, the current situation seems more tense than Minato expected. Remembering those tragic and deadly memories, Minato still shivers. But no matter if another disaster occurs, he will definitely save everyone. Meanwhile, Jun's two subordinates looked at each other. Did he just take down the demon soldier? Was that really Kusanagi from before? Jun suddenly punched the wall in anger. Does he still have the face to let Duika find out about this? Actually, he's already hiding behind a rock and has witnessed Jun's entire embarrassing scene. A few minutes earlier, in another corner, the students were facing monsters, but they were low-level monsters, and Du easily used level 1 magic to defeat them. The students outside saw this and eagerly praised her. Amazing, it really is Mizua. Duka heard their compliments and let out a resigned sigh. Just this much, and they're already wide-eyed. These common folk are really just good at flattery. Well, she's a genius after all, what can you do now? But at that moment, Du saw Jun's group leading Minato away into a hidden corner. Remembering how Minato was bullied, Juisa couldn't help but frown in silence. Finally, she looked at everyone and said, "The rest is up to you." She quickly followed the group. She couldn't just ignore it anymore. So Duka hid in a corner, quietly watching the group of students. Until she saw the demon soldiers appear, Duka's face instantly turned panicked. There's no way that group could defeat these. The more she thought about it, the more panicked she became, and Du clenched her fists. What should she do? After all, she's a member of the Mizua family. In the end, Du ran out and shouted loudly. Everyone run now, but before she could finish speaking, a sudden magic beam shot past her, leaving her stunned. With a loud explosion, everything in front of them blew up, smoke and flames filling the sky. When the smoke cleared, the final scene finally became clear. Juika saw Minato standing there confidently. She frowned in surprise. Is this Minato's magic? Duka remembers you used to be very shy and had no talent for magic at all. Now he seems like a completely different person. Didn't she hear any incantation from Minato when he cast magic without chanting? Moreover, you easily defeated that demon soldier with just level 1 magic. The strength of a demon is determined by the number of magic stones it holds. This is also the principle behind their ranking system. Normal beasts are level 6, demon soldiers are level 5, 1 level higher, a rank 4 demon commander, a rank 3 demon general. Higher still is the second rank, the demon king, and at the very top is the devil lord. The damage each demon can inflict is fixed according to their rank. Any modern mage would know this. At least a level 3 spell is needed to defeat a goblin soldier, so how can Minato's level 1 magic do it? Duka really couldn't understand. As she was feeling confused, Minato slowly approached where she was hiding. Du was startled and quickly hid inside, but soon she realized. Why was she so afraid to face it? It wasn't until Minato had gone a little further that Du peeked out to look, but unfortunately, Minato had already noticed her, pouting as he said, secretly spying on others seems to be his kind of fun. Duka couldn't help but be stunned and asked, "How do you know?" Minato shrugged indifferently and replied casually, "If you call yourself a mage, it's strange if you don't know." But after Minato finished speaking, Duka was even more confused. Seeing her reaction, he sighed helplessly and said, "You guys can't sense the magic, right?" He said that, then turned around and walked away, leaving Duka confused and standing there. By the time she reacted, she ran after Minato. "Wait a moment, what is that? Explain it." Unfortunately, the person had disappeared some time ago, and now there was no one left in front of her. The person she's looking for is on the rooftop of a nearby building. Minato saw her searching for him and couldn't help but sigh. He glanced around briefly and whispered, "Well, better check just to be sure." Then Minato used his magic to scan the surroundings. There are no more demon soldiers, but there are still quite a few monsters here. This situation really troubles him. Even Jun, who is considered an outstanding student, is struggling so badly that he's barely holding on. The others will probably have a hard time too. Minato frowned slightly, silent. "Maybe I should lend them a hand. The barrier you set up will cover the entire area around Gasibia's house." Thinking quickly, Minato swiftly channels magic into both hands. In an instant, two streams of magic appear in the air. Then they started charging forward. Before long, they had covered the entire Gasibia house. Seeing the streams of magic in the sky, Jun's group was immediately stunned and confused, not knowing what they were. Even Du was no exception. She frowned and muttered, "Is that magic? Multifunctional magic?" At the same time, in another corner, a group of monsters had surrounded two students from the academy, and there were so many that they were terrified. At this moment, a monster charged toward the pink-haired girl, and she looked terrified, unable to do anything. At that moment, just as the situation was hanging by a thread, a burst of magic suddenly appeared and directly tore apart the attacking monster's body. The pink-haired girl, overwhelmed by fear and near death, collapsed to the ground, and the male student hurried over, asking anxiously, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" At the same time, on the rooftop of a building, Minato looked down, and Hailong nodded. Good. Slaughtering them like this is also entertaining. But he quickly realized there was a problem with his magic power, and cold sweat covered Minato's forehead. Because his magic not only killed the monsters, but also tore their bodies into many pieces. In an instant, the shattered remains of the monsters were scattered everywhere. Seeing this scene, Minato couldn't help but sigh in frustration. Did I go a bit too far? In the end, he managed to clear out most of them. So how can we continue with the next step? Next time, I need to hold back a bit. After a moment of silence, Minato jumped down from above using magic. He glanced around for a long time before finally nodding in satisfaction. It should be safe here now. After checking everything was fine, Minato found a hidden corner to land. Although he didn't need to hide his skills too much, standing out too much was also a headache. As he thought, he approached the other students while the instructor was checking the monster corpses. After a while, the instructor muttered suspiciously, "Why are there still so many monsters left? Their entire group should have been taken down already. Taking out this many with a single strike, it's definitely the work of a professional mage." Furthermore, casting countless unattribute magic attacks can only mean unattribute magic. He has never seen anyone do this before. If it weren't for this person, the situation would have already gotten out of control of the instructor. Firing multiple magic projectiles at once isn't a problem, but what's remarkable here is that there are more than 6 projectiles, which students couldn't possibly have created. While the teacher was thinking, a student couldn't hold back their dissatisfaction and questioned, "Why are so many monsters still left?" "We almost died, sir. It's your fault." The instructor did not deny responsibility and bowed his head in apology. He gently pursed his lips and explained, "I was told that the police had already cleaned up the entire herd. You should have double-checked with the school, and I truly apologize for putting you in such danger earlier." Hearing this, the students didn't know what to say. Everyone's face showed helplessness. "Someone came to save us, right?" The instructor gently shook his head and replied, "I don't know either." The female student sighed helplessly. "I just wanted to ask to thank that person. The instructor truly doesn't know who they are, so they definitely can't be police or professional mages. Could they be illegal mages? But the truth can't be denied. That person just saved your students from the bottom of his heart. He is very grateful to this anonymous mage." Minato, the anonymous mage in the teacher's thoughts, is standing in the distance, just smiling silently. After escaping danger, the last students finally regain their composure and start whispering about the magic they just saw. Minato glanced around everyone, seeming that everyone was fine. Then he felt relieved. At the same time, a sinister gaze was staring directly at him. Those were Jun's people. These brats have just faced life and death, yet they haven't grown up at all. Minato sighed helplessly. Meanwhile, Du was also secretly watching Minato. "You defeated a demon soldier with just level 1 magic. And that endless magic too, it was you, wasn't it? But fire magic and non-attribute magic, she believes no student is skilled enough to use both at the same time, especially not Minato." Hearing this, Du felt a bit more relieved. She was just overthinking. There's no way someone like that could use 2 attributes at the same time. The magic user must have a different attribute, but that doesn't change the fact that Minato defeated a demon soldier. She is wondering what exactly you are. Minato felt Du's gaze on him, but he didn't react. At this moment, the 2 guys beside Jun finally snapped out of it, and one of them muttered in surprise, "That thing that looks like a lightning bolt was also made by Kusanagi." The other shook his head in denial. "No way that's possible." But that guy still believed in his own guess and hurriedly said, "He defeated the demon soldier." This made Run furious, his face turning as black as a pot. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Shut your mouth or I'll kill you right now." The 2 guys quickly shut up, not daring to say anything else. His trembling eyes now looked extremely fierce as he roared wildly, "It's impossible for that worthless fly to be so strong. There must be something shady going on." The 2 others dared not argue, and quickly followed suit. He's really strange. Isn't he just a coward after all? Jun heard this and was pleased, sneering coldly. He's definitely up to something. You dare to make me a joke, I will expose its true methods. After a while, the end of the school day finally arrived. Minato returned home as usual, but was stopped by a group of students, which made him feel a bit uneasy. The leader was the nervous Brat. I've been waiting all this time? Are you deaf or something? Instead of wandering around telling on your parents, why not use that time to learn magic? It would be more useful. This comment has triggered Jun's fury. He roared fiercely, You have no right to speak, you treacherous bastard. Deception? Minato was a bit confused. What does that mean? He snorted involuntarily, trembling with anger, and shouted, Don't pretend to be innocent anymore. What kind of magic are you using? You're definitely hiding something behind my back. Minato looked at him with a puzzled expression, completely unsure what this guy was rambling about. Seeing that you didn't answer, he shivered and coldly ordered, Follow me. I won't let your cowardly mouse escape from here. Then the others also moved to stand behind him. It's true that scoundrels always follow the herd. Minato looked at the rowdy kids in front of him, shrugged indifferently, and contemptuously said, Why should I run? Annoyed by your attitude, he trembled with anger and shouted, Don't mess around anymore, you bastard. You can't use magic here, right? As he finished speaking, he clenched his fist and charged forward. Jun's fist was just a moment away from Minato's face, but he didn't react at all. The people following him quickly charged forward, throwing punches non-stop. Without magic, you can't do anything, right? Even if you lick my shoes now, I won't spare you. Die already. The more Kusanagi spoke, the more his smile lost all humanity. But unfortunately, not a single hair on Minato's leg was touched. Minato stood there calmly, eyes full of contempt. Their claw attacks can't even touch you. Minato's magic is protecting him, and no matter how long the fight lasts, he won't get hurt. But these annoying flies are too much. Minato was thinking that he might as well just get punched and finish it. So he tried sitting on the ground, pretending he had been hit by them, but at that moment a loud shout suddenly rang out. What are you all doing? A group of people immediately looked back in surprise and saw Du standing behind them. Jun's face instantly turned grim, his lips trembling as he muttered, Dui-ka, I'm afraid Du will think badly of me. Jun hurriedly explained, No, we're just joking around. I suddenly sigh softly and coldly say, I know you all are ganging up to bully Kusanagi. I ask, are they wearing the academy's uniform but turning into a bunch of bullies? Aren't you ashamed with your conscience? Hearing this, Jun's group immediately looked displeased. Jun's face also darkened like a pot's bottom as he gritted his teeth and glared at Minato. It's all because of you that Du now looks down on him like this. While Jun was thinking, Duka came over and took Minato's hand to speak. Let's just get out of here, Kusanagi. This hand-holding scene between them caught Toon's eye, pushing his anger to the boiling point, and he started cursing Minato's ancestors back 18 generations. Seeing Jun's expression, the two underlings were so scared they froze and didn't dare to step forward to advise him. In the end, Jun couldn't hold back anymore and erupted on the spot. You're damn Kusanagi, Minato sighed helplessly. Is this guy like super glue? He just sticks and won't let go? At this moment, I am furious and have summoned my magic, shouting loudly, You damn dog, I must kill you. Seeing this, Du hurriedly shouted, Tanato, what are you doing? But he has become completely insane. He and his accomplices all launched magical attacks towards Minato. Du's voice grew more urgent as she hurriedly shouted a warning, It's very dangerous. At the same time, an explosion sounded in front of the two of them, with smoke and fire filling the sky, causing Du to instinctively cover her eyes. Thinking Minato is buried in the flames, Jun immediately laughs triumphantly. You can cheat 10 more times, but it won't save you, boy. His two underlings, on the other hand, are very scared, trembling and muttering, Oh my god, this is really bad. I'm not joking. Is it really dead? Huh, I sneer coldly, trembling as if it's obvious, so what are you guys afraid of that dog? We just accidentally used outside magic and lost control for a bit. Kusanagi just happened to be standing right in the path of the magic, that's all. But just as he was feeling proud, a deep voice suddenly echoed from the smoke. You guys have gone a bit too far. Making the trembling guy jump in surprise, a figure slowly emerged from the mist. Minato stood there unharmed, glaring at the reckless kid in front of him, and coldly said, I thought you guys were just a bunch of kids, so I let it go. Sure enough, all stupidity must be paid for with death. It's time for you to learn a lesson. Seeing this scene, his face immediately turned grim, and he shouted in panic, You're still alive. You've survived after taking that much magic. Even Du behind is just as surprised, still trying to regain his composure. I'm only going to ignore explaining to them, Minato said coldly. Why drag Duka into this, too? You're really disgusting now, kid. You two are the ones at fault. How dare you make a fool of me? We will keep attacking until you two turn into skeletons." As soon as he finished speaking, magic appeared again in his hand. Minato also remained calm, snapping his fingers to summon a small amount of magic. Seeing the mini-magic circle in front of him, he trembled and sneered loudly. "Ha ha! What kind of magic is that, like a flea attacking a car? You're definitely dead this time." Immediately, they all attacked Minato together. It's just that Minato remained very calm and muttered, "Drain the magic power." As soon as he finished speaking, vines wrapped in magic suddenly appeared in front of him. They looked like endless snakes twisting in the air, rushing straight at the trembling kids and wrapping tightly around them, causing them to panic and shout, "What the hell is this? Let me go." But it wasn't long before they deflated like balloons, sitting on the ground exhausted and completely powerless. Seeing this, Minato retracted his vines. With no more vines to support them, Jin's group all fell flat on the ground. Minato was a bit surprised. He had only used a little magic power, and everyone else just collapsed like that. This should be enough to teach them a lesson. Seeing this scene, Du was even more stunned. What kind of magic was that? What just happened? Why are Jun and those guys unconscious? While she was thinking, Minato had already grabbed his bag and was about to leave. Seeing this, Du hurriedly shouted to stop him. "Wait, hold on." She kept repeatedly asking Minato what that magic was. "What just happened? You shouldn't be able to use magic so skillfully." Duxia kept pestering Minato, almost like an interrogation, which really annoyed him. He snorted coldly and said, "Instead of bombarding me with questions, shouldn't you be asking something else?" Dua, knowing what Minato was saying, stubbornly turns away. "I will admit that I owe you because you just saved me. Thank you." "All right, now answer me. You haven't finished speaking yet, and you've disappeared without a trace right in front of me." Duka shouted angrily. Where did he disappear to now? Seriously. By nightfall at the old Sia, the place is quite gloomy. A figure swiftly gliding through the dark sky using magic like the wind. Then he quickly descends into a tall building inside the city. This person is none other than Minato. He's disguised, still wearing that familiar hoodie. Minato uses magic to scan the surroundings as he feels quite uneasy. As he suspected, he had killed all the monsters in the afternoon, but this place is still full of monsters. Is this a flaw or not? If it's just Shibuya, then Minato alone should be able to handle this, but he can also sense them elsewhere. Maybe this is too difficult for the police. Although the magic police aren't very effective, he can't kill all the monsters in Japan alone. Minato thinks he needs to come up with a plan. After some thought, Minato decided to first eliminate the monsters around here. He needed to be careful not to stand out. Thinking quickly, Minato used magic to jump down below and began to attack the monster. Frenzied magical beams rained down from above, killing the beast instantly. At this moment, a drunken ghost is staggering along the street below, unaware that a monster is behind him. The moment the monster attacked the man, Minato appeared and cut it down, moving faster than the wind. Feeling something brush past him, the drunk man turned his head to look back but saw no one, thinking he was just imagining things, when in fact Minato had quickly hidden to the side. The drunk man continued on his way home. Minato confirmed he was safe and just left the place, not noticing that someone in the distance had recorded the entire scene. He also posted it on social media, smiling with full pride. If it doesn't go viral now, that would be really strange. The next morning, in the principal's office at the Magic Academy, another teacher was also present. He looked at the students before him and spoke in a serious tone. "We have been informed that someone saw some students using magic outside the school grounds. If it's true, the school must suspend those students. The students in question are Minato and Juik, and Jun's group was also called in, so Jun immediately accused them." "What do you mean? We didn't use magic. Kusanagi came to us to cause trouble." Minato was truly helpless in the face of this shamelessness. That guy was lying without blinking. "You're really good at this. You probably can't stay silent any longer. Even though you're involved, you still have to explain yourself." But before Minato could do anything, a loud scream rang out. Lying, which surprised both Yu and Jun's group, was none other than Dewey himself. She aggressively pointed at Jun and criticized him. Kusanagi was bullied by Tadano and his friends. Tadano's side was the one that used magic first. Hearing this, the teacher frowned and asked, "So does that mean Kusanagi also used magic?" To protests, not convinced. "That is self-defense. He did nothing wrong." Minato was a bit surprised. This girl is truly righteous. Not a single lie, but the thickness of a worm's face must be 8 times that of concrete. Even after saying this, he still stubbornly denies it. "We didn't do anything wrong either." Dusa grew more annoyed and scolded. "Just shut your damn mouth. What kind of person bullies others and then blames everything on them? Are you losing your nerve of shame?" Jun was scolded like a dog, but still raised his voice to argue. It's because Kusanagi doesn't deserve to be here. I'm just clearing my mind. Duka glared at him, full of discontent. I'm the one who doesn't belong here. Jun refused to accept it and argued back. I'm among the top students in the class. I am the only one who can stand shoulder to shoulder with you, not that broken Kusanagi guy. Jun still refused to back down, walking step by step to stand in front of Duka and firmly said, "Open your eyes and stop defending that guy. Look at me. Become my woman." When Duka said this, his eyes were full of sincerity, but unfortunately Du did not take that sincerity to heart. She scoffs coldly and dismissively, "Dream on, kid." In an instant, she feels like she's been shoved into an ice cave, her body stiffening as if sprayed with glue. And yet, that's not enough. Duika even explained his reason for refusing him, saying he was a bully and that his violence made him so angry he fainted. Minato watched this scene and couldn't help but feel emotional. Even though he knew he deserved it, it was still too cruel. At this moment, the principal spoke again, saying it seems to be Tadano and his friend's fault, while Kusanagi was just defending himself, stating, "We do not tolerate those who use magic for personal defense, and all of you will be expelled." No. Come on, we were just following Jun's orders. The principal doesn't want to hear it, so he suggests Minato and Juika go back to class. The two immediately agreed and left the office. Du had already left the room, but her dissatisfaction lingered as she kept gnawing at her nails, saying, "That guy? It's been a long time since someone made me this angry." Minato walks beside her, suspiciously asking, "What will happen if they get expelled now?" Depoots slightly and nonchalantly says, "They won't be able to become magicians anymore, it's obvious." Then, Du suddenly turned her head and glared at Minato, loudly saying, "You have to stand up for yourself." Minato was a bit reluctant, but he was going to do it anyway, but she had already stepped in. Seeing that he didn't reply, Du suddenly felt confused. Minato frowned in thought for a long moment before suddenly falling silent and remembering how many times he tried to save me, right? In class, when Minato was dragged into a fight, Du stood up to help, and this time too, she even vouched for him. Thinking of that, Minato smiled at her. "He's really kind, huh?" Minato's words made Du blush with embarrassment, and she hurriedly ran away. "Go check it out, I'm leaving now." Minato watched her back, slightly smiling, truly adorable. At this moment, he remembered that Kusanagi Minato had already died, and Ichikami Minato was the reincarnation of him. Was that boy bullied to death? Those two were just an ordinary car accident. Minato doesn't know, but they are definitely guilty, and I hope justice will be served. At the same time, two students enter the principal's office, along with the clear voice of a girl. So some students are using magic outside the school and others have been affected. The principal nodded slightly and said, "Yes, but it doesn't endanger the people." The girl looked suspiciously and asked, "So why did you call me here, sir?" The principal calmly replied, "The student involved is Mizua," which made the girl freeze. After a moment, she finally spoke. "I understand now. Thank you for telling me." Then she turned and walked away. The principal also didn't stop him and calmly asked to send regards to your three families. The girl didn't turn her head and replied calmly, "You can rest assured, my father will still invest in the school. If what the teacher said is true, then this Kusanagi guy must be really strong." The girl whispered softly, "I can hardly fight multiple mages at once." "You won't be able to win unless the gap in strength is too big. Do you think that guy is stronger than us?" The two of them continued walking and talking, and other students watching as they passed by their class looked on with admiration, but they paid no attention. At this moment, the girl's voice had become serious. "First, I need to confirm Kusanagi Minato's abilities. Then, I will decide whether to expel my sister. This girl is Duika's older sister. Mizua is student 53 in Class S, and the boy next to her, Kasaragi Rui, is also student 53 in Class S." Hearing her words, he nodded and smiled. "I heard that." Inside the classroom, Minato is lying on the desk, constantly complaining. Now that everything has settled down, he has lost all motivation. At this moment, the student's exclamation nearby catches his attention. "Look at this. So cool. Is he the Dark Sorcerer? I know him." Minato frowned slightly in doubt. Is the Black Sorcerer a noble family mage? But this has nothing to do with you either. You side with boredom again. While Minato was sighing and lamenting, the teacher entered from outside and loudly called Kusanagi. As a result, Minato and a few other students followed the instructor to the examination room. The students who weren't tested last time will be tested now, and Du is also here. She narrowed her eyes at Minato. This time she will discover his true ability. And yet, at this moment, she suddenly widened her eyes in shock because she saw Ruka and Ryuji also present. A look of worry appears in Du's eyes. Why is she here? No matter what, the check began like that, and soon it was Minato's turn. Minato hesitated, standing in front of the magic meter, frowning in thought. Last time he even blew up the machine, so this time he probably has to hold back a bit. Thinking that, Minato only summoned a small amount of magic into his palm, then placed his hand on the device. Controlling magic at this minimal level makes him sweat. The numbers on the magic meter quickly jump. It wasn't long before Minato let go, leaning on his knee and panting heavily. The instructor asked uncertainly, "Are you okay?" He gently shook his head to indicate he was fine. Then the instructor glanced at the number on the scanner and hesitated before speaking. "It seems we've also obtained the final result. Kusanagi Minato's attribute is none." Rika heard the result, her eyes filled with disbelief. Ruka and Ryuji, on the other hand, were not too surprised. It seems they believe Minato isn't that strong either, but the surprise still comes later when Minato's mana level is only at 100. The students here are already whispering and gossiping. Our group is the lowest of all. But not being able to determine the attribute is also considered rare, right? Ryuji heard the chatter of everyone and couldn't help but sigh. Ruka got a bit impatient and immediately turned to leave. "Let's go, we're done here." The two quickly left and the mocking laughter immediately rang out. Does being evaluated again really tire him out this much? If his magic power is weak, there's nothing he can do about it. The mentor gently pats Kusanagi on the shoulder to comfort him, saying, "Don't overthink it. The amount of magic power I have doesn't reflect the full extent of who I am. The only one who doesn't believe this result is Duika. Something's not right. Minato is fully capable of defeating all the demon soldiers. He should have been able to use both fire and ice elements. She's never heard of anything like adjusting her own mana output before. What exactly did Minato just do?" Unlike everyone else, Minato was very pleased at this moment. The outcome was absolutely perfect. Exactly as you wanted. Minato only needed to control a certain amount of magic power precisely, but even that was exhausting. Luckily, he managed to fool everyone. A while later, outside the corridor, Minato strolled with Dua, asking as they walked, "So you were also present at the evaluation?" Mizua Duika nodded slightly and replied, "I was just a little curious, but not for long. Ruka and Ryuji blocked my way in front of you." Minato, who was unfamiliar with them, muttered in confusion. Ruka immediately introduced himself. "I am the eldest daughter of the Mizua clan. So, what do you guys need?" "I'm no longer interested in you at all." Ruka snorted coldly, then stepped forward. Seeing that, Dua immediately felt worried and trembled instinctively. Quickly, Ruka approached Dua and coldly said, "It seems you're nothing compared to those who break the rules. Did you really get saved by a demon who almost couldn't reach 100 power?" Dua hesitated for a moment, then softly replied, "That's true." Ruka immediately shouted, "Stop skipping school, Dua. I don't accept this. I'm upset and asking, why do I have to do this? I've never beaten you, not even once." After hearing that, Duka was stunned. Ruka was right. Whether it's studying, martial arts training, or even using magic, Du has never surpassed her sister. Ruka slowly stepped closer to Dua, speaking firmly. "You're not cut out to be a mage. My sister is enough on her own." Duka's face grew paler, and she wanted to protest but couldn't find the words. Rua still refused to give in and continued to make her demand, saying all she needed to do was follow her sister's words, leave here, and find any school to attend. Duka trembled slightly, her eyes welling up with tears. She clearly wanted to object but lacked the courage. Seeing that she didn't respond, Luca asked again, "Do you understand?" Duka clenched her fists, struggling with her thoughts, until at one point she decided to give up, ready to agree, but before she could finish speaking, Minato interrupted. "You're a bit too reckless. What did you just say?" Minato was not afraid at all and calmly said, "If you keep talking like that without listening to what the other person wants to say, then I don't know what you call rude." Ruka snorted coldly and coldly said, "This is a private family conversation of mine. Someone like you outsiders should stay out of it." Minato wanted to say, "So this is called talking? You're just giving orders to your sister, aren't you?" That made Ruka angry, and she shouted in frustration, "What did you just say, you little brat?" Minato calmly faced her and said, "Forcing others to do what they don't want is a taboo that must not be broken. It's similar to telling someone to give up on their dreams." Ruka still doesn't think there's anything wrong with what she's doing. With a cold snort, she said, "My sister doesn't have what it takes to become a mage. She's never beaten me once." Duka stands beside her, her face full of sorrow, just as Ruka said, "She's nothing special. She has always deluded herself into believing she's a genius, and has the talent to become one, even though she has never surpassed her sister." But while Du was desperate, Minato confidently spoke up. He defeated her. That statement leaves Ruika stunned, unable to believe what he's hearing. Even Ruka frowns and mutters, "Beating me?" He chuckled softly and calmly said, "Of course not right now." Ruka glared at him, sneering dismissively. So then, what about a practice match in 2 weeks? Hearing this, Minato couldn't help but ask back with suspicion. Two. I thought you were afraid. Ruka immediately sneered. Just a moment ago spouting nonsense and now already scared? He sneered coldly. Minato pouted and spoke. Nonsense, I'm also participating, senior, so what about you? Then he glanced at the person standing beside him. Taka was a bit stunned by the suggestion, and hesitated for a long time without giving an answer. Duka is struggling with whether to give up her dream or try to stand up and fight once more. After a long silence, she finally finds her answer. She boldly declared, I will join too. Minato smiled with satisfaction. Then it's decided. You glance at Ruka and say with a smile, if we win, you can't bring up that issue again. If we win, you have to leave here. I won't hold back. You two should get ready to face reality. With that, she turned and walked away. Ryuji also quickly followed, but before leaving, he waved goodbye kindly to the two of them. A while later, on the rooftop of the academy building, Minato and Juika are here. Duka suddenly spoke up at this moment, saying, Kusanagi, I want to ask you for a favor. Please teach me about magic. Hearing this, Minato let out a sigh of relief. But you're still curious, wondering why you were suddenly called up to the rooftop. With that in mind, Minato slowly spoke. I am just a weak mage with less than 100 magic power. Are you sure you want someone like me to train you? Damma nodded. Big Brother Du confidently said, I know you're hiding your true strength. You must be much stronger than me. Minato was a bit surprised to hear this, but the person across from him continued. You must have a way to become stronger, which is why you said I could beat her, right? Minato sighed helplessly and said, These people all want to control everything. That's why you suggested a sparring match, but there's no way to just cancel it outright. Seeing that you didn't answer, Du immediately bowed his head and begged earnestly. Minato had no choice but to agree. Got it. In an instant, Du happily exclaimed, Are you sure? Minato nodded softly and warned, But you have to follow everything I say and don't stop halfway. Du agreed without hesitation. Okay, of course I can do that. Seeing her reaction, Minato couldn't help but smile. If she's begging like that, who could refuse? Moreover, from now on you should prepare a bit more. Teaching a mage can't be that difficult, right? Then Minato spoke slowly again. So we will start today. You haven't even finished talking about the training area, and Du already suggested, so can we go to my place? So in the afternoon, Du took Minato to her residence, a villa, and as soon as they arrived, Minato couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. This mansion is huge. Duka felt it was nothing special and casually said, My father is a noble wizard, so this is normal. Thinking about it, this is the first time she's invited a guy over to her house. I wonder if Minato found it strange to be invited here. But I didn't mean to be weird or anything. The more I thought about it, the more embarrassed I felt, and I couldn't look Minato in the face. At this moment, Minato suggested we start right away. Hearing him call my name, I panicked and exclaimed, Why are you calling me by my name? Minato felt there was no problem and calmly replied, Well, your sister is Mizua. So how can you tell who I am calling? After hearing that, Du realized she was overthinking. Minato saw her reaction and asked, What would you like to call me if you don't like calling me Minato? Duka shook her head and replied, No need, just call me Du. Seeing no problem, Minato suggested, Then let's get started. First, I want to ask you, what exactly is magical power? Hearing the question, Du confidently replied, It's simple. It's the energy inside the body, the foundation for forming magic. Minato didn't say whether it was right or wrong and continued asking, What about the spell? Duka calmly replied, A kind of program that transforms mana into magic. Minato asked again, So is it possible to increase magic power? Duka confidently shook his head and replied, No, the amount of magic power a mage has is predetermined at birth, and it won't increase after a certain age. After answering, she smugly smiled and said, Hee-hey. So what do you think? I've returned it perfectly, right? Everything is completely wrong. Minato snorted softly and said coldly. Duka was immediately stunned, unable to believe what he was seeing. Minato sighed helplessly. How could a modern mage be so rebellious? What happened 50 years ago? I had no choice but to patiently explain. First, magic power is not only within the body, but also exists around us. Spells are just a tool to assist your magic, and you can actively increase your magic energy. Du was shocked and exclaimed, That can't be. If that's true, then all magic academies would be useless. Minato shrugged indifferently and said coldly, You don't need to believe me right now. I'll just teach you about the 3 things I mentioned earlier. Sit down. I'll channel magic into you. I'll let you know when you can feel it. Can you feel the magic power? Minato replied casually. If you can't, you won't get stronger. Close your eyes and start now. As soon as he finished speaking, Minato placed his hand on Dua's back. He started channeling magic into her body, but she still didn't react, so Minato increased the amount of magic he was sending in. You still thought Du couldn't feel anything. Suddenly, Du shouted, "My back is getting hot, I feel something." Minato withdrew his hand upon hearing that and sighed, saying, "That was just basic mana appreciation earlier." Duka looked at him intently, muttering in confusion, "So this is what you meant by sensing mana?" Dan Mac nodded, and Minato calmly said, "Yes, that's right. Remember this feeling: if you can sense it, you'll recognize it and be able to find the source of magic in nature. Make it your goal," Dwington said with a smile. "Hey, I am also a girl from the Mizua family." "Watch me do it right now." Minato looked on in disbelief, surprised she only just discovered that much mana. It seems that Du really has no talent for becoming a mage. A week later, still at Dua's villa, just as Minato predicted, Du is now desperately shouting in frustration, unable to succeed. Minato also felt helpless. It's been a week of practice, and she's still so slow to understand. Even so, the competition is coming up soon. Thinking of that, he could only suggest, "I will transfer the magic power to you again." Then, Minato placed his hand on Dua's back and infused her with magic. A moment later, Minato finally spoke. "All right, open your eyes." Du obeyed and slowly opened her eyes, and in an instant her face was filled with amazement. She exclaimed happily, "I see it now, so this is what magic power looks like." Seeing the magic around her hand, Du was even more surprised. "Yeah, amazing. Am I really seeing magic? Wait a minute. If that's the case, now she can see Minato's magic power." Thinking this, Du glanced at Minato but saw nothing, which surprised her a bit. Minato didn't know what she was thinking and praised her. "Well done." Du was praised and smiled proudly, saying it's nothing special. Minato declined to comment and calmly said, "Now you can feel the magic power. At what stage of controlling your magic are you?" You told her to use just enough magic, ignoring unnecessary things and focusing only on the effect. Use your magic to the limit. After your magic is depleted, your reserve will increase when you recover. Minato also told her that once she could sense the magic, she could increase her magic to the maximum. The more Du listened, the more amazed she became. Seeing her reaction, Minato couldn't help but sigh and ask, "Is there any difference from the basic knowledge learned in school?" "It's okay if you don't believe it. I believe you." But before you could finish speaking, Du firmly said, "I have nothing left to doubt about you." I can't help but smile and eagerly suggest, "Let's move on to the next stage. Step back a bit. Duka, let's practice combat skills." As soon as he finished speaking, he took off his coat and threw it on the ground. Duka also responded enthusiastically, "I want to see your true power too." Immediately after, she quickly summoned her magic, a level 1 water wave spell. The raging water wave rushes wildly toward Minato. Unfortunately, he just casually raised his hand, and a protective barrier appeared to block the water wave. Seeing this, Du immediately exclaimed in surprise, "He blocked it." At this moment, Minato slowly spoke again. "Elemental magic level 1. If you can't break through this, don't even think about hurting anyone." Biting her lip fiercely, Du cast her spell again, and ice bullets rapidly shot toward Minato. "And you just stand there. The protective barrier helped you block it." Minato calmly reminded you to move when using magic. Standing still while facing a mage is basically courting death. Du was provoked by his words and cast magic again, but before long she had exhausted her magic and collapsed on the ground. Minato sat down beside her and sighed, saying, "You're wasting too much magic uselessly. If you could control your magic, then you wouldn't need to use spells at all. You can use magic as long as you have mana. Watch this." As soon as he finished speaking, Minato cast a spell and a fireball appeared, rushing toward the straw figure in front. But it's completely unharmed. He slowly spoke, "This is my magic." Then Minato added more magic power into his palm. It's still a fireball, but it burns the person falling in front of him even more intensely. Then he finally spoke again, "This is mine." Duka watched for a long time before finally asking suspiciously, "Is my magic power dispersed?" Minato nodded slightly and replied, "Exactly. You can cast magic without incantations as long as you can control your magic power." Duka frowned slightly and muttered, "In other words, no need to recite the spell anymore." "You could also interpret it that way," Minato said slowly. "Now I have to learn how to shorten the spell. Once I control the magic power, I won't need it anymore. If you can shorten the spell, it will be more advantageous in actual combat, and you won't waste magic power on the incantations anymore." Duka frowned and muttered, "So maybe it means it will make my magic stronger." "Exactly." Minato nodded affirmatively, and then suggested, "Let's start again." Duka couldn't help but feel panicked. "Is it that early?" Minato winked and said with a smile, If not, it wouldn't matter anymore. Practice as if your life depended on it. Hearing this, Du suddenly felt uneasy. A few hours later, Du was exhausted and lying on the ground. Minato looked worried and asked, "Are you still alive? From now on, only train like this, okay?" By evening, Minato was wandering around the city as usual, this time in Harajuku. He scans the area with his magic to check. Just as he suspected, this place is also full of monsters. Even after taking them out repeatedly, the numbers still haven't decreased at all. What on earth is going on? Just then, Minato suddenly sensed something. A child was cornered by monsters in the distance. He hurriedly ran over and killed the monster without hesitation. Minato glanced at the child and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" But the child didn't answer and raised the camera to take a picture of him. Unfortunately, Minato was faster and disappeared with a quick spell. In a safe place, Minato finally breathes a sigh of relief and casually takes photos without thanking anyone. What's wrong with humans these days? Next time I should find a mask. Then he turned back home. The next afternoon, after school, Minato and Du returned to the villa and continued their training. Du still was the first to fall as usual, lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Minato stood beside her, feeling helpless. The practice match was just a few days away. She is gradually improving, but in every aspect she still can't compare to Ruka. There's no way Duka has a chance to win if things keep going like this. Hearing that, he suddenly spoke up. Sometimes giving up is also a choice. Listening to this, Duka lowered his head, but soon after she stood up and quietly said, "I am always compared to her. I can't beat her in any way. I have been forced to give up so many things, but magic is the only thing I refuse to abandon." Minato squints at her and says without hesitation, "But you won't be able to win like this." Duha doesn't give up and suggests, "Then train harder." She smiles faintly as Minato raises an eyebrow and says, "I won't hold back." "There, you are heard it." Du also excitedly opened her mouth. She never gave up. After that, Minato taught her even more. Then the two continued to fight non-stop until they were exhausted and had to stop. A few days later, Du finally managed to hold on after a long time. Minato smiled contentedly and said, "Well done." Duka happily exclaimed, "I finally did it." Minato also praised him. "Good job, Sa. Du feels very proud to be praised. All efforts have paid off." A few days later, the final rehearsal finally arrived. Minato and Du stood in front of the training ground. Just as they arrived, the scene inside left both of them stunned. The training ground is crowded with people at this moment. When the reporters saw Duo, they immediately approached with microphones, bombarding her with questions, leaving Du stunned and confused about what was happening. Minato slightly frowns and comments, "Just a match between students is enough to understand the importance of noble blood magic." Not only are there reporters at the training ground, but many students are also watching. Seeing this, Minato couldn't help but speak up. "Don't you think that's a bit too much? Magical battles are rarely seen, almost like a major event." But after Minato finished speaking, he didn't hear any response. He immediately turned his head back and saw Du sitting there curled up. Just then, a loud shout came from afar. "Two contestants, please come to the stage." Du immediately startled upright, about to run away. Minato saw she was upset and quickly called her back. Duika, at this moment, was restless and asked nervously, "What's wrong?" "Keep going." Duika suddenly froze upon hearing this. Then she smiled, confidence gradually returning to her face, and she firmly said, "Of course." Then she lifted her foot and headed toward the training ground. She walked while thinking, Minato really is mysterious. His words kept echoing in her chest. Soon, Rika was in front of Ruka. Ruka narrowed her eyes and looked at her, speaking seriously. "So you're not running away?" "Of course not," Duka confidently replied. She let out a faint snort and curled her lip in disdain. "So old-fashioned. Do you really think you have a chance to beat someone like me?" she said, confidently raising her eyebrows as she looked at Duka. She seems confident she has the victory in her hands. Duka also refuses to back down, loudly shouting, "I will definitely win." Ruka heard this and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. "Looks like you've also made progress over the past 2 weeks," Duka replied, knowing that her sister was very strong. The gap in strength between them was indeed huge, but Duka would not give up. At this moment, a loud shout rang out. "We kindly ask to begin the match." Immediately, the Mizua sisters entered combat mode. Juika was the first to summon magic. She shortened her spell to save mana. At the same time, Ruka was not idling either. She also summoned her magic. Minato watched from outside and couldn't help but feel moved. Ruka probably knows the basics of a duel between two mages. Rui was so worried that she forgot to move. She lost the advantage of quick incantation. Just as you thought, Ruka appeared right in front of Ruka in the blink of an eye to attack. Both cast level 1 water magic, and their rushing waves clash in an instant. But because her magic was weaker, Yuika's water wave was quickly dispersed, and she was also attacked by Ruka's water wave, though she managed to break it. Rika couldn't help but be amazed. She managed to dispel it. She's getting stronger, and even Ruka can't help but feel impressed. In just 2 weeks, you've become stronger than before. Hearing this, Du immediately feels happy. This is the first time her sister has praised her. Seeing her reaction, Ruka couldn't help but feel dissatisfied and asked, "What's there to be happy about? It's just a simple comparison. I didn't praise you." Then her gaze became more determined. She spoke coldly, "Now, I will upgrade my magic level." As she finished speaking, she summoned her water wave again. Duka was careless and quickly summoned her magic to block it. In an instant, a level 2 water magic appeared, dancing in the air before splitting into tiny water bubbles and rushing madly toward Dua. Du couldn't hold on and was knocked away by the water bubbles, her body like a kite with its string cut falling at Minato's feet. Glancing quickly, Minato couldn't help but feel helpless. In terms of casting speed, Du's chances of winning were high, but the opponent was simply stronger than her. While you were thinking, Ruka approached from afar and coldly said, "Do you really tolerate this? Aren't you going to help her? You said you protected it before, right?" "No need," Minato replied without hesitation, causing Ruka to gape in shock. At this moment, Du stood up from the ground, but her body was still trembling uncontrollably. Ruka was even more stunned, unable to believe, and shouted, "How is that possible? You attacked me with a second-tier spell, but I can still stand?" Duka fiercely bit her lip and said determinedly, "I won't lose. Magic is the only thing she has. Even if she loses everything, she will not give up." As she finished speaking, Du summoned her magic. Ruka snorted coldly and quickly summoned her water magic to defend herself. In an instant, the 2 water spells clashed fiercely. It was just very quick. Du grew weak. She kept repeating a phrase, "I will definitely win. I will not give up." Then she collapsed to the ground, exhausted. The outcome of the battle was already decided. Du exhausted her magic to win for Ruka. Shaking, she lay on the ground, fists clenched, murmuring in frustration, "I can't do anything. I can't do anything at all." Minato reluctantly sighed and helped Dua to her feet. This was a battle based on magic power control, but she lost in terms of mana. At that moment, Ruka indifferently spoke. "Do you understand now? That girl has no talent at all. Kusanagi, you probably thought the same." Minato replied indifferently. "Yes, she has no talent. Dua is clumsy and slow to improve, useless and even weaker in actual combat. But one thing Minato is very pleased with about Dua is that she is very diligent and trains tirelessly like a fool." Du looked at him in surprise after hearing that. Ruka, on the other hand, was indifferent, pouting as he said, "And this is the result." But before she could finish speaking, Minato cut her off coldly. "Yes, he lost, but I prefer someone hardworking like her." This statement moved Du to tears. It was the first time someone acknowledged her efforts. Minato paid no attention and continued speaking. "I find it very upsetting when you speak ill of Dusa." Ruka snorted coldly again, dismissively saying, "You, with a magic level of 100, are overestimating yourself." Minato confidently replied, "And someone with a magic level of 100 will defeat you." Ruka was angered by his provocation, her face showing displeasure. She snorted coldly and said, "Your words are also worth something." "Fine. I don't want to waste my energy on an opponent like you." Ryuji then excitedly said, finally getting to go on stage. Ruka brushed past him and coldly demanded. He finished neatly. Ryuji chuckled softly and nodded, saying, "No need to remind me." Over here, Minato had carried the injured Du back to his seat. He gently set her down on the chair and casually said, "Focus on my match." Du nodded softly, indicating he understood. It's just that at this moment she realized a problem. Her body didn't hurt anywhere, and her wounds had already healed. Minato still doesn't know what she's thinking, slowly walking onto the arena. Although he previously boasted that having 100 magic power was enough to defeat Ryuji, now if he doesn't give it his all, there's no chance of winning. You will keep your magic power at 100, using elemental magic without incantation. You also won't set up a magic barrier, so just one direct hit might be enough to knock you out. The more I think about it, the more excited I get. Ryuji saw Minato step onto the arena and immediately cheered excitedly, saying, "Sorry, little brother, but I'm not planning to give up." He unconsciously smiled. Minato pouted and replied, "Well, fine, I'll let you have it." In an instant, everything erupted, and the shouts kept ringing out. "Don't push Ryuji too far. Just be gentle with it." Ryuji released his own magical power on the arena. Minato estimates it's about 8,000. Before, it was like a flea attacking a car, but now he can only use around 100 magic power. Immediately, the second match between Minato and Ryuji officially began. Ryuji, summoning magic while smiling, said, "Don't hate me, okay." With just these moves, it's enough to test whether Minato is the one who defeated those expelled students. Ryuji wants to see if he can withstand this full-force attack of mine. Before he could even make a move, a beam of magic shot straight into Ryuji's forehead. Minato sneered in contempt. Too slow. This move leaves the spectators in the stands stunned. It hasn't even been 3 seconds and it's over. Because Rui is unconscious, the victory naturally goes to Minato. Ruka hurriedly rushed to check on Ryuji, her mind filled with amazement. Did Minato really knock Ryuji out with just one strike? You didn't even recite a single spell. What the hell did you do? While Luka was still thinking, Minato's sarcastic voice reached her ears, saying, "You did exactly as your sister wanted to end things quickly." Ducat outside saw this scene and immediately cheered happily. Great, he really defeated him. Ruka then glared at Minato and coldly said, "It seems you have some talent too." Minato chuckled casually and said, "Being better than her is enough." "Still can't keep your mouth shut?" Ruka snarled in anger before unleashing all her magic. Minato estimates it's only about 10,000, but it's still stronger than Ryuji. As the two are struggling, the announcer's voice suddenly rings out. A shocking event occurred after the second match. Kusunagi's fighting style has truly attracted a lot of attention from the audience. The final match will be between Minato and Ruka. Everyone is eager to see who will ultimately come out on top. As soon as the match was announced to begin, Minato launched an attack on Ruka without hesitation. Ruka on the opposite side remained calm and summoned magic to respond. Minato knows that his current magic power is only about 100, so obviously his spells are not very strong. Therefore, if he doesn't aim directly at Ruka's head, he won't cause her any harm. Ruka also realized that she shouldn't move much and should focus on defense. Just as Minato thought, Ruka defends very easily. She didn't move, standing still and using water waves to attack him. A series of powerful water jets like crazy blades rushed toward him. But the next scene shocked Ruka. Minato easily broke all her magic without a single hair being harmed. Ruka was stunned, her eyes wide open. He hasn't used magic at all. What on earth did this kid do? Not only her, but the students in the stands were also confused and started whispering among themselves. Shouldn't he be the one getting hit? He's not even wet. What's going on here? On the contrary, she wasn't surprised at all. She was just trying to figure out what technique Minato used to pull this off. Ruka, having her attack broken by Minato, is now very angry. She's sure you're hiding some tricks, so she attacks again. This time, Minato moved like he was dancing in the air, gracefully dodging the water waves Ruka just shot out, making her eyes narrow in disbelief as she exclaimed, "You avoided all my attacks without even using magic?" A mage can use a different spell to counterattack. The two attacks still partially canceled each other out, and everyone knew that if they couldn't do that, getting hurt was only a matter of time. A second-tier technique has a different scale and speed compared to the first level. There's no way someone like that can avoid all attacks without getting hurt somewhere. Ruka is sure that Minato is a fearless bastard. Minato seems to know what she's thinking and can't help but smile softly. But it's okay as long as I can feel the magic power. Dodging such weak attacks isn't a problem. I just need to be a bit more stubborn. At this moment, Ruka began casting level 3 water magic. In an instant, a wave of water like an arrow appeared, fiercely rushing toward Minato. Seeing this, everyone in the audience immediately exclaimed, "A level 3 spell. If he gets hit by this, he's definitely gone to the afterlife." With a bang, each of those water jets exploded directly, spraying water into the air. Ruka, weakened, slumped to the ground as the two dragons smiled. How could she possibly withstand this? But at that moment, a beam of magic shot directly into her forehead. Seeing the attacker, Ruka exclaimed in shock, "How is this possible? Are you still okay?" "How could you avoid it?" Minato said calmly. "I used a spell to absorb your magic and simply stepped through the center of the attack." The air instantly fell silent. Ruka sat there for a long time without reacting. Just when Minato thought she wouldn't say anything, she suddenly threw her head back and laughed loudly, then simply stepped through it. "So you lost after all?" Of course, the outcome was obvious. The victory goes to Minato. Du hurriedly ran over and asked, "Are you okay?" Minato nodded and replied, "Yes, both of them are fine. I won." Du nodded softly with a grateful look in his eyes. Seeing them happy, Ruka also stood up from the ground and indifferently said, "As promised, I won't bring this up again. Do whatever you want." Minato couldn't help but sigh resignedly at this remark, so still so proud. Thinking about it, he suddenly chuckled. "Your brother's wound isn't that serious. You're being too lenient." "Yeah, I wish our fight could be like that too." Ruka immediately shouted in dissatisfaction, "No way. Minato declined to comment and continued, Du has become much stronger in just 2 weeks. I'm sure you've noticed that too. Don't shelter him too much anymore. Duka at this moment also firmly promises, I will definitely become stronger so you don't have to worry about me anymore. Absolutely. Ruka narrowed her eyes at the two of them, hesitating for a long moment before nodding and saying, yeah, you're right. Because of this battle, the Mizua sisters have grown closer. Minato looked at them, feeling unexpectedly happy. Just then, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky along with a terrifying aura, caused Minato to startle. He quickly looked up at the sky, his face instantly becoming serious. Is this strange kind of magic the same as a natural disaster? Luca and Du also realized this. Everyone's faces changed color. At the same time, in the classroom, Jun's group was rummaging through Minato's seat on the ground, throwing things everywhere. Jun's junior searched for a long time but found nothing, and then spoke irritably, it only has the book and that's all. This guy's a model young man, always doing the right thing. Clenching his teeth fiercely, he grits his lips and speaks. There must be something, right? Otherwise, how could it use that magic? At this moment, the subordinate saw something and shouted in alarm, what is that dog? Jun thought he had found something and quickly looked over. But what was right in front of him made him panic. The sky outside was dyed a terrifying blood red, and the three of them were instantly overwhelmed with fear. It seems someone shouted in fear, it's a natural disaster. How can it be a natural disaster? Outside the arena, reporters and students are now extremely panicked. No one expected a disaster to strike the Magic Academy. Minato's face also looked very grim right now. How could a natural disaster happen at this moment? Don't tell me this is related to what happened in Shinjuku. The first natural disaster also struck Shinjuku. Was this just a coincidence, or was there some kind of arrangement? As he was pondering, the monsters appeared from the space-time portal. The students saw this and immediately panicked, running away, but when they saw the instructor was there, they hurriedly calmed everyone down. But honestly, who could stay calm in a moment like this? At that moment, a powerful burst of magic appeared, killing the monsters attacking the students. The one who struck was none other than Minato. He shouted loudly, calm down. His voice made the students fall silent again. Although still panicked, they no longer ran and stood still. Minato was very pleased with this. You scan everyone and advise them that only low-level monsters appear in the early stages of a disaster. We should better evacuate to the gymnasium. Like I said, look toward the 3 Ruka. You guys too, you should go as well. Hearing this, they gasped in surprise. What do you think you're doing, Kusanagi? Minato calmly said that they had to rescue those trapped inside the buildings. The mentor looked at you in confusion and said worriedly, are you going alone? You're too carefree. Ryuji hurriedly said, I'm going too, so it should be fine, right? The mentor was still hesitating, but he raised his eyebrows and continued, you see the potential of this kid, right? The mentor hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded in agreement. I know, but don't push yourself too hard, Ryuji replied with a gentle smile. How could I possibly die? Then he glanced at Minato again. The boy said nothing, only shrugged indifferently. Then Minato looked at Duika and said, I'll be going now. A look of concern appeared in Du's eyes as she softly said, be careful. Meanwhile, Ryuji spoke up. I'll go ahead, kid. At the current speed, Ryuji can run at 10 meters per second. Let's see if Minato can catch up. Ryuji was just overthinking. Minato directly summoned magic and ran off. You dart past Ryuji like lightning, a mischievous smile on your face. I'm going ahead, senior. Ryuji stared in shock, eyes wide, muttering in frustration. What kind of crazy speed is that? Hey, wait and see. He quickly ran after, but being just fast isn't enough. I'll observe the kid's true abilities in every corner. Of course, it would be easier to just save people casually. Minato couldn't be bothered to care about Ryuji. He walks while using his magic to scan the entire academy area. There are a total of 58 people capable of using magic in the building, but some may no longer be able to use magic. In that case, you need to carefully check each floor one by one. The building is now filled with monsters, and some students are trapped inside classrooms and can't get out. Minato jumped in through the window and saw this scene. Without hesitation, he used magic to eliminate the monsters. Your magic is incredibly powerful. Wherever it passes, monsters fall. While Minato was focused on killing monsters inside the classroom, one from outside charged at him and tried to ambush him. Minato seemed to have a second sight, casually releasing his magic which tore apart the monster's body. Before long, Ryuji rushed over, anxiously asking, "Are you all right?" But at this moment, Minato has already eliminated all the monsters. The bodies of the monsters are filling the room. You pass by him and coldly say, "I'll leave the evacuation of the trapped students to you." Ryuji can't help but panic and quickly say, "Hey, wait, going alone is very dangerous." But there was nothing left behind. He muttered in frustration, "Where did you go, Dad? You're so fast." Ryuji thinks Minato probably always saw him as a burden, and there's not much to say now. Maybe that's really the case. He took down these monsters in less than a second. Who exactly is this kid? Minato doesn't understand these thoughts of his. He's still running wildly. If it's outside, you can use magic bullets to kill them in one shot. But in a confined space, it might accidentally hurt others, so there's no choice but to keep using low-level magic to take them down. But that's enough. Minato easily defeated the monsters with low-level magic and saved many people. It might take a bit more time to keep bringing the students he rescued to the physical education building, but he has someone to help him. Ryuji has always been there in the background, but right now he's fighting a monster outside, shouting loudly, "I will defeat all the monsters. You guys quickly run to the physical training center." Just as Rui finished speaking, a sudden shout startled him. What's going on? When he looked back, he saw the students surrounded by magic and slowly descending to the ground. Ryuji frowned and remained silent. What is Minato doing right now? Exactly who is this guy? Minato looked down from above and saw Ryuji's reaction, then smiled. He's quite worried about his junior, isn't he? It should be fine, right? But at this moment, you seem to sense something. Eradication. In a hidden corner of the building, a female student is trembling in fear, backed against the wall, tears streaming down her face as she is surrounded by monsters. The girl could do nothing but cry out for help. Someone please save me. And at that critical moment, a sudden flash of light streaked across, making her gasp in amazement with her eyes wide open. She recognized this light was exactly like before, the same one that had saved her before. As she was still confused, Minato descended from the sky and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" The girl recognized Minato and muttered in confusion, "Kusanagi, were you the one who saved me?" "Yes, that's right." Minato nodded softly and then reached out his hand to help her up. "Was it also you during the practice class that time?" Minato hesitated for a moment before speaking, saying, "There were some unexpected things that happened back then." Hearing the response, the girl gratefully bowed her head to him and said, "Thank you for saving my life twice." Minato shrugged and said casually, "It's nothing special. It's not a big deal." Facing the person who saved her twice, the girl suddenly felt her young heart flutter. His cheeks flushed red as Ryuji ran up from below and shouted, "Who needs help next?" Minato glanced at the girl and advised her, "Just follow him and you'll be safe. I'm heading ahead." The girl wanted to call him back, but he had already run off. Even Ryuji was helpless. Minato didn't care what they thought and kept running upstairs. "There are still quite a few students trapped, and we can't wait for the police to arrive. We have to do something." Meanwhile, at the Prime Minister's building, high-ranking officials gathered due to the recent disaster at the Magic Academy. The Prime Minister sat at the main seat and spoke seriously. An event of natural disaster had occurred right at the Magic Academy. The officials around whispered among themselves, "Why did that horror happen to us? There haven't been any more natural disasters since the last one 50 years ago. What should we do now?" The Prime Minister spoke seriously, saying, "We are still trying to contact the Monster Control Division at the city police station and the noble mages as well. The ground defense forces are also always on high alert." The high-ranking officials were dissatisfied and argued back, but the mages in the defense force only handle natural disasters. No one has experience fighting monsters. The Prime Minister naturally understood that this was the result of living comfortably without worrying about facing natural disasters. All they could do now was rely on the police force and noble mages. The more he thought about it, the tighter his grip on his fist became. The disaster from 50 years ago has happened again. But Ichikami Minato is no longer here. Who will save them now? At the same time, a police car hurriedly headed toward the Magic Academy. Did a real disaster actually happen? Yeah, there's no way to mistake it. But we've been safe all these years. So this piece is only temporary? Inspector Sudugo smiled and spoke. But it's okay. After all, that's why we are here. The police officer driving is Sergeant Sanda Karen. She hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I'll do my best." Immediately after, the two quickly moved toward the scene. At the same time, a helicopter appeared in the sky above the Magic Academy, not for rescue, but belonging to the journalists. They are broadcasting the monster attack to everyone in the country, and the reporters who arrived early at the academy have been evacuated to a safe place. They are also broadcasting live, while the instructors and students outside using magic are trying to eliminate the low-level monsters. News about this disaster is a hot topic, and everyone is paying close attention to it. Everyone is worried. The current situation is really dire. The area near the Magic Academy is also under attack by monsters. The nearby residents are in a state of panic and have lost control of the government. The people of Japan are all looking towards the Magic Academy. Everyone is waiting for news from the media. Some are worried because there are people nearby fearing that the disaster will continue just like 50 years ago. In short, all of Japan is in chaos. At the Magic Academy, Minato is still tirelessly fighting monsters to save people, but the monsters are pouring into the school in large numbers, and it's almost time to enter the second phase. Each stage will bring forth new, stronger monsters. Moreover, they will keep appearing no matter how many of us are killed. As long as the queen remains alive, monsters will continue to lurk around. The boss will reveal itself in the final stage. Minato must hold out until then. The more I think about it, the more annoyed I get. This kind of disaster is really troublesome. After rescuing the people from the monsters, Minato used magic to teleport them downstairs. There are 20 people in total this time, scattered all over, so just rescuing them was already difficult. But Minato didn't think of giving up and ran back upstairs to continue. At the same time, inside the classroom, Jun was trying to eliminate the monsters that had flooded in. But his magic power wasn't enough, and soon he was panting heavily. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "I can't go on attacking anymore." Because attacking them involved not only normal monsters but also demon soldiers, they were all extremely terrified, each one scared almost to the point of wetting their pants. Jun still couldn't accept it and shouted loudly, "Why could Kusanagi defeat it with just one strike and I can't do the same?" As soon as he finished, a contemptuous voice sounded behind him. "Because you're so weak." Jun's eyes widened in shock, and before he could see who it was, a blazing flame shot out, burning the demon soldier to ash before the three others' horrified eyes. Only then did Jun realize who had attacked, and it was the person he least wanted to see. Minato. After acting, Minato turned and walked away without saying a word. Jun bit his lip fiercely, once again saved by him. Unwilling to accept it, he hurriedly chased after Minato and shouted, "Stop right there. Why did you save me? You should hate me, right? So why then?" Just shrugged, and Minato calmly said, "Nothing special. I saved you because I could. That's all." Hearing this, Jun's body trembled slightly with each wave. "You saved me just because you could. Is that all you wanted to say?" But Run couldn't accept this reason and shouted fiercely, "Stop joking around, you're just a weakling." He said, "How can you get stronger so quickly if you don't use proper magic?" Minato narrowed his eyes and looked at Run coldly, saying, "Kusanagi, Minato died in a car accident and I was reborn into his body." "What do you mean?" "Can humans become stronger after passing through the door of death? I should be stronger than you. But why? Why am I with someone like you? Strong, huh? Truly powerful people never bully those weaker than themselves." Minato snorted coldly and narrowed his eyes, speaking in a cold voice. "And no one would humiliate someone weaker than themselves. You've been consumed by your arrogance, blindly believing you're strong now. Right now, Jun doesn't even dare to think about fighting back against you." Minato finished speaking and left, leaving Jun standing there alone. It wasn't long before he collapsed to the ground, realizing he's been running from the truth that he hasn't grown stronger at all since high school. He vents all his stress and frustration on those weaker than him, but then he is saved by Minato, someone he considers the weakest, and he can't accept the truth. Jun's two underlings are also in a difficult position. In the end, Minato saved their lives. They wanted to ask what Jun should do, but he was even more broken. Tears kept falling down his face, tears of regret and humiliation. Minato, of course, doesn't know what they're going through right now. He's still desperately running up to kill monsters and save people. The higher he went, the more high-level monsters he encountered. Demon soldiers appeared, but Minato was not panicked at all, calmly attacking them with magic, though he missed on his first try. Minato didn't stop there. He used a higher-level magic. With a bang, smoke and flames burst out instantly. The demon soldier quickly was buried in a sea of flames. Minato squinted at the dust cloud before him, his face calm and expressionless. He remained silent, thinking that the number of demon soldiers was increasing, which meant the boss would appear soon. Then Minato approached the students huddled in a corner and calmly said, "Everything is under control." At the same time, Rui below was extremely dissatisfied and shouted loudly, "You brat, blaming everything on your big brother." Although he was scolding, his hands kept summoning magic to destroy the monsters. The monsters are really numerous, constantly chasing and attacking the students, while Ryuji protects those behind him and fights off the monsters. He glanced at the students speaking and said, "I will protect you all. Just follow me and stay calm." Seeing his cool and confident appearance, everyone felt admiration. But Ryuji says that, but with monsters everywhere like this, what can we do? As he was feeling confused, Minato descended from the sky and coldly said, "I'll help you." Ryuji was startled and shouted in panic when he heard the sound, jumping in surprise. "Don't suddenly appear out of nowhere like that." Minato nonchalantly said, "Just run right after I deal with these guys." Ryuji, hearing this, hesitated in confusion. "Huh? But with this many, how can you do it, kid? Maybe we should take a different route." But as he finished speaking, a blazing fire erupted, engulfing the monsters inside the sea of flames. Of course it was Minato who made the move. This scene made all the students, including Ryuji, freeze in place. Seeing that, Minato immediately reminded him, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go." Rui finally snapped out of it and hurriedly led the other students away. Ryuji looked back as he walked, seeing Minato casually wave his hand, and the magic power had already wiped out the monsters chasing the students. Ryuji kept looking, more and more terrified. Amazing. Incredible. This kid is really amazing. Minato is still focused on stopping the monsters. After defeating them, he looked around again. Everyone's gone, right? You should go back and check around one more time. On another note, in a different corner of the academy, the instructor and the students with strong magic power are all trying to hold on. Du was also here, but at this moment she seemed to be running out of magic power, weak and staggering as if about to fall. Luckily, Ruka caught her. Ruka calmly said, "If you can't do it, go back inside. You're just holding everyone back." Du immediately shook his head in refusal. "I can still fight. We don't have time to rest." Ruka frowned silently, wanting to advise but not knowing what to say, only able to watch as Duik struggles to attack the monster with magic. Just then, Rui and the other students rush back. "I have already taken the trapped students back. The instructor praised me for that. Good job, take the kids inside." Ryuji handed over the task and ran over to ask the Mizua sisters how things were going. Ruka sighed helplessly and said, "These ones are hard to keep here any longer." Du asked suspiciously, "Where is Kusanagi?" Ryuji chuckled softly, raising his eyebrows and saying, "That kid didn't get hurt at all. He's still breathing and just going wild up there." "Really?" Duka only let out a sigh of relief after hearing this. Ryuji didn't think much and started using magic to attack the monsters with everyone, but he kept talking non-stop. "Kusanagi, you're really amazing. With you here, this disaster will be much easier to overcome." Du nodded in agreement. "I think so too, Senior. With Kusanagi, we are definitely safe." But she hadn't finished speaking when the ground suddenly trembled violently, causing everyone to panic. The instructor shouted urgently, "Evacuate! Evacuate now because there are too many monsters in front of them, and they are not low-level beasts but demon soldiers." Ryuji suddenly shouted in panic, "There are too many monsters, we have to get out of here." Everyone quickly turned around and ran. Neither Ryuji nor the Mizua sisters could fight the monsters in front of them, but they couldn't run for long before Du suddenly sensed something and glanced back to see the monsters being attacked by magic. Blood spraying like rain. The three Ryuji looked a bit stunned, not knowing when the magic police arrived, led by Inspector Sugo, who urgently ordered them to quickly eliminate the monsters and prioritize the safety of the students. Soon, the other officers began attacking the monsters in front of them. Seeing this scene, the students behind finally let out a sigh of relief. They were finally saved. "Don't worry, we will help you escape from here. Please evacuate quickly according to the instructions. However, CA suggested that we will support everyone." Sugo looked at her in surprise and firmly said, "It's better for civilians like you to evacuate into the shelter." Without waiting for Dua to speak again, Ruka quickly cut in, "We're not civilians. We're magicians." Sugo hesitated for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. "All right, then support us in launching an attack from the outside. Honestly, the reinforcements are too few, so we can only rely on their help. Let's see how pathetic the police force is." At the same time, Karin was tending to the other students' injuries, while elsewhere, on the academy building, Minato saw the police cars arrive. You breathe a sigh of relief and whisper, "Finally the police are here. Let's leave the rest to them." But it seems the police arrived even before the ground defense forces. After all, a natural disaster is a national-level event. How could a country be so unprepared? But who knows, it might actually be possible. This country has already been resting on its laurels. For now, just do your best and see if any students are still trapped. At the same time, from the helicopter high above, the reporter saw the entire scene below. She began to describe the situation. Apparently, the police had arrived, but the number of monsters showed no sign of decreasing. The people of the entire nation are united in waiting for the appearance of the noble mages. In the end, these events require their intervention, and everyone is hoping for the noble mages to help. Everyone believes that the noble mages will appear soon. The female reporter on the scene looked directly into the camera and shouted, "Please come quickly, noble mages." But in the room of the Fuiwa clan head, upon hearing the butler's report, he coldly responded, "Let them be." The butler hesitated and asked back, "Are you sure?" The head of the Phi Yu clan snorted coldly and said, "Any police force is enough to handle a small disaster like this. No need for noble magicians like me to get involved." Then he lifted his foot and left. The butler, seeing this, asked suspiciously, "Where are you going?" The stern clan head replied with a single word, The butler also had no objections, bowing respectfully and saying, "I wish you a good sleep." At the same time, at the Magic Academy, Sugo was struggling against the monster, but the situation was starting to get worse. Thinking, he glanced at his subordinate and asked, "Manga, can you handle the ones near the entrance?" The other shook his head and replied, "It's not possible. There are too many there." Sugo's face instantly turned serious. They appeared faster than he expected, and there was no time to evacuate the civilians. Outer support is the most important, but it hasn't arrived yet. Now we're only relying on the noble mages, and we can't even contact them. The more Sugo thought about it, the more frustrated he became, and he shouted loudly, "Damn it, where are those slackers when we need them?" When help is needed, they can't rely on anyone and have to depend on the students still studying at the academy, showing how dire Japan's military strength is at this moment. Sugo furrowed his brow fiercely. He had read about this before. There is a reason why it's called a natural disaster. Did the Japanese people in the past also go through something like this? And if the boss appears now, it's game over. If you don't think about it, forget it. But if you do, you'll think about it immediately. The ground trembled again, causing everyone to be terrified. Sugo bit his lip fiercely. "No way, that demon general is the boss?" Du's face also looked very serious now. That monster rarely appears in this area, and only a noble mage has the power to defeat it. Du also knew that it would take at least a level 5 magic to defeat it. But no one here could use such advanced magic. While everyone was panicking, a blazing flame suddenly struck. Ruka without hesitation stepped in front of Dua, then suddenly collapsed in front of her, causing her to be overwhelmed with confusion and filled with worry. Ruka lies on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. She looks up at the voice, running to dive away. But still unable to move her legs while everyone else was panicking and running away, Dua held Ruka tightly, her eyes filled with worry. Sugo and the magic police here are trying to fight back, but they are no match for that demon beast. Ryuji is also weakened now and can't do anything more. But in front of them, a figure emerged from the blazing flames, and everyone's faces turned grim upon seeing it. It seems they have accepted their fate. They will die here. Rika keeps holding Ruka tightly and keeps shouting, "Kusanagi, please save us." Kusanagi, the flames are burning fiercely and rushing towards everyone. Du, growing more desperate, shouted loudly, "Minato, the heat is getting closer to everyone." The monster is also approaching, but at this moment, the monster suddenly froze. It saw something blocking its path, and a surge of magic from the sky was attacking it. At the same time, a figure appeared in front of Duka. The one who arrived was Minato. He spoke seriously, saying, "Sorry for being late. I made you wait." Duka saw you and immediately felt happy, but Ruka's condition is very serious and tears started to fall down her face again. "Kusanagi." Minato approaches to check and finally speaks, "It's okay, she just fainted." After saying that, he placed his hand on her and began to heal her. Rui was still anxious, quietly bowing his head and waiting. Minato continued to treat Ruka, and after a long while, he finally forced himself to stand up. Duka was startled and called him back. Minato glanced at her calmly and said, "I will deal with this troublemaker." Duka was momentarily stunned but quickly nodded and replied, "All right." Immediately after, the entire area was protected by a magic barrier. Du was stunned and exclaimed, "Ooh, what is this?" Ruka's wounds are also healing so quickly. The more Du looked, the more amazed he was. The other students, experiencing this magic for the first time, were utterly stunned. Karen stepped out and saw this scene, her eyes widening in surprise. Is this a third-level healing holy spell? Even she can't use it. Who can? Then she ran to Sugo's side and asked worriedly, "Senior, are you okay?" Sugo shook his head and replied, "I'm fine, just a little overwhelmed." Karen ran over to help him up, then looked around and asked, "What's going on?" Sugo reluctantly shook his head. "I'm not sure either, but we have to protect the people until our last breath." Karen couldn't help but feel anxious and hesitated to speak, that it's too dangerous. "You could lose your life out there, Senior, but if we do nothing, everyone here will die." Karen knows about this but still worries and says, "This was impossible from the start, and in the end everyone will... All our forces have already fallen." As she said, a corner of the academy is now engulfed in flames, and all the magic police have been defeated. Sugo bit his lip fiercely, his eyes full of anger. Neither the defense forces nor the noble mages have come here. There's nothing more we can do. The magical police force has given up. The battle with the monsters is getting worse, and the smoke and flames are growing more intense. The reporters on the scene are panicking. Surely this is the end for us. Those watching the live broadcast are also extremely worried, everyone feeling anxious and unsettled. But on the scene, Minato alone is moving toward that monster. Seeing this, Karen immediately exclaimed in shock, "There's a student walking straight toward the monsters." Does she want to die? Sugo was just as panicked and shouted urgently, "Hey you, get away from there now." Unfortunately, Minato didn't hear it clearly and quickly faced the monster. Minato snorted coldly and said, "You seem to enjoy doing whatever you want, huh?" The monster squints at him, muttering, "Kill, kill," with a deep, terrifying voice that echoes throughout the area, causing the students nearby to panic. Even Sugo and Karin were no less afraid. The pressure emanating from it made everyone panic. At that moment, a deafening explosion erupted. Minato coldly ordered, "Shut up." The monster attacked by him roared in anger, throwing back its head. The low-level monsters immediately attacked him. Minato frowned slightly, silent. Facing the worst disaster in the world, he used all his strength, but had to hold back a bit for the people around him. As Minato was thinking, the thunder element magic surged wildly toward him, and in an instant, he was engulfed by lightning. Sugo looked on in panic. Is she dead? Everyone around was also anxiously waiting to see if Minato was still alive or not. While everyone was confused, a wave of magic appeared, dazzling everyone. This magic came from Minato's hand. They start dancing in the air, frantically destroying the monsters. Seeing this, Sugo can't help but be terrified. What is that? Who is that student? Not only them, but the reporters on the scene also noticed Minato's appearance, but they couldn't see his face. The cameraman tried to get closer to see clearly, but was attacked by magic, preventing him from achieving his goal. The one who stepped in was Dua. Minato had tried to hide his true power, but now he can fight without distraction. At the same time, during the battle, dozens of magic beams from both of Minato's hands kept dancing through the air. Everywhere it passes, the monsters fall down. This scene makes the inexperienced students gasp in disbelief. He's amazing. Can we really be saved? He can do it. But they didn't have time to be distracted. Low-level monsters still remained, but luckily there were still people who could use magic to strike them down. Sugo shouted loudly as he acted, "There must be something that can be done. Help her out. Minato is fighting the boss." Hearing this, I couldn't help but smile. This era's police aren't so bad after all. Thinking quickly, he waved his hand, causing the magic beams to explode again. The monster was furious at this moment, quickly summoning magic. Seeing this, Sugo exclaimed in panic, "6-level magic? That's almost on par with noble mages. There's nothing more we can do now." The magic cast by the boss is a 6th-level spell, Fire Dragon Roar, and the smoke and flames flare up again, causing the students here to fall into shock in an instant. The reporters on the scene were just as hopeless, helplessly watching the flames rush toward them. The blazing fire is so intense that it can swallow everything in its path. It has a terrifying blood-red hue. At this point, the students are already very desperate. Even Karin can only pray to the gods to save them. Sugo believes that no matter how strong Minato is, he cannot defeat that thing, and there's no way to survive anymore. The only person who trusts Minato right now is Dua. She believes he can definitely do it. If it's Minato, then he definitely can. Minato will definitely survive and save everyone here. At the same time, he is secretly observing the demon boss in front of him. It's really big, but the bigger it is, the slower it gets. And this demon general is trying to use 6th-level magic at all costs. So, if you hold back your power, you still can't do anything to it, right? I really don't want it to be like this. But there's no other way. Thinking this, Minato immediately reached out and summoned 2 types of magic at the same time. In just a moment, he unleashed his own magical power. Yuga stared in amazement at the enormous amount of magic energy dancing before his eyes. She was stunned with her eyes wide open, but more than that, she was filled with joy. Under everyone's surprised gaze, a giant water serpent made of water magic appeared. The more Sugo looked, the more confused he became. Is this a combined magic? At the same time, the fire dragon of the demon general charged fiercely, and Minato's water snake did not back down, directly confronting it. A loud bang echoed as 2 powerful forces clashed, entwining with each other in a fierce battle of fire and water. The demon general below frantically casts magic, muttering incomprehensible words, "Annihilation, humans, perish." Immediately after, the fire dragon swells again, charging forward with fierce momentum. Minato watched this scene with a sneer of disdain. His giant water serpent charged at the fire dragon, destroying it in an instant, but it was not dead yet, and the water serpent swiftly moved forward, quickly reaching the demon general. It was just lack of practice, wasn't it? Although that's the case, Minato thought it might be capable of doing even more, but it seemed weaker than he had expected. After the boss was defeated, the Magic Academy returned to clear skies. Minato looked up at the sky and smiled. It seemed that after defeating the boss demon, the disaster was over, and at least now they could enjoy a rare moment of peace. Only then did the students finally regain their composure, knowing they had been saved. Immediately, Everyone started cheering and celebrating their escape from Hell's Gate. Even the reporters on the scene couldn't hold back their tears of joy. Karin also breathes a sigh of relief. Safe now, the disaster is over. But at this moment, Sugo is very surprised, unable to believe that a student like Minato could defeat the demon general. Even a noble mage might not be able to defeat it as cleanly and quickly as that. Who exactly are you? But before he could think of anything, his legs went weak and he collapsed. He couldn't help but mutter, "It seems even my knees have given up on me." On this side, Minato approached Duika, smiled, and said, "I did it." Duika looked up at him, tears welling in his eyes, and opened his mouth. "That's right, I believe you can do it. Thank you, Minato." "It's nothing." Minato declined to comment, shook his head, and smiled. While the two were talking, other students rushed over, startling Minato, and before he could understand what was happening, he was surrounded by a crowd of students, praising him endlessly. Minato sighed helplessly, finally unable to escape the attention, seeing a bleak future like the sky earlier. Seeing his reaction, Dua couldn't help but smile. He seems to be quite annoyed. The next day, the media reported on the disaster at the Magic Academy, including the fact that it was resolved by a mysterious student. But everyone at the academy knew that the mysterious student was actually Minato. After the disaster event, more and more people gathered around him, and every time he went to class, they would stand beside him and ask all sorts of questions, which annoyed him a lot. Of course, there are also those who are dissatisfied with the praise and start to complain. It seems that guy is being spoiled and starting to become arrogant. How can a student like him be so strong? So those students started arguing loudly in class, splitting into two factions. One supporting Minato, the other doubting him. Taking advantage of their commotion, Minato slipped outside. He's truly too afraid of them. At this moment, Du appeared beside him with a playful smile and said, "That must be tough." Minato snorted coldly and said, "Don't say any more." Du chuckled softly and teasingly replied, "You're the hero who protected everyone, so I guess there's nothing more you can do." Minato dismissively changes the subject. "You're also transferred to Class S, right?" Dan Mac nodded. Duka nonchalantly replied, "Probably because of the practice match and what just happened." Minato frowned slightly and asked suspiciously, "You don't seem to like it, do you?" Duka immediately turned his head away, pouting and muttering, "Well, of course someone is there anyway." Minato didn't think much about her words and kept asking. Looking back, "How is Duka doing now?" Du smiled and replied, "She's fine now, and we're closer than before." Du really is very happy about this. "It's all thanks to Minato." Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Minato, smiling sincerely as she spoke. "Thanks. Meeting you here is truly my luck." Minato, feeling annoyed, flicked her forehead, causing Duika to be confused and ask what that was for. Minato pouted and replied, "Thanks only once. Keep talking about it, huh?" Then he turned and walked away. Duika watched his back, then smiled softly as if this young girl's heart had already been moved. Meanwhile, in the Prime Minister's office, high-ranking officials were all present and the Prime Minister was continuously making calls to someone. After a while, he finally spoke. With this, the phone call with other countries officially ended. Someone skeptically asked, "Finding the cause of the second disaster isn't easy, right?" The Prime Minister nodded slightly and replied, "They've already exhausted their efforts trying to deal with it. There are rumors that the student defeated the final boss. They keep discussing the disaster and how Minato defeated the demon general." Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the Magic Academy, Minato was called up again. This time, Ruka, Rui, and Duo were there, standing silently and exchanging glances, the atmosphere tense. After a long pause, Ruka slowly spoke up and said, "Kusanagi, I have a favor to ask you. Please take me as your student." Her eyes were filled with determination as she made the request. A few days ago, outside the Mizua family villa, the two sisters Ruka were sitting together. After a long silence, Ruka finally spoke slowly. This time, she suddenly spoke, startling Du a bit. Ruka paid no mind and calmly continued, "It seems Kusanagi has managed to stop this disaster, right?" "Yes, I mean the level 4 combined magic. That's the kind of magic that even high-level mages can't use. Do you know about it?" "Yes, it's true." Duka nodded firmly. Seeing her reaction, Ruka hesitated for a moment before saying, "Well then, it must be true. How could your dossier lie?" Duka was a bit surprised and asked, "Why do you believe I wouldn't lie?" She chuckled softly and calmly replied, "Because I have always been obedient since I was a child. You think that a child like me could never be an useless mage, but it seems you have been too abusive." Hearing her words, Du suddenly felt a bit sad. Then she stood up firmly and declared, "I will definitely become stronger, so I won't make you worry about me anymore, so please trust me." Du is more determined than ever. Her reaction surprises Ruka for a moment, but she quickly smiles and says, "You've truly grown up. Do come here." A look of joy appears in your eyes. Ruka also said nothing. She was thinking about Minato. His power is incredible. It has gone beyond a student's level, and he might even be stronger than her father. Thinking of this, Ruka raised her head and said, "Please help me with something." Returning to reality, Ruka was silently waiting for Minato's response. She knows that if things continue like this, she can only become a high-level mage. To become stronger, she needs Minato's help. Taking a deep breath, Ruka sincerely spoke again. "I am sorry for insulting and underestimating you. I truly apologize." She said she knew very well how selfish this request of hers was, but she was willing to set aside her pride to ask Minato for his opinion. Ruka's voice now carries a hint of pleading as she lowers her head and softly says, "Please allow me." She hadn't finished speaking yet, but Minato coldly interrupted. "All right then." The response was too sudden, leaving Ruka stunned and unable to react. Minato repeated once more, "I said I would take you as my student." Ruka still looked a bit confused and asked suspiciously, "Why is it Minato's turn now? What is he asking about?" "So you're the one who wanted this?" Ruka hurriedly said, "Yes, that's true, but I've done many terrible things to you." Minato shrugged indifferently and calmly said, "Well, you already apologized, so I forgive you. And you also want me to accept your apology, that's all." Ruka couldn't help but be stunned. Was the response so casual? At that moment, Rui also hurriedly interrupted. "Then I'm the same." Minato refused to comment, pouting as he responded. "All right, teaching one or two more people is fine." Seeing Ruka still confused, Ruisa explained, "She's that kind of person." Ruka squinted at Minato, secretly admiring him. He really was a strange kid. A while later, in the Magic Academy's classroom, Minato and Juika found themselves inexplicably summoned here. "First, please allow us to thank you. Without you, both the ordinary residents and we might have been wiped out." Minato couldn't help but feel helpless. "You've already thanked us from the interrogation until now. I think that's enough already. Is there anything else?" Sugo nodded slightly and said, "The investigation into the natural disaster has ended, but there are still some things we care about a lot." "Are there some things that attract you guys?" Sugo also openly revealed his purpose. "Kusanagi, you awakened your mage abilities after the traffic accident, right? The people around you also confirmed it, so there's probably no mistake. But after the investigation, he heard someone say that after the accident, you seemed like a completely different person." Sugo paid no attention and continued speaking. "The change in personality and your suddenly increased power, strong enough to destroy an entire demon general, only made things more confusing for everyone here." Duka couldn't hold back his dissatisfaction and questioned, "What do you mean by that?" Sugo, realizing he was being rude, frowned and muttered, "So let's change the question. Do you know the name of the Dark Mage?" Both Minato and Juika are stunned. "I wonder what that has to do with the Black Mage." Sugo calmly explained that he is a mage who has defeated all the wandering monsters around and helping other citizens under the cover of night. This video is clearly spreading widely online, don't you see? After saying that, he even showed the video to the two people, while Karin nearby seemed to understand something, but Du did not. She frowned and asked, "What does this have to do with Kusanagi?" Sugo calmly explained that these two people have some similarities in both build and age. He said the Dark Wizard is rumored to be a quite renowned mage, but his magic doesn't match, and the timing of his actions also coincides with Minato's discharge from the hospital. The instructor sitting beside, hearing Sugo's words, looked pale, then pale again, as if he was very worried. Karen remained silent without saying a word, while Sugo kept rambling on. Using magic in the city without a license is illegal. Because it attracted too much attention, the police had to step in. Hearing that you will face serious punishment, Du glances at Minato with a worried expression. Sugo also looks at him intently and calmly says, "If you admit everything, we promise to do our best to lessen your sentence. So please tell the truth. Are you a dark mage?" "No, I'm not." Minato confidently shook his head in denial. Hearing this, Sugo smiled and cheerfully said, "I see, so you're not him then. That's good then." Immediately after, Sugo and Karin stood up to say goodbye. "Thank you all for your time. We're leaving now." The two quickly left the door, and Sugo suddenly remembered Minato's reaction. He didn't even seem a bit nervous. If he's really a dark mage, he must have a lot of courage. On the other hand, Karin here seems convinced that Minato is the wizard. The atmosphere around him and his voice are exactly the same. Could it be that your secretive actions that night were just to save the people? She can't tell Sugo Minato's true identity. Although this might be seen as a failure for a police officer, he is a good person who saved her. So the two police officers are now in opposite states at the same time. Sugo wants to uncover the true identity hidden behind Minato, while Karin wants to keep Minato's identity secret. On another note, after the meeting, Minato and Juika went to the classroom to introduce themselves. The teacher standing at the podium clearly announced that these are Kusanagi and Mizua, and they will become members of our class starting today. Please help them out. Minato was warmly welcomed by everyone because of his mission to defeat the demon general, and as soon as he sat down, he was surrounded by people asking questions non-stop. Of course, given her background, Du also faces similar difficulties, making it a bit hard for her to cope. Seeing the students surrounding the two of them, the teacher couldn't help but feel helpless and spoke up. Everyone, please settle down. The class has already started. Minato really feels annoyed. He's been interrogated from class until break. This is exactly why he doesn't want to stand out too much. Minato took the opportunity during the break to sneak away, but someone called him back. He hesitantly turned around and realized it was the pink-haired girl Minato saved from the monster the other day. She looked at him shyly and nervously asked, "Kusanagi, can you come with me for a moment?" A moment later, on the school rooftop, Minato was truly at a loss. I can't believe it's this place again. So now it's trendy to call people up to the school rooftop whenever you want to talk to them, huh? Surprisingly, Dua is here too. She just wanted to find a place to practice secretly without anyone noticing. She didn't expect Minato to be here. And you're here with some stranger girl too. What are you guys doing here? The pink-haired girl in front of Minato hesitated and asked, "Do you remember me?" Minato looked a bit guilty and shook his head, saying, "Sorry, I don't know." The pink-haired girl wasn't surprised and softly said, "I was the one you saved during the recent disaster." It was only then that Minato remembered. He nodded and said, "Ah, yes, I do remember that." The girl's cheeks instantly flushed. She lowered her head shyly and spoke softly. "During practice, I was also attacked by monsters and saved by someone using magic. That magic was you, right?" Kusanagi, Minato recalled that during the practice session, he only helped out casually. But the girl was very grateful and said, "Thank you for saving me twice." Minato shook his head gently and replied, "Don't mention it. I just did what I could." Even though you said that, the girl still blushed and spoke up. "You're really something, Kusanagi." At the same time, Du was trying to eavesdrop on their conversation, but couldn't hear anything. Suddenly, the girl with pink hair shouted loudly, "Kusanagi, I like you. Please agree to go out with me." Du was immediately stunned. So that was a confession, huh? Even Minato, the one being confessed to, was just as stunned. Seeing that he didn't respond, the pink-haired girl continued firmly, "I'm really not outstanding in any way, but I will try to improve myself, so please agree to be my girlfriend, Kusanagi." Minato stood there in shock, silent. Just when the girl thought he wouldn't reply, he suddenly spoke, "Thank you for liking me." The pink-haired girl looked happy, but her joy didn't last long as Minato apologetically said, "I'm sorry. I really don't have time to think about dating right now. There is something I have to do, no matter what." The pink-haired girl heard that and lowered her head, whispering softly, "I understand." But she quickly looked up again, returning to her bright smile from before. "Thank you for being honest with me. I think I can let go of these feelings now," and with that, she turned and left the rooftop. Duka tried to hide behind the wall, but Minato still found him. He snorted coldly and said, "So how long do you plan to hide there?" "Dusa." Duka was a little startled, took a deep breath, then peeked out shyly and spoke. "I thought I had hidden my mana really well, didn't I?" Minato said with a sneer, "Your control is really terrible. Mana is spilling everywhere. This is the second time already. Do you really like watching others that much? I just overheard by accident. I didn't do it on purpose." "So why did you refuse him? He's pretty cute too, isn't he?" Minato pouted and said, "I haven't thought about that yet." Then he turned and walked away, leaving Xiangong standing there in surprise. So, Minato means that the age gap between them is too big, even though they are in the same year physically. He watched his figure and hesitated, muttering, "So you're not going to date anyone, right?" She suddenly realized something. Why did she feel reassured when she heard Minato say that? Du thought to herself as he followed Minato downstairs. Is it really true that he's not dating anyone? While thinking, Minato suddenly turned around, catching Du off guard. Minato coldly said, "Practice controlling your mana more often." "You're still so clueless." Du finally snapped out of it and pouted. "I know, you keep telling me." She will train hard to become stronger until the day Minato acknowledges her. By evening, as usual, Minato goes out to check, and the number of monsters still shows no signs of decreasing. Although the natural disaster has passed, is this a sign that another wave of catastrophe is about to strike? At that moment, a loud scream suddenly echoed through the darkness. Help is just a scream from a girl, with a mage chasing after her behind. He snorts coldly and says, "No mage would bother hanging around here at this hour to save you." But it actually exists. Minato stood in front of the girl, causing the mage to panic quite a bit. He hadn't even fully recovered when Minato punched him in the stomach and sent him flying out. Minato narrowed his eyes at him, secretly sneering inside. So a rookie mage who likes to do dirty tricks, huh? His close combat skills are terrible beyond words. Probably has never faced another mage before. The girl who was saved looked at you gratefully, but she quickly recognized who was in front of her. She exclaimed in surprise, "Are you really the Black Mage?" Before she could finish speaking, Minato disappeared, ignoring her desperate shouts, and used his magic to escape elsewhere. The Dark Mage? Both the students at the school and Sugo himself have mentioned him. It seems they're talking about you, but why did you suddenly become famous? The next morning, on the rooftop of the academy building, Minato and the three Do gathered here. You frowned and asked, "So that Sugo guy mentioned him before, right? A casual amateur wizard who likes to act mysterious at night. People are talking a lot about him, so I was just curious why." Ryuji replied while eating. Maybe it's because he's a trending topic online. After hearing that, Minato was surprised and asked, "What is the internet?" This statement left the three busking musicians stunned and whispering among themselves. Finally, Xia spoke up to explain, "The internet is an information system that covers the whole world, and we can find anything on it. So the information spreads as fast as the speed of light." After listening to the explanation for a while, Minato finally understood. Ryuji takes out his phone to explain. "You can also access it with your own phone, you know. You probably have one, right? Try opening Google or something to see." Minato struggled to figure it out, and finally he did it. Excitedly, he shouted, "I did it!" Duka and Ryuji clapped along, saying, "You did it." Minato pouted and said, "What's so hard about this?" Ruka saw how childish they were and couldn't help but sigh in resignation. "By the way, you promised to help us train. When will you start?" Minato is happy to start right after school today because everyone has shown me how to use a smartphone and this thing called the internet, so I will do my best to help everyone. Duka felt a sudden sense of relief, though it was faint and fleeting. As she thought, after school in the afternoon, the four of them arrived at Du's villa to train. It didn't take long before all three collapsed. Minato shook his head in resignation and said, "Oh, come on, we haven't even warmed up yet, and you're pushing yourselves as if your lives depended on it." This comment hits right at their sore spot. All three immediately stand up, each one resolutely speaking up. "I can still handle this, so don't underestimate us." Minato nodded in satisfaction. "Is that what you want? Come and attack me now." Immediately, Vuka's three people charged towards Minato. Meanwhile, near Tokyo Tower, a strange anomaly appeared. The nearby observer immediately shouted in panic, unable to believe it. Just a moment ago, everything seemed normal. What on earth is going on? The scene in front of them made them tremble with fear, because a series of monsters had appeared near Tokyo Tower. Meanwhile, at Dua's mansion, Juka's three people quickly fell before Minato. Seeing that, Minato couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and ask, "So what's wrong? Have you given up already?" "Not yet. Take this." The three of them immediately stood up aggressively, using their magic to attack Minato together. But Minato only needed to create a protective shield to block everything. Moreover, he used his magic to flick between the foreheads of Ruka and Ryuji, causing them intense pain. At the same time, Du took the opportunity to ambush Minato from behind. She exclaimed triumphantly, "This opening isn't real." Minato smirked and said, then dodged to the side, avoiding Duika's attack. Surprised, Du exclaimed in shock, "Can he dodge?" Before she could even recover, a surge of magic shot into her forehead. The three of them were once again defeated by Minato. He sighed in relief and said, "Let's take a break now." Hearing your words, the three of them went to their seats to drink water and rest, and after a short while, they were all covered in sweat. Ryuji, wiping his sweat, said, "But it seems you're too strong now." Ruka also nodded in agreement, to the point that even I, the top student of the entire academy, couldn't lay a finger on him. Duka sighed and said, "That's right. This guy is no longer on the level of an ordinary student." Then she subtly glanced at Minato. Her look makes Minato feel a bit annoyed. No need to explain multiple times, so he decides to just say the reason once and be done. "I almost died in that accident, and as soon as I regained consciousness, I gained this power. But I don't know why, so don't ask me." Ruka frowned and deduced that your near-death experience was the trigger that activated your power. Seeing their reactions, Minato let out a sigh of relief. These guys are easy to fool. Just by looking at their faces, you can tell he already tricked them. But Minato didn't know that Du didn't believe him. She thought maybe he really had a reason to hide the truth. And since you went to such lengths to keep it a secret, it's best not to get more involved in this. Minato narrowed his eyes at the three people sitting silently there. You really think they're all that easy to fool? After a while, they finally finished the training. "Everyone goes home?" Ryuji said nostalgically as he walked away. The training session was amazing. I couldn't help but speak up next to Minato. He's really tough too. Ryuji pouted and said with a smile, "That's because I always train myself, but now I'm starving and need to go home early to cook for the kids." Minato heard this and asked suspiciously, "You cook yourself?" Even though he looked so imposing, Ryuji looked at him with dissatisfaction. "What do you mean, kid?" The two of them kept talking as they walked. Ryuji asked suspiciously, "Do you always eat out?" Minato gently shook his head and replied, "No. I mostly eat instant noodles." I can't help but be stunned as Ryuji exclaims in amazement, "Instant noodles? Is that all?" Indifferently shrugging, Minato pouted and said, "The world has really become very convenient." Ryuji glared at him fiercely and said with a slightly annoyed tone, "How can your body handle eating so much food with no nutrition at all?" Seeing his strong reaction, Minato couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. He's just like my father, but Ryuji didn't seem to care and draped his arm around Minato's shoulders as he pulled him along. "All right, come to my house. Let me treat you to a meal." Minato really wanted to refuse, but this person was too stubborn. So in the end, the two of them arrived at Ryuji's house. Even an introverted and full-hearted person like Minato can't handle 3 kids clinging to him, leaving him at a loss. As for Ryuji, he's naturally responsible for cooking. The big guy like him wearing a bare apron and bringing out 2 plates of food. Rui apologizes, saying, "Sorry for making you watch the kids." "Don't worry," Minato said casually with a smile, before using his magic to make the children float in the air. Seeing this, Ryuji couldn't help but feel helpless. That's what worries me. This crazy kid better not use magic inside the house. I've never heard of anyone using magic to play with children before. Minato didn't care, looked down at the girl beside him and said with a smile, "You're scolded." The 3 kids kept playing around Minato until Rui couldn't help but feel nostalgic. "But honestly, you don't look too bad for a kid either." Minato suddenly remembered that in his previous life, during natural disasters, many children had died. After a long silence, Minato sighed and said, "Children are the future of the country." Hearing this, Rui couldn't help but feel annoyed. It sounded like my grandpa talking to me. "Be quiet now," Minato huffed coldly before joking around with the 3 kids. Soon after, dinner was ready. The kids, seeing the food, eagerly started eating. Minato also happily joined everyone in the meal. I just took my first bite and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is so delicious." It's been so long since Minato had a proper home-cooked meal. You've been so busy protecting the country that you've forgotten to take care of yourself. Then Minato hesitated and asked, remembering to speak, "Where are his parents?" Ryuji shook his head and replied, "I don't have a father. And my mother works late into the night, so I also take care of the house and babysit these kids for her, and I work extra when I have free time." Hearing this, Minato couldn't help but feel sympathetic. "You're so busy," he chuckled softly and said casually, "It's tough, but I don't hate it. I understand now the harder it is to talk about, the more you want to do the right thing." Minato nodded in understanding. Ryuji, without hesitation, admitted it and didn't forget to show off his muscles. Minato couldn't help but sigh and say, "That's true bravery without strategy." After dinner, Ryuji and Minato, along with the 3 kids, played for a bit and then went to sleep. Ryuji, lying beside Minato, whispered, "Sorry for the kids' childish request making you stay." Minato gently shook his head and replied, "It's okay. Sometimes this is good." "I can't help but smile involuntarily," Ryuji said gratefully. "Thank you." Minato dismisses it casually, saying, "I didn't do anything to make you say that." But Rui shook his head and said, "No, it's about Ruka. She looks more lively than before." "I think it's all thanks to that kid of yours." Minato couldn't help but be surprised. "Hey, don't tell me it's some kind of love thing. Say what you think." Minato frowned and asked, "Do you like her?" "What?" "Ruka and I would never do something like that. Actually, we're both outcasts, so we just naturally stick together." Minato was surprised after hearing that. Being an outcast is just like him. The next day, Minato and Ryuji went to school together. When they arrived at the school gate, the Mizua siblings were already waiting there. Seeing them arrive, Du immediately complained, "Honestly, we're already late." Ryuji hurriedly explained, "Please understand." "Kusanagi kept calling, but it's not easy, huh?" the Mizua sisters asked in surprise. "Did you two come over to sleep? Are you having a sleepover party?" "The 2 of them are secretly practicing without us." Minato feels a bit confused after overhearing their conversation. "How come we all happen to meet so early in the morning? Well, you probably don't even notice." At this moment, 2 people arrive from afar, Inspector Sugo and Sergeant Karin. Sugo glances at Minato and says, "Can we have a moment of your time?" "Kusanagi," Minato sighs helplessly. "Is it a girl, Dad?" Karin hesitantly said, "Sorry for bothering you again." "This time we really have an urgent matter," She said the monsters suddenly appeared and are now surrounding the Tokyo Tower. Since this might be related to a natural disaster, we hope to gain your cooperation. Minato frowned upon hearing this. But you're just a student. Sugo shook his head gently and spoke seriously. You single-handedly stopped an entire wave of natural disasters. Since then, you're no longer just a student. Honestly, we can't handle this situation. Minato narrowed his eyes at him and asked suspiciously, Is it okay for a police officer to say that? Sugo's face looks extremely sincere, his tone slightly pleading, which means we really are backed into a corner now. Kusanagi, please cooperate with us. Minato hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. If you guys have no problem with it, I will lend you my strength. Sugo was stunned after hearing that. Minato was truly helpless. Although he didn't want to stand out anymore, the situation didn't allow him to do otherwise. Sugo, of course, had no idea about Minato's thoughts. Hearing that you agree, he immediately rejoiced. Of course, you will also receive a fair reward. Don't worry either, we will also take the initiative to contact the academy to help you. Ruka and the others behind also want to help. After hearing this, the three of them all offered to help, saying they could support from behind and wanted to join in. Sugo sighed helplessly and said, Thank you for your offer, but given the current situation, there's nothing you can do to help. Ruka immediately retorted, We are all top students, but before we could finish, Sugo coldly interrupted, You are always top of the class, but we're talking about a life and death battle. Then he narrowed his eyes and looked at the three of them seriously. Do any of you truly believe your abilities can match Kusanagi's? This made all three of them fall silent. No one could say another word. Seeing that they had nothing more to say, Sugo sighed and said, Let's go back to the academy. Kusan said then. He led the way to the car to leave. Minato suddenly called out before leaving, startling the three Ruka. Minato smirked and said, You'd better try to keep up with me. Ruka and the others were stunned by his words, but they quickly responded in unison, Of course. Then he turned back into the academy. A while later, at the police headquarters in the emergency response planning room for the Genius, the leader sat in the center and said seriously, There are now hundreds of monsters appearing near Tokyo Tower. We need to come up with a decisive solution to this problem before they become a threat to the citizens. He also requested the help of a student who played a key role during the recent disaster at the Magic Academy. Then he asked Minato to stand up again. Hearing his name mentioned, Minato immediately rose to his feet. Seeing Minato still wearing his uniform, the police officers below whispered among themselves, all with looks of contempt. Karen felt a bit awkward hearing this and couldn't stand it anymore. At this moment, Sugo stepped close to the microphone, cleared his throat, and everyone immediately looked up. Sugo then loudly declared, Kusanagi Minato is a student who personally stopped a natural disaster at the Magic Academy. I saw it from very close up. No one here can compare to him. He kept praising Minato to the skies and believed that working with him was essential, so he suggested treating him as a partner rather than a student. But this didn't lessen the dissatisfaction of the useless police below who still saw Minato as a reckless kid. Seeing that they continued to make noise, the leader ordered again, Our mission remains unchanged. Whether outsiders participate or not, we must eliminate the monsters immediately. Everyone returned to your units. With these words from him, everyone quickly left. A few of them kept pointing and insulting Minato as they left. Sugo waited until everyone was gone before running up to Minato and apologizing. Sorry about what just happened, Kusanagi. Minato gently shook his head to decline any comment. It's okay, probably because working with a student made them uncomfortable. Seeing your calm reaction, Sugo couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. You really have grown up. Compared to her, what are you doing, Sanana? Karin was startled and trembling, saying I was too scared to say anything. Seeing their concern, Minato smiled reassuringly and said, Don't worry, I don't really care either. Karin truly felt like he was an angel. Then they all got into the car and headed to Tokyo Tower. What is our combat strength like? Sugo replied slowly. Most of the 80 mages are mid-level, only a few are high-level mages. Minato frowned in silence after hearing this. Intermediate mages can use level 2 magic, higher ones, level 3. As he was pondering, Sugo suddenly hesitated and spoke. It sounds pretty pathetic, but since I can use level 4 synthesis magic, I am indeed our trump card. Minato narrowed his eyes and looked at him, continuing to ask, And what about the battle plan? Sugo whispered. In this case, the entire battle is just about using magic to overwhelm the monsters. It's not really a proper battle plan. If it's just demon soldiers and monsters, it wouldn't be too bad, but higher-level creatures than the demon general will have greater intelligence. So Minato thought we should also prepare a plan for that situation. Just fighting blindly like that can't really be called a battle plan. There. Having thought about it, you speak up again. From what I see, we don't have any support equipment either, right? Sugo reluctantly replied. We usually go on missions dressed in comfortable clothes for movement. But there used to be anti-monster devices back then, right? How is that possible? It used to be abundant back then. Even though I know that magic and mages in this era are no longer what they used to be, what on earth has been happening over the past 50 years? Sugo, who had been looking at the mirror, saw Minato sitting quietly in the back, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment, at the Tokyo Tower area occupied by monsters, the police car finally arrived. After getting out of the car, Minato looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but marvel. The disaster hadn't happened yet, but the number of monsters was unusually high. He was wondering what on earth was going on. The police officers looked at the scene, their faces turning pale, trembling as they muttered, "Is this real? There are even more of them than in the reports." And what surprised them even more was that the demon general was also there. How could they possibly win? They should ask for help from private organizations or noble mages. Sugo sighed helplessly. Already sent a request for backup, but they couldn't arrive here immediately because recently illegal monsters and mages have appeared everywhere, so they don't have time to care about us. Hearing this, the police officers immediately became anxious and worried. Could it be that there's no choice but to eliminate all those monsters themselves? Isn't that just asking for death? Sugo glanced at Minato and asked, Kusanagi, can you do it? All right then. Minato nodded without hesitation. But the police didn't accept it and scolded him, Stop Honghach. Go Oat, don't try to act like a hero here. How can a kid from the Mai family compete with those thugs? Minato lazily asked them, coldly saying, But something feels strange. And this statement made them panic and confused. At this moment, the demon beast suddenly moved erratically, and the sky that was once blue suddenly turned blood red, covering the blue. Karin saw it and shouted in panic, The sky is a natural disaster. Immediately, emergency alerts were issued. An unprecedented large-scale disaster has engulfed the entire country. People all over Japan are now in a state of panic. Minato squints as he looks at the monsters below. Contrasting with his calm appearance, Sugo's group looked extremely distressed. The police officers witnessing this for the first time couldn't help but panic and shout, Another disaster happening again? How can such an unreasonable thing happen? Minato is now lost in his thoughts. Natural disasters happen spontaneously. But it seems the monsters from before are the cause of this disaster. In just 50 years, they've already found a way to cause a catastrophe. Seeing the situation was dire, someone suggested that they couldn't handle this place without backup and needed to reorganize first. While Sugo was unsure what to do, Minato suddenly spoke up. They are moving. Just as you said, the monsters are heading toward the city. The more panicked the police officers became, some wanted to fight while others tried to retreat. Seeing this, Minato snorted coldly in disdain, thinking how pathetic the police looked. What are you talking about, Okan? How can we possibly deal with a monster fortress like that? Minato confidently smiled and spoke. Then without hesitation, he jumped down. His target was the monsters below. In no time, he found himself in the heart of them. At this moment, Minato alone seemed to be dancing among the monsters and demon soldiers. Seeing him, the monsters went berserk. The police above watched this scene in panic, thinking the kid would die, and quickly ran away. As they finished speaking, a powerful dark magic suddenly appeared, wielding a wind blade to strike. This force astonished the police officers. Sugo was just as surprised, but more than anything, he was happy. With a single wave of his hand, all the low-level monsters around were slain by Minato. The demon soldiers, furious at what they saw, didn't hesitate, and simultaneously summoned their magic to attack Minato. In an instant, a barrage of spells rushed toward him, but they all hit an invisible barrier that blocked them completely outside. Maybe just one magic barrier is enough since there are still many people watching Minato outside. Just create a barrier in front of him to be safe. Then he used magic to destroy the demon soldiers in front of him. Sugo kept staring, more and more stunned. What kind of demonic power is that? Can Yamato use multiple types of magic? Just as you thought, it can only be you. Hearing that, Sugo immediately shouted loudly to warn, Follow him. Karin quickly ran after her. I will also support her. The other police officers were still trembling like leaves, hesitant to move forward. But they quickly regained their composure and hurriedly followed Sugo and the others. Although their magic was not as strong as Minato's, handling low-level monsters was no problem. Minato in front of them saw the fight begin and smiled with satisfaction. Surprisingly, it wasn't too bad. But quickly, the demon general appeared before them. Its enormous body terrified the police officers here. They are no match for it, only a legendary mage could defeat it, but at this moment, a water snake suddenly appeared and swallowed the demon general. Minato calmly said, "I will handle this one. The rest leave to you all." When the water wave subsided, a large trench had appeared on the ground, shocking the police here. Did that kid just defeat it? Its power is incredible. Sugo hurriedly reminded everyone, "We must keep defeating the monsters until the boss appears. You just hand over the demon general and any stronger types to Kusanagi." Minato, who was fighting off some demon generals, thought that 60 years ago the first global disaster had occurred, followed by smaller-scale calamities gradually destroying the world. If the past 60 years ago really repeats itself, this disaster will spread across the whole world. But this time, Minato is here too, and he won't let them wipe out humanity. At the same time, as Karin was tending to the injured, a demon soldier appeared beside her, causing her to panic. It raised its hand, intending to strangle Karin on the spot. In a life-or-death situation, Minato appeared just in time to kill the demon soldier. Behind him, Karin saw the steady back of Minato, just like that time when the Dark Mage saved her. Minato, after killing the demon soldier, turned to look at Karin and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Karin only then regained her composure. "Oh yeah, thank you, little one." Minato narrowed his eyes at her, secretly wondering if she had realized just now, just like last time. As he suspected, Karin had indeed figured it out. She was wondering why Minato chose to become a dark mage and how he could be so ridiculously powerful. But Karin thought Minato would hate her if she asked him questions like that. Thinking about this, she suddenly felt that her actions were inappropriate. The other person is a student, after all, and she shouldn't have such improper thoughts. While she was confused, a monster attacked. Luckily, Minato pulled Karin aside before casting a spell to fight the monster. Karin looked at him apologetically. "Please stay close to me." Minato paid no attention and whispered, "It seems she can't use any magic to attack." Karin was a bit startled, but quickly nodded and replied, "Okay, but I have a question. Is Minato really a student? He is even more mature than she is." At this moment, a scene that shocked everyone unfolded. The police here instantly turned pale with fear, muttering in panic, "What is this?" I can't stop trembling. Is the demon general mutated? Why would an advanced demon general like that be here? The police officers were so frightened their legs buckled, and they sat down on the ground, hopelessly muttering, "I wonder if the noble mage can defeat this thing." The only one unafraid is Minato. He lifts his foot and moves forward. Seeing that, the two police officers shouted loudly to warn him, "Are you stupid? Stop right now. No matter how strong you are, you have no chance of defeating that monster." But Minato smiled at them confidently and said, "I can do it." This left the police stunned, speechless, but soon the trembling in their bodies stopped. Karin is silently praying that Minato can defeat the mutated demon general. Sugo watches eagerly, thinking that Minato might now be on par with a noble mage, so winning against the mutated demon general is well within reach. Thinking of that, Sugo smirked with excitement. "Now show me what you've got." The true strength of Minato. To let Minato focus on dealing with the mutated demon general, Sugo ordered everyone to concentrate all their efforts on eliminating the demon soldiers. At the same time, Minato narrowed his eyes at the mutated demon general, falling into silence. Until now, he has been standing face to face with it. While Minato was thinking, the mutated demon general began to attack. The blazing flames quickly rushed toward Minato, but they only brushed past him and then exploded behind him. The smoke and flames fill the sky. Seeing this, the police officers behind couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. It's only the first level. What kind of unreasonable power is this? These cruel monsters. At the same time, Minato still stood there calmly, brushing the dust off his shoulder. The mutated demon general stared at him intently as a deep, slow voice echoed, "What are you?" Minato shrugged indifferently and pouted, "I'm just an ordinary student, at least for now." This confused the demon general, and while it was still bewildered, Minato's demonic power erupted fiercely. Seeing that powerful aura, the demon general immediately felt a threat and muttered to itself about killing the strong human. Then, a large flame appeared in front of Minato. In the distance, the police officers saw it and were immediately frightened. 6-star level? That can't be true. But Minato remains calm, standing there, thinking about what to do. Whether you dodge this attack or use a direct magic assault, those behind you won't be able to escape the sea of flames. Meanwhile, the monster beasts attacking the police behind suddenly turn and redirect their magic towards Minato. In an instant, a barrage of magic spells surged toward him, creating an extremely terrifying scene. Sugo's face instantly turned grim. Are they working together? That's so unreasonable. Karin here is just as scared, quickly shouting, "Kusanagi, run now!" But Minato still stands calmly, alone against the barrage of magic heading toward him. At the same time, the blazing fire was rushing wildly toward him, but before it could reach Minato, a huge wave of water appeared. The flames were instantly shattered by the water, and not only that, Minato also blocked the magic of other monsters. Because before they could touch you, they collided with an invisible barrier. This scene left the mutated demon general stunned. Minato raised an eyebrow and looked at him coldly, asking, "So is it over?" Even Sugo on this side was wide-eyed and mouth agape. What kind of freak is this kid? Karen was no exception. She shouted in shock. What just happened? Sugo truly feels that it's beyond his imagination now. Even witnessing it with his own eyes, he can't believe it. This kind of impossible thing happening right before my eyes is unbelievable. Karen also couldn't help but marvel, only a noble mage can use 6th-level magic. Is that a special technique comparable to remote control? Kusanagi can actually do that? Sugo quietly muttered, and what's even more surprising is that she can use a second spell at the same time. Usually you can only use one type of magic at a time, and you have to wait a while before casting another, but Minato managed to use 2 different types of magic almost simultaneously. This really surprises Sugo. Just one type is already incredibly powerful. Being able to use more than one type at the same time, he truly feels that Minato might even surpass a noble mage. Sugo becomes more and more excited as he speaks. His intuition can't be wrong. Minato is truly the person he's been searching for. A second Ichikami Minato, but Sugo doesn't know that Minato is actually the great mage reborn again. At this moment, the demon general charged wildly at Minato. Minato remained calm and said, "This place is getting boring. Let's go somewhere more fun." This statement leaves the demon general confused and bewildered. Before it can recover, an invisible force pushes it into the air. Minato used magic to knock it into the air, but it quickly cast a spell to steady itself and not fall. Soon after, he swiftly flew up and faced the demon general. He sneered and said, "Looks like you can also use magic, huh?" The demon general narrowed his eyes at Minato, speaking in a sinister tone, "Unless you want to face another attack. I don't give a damn about your cat-scratch tactics. Because up there, you didn't need to hold back anymore." Seeing that you wouldn't cooperate, the demon general charged to attack. But Minato easily dodged its attack. Of course, the demon general didn't give up and continued to attack fiercely, forcing Minato to slide backward, and seizing the opportunity, it summoned magic again. Minato slightly furrowed his brow as he looked up at the sky. A fireball appeared with intense heat spreading through the air, and at the same time, the demon general charged towards him. Without hesitation, it struck fiercely, causing Minato to fall from the sky to the ground. The demon general looked down from the sky and roared, the ground covered in dust and smoke. Only when the dust settled did it immediately become stunned. Because Minato still stood there unharmed, the demon general couldn't believe it and shouted, "How could this be?" Of course, Minato wouldn't bother explaining it to him. He charged from the ground and appeared in front of the demon general in the blink of an eye. He pouted and said, "Looks like magic is no longer usable, huh? The only option left is close combat, but that's useless too." At this point, Minato's eyes became resolute. Without hesitation, he charged toward the demon general. Minato coldly snorted and said, "You can't defeat me." In an instant, his powerful fist struck down, sending the demon general flying away. It couldn't believe it, muttered, "How could a human's punch work?" Then it tried to stand firm with magic but failed. Now it was furious, shouting loudly, "What the hell are you?" Minato didn't answer. He just smirked and said, "You think I only use magic? Then I'll show you my exclusive technique." Then Minato smiled grimly. Immediately, a stream of magic aura appeared around him, strangely full of colors, and in an instant it erupted into the sky, a power seemingly wanting to swallow everything. Seeing this scene, the demon general immediately panicked. What kind of terrifying magic is this? Even Sugo and Karen are no exception. What's going on? Is something happening in the sky with this child? Minato didn't care about everyone's reactions and continued to unleash his magic. He focused, closing his eyes as if gathering all the magic in the air. When he felt it was enough, Minato slowly opened his eyes. A look of confidence now shows on his face, and his aura has shifted. The demon general grows more and more terrified, but he stubbornly shouts, "Even if you cloak yourself in magic all over, human attacks won't harm us." "Well, let's see then." Minato sneered and suddenly appeared in front of the demon general. In an instant, the demon general was panic-stricken. It tried to dodge, but it was too late. Minato's fist had already struck down. Moreover, he launched a flurry of punches towards the demon general. Minato's aura was overwhelming, gradually forcing the demon general into a disadvantaged position. This incredible display truly leaves Sugo in disbelief, as he mutters in amazement, "Can this kid overpower the demon general in a duel? How is that possible? How can a human punch cause damage to a demon? And not only that, Minato can also hurt it with magic. This is truly beyond imagination. Why? How can a human attack have any effect? Minato calmly spoke. Normal punches or weapons are all meaningless to you guys, but if you pour in a large amount of demonic energy, it's different. Attacking it while your body is surrounded by demonic energy is a combined attack of magic and martial arts. Minato says it can be called a comprehensive demon art for easy understanding. The demon general becomes increasingly furious. It roared loudly. A mere human pretending to be strong, surpassing me? That can't be true. Immediately after, the demon general charged wildly to attack Minato, but Minato easily dodged and then counterattacked, landing a punch to its stomach. A single punch directly pierced the demon general's abdomen, causing it to fall to the ground like a torn kite. Its body landed in the center of the monster. When it was defeated, the sky returned to its original blue. Seeing this, everyone immediately cheered. The disaster is over. That kid did it. Sugo saw everyone celebrating and quickly reminded them to stay alert. All of you must clear out the remaining monsters. Minato looked down from above, a relieved smile on his face. This remaining part can be left to the police. Thinking that, he quickly withdrew the magic energy around his body. It didn't take long before it disappeared completely. Minato returned to normal. Thinking about something, he couldn't help but smile playfully. It's been a while since I last used my combined magic skills. The flood of jobs is overwhelming. Immediately after, Minato landed on the ground, but the scene in front of him made him a bit startled. The police have finished dealing with the monster corpses and are now standing in a very solemn line. Seeing your return, Sugo immediately said sincerely, "We truly appreciate your efforts. On behalf of the police department, I thank you for your cooperation. Ngien salutes you, Lord Kusanagi Minato." As he finished speaking, all the police officers saluted Minato with the most solemn ceremony. And from that day on, natural disasters struck everywhere in the world, one after another. Thanks to the quick response of the police force and the noble magicians, the disaster was officially halted. As tensions rise over the disaster, a series of criticisms from the people are directed at the government and the police. Expectations and disappointments keep piling up on the mages. As the tension among the people continues to rise, someone said, "If only it were the Dark Mage, then we would be safe." And since then, there has been a wave of support for the Black Mage online. But no matter what people say on the internet, Minato is in trouble right now. I don't know who spread the rumor that Minato was involved in stopping the disaster, but the students in the class gathered around him again, asking questions. Minato really feels quite annoyed. Just dealing with them is more exhausting than killing a demon general. Dukas sits beside him, watching him sigh and complain constantly, unable to help but worry. At this moment, the teacher entered the classroom and stood at the podium speaking seriously. Today, we will discuss the recent natural disaster event. The students below, hearing the teacher repeatedly talk about protecting the country in the future, all looked increasingly serious. The teacher paid no attention and continued. So it's possible that one day you may be called up. Therefore, please be ready at any moment, even though there is already someone experienced in the class. Then her gaze shifted to Minato sitting below, but at that moment, Karen suddenly pushed the door open and rushed in. The teacher hurried over and asked, "Wait a minute, what's going on here?" Karen quickly responded, "We are police officers. We have orders from the Kusanagi Police Headquarters. We are sorry to ask, but we hope you can lend us your strength once again." Minato felt helpless and sighed, truly not caring about maintaining his police image anymore. Where has the honor of the police gone? And what are those people around looking at? Stop with those creepy, worshipful looks. You really don't like it, do you? But with no other options, Minato could only agree. He stood up from his seat, approached Karen, and asked, "Please explain the situation quickly." Apart from natural disasters, monsters are also starting to appear everywhere in the world. Illegal mages and underground organizations are also more active than ever. Right now, we are severely short-staffed, which is why they keep bothering Minato again and again. She then sighed apologetically, saying, "I'm truly sorry for bothering you over and over, but there's really no one I can trust anymore except you, Kusan. Then next time, please contact me first." Karen was taken aback and quickly said, "Sorry, I'll learn from this next time." She quickly received Minato's contact information and remained silent for a long time, stunned. "So, now what do you want me to do?" Minato nodded slightly and replied, "Okay, I understand." Karen suggested, "We will move there by car." And before she could finish speaking, she saw Minato pass by her. He had used magic to run ahead. He calmly said, "Then there won't be enough time, I'll go ahead." Seeing Minato vanish in an instant, the police behind were stunned. This is too fast as well. A little while later, in the Harajuku area, it had become a ruin. The tall buildings have collapsed into heaps of rubble, trapping 2 children inside. The younger child hugged his older brother tightly, trembling as he whispered, "Don't worry, big brother will protect you." At that moment, a monster charged toward the 2 children. Although very scared, the older child held his sibling's hand and ran away, but in the panic, the younger one tripped and fell to the ground. The sharp teeth of the monster drew closer and closer. The two kids were almost in despair. In a life-and-death moment, a surge of magic power from afar struck and killed the monster. The one who acted was Minato. He arrived and saw this scene, immediately reaching out to help without hesitation. The two kids were so amazed that they froze in place when they saw him easily kill the monster with just a gesture. Minato slowly approached the two children, smiling in admiration, and said, "You have shown resilience. That's wonderful." But then he saw a fallen doll on the ground. "You took it. Is this yours?" The younger sibling immediately answered, "Yes." Minato clearly saw the admiration in the child's eyes and couldn't help but smile. In the end, Minato slowly spoke again, saying he would protect both of them before rushing back into the battlefield. The two kids bowed their heads in thanks, but one of them disappeared in an instant. "I wonder if he heard me." The younger sibling clutches their doll tightly, their face showing pure admiration. On Minato's side, he has gone deep into the city. The battle here is even more complicated than the one at the academy. Because there are still people running away, he can't use magic bullets. Minato can distinguish between beast and human magic, but he cannot detect those without magic power. The only way to save everyone is for you to patrol the area. While Minato was thinking, members of the magic police team had also arrived. You lead the shout, reminding your team to focus on defeating the monsters and to leave rescuing civilians to the firefighters and the army. At this moment, a police officer noticed Minato. He immediately looked up, waved his hand, and shouted, "Hey, Kusanagi!" Minato squinted and looked down. "Don't you remember this policeman from when the disaster at Tokyo Tower happened?" Recognizing an acquaintance, Minato immediately jumps down. "So, you're here to support Vietnam? That really helps a lot." Minato cut to the chase and asked, "What's the situation?" The police officer immediately replied, "We haven't rescued half of the civilians yet. The situation is so serious that they can't reach the east side. There are many monsters in that area." Then he quickly ran off. The police officer hurriedly warned, "Watch out, there are reports of illegal mages too." But he knew well that saying so was useless, so he looked at his teammates behind him. Those who were not present during the Tokyo Tower disaster first saw Minato take action to destroy the monsters and were extremely confused. Who exactly is that young man? He defeated the monsters in the blink of an eye. The police officer chuckled softly and coldly said, "Maybe he only appeared for us in this chaotic moment." Meanwhile, in the eastern part of the city, Minato is using 6th-level magic to wipe out hordes of monsters. But what makes him hesitate is the fact that a demon lord captain, appearing outside the period of great calamity, is something that should never happen. Even just a few years ago, the monsters were increasing in number and growing stronger, and things had gotten beyond what even Minato could handle. If we don't start being cautious now, everything could get out of control, but saving people remains the top priority at this moment. Minato reached out his hand to pull the two people out from under the rubble, then handed them over to the firefighters before running off again. He has a few plans in mind, but isn't sure which one to choose. Thanks to Minato's help, many trapped civilians have been rescued. Once the situation stabilized a bit, Karin led her group to run over. Minato paid no attention to them and kept on saving people. Thanks to you, almost all the residents in the city have been saved. The police were extremely grateful and took Minato's hand, saying with a smile, "Thank you. You've been a great help. Kusanagi, thanks to you, we have minimized the casualties." Minato shook his head and said, "No, it's thanks to the police and firefighters. I only helped with some simple tasks." The police officer was stunned by your reaction. After a moment, he bowed to Minato and said sincerely, "I am truly sorry for what happened before. Due to our immaturity, I hope you won't hold it against us." Seeing them like that, Minato sighed helplessly and said, "Don't worry too much about it. You're too mature, which makes those people feel awkward, and all they can do is keep thanking you." Karin also gratefully said, "I really appreciate you, and I'm sorry for always relying on Kusanagi even though I'm just a student." Minato shook his head and said, "It's okay. I was the one who agreed to help." Then he suddenly spoke seriously. "But what concerns me is not only that their numbers are overwhelming, but also that they are all incredibly strong." Karin nodded slightly in agreement. "Yes, we need to come up with a plan to deal with the monsters and the disaster." Senior Sugo is also taking action, but while they are talking, the two kids from earlier suddenly come over to them. Seeing the kids, Minato smiled and said, "I'm glad you're safe." At that moment, the younger child suddenly asked, "Are you the great sage?" Hearing this, the older kid quickly explained, "Sorry, my little brother really likes the great sage." Minato paid no attention and focused on the doll in the child's hand. "If you're not mistaken, that was you in your previous life, wasn't it?" Minato's lips curl slightly, clearly quite pleased. Then he nodded and said, "Yes, you are the great sage, I know that." The child's eyes immediately lit up, excitedly exclaiming, 50 years ago, when I was Ichikami Minato, I was very upset about being turned into a doll and questioned the person next to me. But they didn't care and happily said, not just dolls, but photo cards and keychains too. Minato sighed helplessly and said, no one would want things like that. The other person remained firm and assertive, saying, the great sage is everyone's support in their hearts. These are things that children especially must have. Minato still disagreed. Seeing that whispering didn't work, the other person shouted directly, you're mistaken. For 50 years, even 100 years from now, it will continue to help humans, so please allow me. Ichikami. Breaking free from the past, Minato gently smiles. Well, it seems to be true, but mere dolls don't have the power to save anyone. A wise man like you is still needed at this time. Meanwhile, at a bar in the city, a group of people gather here to report on dark mages. The man sitting in the main seat is Kuroya Kuto, the leader of the Black Rebellion organization. After hearing his subordinate's report, he gritted his teeth and said, an illegal wizard not affiliated with any guild, which means there's someone daring to oppose me, right? The subordinates, hearing his angry tone, trembled in fear, sweat breaking out on their foreheads as they stammered. Yes, with a slight snort, Akuto coldly orders, search for the true identity of the Black Mage. I don't mind if you use military force. Hearing this, the henchman immediately fell silent. A bespectacled man suddenly stepped forward. He is the manager of the Kabukicho Kagasuji district. He smirked and asked, and if he refuses, can we kill him? Akuto sneered and replied, I look forward to that after torturing him. Tsuji, hearing this, became even more smug and smiled wickedly. The next day, Minato's group was still training at the Mizua estate as usual. During a break, Ruka suddenly asked suspiciously, what is your current magic power, Kusanagi? Du was also a bit curious, maybe around 100,000, and if it's more, then probably about 500,000. If it were Minato, then it's very likely. While everyone was doubting, Minato calmly replied that it was 99,990,000. This number made Ruka and the other two freeze in shock. They simply couldn't believe it. Ruka pouted and muttered, even Ichikami Minato's magic power is only around 1 million. Hearing this, Minato couldn't help but frown. So, Ichikami Minato's mana is only 1 million? Du quickly replied, that's why people often say that 1 million is the ultimate limit of mana. Ruka was surprised again and asked, you really don't know. This is common knowledge. Minato didn't answer. He couldn't believe his magic power from his previous life was only about 1 million. You should look it up online first. Do whatever you feel like. Minato quickly searched for information online, but after a long while, he couldn't find anything. He sighed in frustration and said, you've forgotten how to use this brick. Anyway, it's already troublesome enough. Just forget about it. At this moment, Minato's phone suddenly rings. It's Sugo calling. Sorry to call out of the blue. Are your friends also there? Minato nodded and replied yes. Sugo fell silent again and said, please help me turn on the speakerphone. Tech-savvy gamer like Minato didn't know how to do it, so he had Du do it for him. Very quickly, Sugo's voice came from the phone, revealing that it was to deal with natural disasters and an unusually large number of monsters. We have decided to establish a special unit dedicated to hunting down monsters, called the Special Mage Squad, and he wants to nominate Minato as the leader of this unit. The three of them were stunned after hearing this, unsure how to react. Du thought that if he called himself a mage, he had to earn that title, and there was no way Minato would refuse. But Minato refused without hesitation. I don't agree. Before Sugo could ask again, Du, confused, shouted loudly. Why? Minato didn't understand. What does she have to be annoyed about? It's none of her business. Sugo on the other end of the line spoke again. Can I explain first? Minato frowned slightly and muttered to himself, so just tell me what to do then. Sugo explained slowly that right now there are too many problems happening at once, but not enough manpower to handle them. Furthermore, the current situation is that we can't handle the monsters on our own. Minato frowned deeply after hearing this. Is it because the current rank of the mages is too low? He wondered again, asking with suspicion. And what about the noble magicians? Sugo quickly replied. The head of the Mizua wizard family, Hamur and Kaihi, haven't returned from their overseas meeting yet. Only the Fui UK household remains. But things are a bit complicated. Minato looked up at the Mizua sisters and thought to himself that he still hasn't met their parents, has he? Dua, pouting, said, I've been away from home for quite a while. Minato nodded clearly and didn't say anything further. Sugo on the other end is still listing the team members, which will include more than 12 police officers and members from the academy, including Mizua Kuraji Ryuji. He recommends 3 of your siblings. He said they should leave the complicated tasks like requesting permission or negotiating to me. All Minato needs to do is focus on training and leading the sorcerers in the unit. Of course you'll be rewarded. Seeing you don't reply, Sugo quickly stands up, his tone a bit pleading. Please, I'm counting on you alone. Kusanagi, please accept to be the team leader. Minato heard how increasingly urgent he was and sighed reluctantly. In the end, he still agreed. Then, go ahead. Sugo immediately feels happy. Really? The three of us here are also excited to agree. They have no reason to refuse. Besides, the family also doesn't want Minato to handle everything alone. Minato still feels a little worried, but he thinks it's probably fine. He can still train them again. A few days later, the wave of criticism from the people is gradually pouring in on the Fuuka Mage family. Besides neglecting their duties during the previous Magic Academy disaster, the handling of magical beasts is also progressing very slowly. Hearing these criticisms, Lord Fuuka was furious, grinding his teeth as he scolded, "Idiots! Do they think noble mages are just troublemakers?" At this moment, there was a knock on the door outside, and he immediately ordered, "Come in." The butler enters quietly from outside and reports that he has received a document from the city police department. Lord Fuiwa slightly frowns as he looks at the document in his hand and mutters that a special mage squad has been established. Even the incompetent ones like to meddle in unnecessary affairs. But just as he finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something, sneered and said, "Wait a moment. This much is enough to silence the common folk. Call my foolish son here." The butler immediately nodded and left. The next morning at the police headquarters, at Sugo's suggestion, a meeting was held by the special unit's leadership, and of course Captain Minato was present. Fuuka's three people are no exception. Once they accept, they can't be absent. Besides them, only Sugo and 3 other police officers are present, fewer than expected. Are the 12 guards still there? Sugo apologized awkwardly. Just say sorry. At first, someone also volunteered to join, but in the end, no one submitted an application. Minato sighed helplessly and said, "Well, you can already guess part of the story, handing over the team to a kid who hasn't even graduated yet. Who could handle that uncomfortable feeling?" While Minato was thinking, Sugo had already placed something in his hand and said, "And this one is for you." This is a temporary mage badge. Sugo explained slowly that this is an off-site mission, but since you are still students, you should show this when necessary. It's called temporary because you haven't been recognized as magicians yet. After giving Ruka's 3 of you the badges, he patted Minato on the shoulder and smiled, saying, "Your mission ends here. The stage now belongs to the kid." Captain Kusanagi Minato couldn't help but smile. It had been a long time since he stood before others and spoke like this, but he didn't back down and stepped forward a few paces. "My name is Kusanagi Minato, and this time I will take on the role of the leader of our Special Operations Unit. First of all, I promise to make you stronger than those mage noble families." Then he immediately smiled confidently, but these words left Ruka and the 2 others stunned. Even the police present were utterly confused. Seeing their reactions, Minato wasn't too surprised and calmly said, "Looks like no one believes me, huh? Then let's test it out. Brother Sidu, is there a magic energy measuring device here?" Sugo still looked confused and stammered, "Of course we have it." But then the magic meter was immediately taken out. Minato glanced at the group behind him and calmly suggested, "Let's have Ruka and Rui test their magic levels first." They didn't pay attention and immediately responded. Ruka stepped forward, placed her hand on the scanner, and unleashed her magic power. Ruji also begins testing his magic power. Minato calmly says beside him, "Ruka's magic power was previously 10,000, and Ruji's was 8,000, but now Ruka's has risen to 30,000, which is quite shocking. Even Ruji's has increased to 28,000, and looking at these numbers, it's hard to believe." Sugo's group was stunned and exclaimed after hearing Minato's words, "No way, isn't that the amount of magic power of the highest level mage?" Seeing their reaction, Minato pouted and said, "Are you guys already causing a fuss before anything even happens?" "To Ka, it's your turn." When Du heard his name, he was stunned. She stepped forward a few steps but still couldn't reach out her hand. She hesitated, wondering what to do if the distance between her and Ruka still couldn't be shortened. Rika has tried so hard already. The problem is she's not a genius like Ra, so she's feeling very worried. What should I do if the test results are not good? Taking a deep breath, Du forced herself to stay calm. She wouldn't run away anymore. Then she quickly placed her hand on the testing device. At the same time, Du's magic power also erupted. No matter what the result is, she won't deceive herself anymore. But her result also left Sugo and Karin stunned. Rika, on the other hand, didn't dare look at the number on the device, but it had exceeded expectations, reaching 26,000. Sugo was stunned again and again, muttering in confusion. According to previous records, her magic power should have been around 2,000, so there's no way it could have increased so rapidly. Minato immediately rebutted, saying, "No, we can definitely improve our magic power ourselves." All we need is innate talent, as well as full effort and not giving up. Then he looked at Duka and praised him. I'm really proud of you. You did a great job. Then he reached out and gently stroked her head. When she received the result, tears welled up in Du's eyes. Her efforts have been truly rewarded. Ruka looked at her sister with pride in her eyes. She quickly masked her emotions and maintained her cold demeanor as Minato approached to praise her. You two also performed excellently, Rui proudly said. What more can I say? Minato, ignoring him, looked over and said, and just as I expected from Ruka. Ruka, emotionless, calmly replied, as a member of the Mizua clan, this isn't a big deal. I don't need you to praise me, but I just want to do it anyway. You did very well. Minato still stubbornly insists on praising her, and even pats her head, causing Ryuji to be immediately stunned. At first he thought Minato was just a numb kid who didn't care about the world, but now he probably doesn't even know how to spell fear. Even Du is utterly confused. Oh my god, her sister is going to freak out. But contrary to what the two thought, Ruka just waved Minato away and said in a slightly annoyed tone, I'm not a kid. Minato also didn't pay attention and nodded. That's true. Du and Rui, seeing this, let out a relieved sigh. Luckily, Ruka didn't lose her temper. She thought this was the first time someone patted her head like this. Even her father never did it before. While everyone was still enjoying themselves, a loud voice suddenly rang out. It turned out to be some people here. I've searched the entire police station to find those people. Why aren't they greeting me properly yet? Sugo saw the newcomer and hurried over to explain. I was told you wouldn't come, so I was about to finish speaking when that guy interrupted in dissatisfaction. So now, do you want to come or not? Sugo was really annoyed with this guy but had no choice but to humble himself. Then, let me introduce him. This is Lord Shu, a noble mage from the Fuka family. After the introduction, Sugo whispered to Minato, saying I have no choice but to ask a noble mage for permission, so I had to gather your information and send it to them. Sorry. Minato suspiciously asked, is it true that the Fuka family ignored the disaster at the school? Sugo nodded slightly and replied, this family prioritizes maintaining their power over following the government's orders. While they were whispering, Shu suddenly spoke with disdain. I hear this is Japan's top magic unit. Why do I only see a bunch of kids who haven't graduated yet sticking their noses into adults' affairs? Sugo sighed helplessly and pointed to Minato, saying, this is Kusanagi Minato, the one who prevented the disaster at the academy. Based on her achievements, she has been appointed as the team leader. Hearing this, Shu narrowed his eyes and looked at Minato. After observing for a long time, he sneered in contempt, dismissing the disaster as just a commoner, not even a noble mage. As he finished speaking, Shu kicked hard at Minato's leg. How dare you, trash, refuse to bow before me? Don't act clever, you're just a worthless piece of trash. This action of his makes the three Ruka angry. They start scolding Shu, but Shu just sneers and says, commoners are so easily provoked. Aren't these two girls from the Mizua family? Well, it seems like you guys aren't completely useless after all. The two sisters, Juka, glared at him with faces full of disgust, but Shu's shamelessness was even more obvious than the concrete beneath his feet. He sneered and declared boldly, fine, let's decide that I will be the leader of this unit. Sugo immediately objected, but the captain had already been assigned to Kusanagi by the higher-ups. Shu scoffs dismissively and proposes, let's settle this with a fight. The winner will become the leader of the next disaster boss. Sugo grows more annoyed and tries to stop him, but Shu, smug with his two lick-spittle followers, walks away laughing and says, let's just decide that. Sugo really feels sorry for Minato. He whispered, I'm sorry, I couldn't do anything to him. Minato paid no attention to that guy and calmly said, it's okay. No matter what he says, it doesn't matter, we just need to win. The three of them were now extremely determined. They definitely wouldn't let that four-leaf clover become the captain. Then they left the room with dissatisfaction. Minato looked at their backs, feeling helpless. These guys are even more energetic than him. A moment later, outside the police station's training yard, Minato had called everyone out here, but didn't know what to do first. The police officer's magic power was estimated to be around 10,000 N, so he probably had to stick to his original plan and talk about magic power first. Thinking it over, Minato calmly spoke. I have something to announce to everyone first, which is the importance of magic. Mana is the name of a type of energy used to harness magic, but it also has many uses. Then he called Ryuji over to stand beside him. Ryuji was a bit confused, but still approached. Minato calmly suggested using all your strength to hit me. Ryuji was even more confused, but kept being urged on by him. In the end, Ryuji had to comply, clenching his fist and shouting loudly, if you're in pain, don't cry like a baby. He threw a punch towards Minato's face, but before it could hit, an invisible barrier blocked it. Minato slowly spoke. This is the power of a magic barrier. With an enormous amount of magic power, everyone can activate it easily. If your magic power is even greater, you might even activate it unconsciously. Nona, that's an automatic spell. Ryuji bit his lip fiercely, wanting to break this shield, but unable to. In the end, he gave up. Seeing his disappointment, Minato spoke up again. That's why self-improving your mana capacity is the most important and fundamental goal for mages. Remember this. Immediately after, he called each person over to teach them how to sense mana. Like the reactions of Ruka's 3 friends upon learning this skill, the police officers were all very surprised. After finishing the first task, Minato then put them into real combat, and so, a day passed. After finishing the training, Minato returned home. He's still worried about the team's affairs. In addition to magic training, equipment is also essential. If possible, I'd like to borrow some gear that can resist magical beasts. But from Sugo's reaction, it was clear that borrowing it wouldn't be easy. With that in mind, Minato couldn't help but sigh. In this era, skilled craftsmen are probably no longer around. I guess I'll have to make it myself. I haven't tried it yet, but it probably won't be difficult. Then he started rummaging to see if there was anything usable in the house. In the end, Minato found a ring that looked quite cheap, but since it was still new, it must be important. This will do for now, but it's still not enough. Where should you look for more? At this moment, the phone on the bed suddenly rang, startling Minato. It's Ruka calling, which is a bit unusual for her to do voluntarily. Minato immediately answers, and Ruka's voice comes through the line. "It's me," Minato asked in surprise. "What's going on?" But then the other side was silent for a long time before speaking. "You're the only one suitable for our captain position." Minato couldn't help but laugh. "Are you encouraging me?" Ruka didn't hesitate and agreed. "That's right." Minato burst into laughter. "Looks can be deceiving, huh? But since that's the case, I might as well ask her." Thinking this, he then asked, "If you're not busy tomorrow, could you go shopping with me?" Ruka frowned slightly in doubt. Do you mean shopping?" Minato quickly explained, "I don't know where to buy a few things." She continued to ask, "So Du and the others will come along too?" Minato shook her head slightly and replied, "No, just the 2 of us. Why go all the way there?" Hearing this, Ruka was a bit stunned and asked in confusion, "Only the 2 of us?" Minato also saw no problem with it. "So what do you think?" Ruka was silent for a long time without replying. Just when Minato thought she wouldn't respond, she suddenly spoke up, "I have nothing to do either." Minato immediately cheered up, saying, "You really are my savior, so where should we go?" Ruka softly suggested Harajuku might have what you need, so they agreed to meet at the station tomorrow. Han Huyen paused for a moment before Ruka finally turned off her phone. She stared intently at her phone, a hint of a thought flashing in her eyes. "Over here, Minato is feeling very happy. Now I can buy rings for everyone. Should I try making a magic beast resistance accessory right now with this?" Then he began channeling mana into the ring. No one's answering? Is she sleeping? That's so unlike her. After some hesitation, Du decided to push the door and step inside. "I'm coming into your house." As soon as she stepped in, she saw Ruka fumbling with clothes, which made Du feel confused and unsure of what was happening. Ruka also heard the noise and turned her head to see Du standing there looking confused. She frowned and asked, "What's going on?" Duka only just regained her composure and hurriedly said, "I'm sorry. Dinner is ready now." Ruka nodded slightly and interrupted, "I'll be there right away." Du quickly ran outside, walking and thinking at the same time. I've never seen Ruka this excited before. Is she going out with someone? Could it be Minato? The next noon at Harajuku Station, Minato was already waiting here because he suspected Ruika had secretly followed Ruka and come here. She was just afraid Minato would find out, so she hid her magic and didn't get too close to them. Feeling that her actions were a bit wrong, Du couldn't help but feel helpless. Why did she have to tail these 2 people like this? From afar, Minato was waiting when he saw a figure approaching. Ruka. Unlike her usual style, today she wore tight jeans, a sleeveless top, and a very sporty khaki jacket, drawing everyone's gaze as she passed by. Ruka ignored it and walked up to Minato, raising an eyebrow to ask, "Did I make you wait?" Minato shook his head gently and replied, "No, I just arrived too." Everyone around, seeing the 2 standing together, immediately started whispering, some even thinking Minato was Ruka's boyfriend. Hearing this, Du, hiding nearby, was confused and thought, "Is her sister dating Minato? Why is it like this?" Minato didn't know where to follow, so the 2 quickly headed to Harajuku. Ruka asked as she walked, "So what are you looking for?" Minato calmly replied, "Rings, a larger quantity." Hearing that, Ruka doubted again and asked, "To give as gifts?" Minato nodded slightly and replied, "Almost, I need a large quantity." Ruka couldn't help but be surprised. "Do you want to give to many people?" Minato didn't think much and calmly admitted it. "That's about it." Ruka then thought for a while and irritably reminded him, Japan has a one-wife, one-husband system. Just so you know, if Minato mumbles confusedly, you'll understand. If you're looking to buy in bulk, cheap places are the best choice. Luckily, I know this place. All right, I'll rely on you then. So the two of them quickly went to the jewelry store to look for rings, and of course, Do went along. Unable to find what they wanted, Minato and the others went back to the street stall. After walking for a while, they returned to the jewelry shop where Luca stood in front of the door, sighing resignedly at a ring that was sturdy, not too expensive, and also unobtrusive. I didn't expect it would be so hard to find a ring that fits all the criteria. Minato went inside to choose a ring, and took a long time before speaking. Even when I found a ring that looked okay, something still felt off, and this one is too expensive. At the same time, outside, Do found a coffee shop across from the jewelry store and silently watched Minato and the other person. She muttered in frustration, "What is going on? Why are they standing so close to each other?" Inside the jewelry store, the staff quickly came out to greet them. "Hello, how can I help you today? If it's a ring as a gift for your girlfriend, we have a discount program." Minato immediately wanted to object when he heard the words, girlfriend. "Oh no, she's not." Before I could finish my sentence, Ruka frowned and said, "I am not his girlfriend." The staff member, feeling guilty, apologized and said, "Please feel free to browse," then turned around and ran away, leaving Ruka confused. Minato also sighed resignedly. A moment later at a restaurant, he sat down and began to complain. "Walking so much, I must be exhausted, especially in crowded places. We've gone to so much trouble but still haven't found anything. Are you thinking about reviewing those criteria of yours?" At this moment, Minato noticed that Luca's expression wasn't looking very good. After a long silence, Luca hesitated and muttered, "I'm not good at expressing my feelings. Do you know me and understand what I'm really like?" Minato was slightly startled but quickly responded with a nod, saying, "Yes, that's right." Do was sitting not far away at the same time. Hearing Ruka's confession, she was a bit surprised. At this moment, Ruka lowered her voice again and said, "I can't even get close to Dua, so you should still meet up with Ka and go with her. I'm just going to get in the way more if I go with you. It's not like that, really." Minato gently shook his head in denial. "You already researched the jewelry stores beforehand, right? You also considered many options before choosing the items?" Ruka fell silent, her eyes still showing her insecurities. Minato continued, "You're very serious about shopping for me even though I'm the one doing the shopping. I mean, you've helped me a lot." Ruka gazed at him intently, then quickly looked away, embarrassed. She lowered her head, playing with a strand of hair by her ear, whispering softly, "Oh, really?" Duka overheard their conversation and couldn't help but step outside. I've never seen that face on Ruka before. What am I even doing here? Maybe I should go home now, so I turned back and headed home. Minato and the other person went to look a little more and finally found it. Minato excitedly exclaimed, "We finally found it." Ruka asked suspiciously as she walked beside him. "But you bought 5 of them?" Minato calmly replied, "Well, everyone gets one." Ruka's suspicion deepened as she watched Minato intently. After a long moment, she whispered, "I think they'll really like this gift of yours because you chose it very carefully." Minato glanced at her and naturally said, "This is equipment for our entire unit, so they must be happy." Ruka couldn't help but be surprised, then she nodded in understanding. "Ah, I see. I see, so that's how it is." Minato also doesn't notice what she's thinking. "Thinking about today, I feel grateful for speaking up. Without my sister today, I don't know what I would have done. Thank you." Ruka politely declines to comment. "It's not necessary. Just knowing I can help you is enough." But Minato still wanted to thank her and hurriedly said, "I should repay her with something, right?" Ruka lightly pouted, "It's not necessary." As soon as he finished speaking, Minato suddenly pulled out a ring that shocked Ruka. Ignoring her, he hurriedly said, "Hand it over." Ruka was even more confused, muttering to herself, "What are you doing? Just give it here." Minato impatiently spoke, then took her hand, slipped the ring onto her ring finger and winked with a smile. "This is the first piece of equipment I made. Hold on to it tightly." Ruka thought about the meaning of this, her cheeks instantly flushing. She quickly avoided Minato's gaze and ran away in panic. "I will cherish it. See you later." Minato was a bit confused and wanted to call out, but he couldn't catch up. "You're still explaining its function." "Forget it. Let's leave it for next time." On this side, Ruka quickly ran away, leaving a long distance from Minato. Then she paused for a moment and Ruka carefully looked at the ring on her ring finger. Suddenly remembering something, she hugged it tightly to her chest. The next day at the police station training yard, Minato gathered everyone and spoke clearly. "Now I will distribute the equipment to you. Each of you pick one for yourselves." Then he distributed the rings to everyone, holding them in his hand. Everyone was amazed. Karen nervously muttered, "There's a magic response." Could this be the enchanted beast-resistant gear? That's right, these are anti-phantom equipment enchanted with wind magic. If everyone uses them together with their own magic, they can be upgraded to level 1 wind magic. Sugo was even more stunned and asked in amazement, "Where did you get these?" Minato calmly replied, "I made them myself." Sugo keeps going from one surprise to another. Only highly skilled craftsmen can create demon beast-resistant gear, and now there's no one left, and yet this kid can produce such a large amount. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but marvel. They would never stop being amazed by your abilities. Minato was handing out rings to everyone, but when it was his turn, he skipped over, surprising Du. She quickly noticed a ring on Ruka's ring finger. Du was stunned, realizing she had never seen her wear that ring before. Could it be the fruit from yesterday's date? So something happened after she got back? What exactly is going on? Minato didn't understand her thoughts. After distributing the equipment, he spoke again. The only thing we lack now is transportation. We can't rely on cars because that wouldn't be fast enough. Sugo also thought that made sense. They are always late than usual. Minato then uses magic to lift himself into the air and calmly explains, "With this equipment, anyone can use the wind-based levitation spell. This way, we can minimize our travel time as much as possible. But remember, this is just a simple spell. The magic power needed is very low, so don't use this to attack. Now, try it out." Everyone quickly followed but still couldn't maintain Thongbang while standing there. Minato calmly reminded them, "Thongbang requires both flying and maintaining, so everyone can imagine themselves jumping up first." Then he glances at Duka. She managed to do it. He immediately praised her. "Well done." Du proud because Minato praised her. "How long have I been practicing controlling my magic?" "What's this tiny thing?" It was just that suddenly meeting Minato's focused gaze startled her. Du hurriedly turned her head away, feeling guilty for following the two of them, and that feeling haunted her endlessly. While Du was still feeling guilty, Minato suddenly spoke and asked, "By the way, I have something to ask. You know a lot about Minato, right?" "I do. He's the one I admire the most. He has about 1 million magic points and can use many types of spells. He sacrificed himself in the battle against the Demon Lord during the Great Genius event." Minato then asked cautiously what happened to the mage after they died, and Du explained slowly. At that time, there were hardly any mages left able to fight. The Mizua family played a huge part in that effort. At that time, most of the magic documents and data had been destroyed, and nothing remained. That's why their ancestors had to rebuild the magic system from scratch. Minato frowned slightly. From what he remembered, the number of mages who died was quite high, but there should still be a lot of documents and data left, since he had stored them everywhere as a precaution for the future. But the knowledge of modern magic is still too primitive and full of gaps, and the magical energy is surprisingly low. Is this due to changing times, or someone deliberately orchestrating it? Seeing that Minato remained silent, Du looked at him suspiciously and asked, "Are you okay?" Minato was slightly startled, shook his head, and replied, "Yeah, I'm fine." Dukas still looked worried and hesitated before saying, "If anything happens, just tell me. Okay, I might not be able to help, but I haven't finished talking yet." Minato chuckled softly and cut him off. "Your concern for me is already enough. Thank you very much. You have helped me a lot." Minato knows he won't tell others what you ask, but he still can't resolve the issue with the Dark Mage. Considering the possibility that it might get her involved in this mess, maybe you shouldn't mention it so often. With that thought, Minato suddenly smiled. "Dua, knowing that you're Ichikami Minato, you probably fainted for days, but you think Minato didn't tell me because I'm not trustworthy? So what if she's stronger?" Du suddenly became determined. She will definitely do her best. A week later, still at the police station training yard, Minato was leading the team through drills, everyone in position to fire. Immediately, the entire team launched their attack. Karen can now use level 2 Holy Light magic. Sugo has already been able to deploy level 3 magic. Ryuji has also made progress. He can now use level 4 magic. The Mizuha sisters work together to cast level 4 water magic. Minato is very pleased. Everyone's abilities have improved significantly. Even Karen can now use magic for self-defense. In the past, she couldn't do anything, but what surprised you the most was Ruka and Juka. Their ability to support each other is exceptional, especially since they are sisters. Not only him, even Du is amazed by her current abilities. The destructive power of the Mizua sisters' magic is now immense, with 2 huge craters already appearing on the ground. Du remembered the things from the past and jumped for joy. Minato saw her reaction and couldn't help but smile. Then he spoke again, saying everyone did well but warned not to become complacent just because their abilities have improved. Their levels don't necessarily depend on their magic. Then he suggested again, "Ruka, use level 4 magic on me." Ruka immediately nodded and replied, "Understood." As soon as she finished speaking, she summoned an attack magic towards Minato, but he remained calmly standing there. Only when the water wave approached him did Minato casually wave his hand. A level 1 spell has appeared. It pierced through Ruka's water wave. One spell level 1 can directly destroy the raging waves approaching. This scene makes Sugo exclaim in shock, "Can a level 1 magic nullify a level 4 spell?" Minato slowly explained that everyone's level simply helps increase the limit of magic power they can use, but it doesn't mean higher level magic is always stronger. You said that even with level 1 magic, if everyone pours the maximum amount of magic power into the spell, they can still defeat level 4 magic, of course, depending on what type of magic the opponent uses. "This water is weaker than this land," Minato said. "Do not limit yourself within your own level and your opponent's. Understanding the true nature of mana and mastering the spell, everyone can become stronger." Hearing this, everyone grew more aggressive, as if they could now see their potential to surpass noble mages. Minato narrowed his eyes at everyone, continuing to speak, also remembering that I always have allies by my side, and if we work together, we will be stronger than ever before. As soon as he finished, everyone responded in unison. At this moment, an annoying voice suddenly rang out. "Oh wow, commoners like you must be having a really hard time." So it turns out it's that Shu guy and the two sycophants beside him. Sugo frowned slightly and asked, "Why are you here?" Shutak sighed and pouted, saying, "The disaster hasn't come yet, so I'm bored to death." Sugo then asked suspiciously, "If you don't train, why don't you help take down a few monsters?" Shutak shook his head and laughed, saying, "Forget it, that's your police business." This made Ruka and the others furious, really wanting to hit someone. X, on the other hand, didn't care and looked up to Sai, saying if the disaster came now, this guy's luck was really bad. Whatever he said would happen immediately. Duisa quickly shouted, "Look at the sky." The sky that was clear earlier is now covered in blood. Shu Hung Fan shouted, "It's here! It's here! The disaster has arrived." Then he glanced at Sugo's group provocatively and said, "Don't forget that the team capable of defeating the boss first will become the leader of the new unit. Now the real game begins, you humble fools." The more Duka listens, the more annoyed he becomes and shouts, "Why would we lose to someone like you?" Shu sneers and says, "Say whatever you like. See you later." We lost. With that, he used magic to run away. Duka looked at his back, annoyed as he shouted, "This isn't fair." Minato, on the other hand, wasn't too concerned and calmly spoke. "We should get to work too. Don't forget about this wireless earphone. This is our unit's first real combat. Everyone must stay alert. Understood?" Everyone responded in unison, then quickly flew away using level 1 sky magic. At the same time, on the street, civilians' cars were moving along the road. Suddenly, Shu swerved in front of a black car and sped off, laughing triumphantly. "You're too slow, way too slow. I've yawned hundreds of times already because of it." Ruka and the others are chasing from behind. Seeing the speed of those three Zhu guys, I can't help but marvel at how fast they are, as quick as a ball and really impressive. Minato sighed at their reaction, but after all, the opponents are skilled in wind magic. It's understandable that Duka's team can't catch up. He's enough to crush them all by himself. But then what is the purpose of this unit? As long as the residents are not affected, there's no need to rush them. But at this moment, Shu suddenly shouted arrogantly ahead, "The so-called Mage unit can't catch me. You guys have to struggle so much. You're such chickens, little chicks." Dusa heard what that fool said, but she was sure that a pig like him wasn't anything good. After a while, Zhu's group finally arrived. Shu loudly declared, "Finally, the disaster has arrived. It has come to wipe out those cursed beasts." As soon as he finished speaking, the two subordinates beside him immediately summoned magic to attack. Even he himself joined in. The powerful magic quickly struck the approaching monsters. The villagers, being chased by monsters, are desperately running for help, but Shu just ignores them and orders his subordinates to leave. Fire continuously to crush them. Following his order, the two henchmen attack again, causing the two fleeing villagers to face the onslaught of their magic. They are just ordinary people. With this magic, they will ascend to heaven directly. In a life-or-death situation, a streak of golden magic appeared. It's Minato, who creates a protective barrier around the two civilians. He coldly looks at the short fat man and questions sternly, "What are you doing, you pig?" Minato's aura causes the three bastards of Shu to tremble and stand still. Shu breaks out in cold sweat. What's going on? He couldn't move. Taking this opportunity, Duixa's group rushed over to check on the two civilians. "Are you serious about what you're doing? Don't drag innocent civilians into this." Shu didn't reply. It took him a long time to move. What exactly did Minato do? Hiding his doubt inside, he coldly said, "It's their fault for running around and affecting the noble mage, so I deserve this." This only made Duka more dissatisfied. But Shu didn't care and boldly declared, "I will go deal with the boss. You little chickens just go and lick the boots of those common folk." And with that, he quickly pressed the button to transform himself. Minato watched the backs of those three bastards. Disabling Shu's magic was easy as a joke, but it felt like he was just playing his cards to escape this game, right? Actually, this might work even better for you. Thinking that, Minato gave the order again. "I will focus on evacuating the citizens. Everyone else concentrate on dealing with the monsters." Sugo still hesitated slightly before speaking. "But can I face him alone? Even if it's me, there could still be many difficult situations in rescue and evacuation efforts." Minato smiled unconsciously and spoke confidently. "I am the leader of this special unit." Surprised, Sugo suddenly burst into laughter, then shyly said, "That was such a stupid question, huh?" At this moment, Du shouted loudly, "Let's not just rely on Minato. Let's take down those monsters together." Minato saw their enthusiasm and also spoke up. "Go now, bring us the victory." Following your command, everyone quickly charged forward, beginning to use magic to defeat the low-level monsters. At this moment, Duka is extremely confident in her abilities. She can easily kill low-level monsters and demon soldiers with ease. Du used to be afraid and couldn't do anything, but now she can defeat demon soldiers on her own. She has truly become much stronger than before. On another front, Minato searches a rooftop using magic to scan. There are still many strong magical energies from both his side and the monsters mixed together. It seems many civilians can't escape from here. Rescue work is really not easy, but that's what others think, not me. Immediately after, Minato quickly leapt down, rushing forward like a gust of wind without hesitation. At the same time, Shu's group is also destroying demon soldiers, and Ruka's side is no exception. They are all very focused. But at this moment, a powerful surge of magic suddenly appeared, causing Duika to shout in panic, "What is this magic power?" While everyone was still confused, a demon general approached from afar. Shu also sensed this magic power and ran over with his people. This final boss belongs to him. He will show you what true level 4 magic is. Shu's subordinate immediately advised, "But the opponent is a demon lord. You can't defeat it with just a level 4 spell." Unfortunately, Shu is overconfident and arrogant. Who says you can't? No one has ever truly faced a demon before. "How can you be so sure? I am a noble mage. Winning is only natural." But as soon as he finished speaking, he summoned a level 4 spell along with a wind attack, yet the demon general was completely unfazed. It also summoned its magic. The flames quickly burst into a brilliant display. The flames grew brighter with the wind, while the arrow shield was swallowed by the fire. Seeing this, Shu's face turned pale and bloodless. He tremblingly muttered, "My ultimate magic has been nullified, but the flames are now rushing toward us." So Shu quickly grabbed his pants and ran away. They ran towards them, passing by the civilians as the flames drew closer. Luckily, before the flames consumed the people, Minato appeared, though he hadn't yet acted when a wave from afar surged toward them. In an instant, it extinguished the flames. The ones who acted were Luca's group. Minato smiled with satisfaction. Not bad at all. The short, chubby Shu ran away, pulling down his pants, and finally found a seat to plop down on, but it wasn't long before someone approached him. Duika is the one who arrives, and her face doesn't look very good. She grits her teeth and questions fiercely, "Why did you involve innocent civilians?" Shu snorted coldly and pouted, saying, "I told you, if they refuse to run away, who can we blame? If you dare to block a noble mage's path, you should be prepared for the appropriate punishment. Death." And as soon as he finished speaking, Du raised his hand to strike down. A loud slap echoed through the open space, sending Chu flying several meters away. Duika, still annoyed, scolded, "What kind of noble mage is that? You're just a fat pig, completely shameless." Shu, still stunned, sat trembling on the ground, muttering in disbelief, "You dare slap me? You dare to slap a noble mage?" Duika snorted softly, "Just leave that shameless pig to clean up the remaining monsters." Oh my god, it's so hot in a place full of demons like this. But I have to admit they recovered quickly too. I guess that's a good thing. It seems there are still many citizens in need of help, and you also need to pay attention to the main beast. The demon general has truly appeared here, and only by dealing with it can the disaster come to an end. At the same time, inside a ruined house, 3 of Shu Lun Liao's men were hiding, and one subordinate kept urging them to retreat, saying, "We can't beat those demons, we better withdraw." Young master clenched his teeth fiercely, and Yu gritted his teeth in his mind. Indeed, those demons out there are really strong, even for him. Defeating them all wouldn't be easy. Wait a minute, what if we wait for them to weaken all the demons outside and then wipe them out completely? Young Master Shu Vin confidently said, "It's nothing. Just stay here and rest while waiting for the right moment." Outside, Ruka's group was facing the Demon General. Its mana output is terrifying. Du doesn't know if they can win, but no, they have to win. At this moment, Rui roared fiercely, "Let's strike fast and win quickly." Everyone immediately summoned their magic power and launched their attacks at the Demon General. The waves and lightning rush wildly, deafening booms echoing non-stop. Ryuji gazes into the smoke and whispers, "Will it work?" But when the smoke cleared, the figure of the Demon General appeared. It still stood there peacefully, without a scratch. Everyone's faces instantly turned grim. Ruka pursed her lips and muttered, "What we need now is a level 4 magic, or enough magic power to destroy it." At this moment, the Demon General unleashed his fire magic. The blazing flames quickly surged forward as if trying to swallow everything. Seeing that, Duka's group immediately ran away. Duka squinted at the flames below, feeling a mix of awe and fear, as the fire was even more terrifying than before, possibly doubling her magic power. The gap in strength is too great. They can't defeat this thing. What should they do now? As they stand clueless, suddenly a voice from Minato comes through the earpiece. It seems everyone is having a bit of trouble. Here are some small tips to work together. Minato watches from afar. It's not his time to act yet. Hearing his words, Du immediately shouts out, "But they're already doing that." Minato calmly explains, "The key lies in you and Ruka, combining everyone's strength in the purest way." The more Du listened, the more confused he became, and he hesitantly asked, "What do you mean?" But Minato didn't explain further. "Figure it out yourself." Du wanted to say more, but he cut off the connection. At the same time, she could feel the deadly aura approaching. The flames of the Demon General rushing toward her. Ruka and everyone quickly used magic to defend. Ruka spoke again, saying, "Kusanagi's words must mean something important. We need to think together." Du frowned slightly, just as Ruka said, "Minato has always led everyone, so what should she do now?" She just stood there silently thinking. Soon after, Du spoke up. "Its magic is very powerful, but the casting time is very long. Let's focus on taking down the Lao La first while avoiding its attacks." She suggests Sugo and everyone concentrate on the east side, while the three of them handle the west, and she will give the signal when it attacks. Sugo and Karin were a bit stunned, but they quickly responded. Both nodded and said, "Understood." Then everyone followed Du's instructions, while she waited for the next attack from the Demon General. As it raised its hand to summon magic, Du immediately shouted, "Get ready." She started counting down. When the last second arrived, flames surged forward. Du shouted again, "Run now." Following her command, everyone used their high-level sky magic to escape. So Du is in charge of the command? Did you think Rui or Ruka would do that? But she will handle this role well. At the same time, after leading everyone to escape from the Demon General's flames, Du was exhausted and panting heavily. Their current magic and mana levels were not enough. What should they do? While she was confused, she tried to recall what Minato had said. What did Minato say that time? Maybe Du misunderstood, but she's not sure if this method will really work. After hesitating for a long time, she decided to take a risk. Immediately, Dua stepped forward and firmly asked, "Please lend me your strength." From afar, Shu was quietly observing Ruka's group and muttered to himself, "What are they planning to do?" Before long, Ruka's group had a plan. Following Dua's suggestion, the two sisters took the lead in the front line. Sugo and Rui are at the back, finally followed by Karin and two other police officers. Sugo, still hesitant, asks, "Do you think we can do it?" Rika gently shook her head. "I don't know, but we have no other choice left." Ruka, on the other hand, spoke with great confidence. "I trust you." Rui also spoke firmly. "I guess I have no choice but to try and tough it out. If that doesn't work, we'll find another way." At this moment, the Demon General has summoned a 5th-level magic. The flames, like a giant sphere, suddenly appeared and in an instant covered the entire sky. Its heat spread so quickly that even Shu's group was affected. X pursed his lips and muttered, "Stupid commoners, they've dragged us into this." Yet his subordinates still shouted in alarm. "Sir, look over there." Shu was startled and turned his head, his eyes narrowing instantly, only to see Ruka's group rushing toward the flames. Karin at this moment had summoned a level 3 holy magic, and in an instant the holy spell enveloped Luca and everyone else. Minato, watching from afar, couldn't help but smile. That's quite impressive. They will have a hard time avoiding the level 5 magic, so Karin will help reduce some of the damage from that attack. A smart move. Juika and Ruka will be responsible for attacking. The combined magic of the Mizua sisters will create a higher-level water element spell. Minato nodded in satisfaction. That's right. If each person's strength isn't enough, the solution is to work together. This is also the foundation for the formation of the ultimate dark magic. As expected, they have created a 6th-level supreme water magic, Mermaid Tears. In an instant, a mermaid made of water waves appeared. Seeing this, Sugo couldn't help but marvel and say, who would have thought these two sisters could still use 6th level magic? In an instant, the demon general's flames were extinguished and it could no longer move. Seeing this, Shu excitedly shouted, now was the perfect moment for a grand charge. And yet he hadn't even had a chance to act when a goat suddenly appeared out of nowhere, wrapping around him and draining his strength. De collapsed onto the ground, completely powerless and unable to move, and it was Minato who stepped in. How could their actions escape your notice? Of course you had to stop them. On this side, Ruka's group didn't realize they almost lost out. Sugo quickly called out, it's down! Sure enough, right after that the sky returned to its natural blue. Sugo excitedly exclaimed, we won! We stopped the disaster. Karin also nodded in agreement. Everyone owed it to Mizua and all of you. Just at this moment, Ruka and Juika were staggering and about to fall. Ryuji hurried over to check on them, asking, are both of you okay? Ruka reluctantly said, my magic is completely drained. I can't move any further. Du is also very weakened, but she is very happy. We did it, sister. Ruka nodded softly, smiling at her. We did it. A moment later, in the police headquarters meeting room, Minato stood at the center, praising everyone. Well done. Everyone, we have prevented a disaster. This is also our unit's first official mission. Everyone sitting below listened with great joy, especially the Mizua sisters, who were the key factors in this battle. Minato was also very pleased with their performance and kept praising them, but everyone had already shown excellent abilities and performed very well. I can really see everyone growing more and more, especially Dua, whose development has been the most remarkable. Du was momentarily stunned when her name was suddenly called, but she quickly straightened her back and puffed out her chest with a proud expression. Minato continued to praise her without hesitation. The instructions you gave at that time were very appropriate. Even the Supreme Master was very impressed. You had already thought of that strategy before? Du shook her head slightly in response. No, I don't know anything at all, so that's the ultimate magic? I see. Minato couldn't help but be stunned. You don't know anything? Then how are you able to do this? He chuckled softly and said, it's thanks to your suggestion, the rest is my instinct. Minato became even more confused. This ant might be more talented than you think, but it's not really a big deal. Minato continued speaking. After all, he had done very well, especially for casting such a powerful offensive spell right on the battlefield. Obviously, their trust and harmony also play a very important role. At this point, Minato suddenly looked up at the clock as the time was almost up. Then he turned on the TV using the remote. The live footage of the police station interview appeared. A reporter is currently interviewing the police chief. As we know, the leader of this special unit is a student who single-handedly prevented a disaster at the academy. Is that correct? I will respond. Without waiting for the director to answer, Sugo quickly interrupted and then leaned close to the microphone, confidently declaring, I am Sudugo. I am the spokesperson for SMT Captain, the leader of the special unit. Yes, she is indeed a student like you have heard. As soon as these words were spoken, the reporters sitting below were immediately stunned and murmuring. Hearing the doubtful sounds from below, Sugo spoke again, saying that she possesses the ability to easily surpass even a noble mage. When the disaster struck the Magic Academy, no noble mage came to help, putting both the police officers and civilians in a life-threatening situation. However, Minato appeared and saved everyone. Sugo kept speaking passionately. I believe that she is the one who will carry the future of our country. Apart from him, no one else is capable of taking on the role of captain. Minato at the police station felt helpless upon hearing these words of praise. I wish he would speak a little less. During the interview, the reporters were annoyed by Sugo's words. The more you question, the more you gossip. And they also mentioned the noble mage family heads, especially the Fuyu family. This situation makes the director break out in a sweat. He quickly spoke up. We are currently at the police station. Please refrain from asking questions that invade the privacy of the noble magicians. At that moment, a loud commotion suddenly erupted outside. When everyone looked outside, they saw the fat Shu standing there with two of his subordinates. He swaggered into the hall and declared arrogantly, the current captain of your team is not worth praising at all. Only a noble demon mage like me can feel proud. After saying that, Du boldly questioned him without informing anyone, acting on his own to hold a press conference, showing a complete lack of manners. Sugo glared at him angrily and questioned with dissatisfaction. Why are you here? You already lost the bet. The three shameless guys like Shu immediately deny everything, forgetting everything, and Sugo is truly furious, but Shu still ignores it and speaks up. The words of a noble aristocratic mage like me are absolute. Those common folk should only listen to what I say. At this moment, a reporter stood up and spoke. I have a question. Shu glances at the beautiful woman reporter and says with a smile, "So you have a question for me? Are you the new captain? All right, let's listen then." The female reporter's tone becomes serious. "We have received information that you not only failed to rescue the stranded citizens, but also caused them harm in the process. Is this true?" "What are you asking?" "No way, but another reporter presented a video as evidence. We have also received similar information, including videos and photos." Immediately, many of the reporters below started criticizing and condemning him before Shu. Shu grew more and more irritated, his face alternating between pale and white. He angrily shouted, "Shut up, all of you. It's their fault for blocking my way. You miserable cowards, shut your mouths." Sugo finally couldn't hold back anymore and spoke firmly. "Everyone here has probably seen it too. The era of noble magicians has completely collapsed at the hands of people like this. You say what they need now are heroes willing to protect everyone, those who fight selflessly like the current mage captain." And at this point, Sugo points at Shu's group and criticizes them. "We don't need noble mages anymore, those who no longer care about the safety of citizens like you," as the wave of accusations from reporters and Sugo grows stronger. The police leaders were speechless, and Shu was furious. He quickly grabbed his pants and ran away, not forgetting to shout a warning, "You will pay the price. If you dare to do this to me, you're doomed." Minato looked at this scene in the meeting room and couldn't help but sigh. Sugo's been tense like a string lately, hasn't he? At this moment, Du suddenly shouted, "Look! That disaster video is spreading all over the internet, and the actions during that battle by the Zhu guys have caused noble magicians, especially the Fuyuka family, to face most of the public criticism." Minato was surprised. The internet is really terrifying. Everything can spread quickly everywhere. While he was still thinking, Du suddenly shouted, making him feel confused. "What's going on?" Du pointed at the machine, hesitating and muttering, "We are also recorded by the camera." The video clearly shows Minato's group, and everyone's faces are fully visible. Minato helplessly holds his head and says goodbye to his unnoticed, peaceful life, as if you're not prominent enough. Everything keeps getting more complicated. A week later, in conference room 3 of the police station, Minato's eyes widen in horror as he arrives. What is going on now? The room is packed with people, not a single empty spot. How come it's so crowded? Sugo saw you arrive and quickly ran over, apologizing and explaining that for some reasons it's now easier to get approval from the leadership, and the number of volunteers has also increased unexpectedly. He knows he went a bit too far during the press conference, so he tries to apologize to Minato and promises to make it up to you. Minato shook his head in frustration. Indeed, he intended to retrain the mages, but this situation is just too conspicuous. As Minato was still lamenting, Du happily approached and spoke up. "Well, just do your best and see how far you can go. After all, the whole world can't take their eyes off you now." Minato reluctantly said, "It's really such a pain. Please don't let anything more terrible happen." On another note, in a dark basement, someone is tightly bound to a chair. In the darkness, an evil voice echoes, "I'll ask again, what do you know about that dark mage?" As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp knife was pressed against the bound man's neck. But it was Jun. The one holding the knife to his neck was Suji. Jun was so scared he almost peed his pants and hurriedly shouted, "I really told you everything I know. I only know that he is someone capable of unleashing terrible magic, that's all." But as soon as he finished speaking, the knife was thrust down, blood pouring out like rain. Overcome with pain, he couldn't help but tremble and scream at the top of his lungs. Suji coldly said, "I believe you know more than that." Dun kept begging, but to no avail. Finally, he muttered, "I remember now. The police are searching everywhere in the Magic Academy, so there are rumors that he might be one of the students there." Suji nodded understandingly and said, "I get it. It seems there's nothing more to gain from you." "Really, I'm so disappointed." Jun happily asked, "So you'll forgive me, right?" Suji sneered and said, "Well, of course. I'll forgive you in this world." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung a knife across Jun's neck. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, even on his sleeve, making Suji snort in displeasure. "Your blood has stained my clothes. Dirty, dirty, dirty. So disgusting." Suji frantically wiped away, eyes full of disgust, then frowned and muttered, "But a student pleading for mercy from a young man would be quite something." "Wait for me, Lord Black Sorcerer," Suji sneered, then stepped away from the scene, his eyes filled with excitement. Meanwhile, in Shinjuku, another figure appears here. This person is Minato in his black mage form. "You came back here to hunt monsters again. Suddenly there was a noise behind you." Minato quickly turned his head back, noticing 2 young men with phones slowly approaching in the darkness. He swiftly leapt into the air to avoid their line of sight. After a few steps, they saw the corpse of a monster lying on the ground. Regretfully, one of them said, "It's a dead monster. This must be the work of the black mage. I missed my chance to turn that person around." Minato stood above, looking down with a resigned sigh, realizing that the hype around the Black Mage had now subsided. But they are still looking for him. Even in these quiet neighborhoods, patrols have increased. It seems they have become much more effective at handling monsters and disasters. Maybe they no longer need the Dark Mage like Minato, but at this moment he suddenly saw something. Two guys are holding a man down and shouting loudly, "Pay up! You owe us 10 million yen. If you don't pay, we'll sell your organs." The man immediately protests, "But I only borrowed 200,000 yen. The two of them, seeing the man not cooperating, summoned magic and sneered, "What do you think interest is for? We'll teach you a lesson." But at this moment, Minato appeared from the sky, creating a protective barrier to shield the man. Taking the opportunity, the man turned and ran away. The two debt collectors, seeing themselves blocked, angrily shouted, "What are you interfering for, kid? Do you dare to do that? Do you think you're a hero? Looks like you need to taste some pain to learn your lesson, but you guys are too loud. Your faces will be turned into pig heads in just a few seconds." Minato narrowed his eyes at them, thinking to himself, I guess the police still haven't dealt with the illegal magic users. While he was thinking, the two suddenly whispered, "Is he the Black Mage? All the rumors say that underground organizations are searching for him." Minato, hearing their conversation, lowered his head and asked, "The underground organization?" The two guys, afraid of getting beaten again, hurriedly bowed and said, "We don't know anything about the underground organization. Drelian, please let us go. We won't tell anyone about you." Minato narrowed his eyes at them and said coldly, "How much do you know? If you say I can let you go." One of them immediately nodded and replied, "Black Rebellion is an underground organization of sorcerers that always operates out of human sight. Clearly they are involved in all kinds of crimes and make a lot of money." So they all agreed, whether it's a gang or the mafia, they are all behind them. They have connections in media and politics and seem to do whatever they want. They told you that Black Rebellion recently opened a branch in Kabukicho. They once hoped to join, or not to join. After hearing what they wanted to hear, Minato knocked the two guys out. He quickly left the place, thinking to himself that Karin had mentioned the increasing illegal activities of the Black Rebellion mages. Isn't that right? I see, that's interesting. Maybe facing disasters and monsters should be left to Minato from the academy. The Dark Wizard should clean up the underground world. All right, it's time to wipe out that Kabukicho branch. Thinking quickly, Minato hurriedly headed towards Kabukicho. As night fell, the area became bustling. Legal and illegal activities are both present, along with the shouts of those luring in customers. Minato quietly moved through the crowd on the street, feeling a sense of awe. Modern entertainment districts are truly bustling and dazzling. You can feel magic everywhere, but you can't tell which organization it belongs to. Maybe you should start by catching some shady characters here. As Minato thought, he headed to a dark alley where idle troublemakers gathered, now eyeing the items in their hands. When they saw Minato, they angrily shouted, "Hey, what are you looking at? Are you looking for trouble?" Minato said nothing and acted directly, knocking the two guys unconscious. "It seems they don't know anything. You took out your phone to call the police and report everything." At that moment, a local resident approached and Minato signaled them to take another route because the items the two thugs had were guns. At this moment, Minato saw something on his phone. He frowned and muttered, "Western Asia, so you're back to asking those thugs in this area." "Is that where the organization members are gathering?" the thug asked tremblingly. "You'll let me go after I give you the information, right?" Minato snorted coldly and ran off as soon as he got the info. "I hope the information you provide is accurate, at least that much." Meanwhile, at a bar owned by a man named Weston, a short-haired girl quietly appears inside. As soon as she entered, all eyes immediately focused on her. She walked straight to the bar and sat down slowly. But Tender didn't look up at her, still busy wiping the glass in his hand, and coldly asked, "What do you need?" The girl stared intently at the man and slowly spoke. "Do you have any information?" she said, then placed a few bills on the table. Bender reached out, took the money, and put it in his pocket, suspiciously asking, "What do you want to know?" The girl immediately spoke up without hesitation. "The hideout of Black Rebellion." Hearing this, B. Tender immediately opened his eyes and coldly said, "Wrong. You should ask a different question." The girl looked at him in confusion, not yet understanding what was happening. When the man coldly said, "You should have asked what will happen to me next," and only then did she realize that the people inside the shop were closing in on her. The girl was immediately panicked, unsure of what to do now. As she was still confused, the group had already summoned magic to kill her. The girl quickly fought back, but she knew she was no match for them and had to escape now, so she turned around and ran away. But a burst of flames shot toward her, causing her to fall to the ground injured. The men quickly approached her, a twisted smile on their faces as they spoke. "These guys don't mind strong women, they only see beautiful girls like you as mine. I'm sorry, Kai, your sister can't do anything right now." But at the same time, Minato pushed the door open and stepped in. The actions of those guys froze instantly, unsure of what to do. Minato paid no mind and slowly approached the bar, coldly asking, "Are any members of the underground mage organization here? Are you crazy? Do you understand the situation you're in or not?" Then he placed his hand on Minato's shoulder and warned in a low voice, "Just go home and hide under your mom's skirt, you fool." And as soon as he finished speaking, a fist struck his face, sending him flying into the wall. The pain made him cry out for his parents, and this scene left everyone here stunned and speechless. The short-haired girl couldn't help but feel moved. No ordinary person could send someone flying like that. "You used magic, but I didn't hear you say a word. Who is this person?" Minato ignored what they thought and coldly said, "Looks like my information was correct. They are indeed a bunch of low-level mages here. They are truly cowardly to band together with a woman. These thugs are definitely rotten to the core." Those people, seeing Minato's fierce aura, were a bit scared, but still managed to shout loudly, "Kill him. He's just an ordinary person. If we work together, we can't lose." As soon as they said that, a series of spells appeared and attacked Minato, but he easily dodged them. The short-haired girl beside him watched anxiously. No matter how strong Minato is, the crowd always has the advantage, and he has no chance to summon high-level magic anymore. Hearing this, she shouted, "Run!" But Minato calmly dodged the incoming magic attacks. He sneered coldly, pouting as he said, "Better luck next time." As soon as he finished speaking, Minato dashed forward like a gust of wind, and in an instant he appeared in front of a thug, delivering a punch that sent him flying away. Minato kept going, throwing a few more punches, and in the blink of an eye he had taken down a few of them. Even the short-haired girl outside was quite startled. She stood there in shock, unable to react for a long time, and in just a moment, all the thugs had been taken down. The short-haired girl couldn't help but be amazed. Minato moved so quickly that she couldn't see him. "What kind of magic did you use?" Minato slowly approached the other guy, causing him to tremble as he muttered, "What? Who the hell are you?" "Who are you?" Minato narrowed his eyes and coldly said, "I am the Black Mage. You will destroy the Black Rebellion." As soon as he finished speaking, he knocked him out. Then, Minato headed over to the girl. The girl glanced at the guys lying face down on the ground, extremely confused. Minato defeated them all in an instant, truly outstanding. Maybe he's a legendary mage. While she was confused, Minato leaned in close to her. His clear eyes made her think he was about the same age as a student. Minato helped her up and whispered, "You're not hurt, are you?" The girl finally snapped out of her shock, nodded, and replied, "Huh? Oh, right." After listening, Minato nodded, then turned to the bar. He leaned down and coldly said, "Tell me about that organization." The guy was so scared he curled up and trembled, refusing to speak. "I can't do it. They'll kill me if I do." But as soon as he finished speaking, Minato slammed his fist on the table. He narrowed his eyes at the other guy and warned coldly, "This is your last chance. Tell me about that organization." Seeing your terrifying gaze, the other guy hurriedly shouted, "Please don't cut me," and told Minato that the Tokyo branch with many subsidiaries beyond Kabukicho was led by a difficult person. He heard that and, with a cold voice, asked, "And where is that branch?" That person waved his hand and shook his head. "I can't say I know. They don't tell us low-level guys anything, they just give us trivial jobs." Minato frowned slightly. This guy didn't know where the branch was, so he was back to square one. Maybe he would just go hunting for more illegal sorcerers. Thinking that, Minato started to walk away, but after a few steps, he was called back by the girl. "Wait." Minato paused slightly, and the girl gratefully spoke. "Thank you for saving me. I can't imagine what would have happened if you weren't here." Minato shrugged and calmly said, "Don't worry about that, I was just passing by. If you know this place is dangerous and still walk into it, only you can save yourself." Hearing this, the girl couldn't help but laugh and say, "You're quite harsh on adults, huh?" She asked, "Isn't Minato looking for a branch of Black Rebellion? What will he do when he sees it destroyed?" Minato replied coldly. It was a short sentence, but the girl could tell that Minato was speaking sincerely. He was determined to destroy Black Rebellion. Surely Minato is very powerful, but he can't do it alone. The girl is the same, maybe. Tram Mac thought for a long time before the girl suggested, "Can we work together?" Minato frowned slightly, muttering doubtfully to himself. The girl nodded and introduced herself, saying, "I am a detective. I can access more information than you and your connections, but I do not have powers like you. The Dark Mage is stronger than those rumors. If she cooperates with Minato, she might achieve her goal." Hearing the proposal, Minato hesitated for a moment before coldly replying, "So you want to exchange the information you have for my power?" The girl nodded slightly and said, "Sounds like an ideal partnership, doesn't it? Combine your strength. Dark Mage Minato looked intently at the girl in front of him, remaining silent for a long time. You do need information, but can you trust this girl? If you go too far, you'll be affected. After a long silence, Minato finally spoke slowly, agreeing to cooperate happily. Hearing this, the girl was overjoyed. I am Leona. I am a dark mage. Leona frowned slightly and muttered, sounding a bit pretentious and long-winded. Do you have a shorter name? Minato shook his head gently and replied, No, everyone calls me that. Seeing that, Leona eagerly thought of a name for him. After a moment, she hesitated and asked, What about Chrono? It's okay. Minato agreed without hesitation, then asked suspiciously, So why did they attack you? Leona calmly replied, I am looking for the hideout of the Black Rebellion. Minato sighed and said, No need to worry. Aren't you the same? I know how to defend myself. Leona felt that Minato's words made sense and sighed reluctantly. I know I'm still weak, but I have no other choice. No one dares to stand up against them. And the noble mages also ignored it. The police were busy with the disaster, so Black Rebellion continued to run rampant without restraint. Minato had heard about it from Karin, but what did it mean when Leona trembled while talking? He narrowed his eyes at her before finally speaking. You're all so powerless, huh? Leona lowered her head, her lips already bitten and bleeding. It took her a long time before she finally spoke fiercely. My brother was attacked by a wizard. Since her parents died a few years ago, Leona has taken care of Kai. She worked like crazy to raise the boy. Although he was alone, Kai never complained. Until one day Leona's house was broken into and Kai witnessed everything. And then the boy was attacked with magic by the thieves. Too young to resist, Kai could only run away, but still couldn't escape. When recounting this, Leona's face is filled with anger and resentment. Minato glanced and asked suspiciously, So it was injured? Leona gently shook her head and said, Not injured, but unconscious. Minato was surprised to hear that, unable to use magic to heal. At this moment, Leona shouted angrily with great dissatisfaction. The doctor said it will wake up. It's just 9 years old because of them. They were caught, but not enough. Her eyes were filled with too much hatred, fury, and helplessness. Minato realized this and suspiciously asked, So you want revenge? I want to restore justice. Leona loudly shouted, I want to prevent others from suffering like this. I have no power, but you do, don't you? Minato said nothing, silently pondering. She seemed to be telling the truth, and this story to cooperate with her was indeed a smooth talk. But Minato didn't find it unpleasant. Then he calmly spoke, If you can help me, that's fine. Leona smirked proudly. Intelligence report. I've looked into a few things, but not much. They are Yakuza or Mafia, so she is doing her due diligence. Minato paid no attention and seriously asked, Give me their hideout. Leona was stunned and asked, What are you planning to do? Minato replied casually, Infiltrate. But Minato spoke confidently, I won't die. I'm a dark mage. Leona hesitated, looked at him for a long time, then finally agreed. All right, I'll go with you. It might just be death. Leona shook her head firmly. I don't care. Minato narrowed his eyes at her and asked seriously, What about your sister? If I die, it has insurance money. He reluctantly sighed and said, Money is useless. Death is pointless. But Leona firmly shouted, The strong may understand the feeling of the weak to live meaningfully, so you have to fight, even if it means losing. At this point, tears were already streaming down her face. Leona's body trembled slightly as she struggled to speak. I and my sibling have already made a deal. Leona kept crying painfully, tears falling endlessly. Minato stood silently there, watching her. Until Leona was desperate, thinking he wouldn't agree, Minato suddenly spoke, Just do something and take me there. Hearing this, Leona immediately looked up. Minato stepped out the door, looked at her intently, and said seriously, We will defeat them. Leona gently smiles, wipes away her tears, and confidently says, Of course. The two quickly leave the bar. Leona starts to complain that she's a bit tired from walking, but Minato shakes his head and says, We don't need to walk. Then he went straight to Leona. Without hesitation, he embraced her, causing Leona to open her eyes wide in shock. After a while, in a room on the top floor of a skyscraper in the city, a group of thugs are gathered. The guard standing by the window suddenly let out a shout, causing the people inside to panic and ask, What's going on? Before they could understand what was happening, the window was shattered. Minato rushed straight in with Leona, kicking the nearby person by the window as well. This chaotic scene leaves everyone in the room bewildered. Minato sets Leona down and scans the area, shouting, Is this the hideout of the Black Rebellion? She thought she was going to die. At this moment, everyone in the room drew their weapons, including guns and swords. Who are you? Do you know where you are? Minato remained calm and coldly said, Is that all the Yakuza are capable of? A bespectacled man stepped forward and asked coldly, Who the hell are you? The dark mage, that wood guy, immediately shouted in displeasure upon hearing this name. Are you crazy? Kill them! Immediately the gang surrounded the two of them. Minato whispered, stay close to me. Leona nodded softly and said, all right. At the same time, a thug charged at them with a sword, but all he hit was something invisible, and his sword broke in two. That guy immediately panicked, trembling and muttering, what is this? Seeing the sword attack fail, the thugs quickly fired their guns at the two of them. Unfortunately, they only touched some invisible barrier and then disappeared. This barrier made the thugs feel like they had encountered a ghost, and they shouted in disbelief, the sword and gun are useless. A monster? Minato paid no attention to that trembling guy and went straight to the fat man with glasses. You are the boss? Does this group have connections to Black Rebellion? That comment made him stiffen, and after a long moment his body suddenly trembled. He roared loudly. Do you think you can survive? You don't know what the Yakuza is? Then the leader and his men frantically opened fire at Minato. Unfortunately, it's still useless as before. Minato stands there calmly, whispering. Good, they're just subordinates. Leona, sweating profusely and trembling, asks, aren't you afraid? Why aren't we affected at all? Minato didn't answer. You are checking the magical energy in this room and finally speak up. There is no magic here, so they are not connected to them, so there is no need to stay here anymore. At this moment, the leader shouted loudly again, you're definitely dead, die now. Minato, tired of talking nonsense to them, swept his foot in a circle. So a bunch of them were pushed against the wall and collapsed on the spot. Minato didn't even need to use any attack magic to take them down, they're really weak. Leona watched this scene with disbelief in her eyes. Minato said nothing more, speaking coldly. They have no information, let's go somewhere else. Leona watched Minato closely, silently feeling grateful inside. You're really strong. Is this the power of the dark magic? Maybe I could take down the Black Rebellion too. As she was lost in thought, Minato suddenly lifted her up. Leona trembled and muttered, what? Don't tell me. Minato calmly spoke, and then left. He directly dropped her from the upper floor, causing Leona to scream in fear. After a while, using a similar method, Minato and Leona broke into a gang's hideout through a window and started beating people to get information. After visiting a few places, Minato suddenly asked curiously, why do they always attack us first? Are the Yakuza really that stupid? Leona panted heavily before speaking in annoyance. They are not tools. Do you think they will listen to us? She said, glaring at Minato and demanding fiercely. Could you avoid entering through the window? That way we won't alert them. I'm afraid of heights. Minato didn't pay attention and suddenly muttered, I know if they are Yakuza, it should be fine. Leona looked at him speechless. What kind of logic is this? Ignoring her reaction, Minato nodded firmly and said, it's fine, let's place the bet this time. Then the two of them went to an office and knocked on the door. A bald man came out to open it. Seeing the two of them, he frowned and asked, who are you? Minato coldly replied, we want to know about Black Rebellion. Immediately, a loud slam of the door echoed with a shouted demand to go away, leaving Leona speechless at Minato's approach. She helplessly holds her head, wondering if anyone came to ask about the underground organization by knocking on the Kwang Min Chin Dai door, and there's Minato. Unfortunately, it wasn't allowed, so he directly used violence to break the door and enter. Hey, are you trying to cause trouble? Where are you from? Minato repeated his earlier question. I just want to ask about Black Rebellion. He clenched his fist and charged forward. Minato, seeing this, reluctantly let the others speak instead. And then you threw a punch that knocked that guy away. His head slammed straight into the wall behind him, causing his accomplices to panic. Minato, indifferent and cold, asked, all right, where are your bosses? At that moment, a man in a suit stepped out and softly said, it's me, Oshiro. What are you here for? Minato didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the main point. Does this place have any connection to Breakbell? Oshiro frowned slightly in suspicion. The subordinate behind him angrily shouted, who do you think you are to ask those questions? Then he tried to attack Minato, but Oshiro stopped him. Enough, the subordinate, dissatisfied, wanted to retort, but Oshiro coldly said, it's not worth it. He's not someone you can handle. Then he glanced at Minato and honestly said, we have nothing to do with Black Rebellion. I swear on my gang's honor. Minato also didn't react and continued to ask, so you know where the hideout is? Oshiro didn't answer immediately, but asked back, if I answer, will you leave? Minato nodded without hesitation, and then he and Leona were invited to sit at the table, where a thug brought them 2 cups of tea. Leona was truly confused. What on earth is going on right now? At this moment, Oshiro spoke up again. I am Oshiro. Minato also politely greeted, I am Chrono, the Dark Mage. Leona quickly followed suit. I am Leona. After introducing myself, Osairo took out a map, pointed to a spot on it, and spoke. The Black Rebellion hideout is quite far from here. He said that's all he knows and doesn't know the exact location. Minato frowned at that. He's ruthless with Leona's words, but if they look, they might find a way out. Leona is actually quite trustworthy. Minato narrowed his eyes at Osairo and asked coldly, "But have you said everything? Is there anything you're hiding from me?" Osairo gently shook his head and replied, "No, we are enemies after all. We just avoid fighting each other." "We hope so too," Minato sneered and said, "I'm not lying to the person sitting in the Yakuza office. Yakuza have principles. Don't say those words to me." Minato was surprised. I can't believe someone like him exists. Thinking about it, Minato immediately stood up to leave. We got what we needed, so we're heading out. What about the plan to fight Black Rebellion? There are rumors that they've connected with some influential figures. It's not going to be easy. What about opponents like us? I've faced countless people before. As soon as he finished speaking, he hugged Leona and jumped out the window, leaving Osairo with a farewell he wouldn't see again. Osairo watched Minato's shadow from above and couldn't help but sneer. If there's someone like you, you could take down the Black Rebellion in an instant. Minato doesn't realize he's thinking this way. He's still holding Leona and leaving for the place he needs to go. Meanwhile, in an abandoned house in the city, two groups are conducting a deal. The two leaders are very cautious of everything around them. The subordinates are checking the guns inside the wooden box. After a while, the other guy finally spoke, confirming there were no issues with their quality. Once confirmed, they began the exchange. A large suitcase of money was handed over. The leader in black smiled with satisfaction. The red-haired guy went to shake hands with him. The deal has been finalized. The other person nodded slightly and said, "A good deal. Japan is truly wonderful. No other country treats criminals like this." Hearing this, the red-headed man sneered and said, "This place is full of peaceful souls. This is the greatest country ever." Then, the two of them burst into laughter, but at that moment the window was shattered by someone, and then a figure landed beside them. "What is that? Who is this?" The person coming is Minato along with Leona. Minato coldly spoke, finally finding Black Rebellion, but then he just glanced over the crowd in front of him. "You're wondering how many mages are here. All the people who look like Black Rebellion are magic users, and about half of them look like mafia, right?" Leona wisely steps aside, knowing she shouldn't get involved in this fight. She doesn't have that ability, so Leona quietly moved away and opened her phone to record as evidence. Being blocked caused both groups to become extremely angry. The red-headed man angrily looked at Minato and demanded, "Who are you?" Hearing this familiar phrase, Minato couldn't help but sigh in resignation. Oh my god, do villains always start with that line? Your words leave him confused and clueless. Minato remained unfazed and calmly said, "I am the Dark Mage. I am here to destroy Black Rebellion." The mafia leader, unfamiliar with this name, whispered softly, "Dark Mage." The red-headed guy looked confused, muttering to himself about destroying Black Rebellion. But soon after, everyone burst out laughing. The red-headed leader sneered and said, "What can a little brat like you do?" As soon as he finished speaking, a flame shot toward him from afar. With a loud explosion, the fireball burst quickly, knocking the nearby group away. Minato coldly said, "I will defeat you all." Surprised by the sudden attack, the two leaders immediately became angry and quickly gave orders. "You are really brave. Kill him. It's just that I couldn't touch you." All magic was blocked by an invisible barrier. Inside, they could only use level 2 magic. Any higher level would destroy the storage. Seeing that Minato was unharmed, the crowd immediately panicked. Our attack was ineffective. The bullets didn't hit that guy. The mafia boss was just as confused and immediately questioned why he wasn't injured. The red-headed guy looked extremely helpless. He doesn't understand this. He's never seen magic like this before. Minato couldn't help but feel helpless. It's not even magic, but their panic is truly remarkable. At this moment, the mafia leader shouted loudly, "We still have what I brought, right?" The red-named guy suddenly remembered the item and regained his confidence. He sneered and said, "Enjoy your confidence while you can. Dark Mage or someone else." Minato couldn't help but be stunned. Looks like they've regained their senses. While you were panicking, one of them brought the poison gas canister over. Minato saw it and shouted loudly, "Leona, run outside right now." Leona obediently turned around and ran towards the door. It seemed that at the same time, the other guy threw the smoke bomb outside. Minato didn't dare to be careless and quickly used magic to pull it back. In an instant, all the toxic gas was released outside. The two leaders, now wearing masks, looked on with smug expressions. They happily laughed and said, "It's too late, fool. Not even you can resist the poison gas. The game is over. He's finally dead, right?" As they moved closer to see how Minato would die, their eyes widened in horror when they looked more closely. Because inside that toxic smoke, Minato's figure still stood there unmoved. He was completely unharmed. The two men, terrified, staggered back and exclaimed in disbelief, "Wait, he's alive. How is that possible?" Minato kindly told them that magic shields and barrier spells can't block poison gas, but it's just gas. If I circulate the air with wind magic, it won't be a threat at all. A superior mage like you cannot be defeated by poison gas. The more they hear Minato's words, the more terrified the people in front of him become. The red-headed guy hurriedly shouted for backup. His subordinates quickly called someone, but no one answered. Minato was not surprised and coldly said, "It's definitely no one left. Since you have defeated everyone, all the bases outside Kabukicho have been taken down." Minato sneered, pouting, and said, "You are the only ones left, get ready." This statement causes the expressions of the two leaders to change color. Minato showed no mercy at all and directly defeated everyone inside the abandoned house. Minato calmly said, "The break rebellion in Kabukicho will end once I call Leona." But at this moment, a noise from inside the abandoned house startled him, making him frown and ask someone outside where Leona was being held at knife point. Along with that, a sinister voice said, "You did all of that alone." I have to say that's impressive. The demon is just a few millimeters from Leona's neck. A light touch would cut her carotid artery directly. The person holding her is Tsuji. He smirked and said, "Do you want to negotiate?" Dark Mage. Minato squinted slightly, beginning to calculate. They are quite far apart, so I can't handle it with magic combat techniques unless there's an opening. Then I will immediately activate my level 1 spell and make him drop the knife. Sensing Minato's thoughts, Tsuji couldn't help but sneer. "Hey, don't try to do something reckless unless you want to see this woman die." Minato furrowed his brow even more. "That guy can see your magical power. It seems that some mages can still sense magical strength in the modern age." Tsuji's magical power is around 40,000, indicating she is likely a high-level mage, although it seems she is restraining her magical strength. Leona thought she had caused trouble for Minato and apologized, saying, "I'm sorry for following him unnecessarily." Minato dismissively said, "I won't say anything, just don't worry, I will definitely save her." Tsuji, being ignored, shouted angrily, "Don't ignore my presence. Do you understand what situation you're in? I am the god of this place, and if you dare to do anything reckless, I will kill her." As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed the knife against Leona's neck, causing her to grimace in pain. Minato immediately nodded. "I understand, I won't do anything." "Good boy," Tsuji smiled happily, pleased with your cooperation. "Sorry for the late introduction. I am Kagetsuji, the leader of Black Rebellion at the Kabukicho branch." He told Minato that his boss had ordered an investigation into the Black Mage, and if possible, to befriend Minato, but if not, to eliminate him. Tsuji also said he had tortured those connected to the Black Mage and was close to obtaining the information. At this point, he suddenly gritted his teeth and, with a look of discontent in Tsuji's eyes, shouted, "Do you really want to destroy this branch?" As he spoke, his knife was pressed against Leona's neck, and fresh blood began to flow. Minato saw this and frowned. Tsuji, noticing his gaze, pretended to be sorry and said, "Oh, sorry." Then he withdrew the knife, pouting as he smiled and said, "I hope you understand my agitation. Although it's not like me, killing a hostage doesn't mean anything, right?" Leona's blood on the knife makes Tsuji become excited. He grins in a perverted way. After all, her blood smells so good. It really smells so good. It's perfect when you're just an observer. Minato hurriedly spoke, worried that he would attack Leona. "So, what are the terms of this negotiation?" Tsuji chuckled softly, raising an eyebrow and saying, "Oh, I almost forgot. It's simple. From now on, I will torture and kill you." He said Minato can refuse and run away, but if he does, Leona will die. At this point, Tsuji points the knife at Minato and laughs triumphantly. What will he do now? "Dark Mage, choose between you and this woman." Minato spoke without hesitation. "I accept the torture." Hearing this, both Leona and Tsuji were stunned. Tsuji couldn't help but feel moved. Does he really have a spirit of sacrifice? That's truly admirable. You don't think so? Minato isn't too worried because any attack is useless against him, so Chatan won't matter at all. But Tsuji is not stupid either. He immediately orders, "Then restrain your enormous magical power. It really doesn't make sense if you have a magic shield." Leona couldn't help but panic, meaning Minato can block any attack with his magic shield. But what if you hold it back? Minato didn't expect Tsuji to even know about his magic shield. He must have seen it during the last battle. Truly too careless. But with no other choice, Minato had to restrain his magic. Then he raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you satisfied now?" Tsuji sneered, then summoned her magic to attack Minato. He laughed triumphantly, unable to move. He didn't kill Minato, but his father attacked him with his own level 1 magic. Leona saw that and shouted in fear, stopping, but unfortunately Tsuji couldn't listen to her. The madman laughed loudly. I can't stop now that I'm having so much fun." In an instant, Minato was beaten to the point of collapsing on the ground. Leona saw that and panickingly shouted, "Chrono!" Guilt appeared in her eyes, blaming herself for everything. She was determined to destroy them, even if it meant sacrificing herself, but her own helplessness caused trouble for him. At this moment, Suji seemed to hold the upper hand. The madman shouted loudly, "It's a pity, but this is your end. Thank you for the interesting times you brought. Goodbye, Dark Mage." Leona bit her lip fiercely. She won't let him kill Minato because he is her only hope. Thinking quickly, she started to struggle to escape while summoning her magic in her hand. But Leona's clumsy actions did not escape Suji's watchful eyes. He sneered coldly, pushing her to the ground. He scoffed disdainfully, "I can see right through her." If she weren't here, he wouldn't have acted. A great person like him would have to die, a fitting death for a foolish woman like her. As soon as she finished speaking, Suji charged forward with a sword, aiming to kill Leona. But at this moment, Minato suddenly acted, punching him in the face and causing Suji, like a torn kite, to fly out. Minato let out a faint snort and coldly said, "The one who's truly pitiful here is you." Leona was surprised to see Minato unharmed and exclaimed, "How could you? Didn't you already suppress your magic shield?" Minato chuckled softly and calmly replied, "It's simple. Right before his magic hit my body, I raised a small magic shield so Suji wouldn't notice." Hearing this, Leona felt like she had witnessed a miracle and said in admiration, "Only you could do something like that." Minato paid no mind and calmly said, "Anyway, we're safe now, so don't worry anymore." Then he healed the wound on Leona's neck, and she finally let out a sigh of relief. Thank God. Suji, on the other hand, was very angry and shouted loudly, "What do you mean, thank God?" Minato was a bit surprised. "Although you used a speed-focused magic combat technique, you're pretty good not to faint." Suji glared at Minato and said angrily, "Why did you dare hurt me? Even my father couldn't do any damage to you, so instead I will burn you to death." As soon as he finished speaking, his magic began to erupt. Minato couldn't help but frown. Suji's magical power is increasing, just as you thought he was hiding it. At this moment, anger filled Suji's eyes. The madman roared fiercely, "Let it burn to the end." In an instant, the blazing flames appeared inside the abandoned house. Seeing the flames rushing madly toward her, Leona immediately shouted in panic, "4-star magic? We can't hold out against this." But Minato still stood there calmly, showing no sign of movement. In an instant, flames engulfed the two of them, but at that moment, Minato suddenly moved, casually waving his hand to create a protective barrier that blocked the blazing fire. Seeing this scene, Leona exclaimed in disbelief, "A level 1 magic completely blocked a level 4 spell. How could that be?" She stands behind Minato, watching his steady back intently. I wonder what this feeling of relief that Leona is experiencing is like. Does she really think he will definitely do something? Who is the person in front of Leona right now that has such power? Seeing Minato block it, Suji didn't panic. He suddenly threw back his head and laughed loudly, then coldly said, "All right, I knew it. You're very strong. I thought my magic wouldn't work on you, but I have a trick up my sleeve." As soon as he finished speaking, Suji reinforced his magic, causing Leona to cry out in surprise. Why are there no signs that the magic has disappeared? Shouldn't his magic have disappeared by now? It's a durable spell. Minato calmly explains, causing Leona to become even more confused. Usually she cannot cast multiple spells at once, and after a while the magic will weaken and eventually dissipate. However, if the magic is recharged with the same power, it will continue even after fading. That is also the principle applied when Leona flies using wind magic. Without doing so, she wouldn't be able to fly. Thanks for the explanation, but there's no time for that now. The barrier is about to fall. But as she reached this point, she realized one thing. The barrier hadn't disappeared. Her eyes widened in horror. Seeing her reaction, Minato calmly spoke again. "If I can understand it, that means I can also use it. So obviously I can also use sustainable magic, and it's as easy as eating porridge." But Suji here was utterly stunned and shouted in disbelief, "No way, you can also use sustainable magic?" Leona, now confident again, boldly said, "Your magic is useless against him. I advise you to surrender while you still have a chance." Suji heard this, and immediately bowed his head, his body trembling reflexively, but he quickly looked up and smirked with a sinister smile. "I was just joking. What does this mean?" Suji sneered coldly and said, "Yes, it's very strong. If we fight normally, it's a piece of cake for me, but I already said I have a trick up my sleeve," and then he controlled the flames in front of him. Immediately, Leona felt her body become very uncomfortable. She struggled to breathe, trembling as she muttered, "It's too hot. I can't breathe. Why does my body feel so heavy?" Suji smirked confidently and said, Do you know what happens when you set up a barrier in a closed space surrounded by fire? Naturally, there will be no oxygen, and the temperature will keep rising. And now Minato has two options: to suffocate inside the barrier like Leona is currently doing, or to remove the barrier and face the flames outside. An ordinary person would think so, but not Minato. In an instant, Leona's feeling of breathlessness disappeared. She gasped in amazement, no longer suffocating and feeling cooler now. Suji watched this scene with eyes full of disbelief. Minato let out a slight snort and said coldly, "It's true that your fire magic can affect the atmosphere, but it seems you don't realize that magic itself also exists within the atmosphere." Suji shivered and muttered, "What are you talking about?" Minato kindly explained that the magic shield is a combination of the caster's magic and natural forces. Magic exists in the atmosphere and has the properties of the atmosphere. As soon as he finished speaking, a layer of energy appeared around him, swirling around the barrier and also holding back Suji's flames. At the same time, the vent above was also opened. Minato calmly said, "So in other words, the essence of magic is both air and shield. That's enough to leave it at that." The more Suji hears, the more panicked he becomes, clutching his head and shouting, "This can't be happening. Why did everything turn out like this? My trick was perfect. It should have been the best magic to torture and destroy anyone. You bastard. I haven't let you fall yet. You like torturing, don't you? Then go and feel the pain like your victims did." As soon as he finished speaking, he placed his hand on the middle of his head. In an instant, Suji's eyes lost focus and tears began to fall. Minato sneered, having cast a spell called the Shadow Realm. In Suji's subconscious, he is falling into a place of utter darkness. He doesn't know where he is, can't make a sound, and can't hear anything. An overwhelming fear quickly engulfed Suji, who desperately called for help, but received no response. Before long, Suji could no longer resist and collapsed to the ground. Minato coldly said without any mercy, "Pay the price for your past sins deep in the darkness." At this moment, a sudden noise rang out outside. Leona frowned in surprise, seeming to realize someone has reported this place. Not wanting to stay any longer, Minato then suggested, "Let's go." He then lifted Leona into his arms, causing her to panic and mutter, "Wait, don't tell me we're flying again." Unfortunately, no matter how much she resisted, it was useless. Minato carried her and flew out of the window, then landed on a rooftop not far away. Looking at the scene below, Leona slowly spoke. "In this way, the Black Rebellion in Kabukicho has been destroyed." Minato nodded slightly and opened his mouth. "It seems it's time to clean up the next area." Leona looked at him intently, hesitating before saying, "Chrono, I have something to ask of you. Can you accept me as an ally?" She said she has no power and might slow Minato down, but she has information and connections, so she really needs his help. Leona's tone is somewhat formal. Minato looked at her intently for a long moment before sighing and saying, "I just realized this. It turns out I am quite easily swayed by others' offers." Leona looked at him expectantly, so he nodded indifferently. Minato calmly said, "I look forward to working with you from now on." A look of happiness appeared in Leona's eyes as she confidently replied, "Of course I look forward to working with you too. I will handle public relations and gather allies. Just leave it to me." Hearing this, Minato couldn't help but feel confused. What exactly is public relations? The next morning, the media reported that the underground organization called Black Rebellion Branch in Kabukicho had been destroyed, with rumors suggesting that a person known as the Dark Sorcerer was involved in the arrest. The case is currently under investigation, but meanwhile a female TV host suddenly received shocking news. A message was announced by the anti-illegal wizard organization led by the Dark Mage. Immediately, a video appeared. A figure of a teenager in a black cloak quickly appears along with a stern declaration. "I, the Dark Sorcerer, am the one who stands up to eliminate the illegal sorcerers surrounding the Black Rebellion. Any injustice caused by illegal mages will not be tolerated. No matter who they are, remember that." This announcement was broadcast all over Japan, and of course Akudo also saw this video. He was so furious he slammed the table and shouted insults at that dark mage. At that moment, a man approached to advise him, saying, "There's no need to get so angry. The black mage is just an ordinary person." Hearing this, Akudo calmed down and nodded, replying, "Yes, and Belly has her brother now. That man is the head of the Fuyuka family." Fuyukin. He smirked and said, "Yes, a noble of my stature. Why is a noble like Jin here?" Oh, he had already seen the news criticizing the noble magicians. Major television stations criticize noble mages for supposed failure to protect the people, but their actions in footage and press conferences are truly frightening. Jane's expression grows even more grim. The TV hosts even suggested that Minato's special unit was far more effective and questioned whether there was still a need for noble magicians. Jin's expression constantly shifted in response to the media's criticism. The butler, very perceptive, stood by silently. As expected, Jin's anger soon erupted. He used magic to smash the TV in front of him. Jin gritted his teeth and ordered Shu to come here. The butler immediately obeyed and left, ready to deal with Thuong Ngai. Jin's anger still burned, his eyes filled with murderous intent. I will show them what happens when they dare to threaten the magical nobility. Meanwhile, in New York, chaos is spreading as people keep fleeing because a natural disaster has struck the area. The demon soldiers are attacking on the main street. The American police quickly arrived. They started fighting the monsters, but there were too many, and they couldn't hold out for much longer. A fellow officer asked suspiciously, "Where is the SMT team?" The person next to him hurriedly replied, "Disasters are happening everywhere. They can't get here quickly." Hearing this, the other person angrily cursed, "Damn it, useless bastards!" As they were talking, a huge explosion occurred, filling the sky with smoke and fire. Many people were burned alive, and the demon general appeared on the streets of New York. Seeing it, the police immediately panicked. How could they possibly defeat those creatures? What should we do? And then, suddenly, around the demon general, a series of magic circles appeared. In just a moment, a blazing pillar of fire appeared, like a pillar reaching to the heavens, seemingly devouring everything inside. This strange phenomenon left the officers outside in confusion. And before it was over, the flames arrived and a giant water shadow appeared. The water shadow merged seamlessly with the flames without hesitation. The police stared in shock at the scene, trembling as they muttered, "What just happened?" At that moment, the sound came through their earpiece. Basically, the other side informed them that a disaster specialist named Mizua Tusuru, a magic noble from Japan, has arrived at the scene and they should coordinate and control the situation. Tusuru was standing on the rooftop nearby, without hesitation, jumping down from above. He began to summon magic, and the demon general also dared not slack off, quickly taking action. A fire and a water clash fiercely in an instant. At first they fought fiercely, but soon they merged into one. Finally, the flames disappeared. The wave of water kept rushing forward, straight toward the demon general, instantly shattering it into pieces. Tiru descended from the sky, his figure extremely majestic. The police outside, witnessing this fierce battle, were stunned at first but quickly reacted, cheering with joy. They started to surround Tasiru and praise him. The next morning at the international airport, Tasiru arrived and was immediately photographed by reporters. A middle-aged man took his hand and praised him, saying that thanks to that day, the level of damage had greatly decreased. "We are very grateful." Tiru calmly shook his head and said, "I'm just doing my job, no need to thank me." Meanwhile, the two guards beside the man were discussing Tusuru, implying that he had fallen out of favor. Now, besides his noble status, his magic level is quite low. Tasiru seems to understand what they are saying, but he doesn't react much. Tasiru quickly leaves with his people, while the middle-aged man behind waves goodbye to him. Japan's position, the current state of the magic nobility, and Tusiru's daughter being in the special magic unit, he must go back and handle these matters. He can't let them continue any longer. In Japan, Ruka's group was still training with Minato as usual. During the break, Ryuji couldn't help but complain. "Kusanagi is too strong, it's really unfair. He might be the strongest person in Japan." Juka also nodded in agreement. "That's right, and it seems like he's not even using his full strength yet." Hearing their complaints, Sugo quickly stepped in to reassure them. "We definitely stand a chance if we all attack him together. No matter how strong he is, we can't lose." This comment seems to be encouraging the three Ruka guys. All three of them are filled with fighting spirit. Minato, arriving just in time to overhear their intentions, smirked and asked, "Do you want to try it now?" The three of them froze in shock, panic-stricken upon seeing him. "Really? Trying to run away? Am I really that scary?" This remark made all three of Ruka's team members dissatisfied, but Minato remained unfazed and calmly said, "The break is over now. The next training session is to try to defeat me. Any method is allowed. Do your best." Hearing this, Ruka's three companions immediately became excited, their eyes full of fighting spirit. All three shared the same goal of defeating Minato. Immediately after, the three of them summoned their magic power. Even Sugo and Karin joined in. Minato also remained calm, calmly creating a barrier. Seeing that barrier, Du confidently smiled and said, "That shield won't be enough to protect you." But this time, Minato created an even higher-level magic shield. Ryuji couldn't help but feel panic. He added another layer of barrier. Ruka frowned slightly and reminded him to focus and use all his strength to break through them. In just a moment, a series of powerful spells surged toward Minato, but they only touched his barrier and vanished, unable to harm him at all. This scene leaves everyone stunned and speechless. Minato smirks and lifts the barrier in front of him. Dua, running up to you, shouted in frustration. But we already cast 6th level magic at you. I knew you were strong, but I didn't expect it to be this much. Ryuji also complained. I swear something's wrong with him. Seeing their reaction, Minato couldn't help but smile, wondering if it was his turn now, then immediately summoned the magic in his hand. Seeing this, everyone's faces instantly froze. They decided to cut their losses. Sure enough, not long after, everyone had been defeated. The dissatisfied crowd thought to themselves, Minato is a monster. Just then, the phones in the Mizua sisters' pockets suddenly rang, causing both of them to panic. They quickly ran over to see, their faces instantly stiffening. Minato, seeing this, asked anxiously, What's going on, two of you? Two looked at you quietly and said softly, Our father is coming home. After a while, at the Mizua family estate, the sisters Juka returned home and sat in front of Tusiru. Facing their father, whom they hadn't seen in a long time, Du's sisters felt awkward, and Tiru remained silent, causing the atmosphere to fall into silence. After a moment, Tusiru finally spoke slowly. I heard that you two have joined the Magic Special Forces. The two sisters Ruka were stunned for a moment, but quickly nodded and replied yes. Tusiru narrowed his eyes at his two daughters before finally suggesting, Tell me more. Hearing this, Du and her sister's expressions immediately changed, and a look of joy appeared in their eyes. Du was the first to speak, saying that the Magic Special Forces are making great contributions to society. They have dealt with countless natural disasters, and everyone there is amazing. Ruka also chimed in, saying we've grown a lot, our magic power has doubled, and now we can even use high-level spells. They told Tusiru that most of this was thanks to Minato, and took the opportunity to praise him a lot. Tiru frowned after hearing this, speaking in a deep voice. Kusanagi seems to be an extraordinary individual, doesn't he? But in a place no one can see, his eyes looked a bit grim, yet Ruka and her sister kept talking non-stop about Minato's power. Tusiru calmly takes a sip of tea, then slowly sets the cup down and coldly says, Leave the magic squad. Ruka and her sister, who had just been cheerful, are stunned again and ask suspiciously, Why? I believe you also noticed that currently the reputation of the Magic Noble is at an all-time low, which is having a very negative impact on Japan. It is the Magic Nobles who are supporting this country. He said that the Magic Special Forces not only do nothing to help, but also worsen the situation. This made Ruka's faces darken, and a look of admiration appeared in their eyes. But Tiru didn't care and continued to seriously scold. Especially about your friend Kusanagi Minato, whom you mentioned. From now on, I forbid you both from having any contact with him. Ruka and her sister immediately rebelled fiercely, protesting that it was unfair and that this was only your father's decision. Tusiru narrowed her eyes at her two daughters and coldly said, You have always obeyed me, and you will continue to do so. Duka bit her lip fiercely. She had always listened to her father and never dared to argue. But now it's different. Immediately after, she boldly declared, No, Duka said she would not leave the Magic Special Forces team nor abandon Minato. You are the one who saved the entire world, and they have been training tirelessly all this time. The Magic Special Forces are doing what the noble magicians should be doing. They are willing to cooperate if Tusiru wants, but only if they give up. But before they could finish, Tiru coldly cut them off. Then we are no longer allies. Never call yourself a magic noble again. I understand. Du also did not concede and responded coldly before turning to leave. But as she reached the door, she suddenly turned her head, smiling sincerely and saying, I will work in the special magic team. Not as a Mizuha Dui noble mage. After saying that, she lifted her foot and left. Tusiru watched Dua's figure and couldn't help but speak up. I didn't think Du would go that far, Ruka said casually. Dusa has changed, father, and so have I. Immediately afterward, Ruka also went to the door to express her opinion. Tiru narrowed his eyes at her and coldly said, If you go with Duika, you won't be able to use the name Mizuha Ruka anymore. Ruka responded without hesitation. I understand if cutting ties is the way to go. Then she bowed her head in farewell to Tusiru. Thank you for everything. Goodbye, sir. Tiru sighed helplessly. They don't see the importance of the magic noble class. He was truly powerless, his eyes full of sorrow. On the other hand, Du and her sister left the house with Valley. Duka muttered in frustration, Dad is too stubborn. We all tried so hard, including Minato. Ruka nodded in agreement, saying, That's right, our lives are decided by ourselves. But before long, Du suddenly hesitated and asked, Are you sure about this? Us leaving home? Don't worry, I understand you. Besides, I can't let my sister go alone. You are my older sister. Hearing this, Du felt very moved. She hurriedly ran over, hugged Ruka's arm, and pouted. Then they went to find a hotel to stay at, but they were all refused. After a futile struggle, Duan Water helplessly sighed. All the hotels, inns, even internet cafes, we will become homeless. Ruka, sitting opposite, also sighed and said, they all refuse to accept minors immediately. She can only lie about her age to get into a hotel, but I doubt Du would dare to do that. Duka takes a sip of bubble tea, muttering in frustration, this is so weird. We have money from our activities in the Magic Special Forces, but we can't spend it. Just then, two guys came in from outside, saw Ruka and the others, and started teasing with a smile. Are you two famous or something? Come hang out with us. Without waiting for Ruka to reply, these shameless guys directly sat down at their table. Duka's face instantly hardened as she coldly warned, stay away from my sister, or I will kill you. Seeing her murderous gaze, the two guys immediately panicked and ran away. Ruka saw them run away like scared dogs and scoffed coldly. What a bunch of idiots. Duka, seeing her angry, couldn't help but smile. Right after that, she took Ruka's hand and suggested, let's go out and have some fun. Ruka asked in confusion. What about the accommodation? We'll handle that later. So they went to the shopping mall, stored their luggage, and happily went shopping. This was probably the rare time the two sisters truly enjoyed themselves at their age. Then they went to a karaoke room to sing freely. In the evening, they left the amusement park. Duka walked along, smiling as she said, today was really fun, we played everything possible. Ruka nodded in agreement. I've never gone out this much since I was a kid. At this moment, Du suddenly stepped in front of Ruka. She smiled brightly and said, I am very happy that we have each other, sister. Ruka also smiled affectionately and looked at her. Do you think so? But we still managed to come up with a place to stay. Du suddenly looked disappointed, sighed, and spoke. Is there anyone who can host us? At this moment, Du's phone rang. The notification sound is a message from Minato. Ruka and her sister exchanged glances, suddenly thinking of something. So, a while later, Minato had no choice but to welcome these uninvited guests. He asked in surprise, why did you two suddenly come to visit? Duka looked at Minato with shining eyes. Van Nai muttered, do you think it's okay for us to stay at your house? Minato naturally didn't send them away, inviting them into the house to ask about everything in detail. After hearing about the disagreement among the three Mizua family members, he was shocked and spoke up. So you ran away from home because of that? The two sisters sighed resignedly, thinking Minato wouldn't agree. You think so too? We already knew. Minato narrowed his eyes at them. Both of them had changed. Now they seemed more honest with themselves. Our sibling feelings are growing stronger. While Minato was still thinking, Du spoke up, I know it's a bit inconvenient to ask this, but can we stay for a while? Please, we have nowhere else to go. Minato didn't answer right away, remaining silent in thought. He knew they were girls, but that didn't mean there was any romantic feeling between them. Well, it's not really an issue. In the end, he nodded slightly and said, all right, you can stay for a while. Hearing this, Ruka and her sister immediately cheered up. Seeing their reaction, Minato couldn't help but speak up first. Let me tell you first, this place is pretty cramped. The Ruka sisters shook their heads slightly, saying nonchalantly, we don't mind at all, we really like it. Minato sighed helplessly. This is really troublesome. Only then did the Ruka sisters realize the problem here. She blushed shyly, her feelings for Minato now different from usual. They're going to be together from now on, and she feels like they're doing something really crazy. Ruka is no exception, her heart pounding rapidly, and she doesn't even know what kind of feeling this is. While they were lost in thought, Minato spoke again. Do you want to go take a bath? The words go, take a bath seemed to hit a nerve with the Dua sisters, making them startle in panic. Minato looked at the two of them in confusion and asked again, what? You don't want to, do you? Du quickly shook his head in response. No, we're going to take a shower. So she went into the bathroom to wash up first. After being outside all day, the cold water made Du feel very comfortable. At the same time, in the living room, Minato looked at Ruka and said, anyway, you two did something very brave. I never thought you would both leave home. I'm just as surprised as you are. This is the first time Du and I have gone against our father's wishes. My father is always strict and doesn't allow anyone to act freely. Minato frowned when he heard this and hesitated to speak, but it seems his impression of the Mage team is quite negative, so he might do something against us. Who knows? While they were talking, Du came out of the bathroom feeling great. Chi, it's your turn now. Ruka nodded softly and said, yeah, thank you. Then she also went into the bathroom. The water from the showerhead poured down, making Ruka feel completely satisfied. Outside, Rika happily chatted with Minato. You know, it's a really strange feeling. When inside his room like this, Minato nodded slightly and said, this is the first time someone else has come to my house. Smiling at him, Du gratefully said, "Thank you, Minato. Without you, we would have been stranded outside." Unfazed, Minato shrugged and refused to comment, saying, "Don't worry too much, it's not a big deal." Hearing this, Du couldn't help but burst into laughter. Minato looked at her in confusion and asked, "What is it?" Duka shook his head gently and replied, "No, it's just that you always say that. You know?" Minato saw no problem with it and calmly said, "It's my special wizard team after all. You are both a member of the team and a friend. No matter what happens, I will never abandon you." Minato's words made Du's cheeks flush with embarrassment, her heart pounding wildly as if it was about to jump out of her chest. At this moment, Ruka pushed open the bathroom door and stepped out, startling Ruka and making her forget her embarrassment. Ruka didn't understand what was happening and calmly spoke up. "I'm done." Minato saw that the two girls had finished, so he stood up and went into the bathroom. "Well, I'm going to take a shower now." Ruka glanced at Yu entering, then looked over at Rika sitting on the other side. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense, as if Ruka was deep in thought. The next day, in the police station's conference room, Sugo handed Minato a stack of documents and spoke. "This is our training schedule." Minato glanced over it. Hailong nodded. "That's fine. Seeing that you have no objections, I will conclude our regular meeting now." But Minato called him back and said, "By the way, I want to report a few things. Juka and Ruka have started living with me." This statement made Sugo freeze in shock. He exclaimed in panic, "So the three of us are living together?" Minato calmly admitted, "Yes, that's right." Sugo was truly speechless. "You live with not just one, but two girls. Why are you so calm? Do young people these days think that's normal?" "No, Minato is a strange person. I guess I need to teach him some basics." Thinking of that, Sugo suddenly spoke seriously. "Kusanagi, Japan doesn't have the custom of polygamy." Minato, hearing that, muttered in confusion whether that is the current trend or not. Then he left the meeting room, but seriously thought that the three people in that room seemed to be quite cramped. "Should you move out?" As he walked down the corridor, Minato saw Karin practicing in the yard below. "You've been training for so long that sweat is already on your forehead." Karin was startled by the sound and looked up, then shyly smiled and said, "I'm falling behind, so I finally reached the level where I can use the attack spell." Then she suddenly realized something and hurriedly reminded him, "Actually, Kusanagi, you're our leader, so there's no need to be so formal. You are my subordinate, so I will speak more casually from now on." Minato nodded in agreement when he saw her serious expression. Karin then smiled contentedly, but Minato coldly said, "Try launching an attack." Karin couldn't help but feel confused, but he ignored her reaction and calmly said, "I will give you some advice. Hurry up." Karin then began to cast her magic. Minato stood beside her, watching silently before finally praising her. "You seem to have made quite a bit of progress. Keep it up and you'll become stronger." Karin was happy to be praised, but she quickly muttered sadly, "I'm still very weak compared to others." Minato squinted and softly reassured her, "You shouldn't underestimate yourself. I see you're trying hard too." Karin smiled at him, sighed, and said, "Because I joined the police station because they said St. Mages are very rare. How can someone like me compare to others?" She knew she was the weakest in the unit and hated feeling this way about herself. At this point, Karin felt a bit pessimistic, worried that Minato might overthink, so she waved her hand and said, "Sorry, I made you feel strange." Minato paid no attention and calmly asked, "Why do you want to become a police officer?" Karin hesitated for a moment, then frowned and muttered, "My older sister is a holy mage. She has helped many people during past disasters. She wanted to be like her grandmother, so she joined the police station. Now she has passed away." At this point, Karin turned away to hide her feelings. A trivial reason, right? She has no ambitions or big goals like others. She always thinks she's not good enough and hasn't achieved anything. Minato looked at her intently and coldly asked, "Do you think that way?" Karin didn't answer, and Minato slowly approached her, smiling as he said, "Sanada, you have your own strengths. You can heal others, and you've also learned offensive magic. That's wonderful. It doesn't matter why Karin chose this path. What matters is what she does. She has worked hard and with passion." Minato placed his hand on her shoulder and sincerely praised her. "You've improved a lot, and it's obvious." Hearing those words, Karin was moved to tears. The two then went up the stairs to talk. Karin looked remorseful and said to Minato, "Sorry about that. You probably see me as a pitiful adult." Minato declined to comment, saying, "I don't think age matters." Karin chuckled softly. "I do feel that way when I see you. Thank you, Kusanagi." Minato has saved her again and again. To her, Minato is a hero. A long day passed and night fell. Minato put on his familiar hoodie and went outside. "Why did you suddenly call me?" "The person you wanted to meet outside is Leona." She furrowed her brows and smiled, saying, "I have some information that you will probably be curious about. It's related to the dark rumors surrounding the Mage aristocracy. Minato frowned in deep thought after hearing that. A moment later, he smiled and said, "Tell me more." Leona nonchalantly points at Minato and teases him, saying, "Put on your dark mage uniform." Minato immediately protests, "You think I'll wear it every day? I've investigated. Illegal mages and underground magical organizations use their connections in the community, and I've heard dark rumors about the magical aristocracy. Money laundering, collusion, embezzlement, a never-ending list of crimes, especially the Fuya family. They seem to be connected to the Black Rebellion." After hearing this, Minato frowned and asked, "Who is the leader of the Black Rebellion?" Leona calmly replied, "Rumors say it was Kuroya Kuto, a former noble mage. Apparently, he was quite arrogant during his time there and was eventually expelled, even making headlines for a while." Hearing this, Minato nodded clearly and said, "That confirms the suspicious connection with the mage aristocracy, right?" Leona calmly replied, "Exactly. There are many suspicions but no concrete evidence. No one is talking about it, and no information has been found. They can threaten you. Be careful if you want to dig deeper into this." Minato ignored their threats and calmly asked, "Send all the information to my device." Leona suspiciously asked, "What are you planning to do?" "Serving justice," Minato replied with a slight smile, then jumped off the building using magic. He has countless ways to deal with enemies and will never show mercy. Minato quickly returned home. Rika and Ruka each do their own thing, not paying attention to each other. Ruka is sitting on the bed, focused on meditating. Ruka is diligently reading books and doing homework, while Minato is busy playing with his phone. I think I need to investigate Ichikami Minato. He has learned to use a phone over the past 50 years of disasters and history. Then, Minato started to dig into information about Ichikami. Minato quickly found information online and scrolled down to read. The history of Ichikami Minato until his death is almost identical, but modern mages are described as being at a much lower level, and there are false rumors about the ancestors of the magical nobility being active. There is a lot of vague information about noble mages, secrets regarding high-level magic, and their training methods remain a mystery. If your magic book hadn't been lost, the mages wouldn't have faded away, but according to Dukas, it seems there are no more books or data about it at all. It's as if someone is secretly plotting to weaken the mages. Maybe the previous generation of the Mizua family knew something, but meeting them now would be very difficult. There is also very little information about these disasters. The more Minato thinks about it, the harder it is to understand why they keep happening, and ultimately why they occurred in the first place, or even what the catastrophe actually is. Minato sat there in a daze, and Du looked a bit confused. The next day, at the police training ground, Minato was still practicing as usual. At this moment, the wireless earphones suddenly beep with an alert sound. The entire police force focused, having detected the disaster. All units proceed to the location immediately. Minato received the information and quickly issued the order, "Let's move." Their group quickly set out, but when Minato arrived, he saw something beneath that lazy bastard. He stomps on a demon soldier and sneers, "Oh, you're late." He walks up to Minato, points and laughs, saying, "I have defeated all the subordinate soldiers of the boss. What is the magic special forces doing?" Seeing that you said nothing, Shu became even more arrogant and smug. "Oh, relax, no civilians will get hurt." Then he and his men left, still arrogantly laughing and saying, "You always talk about protecting civilians, but what if we weren't here? Next time, focus more, got it?" Dukas heard this and angrily shouted, "What the hell is going on?" Minato nodded in agreement, saying, "Your thoughts are no different from mine." But on another day, a similar scene unfolded again. When Minato's team arrived, Shu's people had already taken care of everything and kept mocking them. "It's too late. It's too late. We're already late again. You fools, are you even useful?" Ruka's group was furious and really wanted to fight, but Shu quickly led everyone away. What exactly is the purpose of the Magic Special Forces team? Clearly, the world still needs us mage nobles. Dukas was extremely dissatisfied and scolding. This is the 5th time, which is strange. He definitely can't leave something undone. Sugo sighed helplessly. Maybe someone has obstructed us, causing our information to be delayed. Minato also feels the same. He can sense a disaster nearby, but the farther away, the slower his perception becomes. What should we do? While Minato was still thinking, Du kept scolding him, but he ignored it when a high-level demon boss was really annoyed. Just then, Karin suddenly shouted, seeming to say that the Fui UK group was being very warmly supported by the community. Sugo felt this was very strange and hesitated, muttering, "That's suspicious. Just recently they were heavily criticized." Karin scrolled through her phone for a moment before speaking. "A meeting is about to start." Minato asked softly, "What is it about?" Karin shook her head in response. with no clues. Fuyuka was gathering reporters. Soon after, the Fuyukawa family press conference took place. Jin calmly spoke from the podium. "Thank you all for gathering here today. This meeting is convened for one reason: to address the recent mistakes and disappointments shown by the magic aristocracy. Especially from the old man's beloved son, Du expressed his regret, saying, 'We have endured countless criticisms of his actions and how he treats others.'" Hearing this, the reporters below started to murmur and criticize. Jin listened silently, waiting for everyone to finish their questions before bowing 90 degrees and speaking. "I sincerely apologize." Jin's actions left the reporters below stunned, and they remained silent for a long time. Jin paid no attention, still bowing his head, and continued speaking. "This is certainly a reflection of my failures as a parent. However, I assure everyone that Shu is trying to correct his mistakes and is actively involved in resolving the recent disasters." Immediately, the reporters below changed their attitude, and their critical tone softened significantly. Jin, seeing this, smirked and lowered his head in satisfaction. But when he looked up, he still maintained a dignified appearance as he spoke. "There have indeed been many discussions about how Fuyuka's son has handled the disasters. Recent calamities and the sudden overseas expeditions of other mage nobles have contributed to the manpower shortage, making the situation worse. We are implementing comprehensive measures. Over here, Ruka's team is monitoring this press conference. They are extremely dissatisfied, and Fuyuka's press conference is attracting a lot of attention. More than half of the comments are supporting the Fuyu family. Duka keeps watching and growing more frustrated, complaining. They are expressing their thoughts. We worked hard just to receive something ridiculous like this." Minato gently pats her head and softly advises, "Stay calm. It doesn't matter what people say. Our mission won't change. Trust me. I will handle it." As soon as he finished speaking, he smiled with complete confidence. After the Fuyukawa family broadcast that day, Sugo was called to the leader's office. Upon hearing his order, Sugo exclaimed in shock, "What did you just say?" The director calmly said, "I have already said that at this rate, the team's existence is seriously threatened. Complaints about the magic special forces are increasing, and opposing the mage nobles is extremely dangerous. The director suggests that the current tense situation might partly be due to Sugo's actions." Hearing this, Sugo's facial expression immediately stiffened. "I'm not convinced and I object, but sir, the main issue is Fuyukasu's behavior." And yet before he could finish speaking, the director snapped angrily, "After all, you shouldn't confront like that. You proposed forming a team and turning the wizard aristocrats into enemies, which is something you caused yourself." Sugo, biting his lip fiercely, suspiciously asked, "Are our missions delayed? Do you know anything about this?" The director snorted coldly. "Now you're trying to blame me. You're truly shameful." He asked Sugo to improve the police station's image in the public eye and mend the relationship with the noble sorcerers. If he couldn't do it, disband the team. This statement made Sugo panic quite a bit, while at the same time Jin, at his private house, was extremely pleased and laughing loudly. Everything is going according to plan. The butler standing beside him also flattered, "Your hearing is truly extraordinary. No one dares to doubt your judgment." The bandit snorted, arrogantly laughing out loud. "The public is easily swayed. With a little acting, those fools will believe anything. With the public on our side, we will crush the Wizard Special Forces team in no time." After saying that, he threw back his head and laughed loudly, as if he was confident of victory, while Sugo left the police station feeling dissatisfied. In the end, what will happen to Team Minato's future? And for the entire following week, the special unit didn't receive any disaster relief missions, which made Du extremely dissatisfied. "It's strange that we haven't been called out for a week." Ruka also nodded in agreement. "That's right, Fuyuka has handled most of the recent disasters." Ryuji snorted coldly and scolded, "Even people within the police force are sabotaging the special magic team." Minato ate and said, "Maybe there are some inside the police who are allied with the magical aristocrats and our team is a thorn in their side." Du still refused to accept it and shouted, "I don't understand why we are the obstacle. Our actions have negatively impacted the reputation of the noble mages. It's not our fault, but those useless wizard nobles who are to blame. If they don't want their reputation to be ruined, they should work harder." Minato was suddenly scolded and reluctantly said, "Go tell them." Duka slightly pouted, ignoring him and glancing at Ruka, and asked, "Do you think our father is involved too?" Ruka sighed and replied, "I suspect him as well." Seeing them so troubled, Minato stood up enthusiastically and suggested, "Let's investigate." Ryuji also nodded in agreement. "That's right. Without his support, we won't get anywhere." Duka hesitated and muttered, "But right now, I don't have a good relationship with him." Minato shrugged and said, "If you don't want to go, then you don't have to." This made the Mizua sisters exchange glances, hesitating for a moment before speaking in unison. No, we will go, after all. We are his daughters. A little while later, they arrived at the Mizua family estate, but the servant refused to let them meet. Duika quickly spoke up. We're just here to talk. Ruka also asked firmly, could there be an exception? He nodded without hesitation and said, the master clearly said that your daughters are not allowed in. We cannot let those who have been expelled cross this threshold. Ruka and Duika's expressions immediately froze, unsure of what to say. Minato finally stepped forward and said, I am Kusanagi Minato, the leader of the Mage Special Forces. I have a few questions for Mr. Mizua. The servant responded very calmly to the interview requests. Please schedule in advance. Minato shook his head slightly in denial and said, no, I am not here for an interview. I just have a few questions in short. They didn't let us in. No matter what he said, it made Minato a little impatient. He really wanted to rush in himself. Luckily, Tiru came out from inside at this moment. He squinted at Minato and asked suspiciously, what's going on? The servant hurriedly reported, these people want to speak with you. Tusuru immediately frowned and quietly observed Minato. At the same time, Minato was also watching him. After a long silence, Tiru finally ordered him to come in. Minato's group was finally led inside the villa. As he walked, he whispered, I only know about my older brother. Ruka sighed reluctantly and said, that's our father. He's quite old, but looks like he's in his 20s. Tusuru looked at the three of them, whispering together with displeasure in his eyes. After a while, they were led into another room. Tusuru sat across from him, narrowing his eyes at Minato. Seeing that he said nothing, Minato also remained silent, calmly sitting there. A moment later, Tiru spoke in a deep voice, saying, it was you who dragged my daughter onto the wrong path. Smiling involuntarily, Minato calmly replied, blaming others for your child's independence is a bad habit that many parents fall into. Are you unhappy to see your child grow up? In an instant, the air between them was filled with tension. Tusuru was dissatisfied, while Minato remained very calm, maintaining a composed smile on his face. You also dislike beating around the bush and prefer to get straight to the point. Why are you putting pressure on the special magic squad? Tiru calmly said, I never gave such an order, and I am not involved. Nobles rarely cooperate with each other. Fuyukawa is acting on her own will. Minato was a bit surprised. I didn't expect you to be so direct. I thought it would take more words. Tusuru replied formally, I respect those with strength. I have heard your story. A student with the power of a noble mage, celebrated as a hero for stopping many disasters. But I also have my doubts. Minato narrowed his eyes and asked coldly, do you want to check? As soon as he finished, Tusuru unleashed his own magic power. Minato also refused to back down, directly confronting the magical energy with him. The three Vuka behind were overwhelmed by this enormous magical force. What kind of magic power is this? Damn it, are they monsters or what? Their magical pressure was overwhelming. The two powerful streams of magic clashed fiercely with each other. After a while, they both withdrew their magical energy. Tiru narrowed his eyes and praised Minato. Impressive. Very few can face my magical power. Minato doesn't boast but remains calm and says, feeling and controlling magical power is basic knowledge for using magic, and anyway, you haven't released that much power. Tusuru raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, you speak well. Minato narrowed his eyes and looked at him, knowing that Tusiru's control of magic and his enormous magical power were unmatched by any other mage. It's clear that he has surpassed everyone in this era. Talent and gift alone cannot explain this. There is definitely something more to Mizua Toshiru. After thinking about it, Minato calmly spoke again. One last question. Why are the mages weaker than in the past? Tiru didn't answer, coldly asking, what basis do you have to say that? Minato calmly replied, I know about what happened 50 years ago. Tusuru hesitated for a moment, then spoke again after a long pause. It is used to restrict and control, Minato asked confused. That means Tiro didn't answer. The mysterious man said, you will understand when the time comes, but let me say this. A noble mage is essential. Minato didn't think so, and raised an eyebrow, asking back, even the Fui-Uck family? Tusuru couldn't answer this question. Minato also did not insist. He stood up calmly and said, it's time for us to leave. Thank you for answering my question. He could stand up, but Ruka's three people couldn't, Du shouted hurriedly. Wait a moment, we can't move because of the recoil from earlier, so Minato had to help them stand up. Before leaving, he left a final word, saying I might have hesitated if the Mizua family was involved. I felt relieved to know that wasn't the case. Because after all, Du and Ruka are important friends of yours. Tusuru narrowed his eyes at Minato and asked suspiciously, what are you talking about? Minato nonchalantly shrugged and said with a sneer, who knows? A few days later, at the police station, they were handed a large number of boxes, and everyone immediately cheered. Finally, our uniforms arrived. These are anti-monster gear that can resist magic. Sugo also nodded and said with a smile, "With this, we can operate for real." Minato paid little attention to these things, quietly saying while looking at his phone, "It seems my preparations are also complete." Sugo immediately asked suspiciously, "Are you preparing on your side?" Dan Mac nodded. Minato smiled mysteriously and said, "Let's begin. We still have one debt to settle." Over here at the Fuyuka family estate, Jin is laughing confidently, saying the end of the special forces is near. Jin will control Japan with the help of Black Rebellion. Hearing this, Du also laughed loudly in agreement, saying that wealth and fame would belong to the Fuiwa family, and those foolish commoners would have to bow their heads. But their joy didn't last long, as someone had already burst in from outside. As a police officer, Captain Hung Ho shouted loudly, "Stay calm, everyone. This situation makes Jin panic." He panicked and asked, "What is going on? Do you even know whose house this is?" At the same time, a helicopter appeared nearby outside, and a female reporter began covering the events. The police have raided the suspect Fuyukin's residence. This is the first time an aristocratic mage has been charged. Inside the house, the police captain issued the arrest warrant and coldly stated, "You are under arrest for bribery threats and abuse of special authority. We are conducting an investigation." Hearing this, Jin immediately snapped back and shouted, "Are you kidding me? How dare you treat a noble like a criminal? You'd better have proof. Are you challenging us?" Zu naturally also recognized him and angrily shouted, "Kusanagi Minato from the Magic Special Forces team, why are you here? There's no way you have proof. This is evidence of corruption." Minato calmly said, then played a video for everyone to see, clearly showing the Fuyuka family head accepting money from an underground organization linked to illegal mages, along with threats and intimidation. Seeing the video, Jin's face immediately darkened, but he did not admit it was fabricated. In this era, anything can be edited. Minato didn't blink at him, slowly approaching to give him a closer look. He pouted and asked, "Do you dare say this is a lie?" Immediately, a video played showing Jin and the butler discussing how to handle the disaster, with Jin deliberately ignoring it. The evidence is overwhelming. Jin's face alternates between pale and white, and even Shu is now very agitated. Jin glances at the Fuiwa clan members and demands answers fiercely. "Who dares to do the internal sticker? Only a few people have access to my room." Immediately, the butler stepped forward and admitted it was him. Jin couldn't believe his eyes. He lunged forward, grabbing the butler's collar and shouting in anger, "Why did you do it? You're just a butler. How dare you do this?" The butler was also powerless. He could only do that. A few days earlier, one night, Minato, in the form of the Black Sorcerer, came to see the butler and asked him to cooperate in pointing out Fuyukra's crimes. At first, the butler refused. "I couldn't betray my master." Minato snorted coldly and said with a sneer, "Are you truly loyal, or is your loyalty genuine? Is it your duty to watch the family you serve fall into decay?" This statement made the butler fall silent in thought. Seeing the hesitation in his eyes, Minato continued, "Will you choose to let the Fuyuk family continue to decline or accept the pain and save the magic nobles? Make your choice." And his final choice was to blame Jin, which led to today's situation. He sighed and said, "You are unworthy of a magic noble. You should be destroyed." As he said this, there was no sign of the usual respect in the butler's eyes. Humiliated like that, Jin's face immediately darkened. Fury boiling over, he roared wildly, "Everyone die now!" And at that moment, a surge of magic shot from afar, smashing the table in half. Jin also quickly threw the butler away to avoid being hit by the magic, and it was Minato who made the move. You sneer coldly and say, "You have no way to escape now. You cowardly noble mage." Jin trembled with anger, clenched his fists, and muttered through gritted teeth, "How dare you belittle my efforts over the years? All the money and status I built up over so many years are now gone." Hearing this, Minato sneered dismissively, "Do you find it yourself?" But Jin threw back his head and laughed loudly. He roared wildly, "This is the angriest I have ever been. I have established bases abroad to deal with situations like this. If I get out of here, no one will be able to catch me." But first, Jin wanted to kill them all. As soon as he said that, he and Ju's people launched an attack, but a barrier appeared in front of the police, blocking all the magic coming at them. Minato gently raised his hand and said, "The Special Magic Task Force will handle them. Everyone else, step back." Outside, reporters at the scene could see the surge of magic filling the air. She immediately reported and unleashed her magic. "It seems the Fuyuka clan has begun to fight back. Are the magic nobles involved in crime?" In these chaotic times, with natural disasters and monsters ravaging the land, they only think of their own interests. At the same time, this live broadcast was aired nationwide. The Japanese people were all watching the event and hoping for the Magic Special Forces team. I hope they can deal with the magical noble who has tainted Japan, and right now, they are facing Shu. And of course, the most powerful person here, Minato, will bear a greater responsibility, that is facing the noble Mage, the head of the Fuyu family. Jin narrowed his eyes at him, his expression full of rage. Beside Shu, he had also summoned his subordinates, a group of Wind Mage users floating in the air. Do you think you can defeat us with so few people? Unlike those lazy nobles, we are not sitting idly. We have sent other members to deal with the disasters and monsters. Sue was angered by these words and shouted in frustration, "You're a bunch of annoying bastards. Why do you keep getting in my way? I won't hold back anymore. I will kill all of you." Of course I won't back down either. I speak seriously. You are a disgrace to the noble wizarding family. I will never forgive you. Jin, on the balcony of the villa, watching Minato intently, smirked and said, "Do you really think you can defeat a noble wizard? I see no reason to lose to you, pesky flies. Now watch this." Jin let out a slight snort, then shot a magic beam at the central hub. But before it could hit the helicopter, a barrier appeared, blocking his magic. Minato sneered and said, "Do you think you can be even more despicable?" Jin shrugged indifferently and smirked. "As long as I have money, being vile is necessary." While the two were talking, a fierce battle had already broken out below, and of course the Magic Special Forces were no amateurs. It didn't take long before some of them were defeated. Seeing this, Shu's face immediately turned grim. But it didn't stop there, as each of his subordinates fell one after another. Shu's face instantly froze. This can't be happening. How could these magic noblemen be overwhelmed? X cannot accept that he is a magic noble, nor can he accept being inferior to Ruka's people. Then, Shu shouted loudly, ordering to do whatever it takes to kill them, using all your magical power. The remaining two nod in agreement, and then all three unleash their full power to attack. The Special Forces team remains calm, and the sisters do exchange quick glances before understanding each other and nodding. Then, both of them attacked simultaneously, and a giant wave of water appeared, rushing forward in an instant as if it could drown everything in the world. Of course, the three Shu men were also caught in the wave, soaked and powerless as they sat on the ground. Seeing the Mizua sisters approaching, he felt a wave of panic, but Juka and her sister showed no mercy, indifferently watching them. Seeing the situation change, Du and his subordinates knelt and begged for mercy. "It was just a moment of misjudgment. I will change. Please, have mercy." Dewey hesitated for a long time before nodding and saying, "I understand now. If you truly intend to change, then we might have no choice but to forgive you." Then she turned and walked away, but at that moment Shu sneered, "Stop fooling yourself." Then the three of them tried to ambush, but before they could strike, all the Special Forces members simultaneously summoned magic, aiming directly at them. Shu's legs immediately went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, trembling as he muttered, "You said you would spare me." Dukas sneered softly and said coldly, "Do you think we will forgive someone who doesn't truly want to change like you?" Hearing this, Du and his subordinates cried out in anguish. At the same time, on the balcony, Minato seemed to realize they had won. Long smiled, and he said with a smirk, "I guess they've finished dealing with it. It seems that your pride, your only son, has met his match in my comrades." Jin bit his lip fiercely, eyes full of rage, and roared madly, "You dog!" Minato remains completely unfazed, standing there calmly, and his nonchalant demeanor only makes Jin angrier. Unable to hold back any longer, he started attacking Minato, but Minato easily dodged his level 1 magic attack. The attack failed, and Jin continued to use level 2 magic, but the result was still the same. Minato's speed is very fast. Even wind magic can't keep up. Jin doesn't give up either, continuing to channel more magic power to cast a level 3 spell. Minato remained calm, skillfully dodging each wave of magical attacks, all captured on camera by the helicopter's crew. The female reporter kept marveling, "Truly an incredible magic. Minato still looks fine, huh?" After the series of failed attacks, Jin once again releases even more magic power. The magic has now advanced to level 4. Minato still stands there calmly, expression unchanged, as if he's just strolling through this battle. Jin bites his lip fiercely, summoning even more magic circles in his hand. A furious tornado suddenly appeared in the sky, instantly surrounding Minato as if to swallow his entire body. Seeing this, Du immediately shouted in panic. Minato Rui also muttered anxiously, "It looks too dangerous." Contrary to everyone's worries, Minato remained very calm. He stood in the air, ignoring the approaching tornado, but surprisingly, when it reached him, the tornado suddenly disappeared. Even after the tornado disappeared, Minato remained standing there safely with several barriers. It turns out Jin's 5th level magic couldn't do anything to him. Seeing this, Ruka couldn't help but be moved. Did he just block that terrible attack with a layer of defense? It really is Kusanagi. At the same time, the viewers watching the live stream are also very amazed. Some are impressed by Jin's magic, while others are moved by Minato's strength. The Tsenchang reporter resumed their commentary. Neither side was willing to back down even a little. I've never seen a match like this before. Minato descends from the sky. He furrowed his brow, thinking that this magic wasn't very strong. Is he just stalling? He's probably preparing to retreat. At this moment, Jin suddenly smirked and said, "Hey, what's going on? Can't move? I can beat you quickly, but then it wouldn't be fun, right? Show me your full strength." At this point, a mischievous glint appeared in his eyes. "I will take everything and then deal with you." This comment has angered him. He grits his teeth and mutters, "I will satisfy you right now." But before acting, he suddenly sneered and said, "I'll remind you first, don't pee your pants." Jin said his magic power is 200,000 N. This number surprises Ruka's group watching. No one believes it's real. Ruka snorts coldly and says, "He's just bluffing. We should help even a little." Ryuji also nodded in agreement. "Yes, I wouldn't just stand and watch." Immediately afterward, they all ran toward the balcony. Minato sensed they were coming, quickly turned to look back, but at this moment they had already been blocked. The one who made the move was that old man Jin. He snorted coldly and said, "Be thankful you're lucky. If you had come any closer, I would have killed you." The expressions of the 3 Ruka people immediately turned grim, and at that moment, Jin suddenly threw back his head and howled with a powerful magic force pouring out from within him. The magical power of the attack is so intense that his body is glowing. It's terrifying enough to kill even Kusanagi. This made the 3 of Ruka feel worried, but Minato sneered with contempt, and Jin even thought he was scared. Old Vin smugly said, "My magic power far exceeds your imagination, right? Then let me show you my overwhelming strength. Even a fool like you can understand." As soon as he finished speaking, a series of magic circles appeared around him, and in an instant, a space-time portal materialized in the sky. Minato, instead of fear, was filled with excitement. You haven't seen this kind of magic before. At this moment, that pink hole has swallowed everything around it, and in the blink of an eye, the balcony corridor has turned into a pile of debris. Jin grew even more proud. This is the forbidden spell, the most powerful incantation that can crush everything around it, flattening anyone in an instant. Minato narrowed his eyes at him, smirking as he said, "I want to see you cast it." This statement drove Jin to the brink of fury. He roared wildly, dying under the crushing pressure. Immediately, a 6th-level spell appeared. The space-time hole was now pulling in everything around it, including Minato. Seeing this, Jin laughed triumphantly. "You can't do anything and just die. You deserve it." Ruka and the others, on the other hand, were very worried. They couldn't believe Minato would die so easily. Surely this is just a trick. Du stared intently into the circle and shouted, "Answer us, Minato." But no matter how much she shouted, no one answered. It wasn't until that red hole disappeared that Minato's figure appeared. Du was shocked and exclaimed, "Minato, how are you still alive?" Minato couldn't help but feel annoyed and said, "Come on, don't just declare someone dead without proof. Why aren't you injured?" "I'm sure I already crushed him," Minato said casually with a shrug. "If the external and internal pressures are balanced, there won't be any problem, just like the principle of marine life later on." "Even if that's true, so what? Can you use any techniques?" "That's my signature spell," Minato said with an expression of course. "I watched and learned from it." Surprised, Dai looked at you in disbelief and muttered, "You? Just looking at it?" Damn Mac nodded. Minato happily said, "If you used it immediately, I might have been a little hurt, but you explained it very kindly. In the end, it's just a variation of wind magic. It's that simple, and you'll also let him experience basic magic." Jin's body immediately twisted in discomfort. He clutches his head and screams, "What are you doing?" Minato calmly replies, "I have increased the sound pressure." That's all. It's called the sound spell, an alternative application of wind magic. When Duka heard this, she was stunned, as if she had understood something. Jin was even more furious now. The old man gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, "Do you dare mock me?" "Enough. I can't hold back anymore. I will kill you with everything I have." And as he finished speaking, Jin's full power erupted. He said his magic power is 200,000 N, but that's only at the moment. When he unleashes all of it, it's 500,000 N. Seeing the magic power being unleashed, Sugo's group immediately panicked. Isn't he just bluffing? What kind of power is this? At the same time, Jin tilted his head back and laughed arrogantly. "I'm so disappointed." "Kusanagi Minato, Before long, all the magical energy in Jin's body erupted. The enormous magical energy continuously swirled in the air. Jin was extremely proud at this moment, as if he had already secured victory. Ruka and the others are now terrified. Is this the true power of the magic nobles? With such terrifying magical strength, they are not opponents they can face. Even Sugo was no less panicked, muttering through clenched teeth. We underestimated the power of the magic nobles. We have no way to oppose that strength. Seeing everyone's reaction, Jin sneered and said, "This is all my power. Now there's no chance for you to beg for mercy." But Minato still stood there calmly, even unable to hold back a yawn. Jin still couldn't see through his calm demeanor and continued to laugh maniacally. "You are all so stupid that you can't even judge my magical power, right?" Jin believed that his space magic had failed just because of Minato's small luck, but the farce would end here, and he would finish them all with his ultimate magic. As he finished speaking, a space magic appeared, but when he looked at Minato, he still stood there calmly. His calm attitude made Jin furious, and then he began muttering a spell. In an instant, a series of magic circles converged into one. Seeing this scene, Sugo exclaimed in panic, "No way! A 7th-tier mage?" Karen also muttered anxiously, "Even Kusanagi can't deal with it." Duka frowned slightly, and even in this desperate situation, she knows Minato will find a way. She trusts him, so please, seize the victory. Jin chuckled coldly and confidently said, "You missed your biggest chance. The time I prepared my magic was your only escape. Now it's too late for you to regret." "He talks too much." Minato scowled impatiently. "All right, have you said enough?" Jay shouted angrily. "You won't leave a speck of dust behind anymore. Take my strongest magic." As soon as he finished speaking, a vast space appeared, its immense energy causing the helicopter in the air to sway. Sugo struggles to cover his eyes, muttering, "What should we do to counter this attack?" Ruka, worried for Minato, urgently shouts, "Kusanagi, run away!" Ryuji also advised, "You can't withstand that attack." De watched Minato's back intently, his eyes filled with worry. At this moment, Jin sneers and says, "You can run if you want, but then I will kill your friends to make up for it. So I want to see what Minato will choose, run or die." That enormous space quickly appeared in front of Minato, but he remained calm and standing there. Minato smirked and said, "Of course I will choose to face him head-on. What kind of magic is that? Do you think it can withstand my magic? Be prepared to suffer from your own ignorance and turn to dust." Faced with his madness, Minato remained calm. Before that space could suck him in, he shot the gemstone in his hand away. With a burst of energy tearing through the wind, the spirit stone fiercely crashes into the space and quickly merges inside. But a few seconds later, the space was directly shattered by the spirit stone, causing Jin's expression to change dramatically. Even Ruka's group behind them was just as stunned. They didn't expect Minato to destroy a level 7 magic so easily. "My body keeps trembling. Now I can't believe it." And mutter, "Why has my magic disappeared?" Minato calmly responds, "Why? Because wind elements are nullified when they encounter earth elements, which is a magic that takes a long time to cast and will be rendered ineffective." At this point, he raised an eyebrow in provocation. Do the mage nobles not know these basic facts? Jin couldn't believe this, clutching his head and screaming, "No way my magic was defeated by such a low-level spell." Minato slightly pursed his lips and said with a shrug, "Yes, star shards have no offensive power. Even if they hit the target, they won't cause significant damage. However, they contain a high density of magic energy, so they can interfere with spells." Despite the level difference, he said this was a pretty valuable lesson. Yen glared fiercely at him and asked irritably, "Why did you use such an useless spell?" Minato shrugged indifferently and casually said, "Because that's the magic I created just for fun." Hearing this, Jane, filled with despair, knelt on the ground, muttering repeatedly, "Do you only create magic for entertainment? I have spent decades perfecting my magic." Minato nonchalantly walks over and says coldly, "Now is the time for you to face your punishment." At this moment, Dai finally felt fear and hurriedly begged, "My magic is depleted. I can't move anymore." Minato gently smiled, but this smile carried a wickedness. "I no longer want to waste time on useless things." As soon as he spoke, he raised his hand to flick Jin's chin. Seeing Minato's action, Jin thought he was an idiot. Did you really think a light slap would make him fall? But he underestimated Minato's strength. He lightly snapped his fingers, causing Jin to spin several times in the air before flying out. Seeing this, Duka's group was immediately stunned. Just a gentle pat and he flew so far away. Is Minato even still human? At this moment, the police rushed over, hands still holding their weapons. Seeing this scene, the on-site reporters immediately cheered. The noble mage has been defeated. Special Forces Magic Squad Captain Kusanagi Minato has won. The live viewers are also very excited. They kept cheering, and in the end, justice prevailed at Fui Yukei's mansion. Having won, the three rushed over to congratulate Minato. He glanced at them and offered his praise without holding back. You all did very well. Then Minato looked back at Jin, who was being led away. The magic aristocrats are no better. Yet this is considered the pinnacle of Japanese nobility, and the current generation of mages truly needs to be retrained. Thinking, Minato walked up behind Jin and spoke. Hey, I have a question. Jin glanced at him, waiting for him to continue. Minato spoke seriously. What did the magic nobles do after Ichikami's death? Did they destroy the ancient book that had existed for 50 years? If so, why did they do it? Jin coldly replied with a slight snort. How could commoners understand the profound philosophies of the magic aristocrats? Minato asked back, What do you mean? Reflect on it yourself. Jin snorted softly, said a brief sentence, and then left. He left. Minato glared coldly at his back. After the Fuyuka family battle, Minato was forced to hold a press conference. Sugo calmly announced, We will hold a press conference with Kusanagi Minato, the captain of the Magic Special Forces team. First, I invite Captain Kusanagi to say a few words. And in the days that followed, Minato's name was everywhere in the newspapers, while he was actually on vacation in Hawaii. Minato stretched out on the couch, constantly complaining, What are you doing in a place like this? Just then, Dua, dressed in a cool bikini, approached from afar. She whispered softly, What's going on, Minato? A few days ago, in the police station's conference room, everyone gathered together and Sugo made a statement. Minato exclaimed in shock, So you're saying we're going to Hawaii? Sugo reluctantly replied, Everyone knows that. Recently, the Magic Special Forces team has been the subject of intense discussion. We are overwhelmed by the attention from the public and the media. Minato looked at him in confusion. Duika had shown him a video taken at the school, with Minato clearly in the scene. Furthermore, this video has been widely shared on other social media platforms as well. Ruka finally spoke up, saying that the internet is also flooded with articles about the Magic Special Forces team. Our Ryuji also chimed in. Even on TV, it's all about the magic noble families, and we're constantly updating the news. Sugo looked at Minato, sighed, and said, The Japanese government is focusing its attention on you. That's why I decided to give you a break. Come to Hawaii and relax until everything is settled. He said that thanks to Minato, the team has become stronger, and with support from the Mizua family, they have enough resources to handle any unexpected disasters and overcome all dangers from monsters. At this point, Sugo walked over and patted Minato on the shoulder with a smile. Everyone has worked hard lately, so let's take this time to rest for a while. That's how Minato's group ended up in Hawaii. Back to reality. After hearing Dua's question, Minato sat up from the chair, sighed, and said, I was just thinking about something. Du nodded slightly, then asked, So what do you think of this outfit? Is it strange? Minato looked at her seriously from head to toe before replying, It's cute. That made Dua panic, and her cheeks immediately flushed with embarrassment. Minato, on the other hand, paid no attention and calmly commented, It really suits your hair color, truly fits you, as if it was made for you, in simpler words, very cute. Du became more and more embarrassed and muttered softly, Thank you. Just then, Ruka also arrived, but she looked incredibly sexy in her black bikini. She frowned and asked, So you're here? I've been searching everywhere for you. Seeing Ruka, Minato carefully observed her from head to toe. Seeing your gaze, Ruka suspiciously asked, Is there something you want to say? Dan Mac nodded, and Minato casually complimented, I just think you look really amazing. This made Ruka startle slightly, but Minato still spoke casually as if nothing was unusual. You look like a model. Your bright, smooth skin makes your swimsuit stand out. You are definitely the most beautiful girl on this beach. I know. Ruka shyly says something before turning and running away, leaving Ryuji beside himself with confusion. This kid is amazing. Not only is he not shy, but he also compliments them naturally with no hidden ulterior motives. Karin also appeared just in time, happily laughing and saying, Sanada is here. Unlike the sexy appearance of the two sisters, Karin is only wearing a cool two-strap bikini. Ryuji hesitated for a moment and then worried, It's not good. Really not good at all. When Karin was in her uniform, I didn't feel anything, but now it's truly an overwhelming force. Karin ignored him and looked at Minato, asking, How do you think my swimsuit looks? Ryuji couldn't help but panic. Is Minato really going to praise her breasts? Stop it, don't say anything about them. While he was worried, Minato nodded and complimented her, saying her style was quite nice. Ryuji finally let out a breath of relief, thinking this must be safe. Karin was naturally happy to be praised, her eyes shining brightly, but it didn't stop there. Minato kept on complimenting her. The contrast with her everyday style makes her even more charming. She looks very beautiful, exuding the allure of a mature woman. Your words made Karin feel embarrassed, and she muttered nervously, "Don't praise me so much." Ryuji really couldn't hold back and sighed. "You truly are an incredible young man. Are you praising a bit too much?" Minato shrugged indifferently and pouted, saying, "Why not? I'm just expressing my feelings. When I think someone deserves praise, why shouldn't I give them the compliment they deserve? You think all three of them are beautiful, so you complimented them. Does Minato have a problem with that?" Ryuji quickly shook his head. No problem. However, it made the three girls feel very uncomfortable. They all blushed deeply. At this moment, Minato suddenly spoke up. "This Ryuji's body is also amazing. You have a very good physique, and this simple swimsuit suits you well. You should be proud of that beauty." There, very good. Now it's Ryuji's turn to feel embarrassed. He hurriedly shouted, "Don't praise me like that." Ignoring the embarrassment, they then enjoyed themselves on the beach and tried riding a speedboat on the sea. This fun really helped them relax much more. By evening, Minato left the hotel. His throat was dry from overdoing it, so he wanted to find a convenience store to buy some water. We had only taken a few steps when we ran into Duka. Not sure if she was waiting on purpose or just happened to meet us, so we ended up strolling together. Duza said as she walked along, "Today was really fun." Minato nodded slightly. "I don't think we can enjoy ourselves so freely. Anyway, we've been fighting non-stop lately." To squinted at the person beside her. At that moment, she saw Ruka wearing a ring. She thought they were dating, but really wanted to deny it. She couldn't believe they were dating because Minato had said he wasn't seeing anyone. Du kept thinking all sorts of things, and only when she couldn't hold it in anymore did she speak up. "Hey, can I ask you something?" Minato frowned slightly. "Are you going to ask about my power again?" "That's not what I mean." Duka gently shook her head in denial. Taking a deep breath, she hesitated before asking, "What kind of person do you like?" Minato was a bit surprised, but he quickly replied, "I've never thought about that." Duka became even more anxious and asked, "Specifically among the three of us or similar people?" Minato thought for a moment before speaking. Maybe everyone who hears this will be stunned. Du immediately froze. Minato looked up at the starry sky above, smiling as he said, "You are all very cute and charming, and also very hardworking and diligent. I like people who always try." That's not the answer Du was looking for. She kept pressing further. "Isn't it different from a romantic relationship?" Minato couldn't help but furrow his brow in doubt. "So why?" "I used to think they were quite similar, but now that I think about it, I guess I like you the most." Du was immediately stunned and didn't react for a long time. Minato paid no attention and continued, "You have always been sincere, serious, kind since we met, and always try your best." When he finished speaking, he turned to look at Duika, who hadn't reacted yet, and smiled as he said, "Duika, I really like you." Those three words saying "I really like you" made Du blush and shyly sit down on the ground. Seeing that, Minato hurriedly exclaimed, "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Du didn't answer, secretly feeling happy inside. She knows that Minato doesn't see it as love, but it still makes her happy. She truly thinks she likes him. While everyone is having fun, Sugo at the police station is feeling very troubled. Things are heating up, and the wave of criticism against the magic nobles is growing stronger. And the call for the Magic Special Forces team to handle the natural disasters and the monster threats is also gaining more support. Minato is riding high. At the same time, the reputation of the Dark Mage is also rising. It seems a confrontation is gradually brewing. Instead of cooling things down, the situation seems to be even more tense now. What should we do next? At the same time, at the international airport, a flight from abroad just landed in Japan, and an irritated voice rang out from inside the airport. While we were gone, things seemed to have become more chaotic. Hearing this, a deep voice responded. "Those spoiled brats are really something." The owner of the annoyed voice earlier is Mirai Hill, the leader of the Hill family, a mage noble, Homirai Hinata. If I were there, everything would have been resolved quickly and smoothly. The other one is Kaichi Riku, the head of the Kaihi family, and he's not exactly pleased either. A week later, at Minato's house, Du was happily cooking in the kitchen while Minato sat in the living room, unable to help but sigh and say, "We got back sooner than I expected." Ruka heard this and slowly spoke. "It seems the Magic Special Forces have meddled in the media, and the school is also involved." Minato felt much more at ease and pouted, saying, "Finally, we can finally breathe a sigh of relief." While they were talking, Du stuck his head out from the kitchen and shouted, "Help me carry the plates." Minato immediately nodded and replied, "All right, I'll take care of it." A while later, a hearty meal was laid out on the table. Du asked while eating, "School starts again tomorrow, but are you sure everything will be okay?" Minato calmly replied, The police and the school are both on our side. The attention on the Magic Special Forces team must have already decreased, right? You think everyone will lose interest soon. They just need to ignore it. But when Minato arrived at school, he realized how foolish he had been. A group of girls had surrounded him, asking for his phone number, inquiring about his ideal type, and everything else. In contrast, Ruka here is surrounded by a group of male students. Of course, both Ruka and Rui are no exception. In the past, wherever they went, they drew attention, and after that event, even more so. Ruka, with her icy queen image, didn't care, and strode into Minato's classroom shouting, "Sorry for bothering you to invite you to lunch, but today seems a bit chaotic." Minato pouted and said, "That's a bit much to say like that." Du also reluctantly explained, "Apparently it's still quite mild. I heard it used to be even worse when outsiders flooded in, and thanks to Ruka, Ryuji got used to all this noise." While everyone was reminiscing about the excitement, Ruka suddenly spoke up. "This guy, we're out of toilet paper, so maybe we should stop by and buy some on the way home." Minato also casually replied, "We could also buy more bath salts. You've wanted to buy them for a long time, right?" Duka was suddenly called out. Rika was stunned and couldn't speak. Everyone overheard the conversation between Ruka and Rui and immediately started whispering excitedly, causing Rika to panic. She quickly pushed the two of them away and left. "Anyway, let's go up to the rooftop. Up there, the four of them are just like any other day, eating here." "What? You guys are living in Kusanagi's house?" He's thinking they might be dating, but maybe not. Usually he'd object, but since it's Minato, maybe it's okay. Thinking this over, Rui looked at Ruka and said, "If you need help, just let me know. I will do my best to support you." Ruka nodded softly and replied, "I really appreciate that." Du also thanked him. Ryuji glanced at Minato and said, "Kusanagi, honestly, let's drop the formal titles. Can I just call you Minato?" Minato nodded without hesitation and agreed. "Fine, just call me whatever you want." Du was very cheerful when talking about this, but on the other hand, she was very confused. Not knowing how to start calling him, she was also thinking that this was really a big issue, living together and all that. But soon she shook her head to deny that they had done anything wrong. Thinking of this, Du glanced at Minato, her eyes showing clear embarrassment. She doesn't know if Minato ever feels embarrassed about this anymore. Minato has no idea about these tangled thoughts of Dua. He's still happily chatting with Ryuji. A long day passed like that, with the three of them going back to their routines after meals and then cramming into one room to sleep. Of course, the two sisters slept in the bed, while Minato slept on the floor. But even though it was late at night, Du's eyes remained wide open, unable to sleep. Duika glanced at the two beside her. How could they sleep so peacefully? Am I the only one confused about this? The more she tried to rest, Duika grew more irritated. She turned to a corner, and as her frustration increased, she closed her eyes, trying to fall asleep. It wasn't long before she fell asleep. While Du was sleeping, someone opened their eyes. Ruka, who also couldn't sleep. Ruka also wondered why the two people next to her could sleep peacefully while she couldn't, feeling only discomfort herself. She's still not used to sleeping in the same room as Minato. Thinking about this, she sat up. She didn't understand why she was so tense, why this mattered to her so much. Ruka glanced at Minato lying on the ground, peacefully asleep, and her cheeks flushed in an instant. Finally, she couldn't hold it in anymore and buried her head in the blanket. Ruka kept thinking about how to address Minato. Even the next morning on the way to school, she couldn't stop pondering it. Ryuki has already started calling him Minato, and he's still the only one calling him Kusanagi. Hoi, when will be the right time to change how they address him? Why do you keep hesitating? Why are you so reluctant? You should call Minato by name comfortably. He wouldn't mind. Thinking this, Ruka took a deep breath, trying to speak up and call out, but the words got caught in her throat and she couldn't say them. Her actions left Minato confused. Ruka shyly changes the subject, wishing us a good day today. Minato becomes even more confused, muttering to himself, "What is going on? Why suddenly like this?" Minato helplessly held his head, secretly blaming himself for why she just couldn't say it. Until lunchtime on the rooftop, Ruka tried hard to call Minato by a nickname, but in the end, she couldn't say it. All day long, she kept suddenly calling Minato and then saying confusing things. Ruka's strange behavior lasted all day, leaving Minato confused and unsure what was happening. That night, lying in bed, Yukika kept teasing her and couldn't fall asleep. She always avoids him. She should have been able to say it earlier. Ruka thought she had never been so cowardly before. One sleepless night passed, and the four of them went to school as usual. Only Ruka kept to herself at the back without saying a word. Minato sensed something was wrong and approached her, asking, "What's wrong? Just feeling unwell?" Ruka nodded softly and replied, "I'm fine." Kusanagi. When Minato heard that name, he narrowed his eyes and looked at her coldly. "I'm not Kusanagi. Luca couldn't help but be stunned as he looked at him. Minato slowly spoke. "We're not strangers, sis. You know that. Don't call me Kusanagi anymore, Ruka." Your words leave Ruka stunned for a moment. After a while, she turns away to hide her embarrassment and mutters softly, "If you insist like that, maybe I can change too." Minato. Then, the last smile finally returned to her beautiful face. On the other hand, the Mage aristocrats held a meeting because of recent events, and Hinata spoke up angrily. The status of the Noble Mage Society is under threat. She claims that everything is due to the rise of the magic special forces for the benefit of a mysterious person. They can't just stand by and watch. Riku frowned and muttered hesitantly, "How is our team leader Kusanagi Minato supposed to deal with him?" Hinata nodded softly, glancing at the person across from her and asking, "I agree. What do you think about this?" Tusiru, of course, was also present, and after a moment of thought, he spoke, "I am only following my master's wishes." Hinata was annoyed by this attitude and shouted, "Do you still keep your usual silence? Do you have nothing to say?" Tiru hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. "It seems Kusanagi Minato doesn't recognize me." Hinata was a bit surprised and whispered, "Could it be that he also doesn't know about our existence?" Tusiru nodded slightly and said, "Probably so." Riku squinted at the two and hesitated to ask, "So should we test him? He might be worth something." Hinata also thinks we should do that. She boldly declares, "If he's trash, we'll eliminate him." Tiru listened to them and showed a look of helplessness on his face, saying nothing more. As for Minato, he obviously didn't know about these things. "You are in the police station's classroom." Minato points at the map and speaks. "The next disaster will strike Osaka. Disasters still follow the same pattern as 50 years ago, except for the smaller ones." Upon hearing that, Du frowned and spoke. "It has already been spread through the media." Luca nodded in agreement. Though the appearances may be similar, the frequency has clearly decreased significantly. Karen below hesitated and said, "We can't predict when the next disaster will strike. Even the police can only maintain their vigilance." Danmo nodded. Minato calmly said, "The efforts to deal with the current disaster are facing many difficulties, but in other areas there are no specialized teams like the Magic Special Forces." As soon as he finished speaking, Sugo suddenly burst into loud laughter. "Ha, I guessed you would say that." "Kusan Minato." Minato looked at him in shock, unsure of what he was planning to do. Suddenly, he smiled, and Sugo proudly announced, "In fact, we are working hard to establish a second Magic Special Forces team in Osaka." As soon as these words left his mouth, Ruka's group below was stunned and incredulous, asking back, "A second team? Really?" Danmac nodded, and Sugo cheerfully said, "Yes, cooperating with the National Defense Forces and the police to improve disaster response efforts. Actually, they even asked us to train them too." So he looked at Minato and asked with a flattering smile, "You will go, right?" Kusanagi Minato let out a soft snort and reluctantly said, "You always handle things so thoroughly." "Fine, I have no reason to back out either." Sugo cheered happily upon hearing that. "Great, actually someone is waiting for you there." That person survived the Great Disaster 50 years ago and is also one of the few artisans who crafted equipment to fight the monsters Shizuku. Hearing this name, Minato immediately froze. This name is very familiar to him. Sugo didn't notice Minato's changing expression and continued to smile and speak. "She's very interested in you and wants to meet you in person, so don't feel too pressured when you see her." "No, I will go meet her." Sugo smiled happily and said, "That's good to hear. Anyway, Takagami is the one who designed the uniforms for the Magic Special Forces team." Minato didn't say anything. He's got quite a few thoughts about the name Shizuku. Sugo finally noticed that something was different about Minato but didn't know why. In the afternoon, Minato took Valley to the airport, preparing to fly to Osaka. The three of them also came to see you off. In front of the airport, Minato smiled and said, "All right, I'm off." Du's three friends nodded softly, then each said goodbye to him. Minato suddenly remembered something and quickly said, "Oh, right, I almost forgot to give you this." He then took some bracelets out of his pocket and handed them to them. Ruka and the others looked confused, but put them on as Minato had asked. Minato narrowed his eyes and warned them, "You need to wear it until I return." "No matter what, don't take it off," the three of them hurriedly replied. "Okay." Minato nodded with satisfaction but still expressed his concern. "Are you sure you won't have any problems without me?" Du chuckled softly and replied, "We have become stronger. Rest assured, and head to Osaka." Ruka and Rui also agreed with her words. Hearing that, Minato finally felt at ease and left. He waved goodbye to the three of them. "All right, it's fine. I trust you guys." Soon after, Minato was on the plane, collapsing into his seat and letting out a sigh of relief, finally able to sit down. "Everything was just like when I flew to Hawaii, but the security was really tight. But I won't think about it anymore. I just have a feeling this seat is a bit strange." Sugo truly arranged everything perfectly. Minato arrived in Osaka without having to worry about anything, just grabbed his suitcase and went. At this moment, Minato noticed the two people who just boarded the plane, Hinata and Rika. Whether by chance or on purpose, they are on the same flight as Minato. Although they sat quite far away, their eyes kept watching Minato, which made him more suspicious. Who are they? Are they magicians? They seem pretty strong. There are probably quite a few people like that on this flight, but with such tight security, nothing will go wrong. And then another top group of people boarded the plane. Minato no longer paid attention. It wasn't long before the plane finally took off. In the first-class cabin, Minato was served a sumptuous meal. His eyes immediately lit up. This food looks incredibly delicious. So Minato paid no mind to the world and ate his fill. At the same time, a few people on the plane were constantly watching the passengers, seemingly plotting something sinister. Then, a curly-haired man wearing glasses suddenly got up from his seat. He walked past Minato, but he didn't notice that Minato was enjoying delicious food and a beautiful view. Relaxing like this sometimes isn't so bad, but it seems Minato can't enjoy it fully anymore. Sure enough, a few robbers took the flight attendant hostage and then shouted loudly, "Everyone stay calm." Moreover, the other passengers were also held hostage, and even Minato was guarded by a wizard. This is probably a hijacking. But they are very lucky to have no idea that on this plane there is the top server mage Minato, along with two noble mages, Hinata and Riku. Are you not afraid of getting caught stealing? Minato narrowed his eyes at the pirates in front of him, lost in thought. These are illegal mages, and there are 10 of them. If you take them down one by one, the passengers will be in danger. Additionally, casting high-level magic could destroy the entire plane. Maybe I can't handle this alone. At this moment, the passengers screamed in fear, causing the robbers to become angry and shout loudly, "Shut up! Do I give you permission to speak? Are you trying to die?" There are children on the plane, the scared little boy clinging to his father and crying uncontrollably. "Dad, I'm so scared, Dad." The little boy could only whisper softly to comfort him. "It's okay, my love." At that moment, the leader of the gang shouted loudly, "Our demand is simple. Release the members of Black Rebellion." No one responds, everyone remains silent, and the leader shouts again, "We will not tolerate the unfair treatment of mages and the inferior humans." He gave a 5-minute warning, telling them to contact the people underground and inform them to release their comrades, or they will start killing the hostages one by one. The pilot up front heard the robbers' warning and immediately looked grim. In the passenger cabin, Minato was silently deep in thought, with little time left. What should he do now? At the same time, Hinata was feeling very uncomfortable. Riku remains silent, but his expression is far from good. Both of them simultaneously unleash their magic. Minato senses their magic, frowning slightly, as if he also wants to move. The two others notice his gaze and turn to look as well. At the moment, the thieves also noticed Minato and hurriedly warned him, "Hey, if you make even the slightest move, we'll kill you." But as soon as they finished speaking, Hinata and Riku acted without hesitation, punching the nearby two thugs. Riku uses something wrapped in his black cloth to strike another thief hard in the face before rushing off again. But when they arrived, they saw Minato finishing off the nearby thieves. The three of them just stood there looking at each other, each with their own intentions in their eyes. Hinata nodded slightly, and all three of them immediately ran off. Seeing them, the robber was instantly panicked, but before he could react, he was hit by a punch from Minato, sending the thief flying away. Riku was not far behind, drawing his sword and beginning to slaughter the pirates. Hinata also didn't stay idle, rushing forward with wind-cutting speed, swiftly weaving through the passengers' seats. A thief saw this and immediately summoned magic to attack. "Your speed is too slow." Hinata kicked him in the head and neck. She coldly sneered and said, "Dream on, you can't do it." Seeing them attack back, the leader immediately threatened, "Enough, I've had enough. If it has come to this, then everyone will be buried together." He said he would kill them all. As he finished speaking, the magic in the leader's hand was pressed against the female thief's body. But before he could strike, Minato charged forward aggressively, kicking him away. He snorted coldly in disdain, too slow. Hinata also punched a robber, pouting and saying, "Too weak." Riku also took down the last one, coldly saying, "Too naive." In an instant, all three of them had defeated the pirates. The passengers saw this scene and couldn't help but be stunned, but they quickly reacted. "They're saved." Everyone started to cheer happily. Hinata ignored them and walked up to the leader, coldly saying, "So pathetic, finished in an instant." Just then, Minato suddenly realized something and shouted, but it was too late. Hinata couldn't help but panic. What does this mean? But Minato didn't explain anything and just ran off. He runs straight into the cockpit, where he finds a robber threatening the pilot with a gun. Seeing them run in, he immediately shouted a warning, "Do not come any closer, or I will shoot if you take another step." But none of the three of them were afraid. Hinata gritted her teeth in anger, then suddenly charged at the robber and punched him. Although the gun fired, the captain was unharmed because Minato had created a barrier to protect him. But right now, his face doesn't look very good. He frowned and muttered, "This isn't good." As Minato finished speaking, the captain's steering wheel wobbled and the plane started to spin. All three Minatos are staggering and unsteady. The passengers outside are also losing their balance. What's going on inside the cockpit? The captain trembled as he replied, "The system isn't responding and the radio is broken too." "If this keeps up, we're going to crash," Hinata shouted in panic. "What did you just say? Damn it, do something already." In the midst of panic, the airplane window was shattered. The force of the outside suction made it difficult for everyone inside the cockpit to keep their balance. The co-pilot next to him started trembling soon after. "It's freezing. We'll freeze to death before the plane even crashes." Hinata couldn't help but panic and shout, "What's going on? What should we do now?" Riku helplessly said, "Let's all die together." Hinata, after hearing that, angrily scolded, "Don't say such scary things. You idiot, damn it, is there no other way?" Riku nodded softly, his eyes full of despair. "That's right." The second in command is now panicking, crying uncontrollably, unable to be saved anymore. "It's all over. We are all going to die." But as despair engulfed the cockpit, Minato suddenly spoke up, saying everything's fine. Hearing this, the co-pilot immediately suspiciously asked, "What do you mean, no problem?" "We will all die." Minato confidently looked at him, smiled, and said, "I will save everyone." Deputy Captain couldn't believe his eyes, saying this isn't something an ordinary person could do. "Everything will end. We will die." Minato saw him start crying again and sighed helplessly. Then he went to the window. This action made the captain panic and shout, "Hey, what did you do?" But Minato didn't answer and jumped straight outside. Hinata saw that and hurried over, shouting in panic, "That kid is walking away alone." But at this moment, the plane suddenly lurched, then glided through the wind and plunged straight down. The captain realized this immediately and was stunned. "We are plummeting at a dizzying speed. If it continues at this speed, the plane will crash into the ground in just a few minutes, and the passengers outside can feel it plunging down, starting to panic and scream." The desperate screams echoed through the passenger cabin as the little girl snuggled into her father's arms, crying in fear. The captain in the cockpit is desperately holding the steering wheel, but the plane keeps flying forward, now very close to the vast ocean. And suddenly it changes direction and soars into the sky. The captain looks at the data in front of him in confusion, muttering doubtfully, "The speed has initially stabilized. Are we saved? What just happened?" Hinata seems to realize something, murmuring to herself, "It's him. He did it." Minato was now at the tail of the plane, holding up the entire aircraft alone. Minato created a barrier with enormous magical power and boosted his physical strength with magic force, while using the wind element to adjust the plane's trajectory. This was the first time he supported the entire plane like this. It was indeed a great challenge for him, but luckily he succeeded. The captain, upon learning the reason, couldn't believe and exclaimed, "This is unbelievable. We're at an altitude of several thousand meters above the ground. Not to mention the plane weighs as much as 230 tons. Can a human really do this?" Hinata couldn't help but feel awestruck. "Kusanagi Minato, the Magic Special Forces team leader, we are traveling with an unbelievable monster." After the chaos, the flight attendant finally announced that it was safe for the passengers. Everyone on the plane finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had been saved at last. The little girl was still panicked and naively asked, "Dad, are we safe now?" The father immediately nodded to reassure her, "Yes, don't worry anymore." But at this moment, the captain was still quite worried, muttering through pressed lips, "We can't relax yet. The landing system isn't working." The safe landing now depends on him, and of course, Minato supported the plane from behind all by himself. Waiting until it was close to the ground, he created a barrier to help it land safely. Minato bit his lip fiercely, his body trembling slightly as he skidded along the runway, but despite the difficulty, he made it safely. Minato let out a sigh of relief, finally able to land safely. The passengers on this flight narrowly escaped death and joyfully embraced each other. The captain was very grateful to Minato. He looked down from the cockpit and smiled as he spoke. "Thank you, Captain Kusanagi." Hinata and Riku also silently watched Minato from the plane, unsure of what they were thinking. After a while, at the airport exit, a crowd of reporters surrounded Minato, repeatedly asking questions. You sigh in frustration, once again facing the same kind of trouble as always. And luckily, the airport security helped block the reporters. Minato was only able to escape from them and was guided by security to meet Shizuku. But before he could see her, he was blocked by Hinata and Riku. Hinata raised an eyebrow at Minato, pouted, and said, "That was really impressive what you just did." Minato shrugged indifferently and refused to comment, saying, "Not really." And before he could finish, Hinata snorted in displeasure. "Are you mocking us again?" Riku then praised us. That was indeed an impressive spell just now. Minato also praised them. "You two are not bad at all." The conversation gradually became more formal, making Hinata lose patience. She waved her hand and said, "All right, do your best. Special Operations Team Captain Kusanagi Minato, we will meet again." Then Hinata and Riku left together. Minato watched their figures without saying a word. A few hours later, in a villa in the center of Osaka, an elderly woman stood silently by the window, gazing at the pictures on the shelf. Just then, there was a knock at the door outside, followed by a report sound. "Madam, you have a visitor? Please come in." Immediately after, the servant led Minato inside. Seeing him, the old lady immediately smiled. "I've been waiting for you for a long time, Kusanagi Minato." Then, the two of them sat down at the table. The old woman slowly spoke, "I am interested in you. Minato's achievements are truly impressive, and his magic is very similar to that person's, her teacher and also her ally, Ichikami Minato. Void magic is a rare type of magic that Ichikami Minato can use proficiently, but it is difficult to cast, and only a few mages can perform it correctly, often considered not very useful. But Minato was able to use that magic. The old woman asked who taught him. "How can you use the same kind of magic as Ichikami Minato?" But at that moment, Minato suddenly burst into laughter, causing the old woman to be confused. "Oh my, Shizuku, you haven't changed at all, have you? Once something piques your interest, you jump right in, don't you? So this old lady is actually Shizuku, the person Minato needed to meet when he came to Osaka." Shizuku looked at you in confusion and asked, "Have we met before?" Without thinking, I smiled and calmly replied, "Yes. So many times I can't count. It's obvious that I can use Ichikami's magic." Minato also didn't hide it and honestly said he is Ichikami Minato. This statement left Shizuku stunned, and she remained silent for a long time. But soon she responded, sighing reluctantly. She slowly spoke, mentioning that there have been many similar cases before where people claimed to have a connection with Ichikami Minato and tried to approach him. Family, friends, mental health, even a child. But Shizuku never imagined someone would claim to be Ichikami Minato. At this point, she stood up from her seat and spoke with disappointment. "I apologize if this seems rude. I reached out to you first, but could you leave now?" Minato still sat there calmly, speaking indifferently. "Recently, I met a pair of siblings. The younger one has a doll of Ichikami." Shizuku looked at him suspiciously and asked, "So what?" Minato said with a sneer. "You said that yourself, didn't you?" That he wanted to make a doll that looked like me. Shizuku recalled the past and asked in shock, "Why do you know about that?" "As you said, my doll can make children healthier. Until now, Ichikami Minato has been protecting everyone." Shizuku looked at you in disbelief, murmuring in confusion, "Is this really happening? Are you really—" Minato reluctantly asked why they still didn't believe him. "Then let me tell you another story." Shizuku quickly returned to her seat, confirming once again what Minato had just said. In just a moment, her face kept changing expressions rapidly. Minato kept recalling the past. The story is known only to the two of them. Shizuku listened silently and finally couldn't help but smile. "It really is you." Minato was a bit helpless, pouting as he finally gave in and trusted me. Shizuku refused to accept and argued back. "After all, reincarnation is not easy to accept. Oh my, you were already different from others, but this time it's truly unbelievable." At this point, she couldn't help but sigh. "After your death in the final natural disaster, everything has been very difficult." Minato looked at Shizuku intently, unsure of what to say about what happened 50 years ago. But before you could say anything, Shizuku broke into tears and said, "I'm really glad to see you again." "Really?" Minato smiled at her and nodded calmly. This place, once a gathering of seniors and juniors, has become a reunion of two friends. Now Minato speaks again. "Shizuku, you know exactly what has happened over the past 50 years, right? Knowledge of magic has been lost, and mages have become weaker. There is nothing but misinformation about Ichikami, Minato, and the current appearance of the magical nobility." "Are you asking Shizuku exactly what happened?" Minato really wants to know what occurred 50 years ago. Shizuku hesitated for a moment before sighing and saying, "Sorry," but at that moment Shizuku's phone suddenly rang, and her eyes immediately narrowed. Minato noticed and asked with concern, "What's going on?" Shizuku seems to be hiding something, nervously shaking her head. "It's nothing, it's late now, let's continue our conversation tomorrow. Since you're here, stay the night." Minato also didn't suspect much and went to the room arranged by Shizuku to rest. But at midnight, Someone quietly entered his room, holding a sword. The person coming was Riku. He quietly approached the bed, intending to attack Minato. Without hesitation, he swung his sword down, but upon seeing the scene below, Riku was immediately stunned. There's no one below, and Minato is standing beside the bed with a sneer, joking, "That's really rude, attacking someone while they're in bed. You're the person I met this afternoon, aren't you?" Riku did not reply, narrowing his eyes at him without saying a word, and he attacked again, but Minato dodged. Although Riku's speed was very fast, during a moment of distraction he kicked him, causing him to crash into the window, and Minato was pushed out into the yard while Riku did not stop. He summoned level 1 magic to attack Minato. Not daring to be careless, Minato created a barrier to block it. As expected, Riku's magic attack was blocked by this barrier, but he didn't stop. He aggressively swung his sword, splitting Minato's shield in two. Minato quickly stepped back a few paces, squinting at the sword in Riku's hand, and cheerfully spoke. "Nice sword. You managed to break through my magic barrier. Is that some kind of anti-magic equipment?" But Riku remained silent, not saying a word. Indifferently, Minato shrugged and smirked, saying, "Silence is golden, right? Probably asking for the reason behind the attack is pointless anyway, so let's just have some fun." As he spoke, he unleashed his own magic power. Riku did not back down either, gripping his sword tightly and rushing forward. A flicker of excitement appeared in Minato's eyes as the opponent challenged him to a game. But before he could act, a scream rang out. "Enough. This voice belongs to Hinata. She is also present." "Not too surprising," Minato said calmly. "I know you're involved too. Stop resisting, Kusanagi Minato. We have hostages in our hands. You have many friends in Tokyo, don't you?" Then Hinata showed him a video of Ryuji's house and Minato's home, where the Mizua sisters were staying temporarily, with a few men in black guarding nearby. Minato frowned and asked suspiciously, "What do you want to do?" Hinata calmly smiled and said, "Let me first introduce ourselves. I am a magic noble and the leader of the Homurai family, Homurai Hinata." After finishing, she patted Riku on the shoulder. Seeing that, Riku also slowly introduced himself as the Mage noble and leader of the Kaihi clan. Kai Riku. After finishing the introduction, Hinata quickly states her true purpose. "We have a request for you to join us. As a magic noble, Minato will gain fame and status, even wealth, power, and women. Anything you want, but most importantly, you can protect your friends. After all, their orders are absolute." She told Minato to think carefully. Even if he escapes this time, he will still be hunted by them, the lifelong magic nobles. Minato did not reply, only listened in silence as Hinata continued to threaten. "You may be the strongest person in the world, but when you're eating, bathing, sleeping, or away from your friends like now, can you still protect them? Answer me." Minato responded without hesitation. "I refuse." Hearing this, Hinata remained completely unfazed and coldly warned. "So what?" "Because the higher goal makes a little sacrifice inevitable. Give him a lesson he will never forget, so he never dares to be arrogant again." As soon as the order was given, the group sneaking into Ryuji and Ruka's house immediately acted. It seemed that all three of them raised their arms at the same time, and a surge of magic radiated from them. Seeing this scene, the black-clad group couldn't help but panic. In an instant, that magic power transformed into an illusory figure. This figure is clearly Minato, and soon after, it started to move menacingly toward the intruders. There was no response on the other side, and Hinata finally felt panic rising, shouting urgently, "What's going on?" "Sorry, but there's no one left who can answer now. That dark energy has taken down all the black-clad figures and killed them instantly, without anyone noticing." Riku quickly realized something and muttered, "They have been wiped out." Hinata looked at Minato in panic, confused and asking, "What did you do?" Minato nonchalantly shrugged and sneered, "You all predicted this would happen, unless you're a bunch of fools." Hearing this, a fire of anger ignited in Hinata's eyes. She irritably said, "That annoying pest, but I have to admit, your handling of the robbery and the hostages wasn't bad. It seems you have passed the first test." Minato frowned and asked suspiciously, "So the robbery was also arranged by you?" Hinata shook her head in denial and said, "That was an accident. We would never do something so stupid. So let's continue with the second challenge." As soon as she finished, Hinata and Riku simultaneously released their aura. Minato narrowed his eyes at the two and coldly said, "I want to withdraw if I can." "Don't even think about it." He snorted coldly and quickly charged forward, with Riku following closely behind. Hinata frantically kicks towards Minato, but unexpectedly he blocks her. Her entire body is pushed back. Hinata also refused to back down, quickly summoning her fire magic to attack. With a loud explosion, brilliant flames erupted, filling the sky with smoke and fire. It was just that when the fire died down, Minato still stood there proudly, unscathed. At this moment, Riku charged forward with his sword. The sword aimed precisely at Minato's neck, but was blocked by a layer of barrier. He smirked and said playfully, "Oh, if it were someone else, they'd be dead by now." This arrogant attitude made Hinata angry, and she shouted fiercely, "Don't be too proud." Immediately after, a fire pillar appeared, its heat threatening to burn everything. Minato remained calm and fought back, the raging waves crashing fiercely. He even sneered dismissively, "Your magic isn't bad." With a loud bang, the two powers clashed intensely. But according to the natural law, fire quickly gets extinguished when it meets water. Hinata saw this and became furious. She gritted her teeth and said, just as the rumors said, "You cast magic without incantation and countered it with a level 3 spell. Are you mocking my magic?" At this moment, Riku also quickly rushes forward, swinging his sword at Minato. "But your speed is too slow. Minato used celestial thread magic to dodge and kept mocking you. You can't fully unleash your strength on the ground, right? Then why not try to float in the air? You're too confident." Hinata shouted angrily and quickly soared into the air, with Riku right behind her. Hinata, standing opposite Minato, grits her teeth and mutters, "Maybe we underestimated you. No more holding back." As soon as she finishes, she and Riku summon their magic together. 2 fire and earth magic spells appeared simultaneously. Both shouted loudly, "My attack will destroy everything." The blazing flame of Ma-Diem rushes madly towards Minato, while a giant boulder looms to crush him. Hinata seemed confident of victory and smugly said, "This magic can destroy half the city. Do you think you can resist it?" In an instant, Malefic and the giant rock merged into one like a meteor about to fall to earth. But Minato remained calm, sneered, and immediately summoned the 7th-level void magic called Annihilation to stop it. For a moment, a powerful surge of magic enveloped Ma-Diem and the giant stone, and within 3 seconds, they vanished completely into the sky. This scene leaves Hinata and Riku speechless. With a sneer, Minato scoffs and says, "Of course, I just simply disperse and scatter the magical energy." Hinata looked at him in disbelief and shouted angrily, "This is cheating. I won't accept this. You have been eliminated. Everything until now has just been a game. Now I will show my true power." Saying that, she once again unleashes her magic. But Minato paid no attention to her, because he had sensed something emerging. Even Hinata and Riku could feel it and shouted in horror, "This energy source has arrived." Minato looked up at the sky, now covered in a blood-red hue, signaling an impending disaster. He frowned silently. Too many things happening at once. It's definitely not a coincidence. All 3 of them now head towards the disaster, with Minato already ready to run without even changing his clothes. But Hinata angrily shouted, "Are you kidding me? Who cares about that disaster? I will crush you here and now." Then she crazily charged at Minato again. It was Riku behind her, pulling her back. He softly reminded her, "Don't forget our mission." Hinata clenched her teeth in frustration, but ultimately did not attack Minato anymore. Minato was unafraid of them and calmly said, "I'm sorry, but our fight must be postponed. I will deal with the threat first." Then Minato looked into the distance and said, "Dotonbori, if I remember correctly, that place has been abandoned and desolate since the great disaster 50 years ago. Even without the natural disaster, monsters kept pouring out. Minato thought no one would come here unless that person was completely a fool." Minato quickly ran over, using his magic to scan the area. Countless monsters are pouring out. If left unchecked, they could invade human settlements, and dealing with them alone would be very difficult. While you were worried, Riku appeared beside you and softly said, "We will help you." Minato nodded and replied, "Thank you. I really appreciate that." "Wasn't it you who tried to kill me?" Riku shook his head lightly and calmly replied, "We were just testing you, and you've already passed. That's all." At this moment, Hinata remained very quiet, just following closely behind the 2 of them. Minato also paid no attention, only feeling a bit overwhelmed as his problems kept piling up. Soon after, they arrived at the place where the monsters were invading. There were beast monsters and demon soldiers, constantly pouring out to attack humans. Hinata lands from the sky and coldly says, "It's time to hunt monsters." As she finishes speaking, she summons her fire magic to burn the monsters in front of her. Over here, Riku was also busy, swinging his sword non-stop to kill many monsters. Minato was even busier, casting a series of spells, and in an instant, numerous magic beams appeared in the sky. It keeps rushing forward, killing monsters. Minato glances down, planning to handle the smaller ones while waiting for the boss. But at that moment, he suddenly saw a lone figure inside this ruined city, a middle-aged man walking quickly with a cane. Minato hurriedly ran after him, shouting anxiously, "Are you okay?" But there was no response, so he followed and warned, This place is dangerous. I think we should take you somewhere safer. Then Minato reached out and grabbed his hand, but at that moment the man suddenly turned his head and looked back, glaring at him, making Minato startled and frightened. The man, realizing he was being rude, quickly spoke up. "Thank you for your concern. I'm fine. Don't worry about me." And then he left. Minato watched the man's back with a hint of confusion. Why would an old man like him be wandering around here? Moreover, he looked very familiar. But who was he really? The man walked straight out, where a car was waiting. He got into the car and ordered the driver to leave. Soon after, police and defense forces arrived at the scene. They also took part in destroying the monsters. Minato watched this scene and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. They responded quickly and were ready to face the disaster, as Sugo had said, but they still lacked experience. At this moment, a police officer saw Minato and hurriedly shouted, "What are you doing? This is a dangerous place." But when he saw his face clearly, the other person changed attitude. Kusanagi Minato from the Magic Special Forces team. "Have you arrived? That's a relief." While he was talking, a monster beast charged at him. Luckily, Minato used flames to burn it down. He quietly warned, "Don't be careless during attacks." The other quickly nodded. "Yes, Your Excellency," Minato continued. "How are we doing right now?" The police officer responded quietly. "The police and SDF have cordoned off the area around Dotonbori. We are prioritizing the safety of the civilians. However, they are still not prepared to defeat the boss. Their forces are not enough to face it." Hearing this, Minato spoke to reassure them. "Don't worry, I'm here." His words put everyone at ease. Minato softly smiled and said, "I'm not the only one here." The police officers looked up at his words and indeed saw Riku and Hinata destroying the monsters. They exclaimed in surprise, "Magi aristocrats? Aren't they the Homarai and Kaihi families? Are they a special magic task force working with the magic nobility? But what does it matter?" They also became much more confident. With 3 Minatos here, they were sure they would win. At this moment, a massive surge of magic suddenly filled the air, causing everyone to panic. The police stammered, "What's happening?" "My body feels heavy." Everyone looks inside the aura and sees a figure quietly appear. That's the Demon General. The boss has arrived. Seeing it, the police here immediately become frightened. "No way, this monster has enough power to destroy the entire city of Osaka. We can't win against it." But at this moment, Minato suddenly stepped forward and said excitedly, "Honestly, you finally decided to show up." Hearing this, the police immediately panicked. This can't be true. "They are facing the Demon General. How can you be so calm?" Minato hasn't even acted yet when Hinata shouts, "That's our prey. Don't just stand there silently." Immediately, she rushed forward with Riku. Minato sighed helplessly. "They were faster than you." "All right, I'm sure they can handle an opponent of that size." The 2 Hinata quickly closed in on the Demon General. Hinata excitedly said, "It's okay, let me take my revenge on you." Riku nodded in agreement. "I'll defeat you right here." Hinata quickly casts her magic and shouts, "I will blow you apart into pieces." Even Riku doesn't stay idle, creating a giant stone. In an instant, flames and the giant stone charged wildly toward the Demon General. The Demon General was not careless, raising his hand to create magic circles. A 5th-level fire magic spell was cast, and a giant sun appeared. The intense heat forced Riku and Hinata to retreat. Even the police couldn't help but step back. Only Minato remained calmly standing there. When the bright light faded, the Demon General still stood proudly, with the ground around him shattered within a 10-meter radius. Seeing this scene, Hinata and Riku were terrified. It counterattacked, and the magic was truly terrifying. At this moment, the Demon General spoke with disdain. "You weak humans? Isn't there a formidable mage among you?" Hearing the sound it made, the surrounding police immediately panicked. "It can talk." "I've heard that they have higher intelligence than ordinary monsters, but looking at them now, Minato glanced at them and thought to himself that if they were just monsters with low intelligence, they might be less panicked. But if the enemy possesses intelligence, it's understandable that they feel fear." "Of course, there are exceptions," Hinata shouted in frustration. "Do you think I'm a fool? I will burn you to ashes. I will unleash all my power on you." As soon as she finished speaking, all her magic power was unleashed. Even Riku wasn't idle. He clenched his sword and summoned an 8th-level magic called the Space Blade. This is the secret technique of the Kaitrai family. Seeing this, Minato immediately excitedly exclaimed, "Is this the original spell copy?" No one answers him. Hinata and Rika shout together, "This time you will definitely die." The Demon General coldly said, "That's impressive magical power." Hinata snorted coldly, "So you finally realize, huh?" The Demon General sneered and replied, "I wasn't talking about you." The one it was talking about was Minato standing far away, and it could sense the immense magical power emanating from him. Riku and Hinata didn't know who it was talking about, but they were also very angry. The two charged forward wildly, shouting in frustration, "How dare you look down on us!" Damn it. Hinata creates an illusionary wind blade with flames to strike down, but the demon general still manages to withstand it. At the same time, Riku swung his sword, but the demon general disappeared before he could see it. When it reappeared behind Riku, it immediately started fighting back. Riku and Hinata work together to hold their ground, but the demon general is too strong, gradually forcing them backward. Meanwhile, suddenly, magical circles appear in the sky. This is level 6 fusion magic, the raging fire tornado. The fiery whirlwind sweeps wildly, putting heavy pressure on Riku and Hinata. It wasn't long before they collapsed to the ground. Biting their lips fiercely, they quickly got up again, trying to coordinate their attack once more, but Minato had already stepped forward and said, "Let me handle the rest." Hinata, hearing that, said irritably, "You can't fight it. Even we noble mages can't do it." Riku narrowed his eyes and suggested fleeing, which was also not a bad option. But Minato paid no attention, slowly walking forward and calmly saying, "It's nothing for me to handle a monster like that." This made Riku stunned. "Don't you see how powerful that magic energy is?" Hinata shouted along with him. "Damn it, this can't be happening. I won't accept it. She must do whatever it takes to not embarrass that person and prove her worth." Riku saw this and felt a bit helpless. Minato didn't care what they thought, quickly stepping in front of the demon general, smirking as he said, "Looks like I made you wait." The demon general looked at him intently and said coldly, "The magic energy is unbelievable. Who are you?" Indifferently shrugging, Minato pouted and said, "Do I really need to answer that question?" The demon general was not surprised either, calmly saying, "Maybe not. Dealing with people like you is not worth anything to us." Hearing this, Minato couldn't help but smile, his eyes full of excitement. The demon general also did not back down, slowly speaking, "Then go ahead and show your moves." As soon as it finished speaking, it reached out its hand toward Minato. You remained calm and unleashed your magic power. The demon general kept attacking furiously, but its claws only hit an invisible barrier that prevented it from harming Minato at all. But Hinata outside couldn't see clearly and thought Minato had been hit, smiling smugly and saying, "I told you so, you can't do anything either. You won't be able to defeat the demon general." As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Minato move and punched the demon general back. Heroically standing there, he coldly said, "What a nuisance." Riku and Hinata couldn't help but be stunned. None of those attacks seemed to cause him any harm, but quickly, Riku realized that just defending would be useless. With such strong armor, how could they possibly hurt the demon general? At the same time, Minato was contemplating something. There was a spell he wanted to try, but maybe now wasn't the right moment. Just using a random spell would be enough. Thinking quickly, Minato cast a 9th-level illusion spell called Light Ray. Seeing this, Hinata couldn't hold back and shouted, "A 9th-level spell? 8th level is already our limit." Minato ignored their reactions and continued to focus on casting his magic. In an instant, streaks of light shot wildly into the sky, then engulfed the body of the demon general. When the luminous streaks disappeared, the body of the demon general had turned into fragments. The police outside couldn't help but be stunned by the sight. "Is it over? He has defeated an enemy that even noble mages would find difficult to oppose." I can't believe it. Soon after, they quickly ran towards Minato, constantly praising him. Minato paid no attention and approached Riku and the other person, smiling as he said, "See, that's nothing to me." Hinata bit his lip fiercely, his eyes full of unwillingness. "I won, and I won so easily. They are not your opponents, and right now they can't do anything in this state?" Seeing they didn't respond, Minato asked again, "Do you want to continue where we left off?" "No, we have lost. You have passed the test. He will explain everything now, right?" Riku nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, of course. We need one more person for this." Shizuku looked at him with suspicion and asked, "Did you know everything all along?" Minato nodded slightly and replied, "Of course. You know you couldn't hide anything from me." Minato says, "You need to explain why you tried to test me. Why have the mages been weakening over the past 50 years? And why did she decide to cooperate with the noble mages?" Shizuku, hearing Minato's continuous questions, looked resigned. A little while later, Shizuku brought the three of Minato back to her house. Minato sat in the opposite seat and coldly said, "All right, tell me the whole story. Mrs. Shizuku, you know about these people, right?" Shizuku nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, I also knew in advance that you would be attacked." Minato frowned and asked why. Hearing this question, Riku and Hinata outside remained silent, saying nothing. After a long pause, Riku slowly spoke. "We wanted to see if you would use your power for personal gain, and if you truly have the ability." Minato still looked confused and asked, "So that's why you involved my teammates in this test?" Riku shook his head gently and replied, "It's just a threat. We have no intention of hurting anyone." "Then why do you still do it?" Riku calmly answered each question one by one. "You and your team have become a threat to the magical aristocracy. It's a dangerous situation for Japan." Minato retorted, "That is the consequence of your irresponsibility. The special magic team never intended to insult the magic aristocrats. It was you who interfered in our affairs." Hinata, hearing this, immediately felt annoyed and wanted to scold him, but Riku quickly stepped in to stop her. "All right, he's right. He knows well that when the first natural disaster struck, the nobles turned a blind eye. He also has to admit that their response was very polite, but the world still needs the magic aristocracy." Minato narrowed his eyes at Riku, neither rebutting nor agreeing. Shizuku then finally spoke up, revealing that the origin of this problem began 50 years ago. "It all started with your death, leading to Japan's current situation, and ultimately the emergence of the magic aristocracy. With many sorcerers, including Ichikami, Minato, and the disappearance of most demon generals, the number of illegal sorcerers in Japan has increased. In the disaster, both the people and the self-defense forces were exhausted, making control impossible, and Japan became an autonomous country. The legitimate mages fought bravely to stop the evil mages, but Japan was on the verge of collapse, everyone exhausted and losing faith in the future. All were stirred by the death of Ichikami Minato. He was the hope of the people, but he is no longer here." Hearing this, Shizuku sighed helplessly. The remaining mages carefully pondered how to rebuild Japan and restore the people's trust. Shizuku's face was now filled with sorrow. Hearing this, Minato immediately understood the problem and spoke indifferently. "So the noble mage society was established." Shizuku nodded slightly and replied, "Exactly. They created a clear power, the noble mage society, to regain the trust of the people. They believe that with a new hero like Ichikami Minato, Japan can return to peace. The power of mages at that time was very dangerous, so the magical aristocracy confiscated all spellbooks and related documents across the country. They recruit talented mages, and if they can't, they kill everyone to monopolize magical knowledge and skills." Shizuku speaks increasingly reluctantly. A ban was enforced throughout Japan, and at that time all rumors and traditions related to magic were already banned. Japan gradually returned to peace, resulting in the weakening of the sorcerers. Minato nodded in understanding. "The police are gradually falling behind in technology and knowledge. This is just an ordinary story, isn't it?" He still remembers what happened 50 years ago, when many civilians and mages died in the disaster, and many used magic for evil purposes. It's easy to imagine what could happen if he were to die. But Minato also doesn't trust the magic aristocracy. He skeptically asked, "Do they really have the power to do those things?" Shizuku heard this and glanced at the two Riku standing far away. After hesitating for a long moment, she whispered, "Do you still remember Mumu Hifumi?" Minato nodded slightly and said, "I remember he was my student. He's always had issues with me, a pathetic and arrogant guy, but I can't deny he's talented." Shizuku whispered that he is now the president of Mumel, a major company in Japan, originally famous as the heir to the Mum conglomerate. He has been supporting the demon magic community since then. Hearing this, Minato nodded understandingly and said, "I see. Connecting with the global economy, thus influencing politics, but I didn't know he was the heir of the corporation. I guess you don't see any problem with that." Shizuku glanced at Riku and the others again. After a long moment, she continued, "Japan has the fewest mages in the world. Japan became peaceful thanks to our predecessors. That has never changed." Minato glanced at her, pouting as he asked what her next plan would be if another disaster occurred. That question left Hinata stunned and unsure what to do. Riku hesitated for a long moment before speaking up. "I thought back then that the disaster wouldn't happen again, even if it did. We thought the police could handle it. In the worst case, the magic aristocrats could take care of everything." Minato snorted in dissatisfaction and asked, "Are all those theories wrong?" Riku immediately shrank back and said nothing, then glanced at Shizuku and asked again, "You knew everything about this, didn't you, Miss Shizuku?" "Yes. I joined 50 years ago." Shizuku nodded slightly and replied, "But I am not part of the magic aristocracy. My strength and influence are not greater than theirs. Now I am just a weapon maker fighting against monsters." After hearing this, Minato furrowed his brows. "So this is the truth from 50 years ago? The decline of the magical aristocracy, the decrease in the number of mages, the lack of knowledge about magic, and the reasons behind all these disasters. But is this the whole truth? Thinking of this, Minato narrowed his eyes and questioned Shizuku. "You've told me everything, right?" Shizuku was taken aback and quickly said, "Yes, there are no more secrets." Riku and the other person also glanced at him but said nothing. Minato glanced at all three of them and finally sighed in resignation. "You suggested, so let's end the discussion here. I have a proposal." Hinata frowned slightly, muttering doubtfully, "A proposal?" Minato calmly said, "Why don't we form a team?" This statement made Hinata dissatisfied. Minato ignored it and continued speaking. "Let's consider this a cooperative relationship. I'm not saying I'm subordinate to everyone. As you've seen from the disaster before, their cooperation is necessary." "Huh? Does the hero Kusanagi Minato need our help?" Minato paid no attention to the remark and calmly explained. "I also have my limits. If the magic aristocrats join in, it would be great. We could overcome any disaster." Everyone didn't oppose helping the people. Riku hesitated for a long time before speaking up. "An invitation we couldn't refuse. We can't defeat the demon leader, so we can only rely on you." At this moment, Takagami also suggested that I join in. According to my way, I can craft weapons. Minato naturally didn't refuse either, nodded and smiled, "Thank you both." Then all three looked at Hinata together. Hinata's eyes showed a lot of dissatisfaction, but she still angrily shouted, "Fine, you want us to cooperate, right?" Hinata said. "And in exchange for Minato, don't even think about bringing this up again. If you complain, she'll hit you on the head." Minato nodded without hesitation and said, "Okay, I understand and don't take the hostage anymore." Hinata snorted coldly and replied, "I know." And then the special magic team and the magic aristocrats became allies. This is the first time in 50 years that the magic aristocracy has cooperated with others. Minato suddenly remembered something and whispered, "Now I feel like I forgot something, maybe just my imagination. What I forgot were the black-clad people defeated at Ryuji's house and the Juka sisters as well." After seeing them, they were very surprised and didn't understand what was happening. The next day, at the Osaka local police station, when they heard Minato was there, a group of people came to greet him. "We salute you, Captain Kusanagi Minato." Minato was frightened by their enthusiasm and didn't know how to react. At that moment, a commanding shout rang out and everyone lined up. "You're no longer students." Upon hearing the sound, everyone stood up straight and lined up neatly. A middle-aged man quickly stepped forward and spoke. "Sorry about this. Captain Kusanagi is really embarrassing for the police force to have people like this acting like children." Minato looked at them in confusion, nodded, and muttered, "Yes." The man continued, "But I understand. The special magic team's performance during the disaster was so impressive that even I want to join this training." After hearing that, Minato sighed helplessly. Not only were there police inside the yard, but outside there was also a crowd watching. Everyone wanted to see Minato, but he paid little attention and started training the police officers in the yard. As soon as he finished speaking, all the officers simultaneously cast level 1 magic. During the training, a few female officers secretly looked at Minato. He helplessly held his head, seeming to realize the media really works. They don't seem very enthusiastic, but at least they're full of passion. Still, I won't go easy on them. And so, a group of police officers spent a day of utter exhaustion, no different from hell, while Minato, like a devilish instructor, shouted from outside, "This is training to strengthen your body and power. Just keep running and feel the magic. Imagine you're relying on it." The group kept running, sweat pouring down their foreheads and bodies. The screams and groans continued echoing in the training yard. Minato, unfazed, smiled wickedly and said, "Calm down. I have healing magic, so train freely. If it hurts, I'll heal you. Stop complaining and keep running." The enemy doesn't care about your problems. The group kept running in despair, gritting their teeth and running on. A week later, all the police officers participating in the training had already felt the magical power. Minato nodded in satisfaction. "Everyone did very well. You are completely different from a week ago. You told them to keep training even when you weren't here. They are the protectors of Osaka's peace." Hearing this, the police officers here were deeply moved. Some couldn't hold back tears. Minato ignored them and turned to leave, leaving the others to rely on their friends. Afterwards, the magical power of the Osaka police team improved to match that of Tokyo's team. A few days later, the media quickly reported on the special magic team and the noble mage families of Homurai and Kaichi working together. The media quickly exploded, and everyone started talking about it. People all over Japan are paying attention to what's happening behind the scenes. Even students still in school are aware of this. But what makes the media suspicious is why the Mizua family head didn't appear at the press conference and what these noble mages are thinking about. Since when has Japan become united to fight against the disaster? Are you unable to contact the old man? Ruka also helplessly said, "Once again, we've been abandoned by him." Minato slightly frowned and said, "I'm a bit worried that the pillar of your family hasn't shown up yet." Ruka was about to say that we thought he would come if we agreed to cooperate with the Homarai and Kaihi families. Minato remained silent, lost in thought. If there are no issues between the two sides, Duika's problem with Ruka and their father should be resolved, but Tusiru remained silent, so maybe he should look into this. Minato just stood there silently as the two siblings watched him closely. After a while, Du suddenly spoke excitedly. "I heard you were very successful in Osaka." Ruka nodded slightly in agreement. "You should be very proud of yourself." Minato smirked and said sarcastically, "It's just trouble coming my way." While the three of them were talking, Sugo quietly watched Minato. When he was not here, the Dark Mage also did not appear. He can't help but suspect that he is the Black Mage, but if Minato is a bad wizard, Sugo will have to capture him. He really didn't want this to happen, and could only hope his suspicions were wrong. In the afternoon, Minato quietly left alone again today. It's rare to see all three Yuka busy at the same time, and going home alone isn't a problem. But on the way back, he was suddenly blocked. As servants of the Mizua family, they bowed respectfully and spoke. "Kusanagi Minato, we are here to take you home." A moment later, at the Mizua family estate, Tusaru glared at Minato in displeasure and asked, "I hear my daughter is living with you. If you have bad intentions towards her, I will end you right here." And with those words, he unleashed his magic. Minato was a bit speechless, sighed, and said, "But we are just friends." Tusaru frowned slightly and continued to question. "You won't even lay a finger on the girl, right?" Minato calmly nodded. "I won't do that to my friend." "You didn't expect Tiru to call you here just because he cares about his daughter? You guess he still has the qualities of a father?" While Minato was lost in thought, Tusaru suddenly called out, "Come here. You two quickly go outside." Tusaru stood in midair and calmly suggested, "Let's have a match." Minato nodded without hesitation and agreed. "All right, I don't mind either." Seeing you agree, Tusaru unleashed the magical power of his body. Minato also did not hold back, and his powerful magic quickly radiated outward. Tiru really wants to fight him, immediately casting level 7 magic to attack, with raging waves rushing forward. Minato dares not slack and also casts level 7 magic to counter. With a loud bang, two powerful energies collided, and the two quickly landed on the ground from the air. Tusiru narrowed his eyes at Minato, unable to hide his admiration. He can counter the weakness of water magic with fire power of the same level. "You're strong. I trust you with my daughter." Then he walked past Minato. Minato watched Tusiru's back, lost in thought. Meanwhile, in a large house, Akuto was so furious that he shattered everything around him. He raged and shouted, "All of you, useless fools, Chrono is still alive and well, but that's enough. I will kill anyone who stands in my way." Then he pointed at the person next to him and demanded fiercely, "Will you meet my demands?" Tusiru nodded slightly and said, "Don't worry, I will eliminate the Dark Mage." Akuto glared and coldly said, "I will ignite a full-scale war between the Black Rebellion Uprising and the Dark Mages. Just wait, Black Mage." The next day, in the classroom, Minato was surrounded by a group of female students as usual. "You really feel helpless? Everything is even more troublesome than before." The other Dukai is also facing the same situation, with more and more students surrounding her, and this has caught the attention of a different group of girls. They were incredibly encouraged by being admired like that. Duka finally couldn't take it anymore when everyone kept asking her questions. She made an excuse and ran off, saying she needed to go to the bathroom for a moment. She ran out into the hallway, then whispered to herself that she was used to this kind of thing, but it was really exhausting to have them follow her like this. Just then, a group of female students stopped Dua. The red-haired girl leading asked with a raised eyebrow, "Mizuha, are you free?" Then they found a hidden corner of the school, and there was clearly nothing good about it. The red-haired girl kicked Dua into the wall. She scolded angrily, "You're really annoying. Do you know that? Someone like you getting into the special magic team, don't think just because you're noble, you'll get special treatment." The girl with green hair next to her also joined in criticizing. "I told you it was something shady they did to get in. She's been corrupt since she was a kid." Duka heard these words and couldn't help but shout back, "I got in there on my own ability? I have been trained to do that. Why should I do such a dirty trick?" She let out a small snort of dissatisfaction and said, "So you mean you don't like Kusanagi? She doesn't consider him her boyfriend. People in the magical aristocracy wouldn't dare to lie, right?" Duka heard the question and fell silent, unsure how to respond. Just then, Minato appeared. He shouted fiercely, "What are you doing here?" His shout startled the three girls. The red-haired girl hurriedly explained, "We are not convinced that Mizua is being treated so well in the aristocracy." The green-haired girl nodded in agreement. She probably took advantage of her connections. Seeing that Minato said nothing, the red-haired girl became even more arrogant and brazenly questioned, "You probably support her too, right?" It's no surprise that someone with such great power as you finds this too unfair. Duka couldn't even respond to these accusations. She is always like that, always cowardly when faced with questions about her abilities. Minato frowned at her, remaining silent for a long moment. The three of them, seeing this, became even more smug, constantly laughing and saying, "We might even do better if we join the team." Hearing this, Minato couldn't help but sneer. Right after that, he coldly spoke up. "I see you are very passionate. All right, I will let you participate in the special magic team training. Minato said that you will be recruited once you complete the training." In an instant, the three of them immediately became excited, constantly claiming they would succeed. Du saw this scene as if falling into an ice cave, unsure of what to do. In the afternoon at the police training ground, Minato took the three of them to the training field and confidently announced that they would start training from today. Ryuji narrowed his eyes at the three, scoffing coldly, having never seen these people before. Ruka also nodded in response, looking at them with a somewhat unrefined demeanor, as their strength seemed lacking. Rika was confused and didn't know what to say. Minato was about to let them join, but she quickly forced herself not to get distracted. All she needed to do now was focus on what she had to do. The three girls still don't know what awaits them ahead and are still excitedly chatting happily, but their conversation makes Ruka annoyed as they seem to take this lightly. Ryuji also muttered unhappily, "What's wrong with them?" Minato, knowing what the two are worried about, calmly said, "Don't think about anything now. They need this training." The red-haired girl didn't care about the training at all. She was only happy to be close to Minato, but her happiness didn't last long. After starting the training, even breathing became difficult for her, let alone caring about Minato. Unfortunately, Minato paid no attention and kept running ahead, urging everyone to train. Run as if your life depends on it. The enemy doesn't care about you. Just imagine you're being chased by a monster from behind. Ruka's team is used to this. They kept running forward, but the three of them couldn't keep going. They had only been running for a short while before they started complaining. Then, after running, Minato made them do push-ups again. The three of them couldn't hold on for long and collapsed, then continued training in magic use. By this point, the three of them had decided they had to escape, or they would die. But before they could get far, an arm pulled them back. Minato, with a devilish smile, said, "Where are you headed? This is only the beginning." In the end, the three of them couldn't take it anymore and started crying. No normal person could train like this. This is torture. You're intentionally hurting us. Look at them. Minato ignored and just pointed into the distance. Right after that, he spoke slowly again. At first, they couldn't endure it either, but they improved day by day to reach the strength they have now. The three women immediately looked displeased after hearing him, but Minato paid no mind and continued speaking. Duka always works hard and keeps moving forward. She still thinks she has no talent at all. At this point, his tone became sharper, yet some still thought she could easily get in. Appearance and relationships don't matter at all. As he spoke, he stepped in front of the red-haired girl, causing her to tremble in fear. Minato didn't care about Hoa Gosh at all, and coldly continued, "Duka is a very important friend to me. I won't forgive anyone who tries to hurt her." The three of them instinctively trembled. Tears started to fall, and finally, unable to hold back, they turned and ran away, begging for mercy. Minato watched their backs and sighed helplessly. What a cowardly bunch they are. They could keep participating if they just kept training. Don't worry about them, they're just pathetic losers. At the same time, Du finally understood why Minato allowed those people to join the training. In the evening, after practice, on the way home, Du expressed his gratitude, saying, "I heard what you said there. Thank you for standing by my side." Then she smiled very sincerely at you. Minato calmly said, "I think showing them the reality like this will make them flatter and stop gossiping so much." But Dusa still happily smiled and said, "You just told me not to worry about that, right? Isn't that right?" Minato nodded in confusion and replied, "Yes, that's right. Duka is truly happy right now." She softly mutters, "I also consider you an important person." "Is that so?" Minato raised his eyebrows slightly, seeming not to care much. Duka knows that being important to you is a different kind of thing. But for now, that's enough for her. One day when she gains enough strength to stand beside Minato, at that moment she will become very strong. Thinking of that, she suddenly quickened her pace. "I will be strong enough to beat you, Minato. So, get ready then?" With that, Du turned to look at Minato and smiled brightly. The next day, the disaster struck again, and the monsters rampaged wildly, destroying everything. Suddenly, a few figures appeared at the scene. It was Minato and Hinata, too. After hearing the disaster alert, they hurriedly rushed here and worked together to handle the disaster. Hot-tempered Hinata rushed ahead, and Minato had no choice but to quickly follow. The two quickly used magic to defeat the monsters. Seeing this, the fleeing villagers couldn't help but feel admiration. It's amazing how the special magic team and the noble mages are truly working together. And with the cooperation of the special magic team, the reputation of the magical aristocracy is gradually being restored, as dark mages are eliminating illegal wizards while the special magic team handles disasters and monsters. The magic squad has a special type of business focused on students as its core, and some people think it's a police organization, which often delays responses, leading to increasing criticism of the police. Meanwhile, in a city hospital, a 9-year-old boy lies unconscious in bed with his eyes closed when suddenly the hospital window opens quietly and someone slips inside. It's Minato, using healing magic to treat the boy lying on the bed. In an instant, his body was enveloped by magical energy. Healing magic has no effect on those in a coma. Minato hopes it will help both body and mind. It's been a long time and nothing has changed. Even though Minato kept healing, it seems recovery magic has no effect. Just thinking about Leona's desperate look, this kid is actually her younger brother. He couldn't help but frown. Minato is determined not to give up, but at this moment a noise outside startles him. So it was Leona. She pushed the door open and stepped in. It's just that Leona suddenly sensed something, frowning as she muttered, "I wonder if I'm imagining things or if someone is really here." She's not wrong. Minato is really here. But before she could see him, he jumped out the window. Leona walks to her brother's bedside and softly says, "I already know how you feel without you having to tell me." Then she started telling Kai stories about the Dark Mage and said that the Dark Mage was a very wonderful person. His magic is absolute. He is proactive and trustworthy. I've never met anyone like Minato before. After praising him for a while, Leona suddenly grew dissatisfied and said, "But you know, sometimes he's a bit mean." She said that because Minato forced her to train for a long time. He is strict and very fierce. At this point, Leona suddenly burst into laughter, but within that laughter hid a trace of sadness. Her hand resting on the bed was trembling uncontrollably. Leona pursed her lips and muttered, "I won't give up. I will make sure no one suffers like me. I will definitely overthrow the Black Rebellion at any cost." Leona lowers her face, her figure extremely mournful. She reaches out to gently touch Kai's pale skin, lying on the hospital bed. After a long while, she whispered softly, "I'm sorry, Kai." Leona stayed by Kai's side all night. Minato quickly left the hospital and was at a warehouse the next night. As scheduled, Minato arrived at the meeting point to see Leona, but a few strangers showed up, confusing him and asking who they were. Leona cheerfully explained that these are his teammates. Minato, upon hearing this, felt annoyed and wondered where these people came from. "I didn't seek them out. They found each other on their own. I posted pictures and videos of you online to see if they would contact me." Minato nodded in understanding. "I see, so that's how it is." Seeing that you didn't say anything, Leona continued speaking. "Don't worry, I have verified their identities and taken pictures. They are trustworthy people. Right now, everyone present is excited and cheering. This really is Chrono, a flesh and blood dark mage." Minato looked at this scene and was dissatisfied. He coldly said, "I am here to train you. All I will not hesitate anymore, be ready to go." Hearing this, everyone cheered enthusiastically. "We are ready. No matter how we look, we are very confident in ourselves." Minato smirked and said, "I am looking forward to it." And in less than an hour, they all collapsed. Minato's brutal training methods were too terrifying, and he even expressed his dissatisfaction. "You guys are really useless. Train as if your lives depended on it." Although the newcomers were only enthusiastic at first, their dedication was very clear. They made significant progress under Minato's guidance. A new strategic team specializing in intelligence gathering and manipulation has been formed. The action team targets the Black Rebellion's base and destroys it. The Dark Mages gain support from underground organizations, and Minato's power continues to grow. At the police station, this information naturally reached their ears. During break time, they couldn't help but discuss it. The hideouts of Black Rebellion have been severely damaged. Is this the revenge of the illegal mages? Some people see Dark Mages as neutral, and Sugo, who is present, looks increasingly displeased upon hearing this. "That damn neutral, illegal mages are just a bunch of criminals. I won't let them continue like this." Akuto is also very angry now, grinding his teeth and shouting, "He dares to challenge us and look down on us again. I won't be like before." Just then, a subordinate came to report. "Boss, everything is ready." Akuto angrily shouted, "Too slow, you bunch of useless fools. I will get close and kill them all myself. You guys wait and see. Kusanagi, Minato, Chrono." Despite the shocking news outside, everyone at the police station was still diligently training. Throughout that time, Sugo had been quietly watching Minato. "You are indeed an exceptional person, but I can't help but suspect that you might be Chrono. Given Minato's age and abilities and the time of your appearance, It's hard for Sugo not to be suspicious. He wants to believe that Minato is not a dark sorcerer. While Sugo was thinking, Ruka and the two others were now standing in front of Minato, extremely apologetic. Minato looked a bit panicked as he saw the broken bracelets in his hands. To hurriedly explained, "We're trying to fix them." But she hadn't finished speaking when Minato coldly cut her off. "It's okay, don't worry, it just went beyond the limit. It seems like a newcomer like you can't create weapons to defeat monsters. You should still ask Shizuku." At this moment, Rui muttered discontentedly, "I can't say I like this." And Ruka also grumbled uneasily, "I think they will be provoked at night to test us. Du also can't accept sneaking into the house at night." Seeing their disapproval, Minato quickly spoke up. "I also feel uncomfortable, but thinking about future cooperation with them is necessary. Sorry, but could everyone just ignore this matter?" "That's what you said." Ruka and the two others nodded without hesitation. Suddenly, Ruka remembered something and quickly spoke up to mention it. "The magic aristocrats acted a bit strangely back then. I wasn't attacked by their magic, but they didn't seem to realize the situation they were facing." Minato slowly explains that it's a kind of disruptive magic. The magic absorbs strength and memories. They don't remember what happened after the magic was cast. They saw that there was no problem anymore, and he quickly suggested, "All right, the training session is over, let's go home." However, the three Ruka people said they were busy and then went their separate ways. Minato felt a bit helpless, but he didn't say anything. At this moment, Sugo approached Kusanagi and offered to give him a ride home. Minato didn't refuse and got into Sugo's car to go home. Recently, the Black Mage has been expanding his influence. Minato couldn't help but frown and ask, "Are you still suspicious of me?" Sugo neither confirmed nor denied, simply smiling faintly and saying, "Chrono is an exceptional person. I think you'll realize that when you're in the same position." Indifferently shrugging, Minato scoffed. "I don't know anything." Sugo narrowed his eyes at him and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Minato calmly replied, "Is Chrono this guy a bad person?" "I haven't seen or heard of him doing anything bad," Sugo replied without hesitation. "As far as I know, he's a good person, but he's still a criminal." Minato asked in confusion, "Why?" Sugo hesitated for a moment, stopping the car by the roadside. The inside of the car fell into silence. It took him a while to answer. "My father is a police officer, a person who enforces justice. He is an outstanding man, and I once had a happy and proud family." Sugo's father once said that criminals are also human beings with conscience. If you are honest with them, they will understand. As a child, Sugo admired him for that and wanted to become a police officer like him in the future. But Sugo's father was killed. He tried to negotiate with a criminal holding hostages, but he cast a spell on Sugo's father. For someone who didn't know how to use magic like his father, he collapsed immediately. The more he spoke, the angrier Sugo became, biting his lip until it bled. He gritted his teeth and said he was too stubborn about his beliefs. He trusted the criminals and was betrayed by their treacherous response. That guy was sentenced for robbery and murder and has been arrested. When asked why he killed Sugo's father, he replied that he was scared and it wasn't his fault, it was Sugo's father's fault. Every time he remembered this, Sugo's anger would flare up. The hero shouted loudly, "That's bullshit." He said he was scared, but the real victims are the ones who should be afraid. My father, the one who was murdered, even killed for no reason. Sugo will never forgive people like that. All criminals are just a bunch of dogs. He said that even if you save someone, criminals don't deserve forgiveness. Sugo finally couldn't hold back anymore and slammed his head on the steering wheel, sobbing as he muttered, "My father? What is all this supposed to prove?" If Sugo has told so much, it must have had a big impact on him. After a moment, Sugo realized he had been rude and quickly spoke up. "Sorry, I reacted a bit too strongly in front of you. I'm counting on you once more tomorrow." After saying that, Sugo continued running and dropped Minato off at his house. As for Sugo himself, he returned with a heavy heart. The next morning at the Magic Academy, the Sisters Du were waiting for Minato, but he never showed up, making them a bit annoyed. Meanwhile, Minato was frantically running down the street, and as he passed by a building, he saw two shady characters whose appearance clearly indicated they weren't good people. At that moment, the screen on the building started to lose signal. By the time it came back, Akuto was already on the display. He loudly announced, "This news has been taken over by Black Rebellion." The people around him immediately looked panicked, but some recognized Akuto and started whispering, "Isn't that Kuroi, the former noble of the magic world?" Akuto, who has taken over the television station, confidently declares, "I have a gift for the special magic team and Chrono." He said that Black Rebellion has planted bombs all over Japan. Akuto also warned the police not to act recklessly. If you disobey his orders, he will blow each of them up one by one. But as soon as he finished speaking, Akuto lightly snapped his fingers. Suddenly, Deafening explosions erupted, filling the sky with smoke and fire, throwing the people into chaos. The rocks and debris started falling, and if they hit, it would be death and destruction. Luckily, Minato was there at that moment, using his blade to block the magic and protect the people. After escaping danger, the residents hurriedly thanked him. At the same time, the police also received this information, but it was distorted. Sugo bit his lip fiercely, unable to act along with the police and the special magic team. We're trying to contact Minato from this side, but to no avail. She worriedly asked, I can't reach Minato. What the hell is he doing? At the same time, on the TV broadcast, Akuto was still laughing arrogantly. Chrono, you will have to go to the designated location alone. If you don't comply, I will blow up the entire building at once. You won't run away, will you? Chrono. Minato looked up at the big screen in front of him, his face a bit serious. By evening, Minato was dressed in the black mage uniform and headed to the meeting spot arranged by Akuto. Inside his earpiece, Leona hesitated and asked, the location this time is a warehouse at the port, which was once used as a hideout. Did you really do it? Minato nodded slightly and said, yes, it will be fine. There was a moment of hesitation on the other end. Then Leona anxiously said, be careful, Chrono. Don't die before we get there. Of course. Minato unconsciously smiled and confidently replied. After a while, he arrived at the designated warehouse. Although the warehouse is abandoned, it is still lit up at this moment. A group of people with green and red hair are gathered here, their wide-eyed faces not indicating anything good. As soon as Minato appeared, they surrounded him. Akuto stepped out from among them, coldly saying, I've been waiting for you for a long time, Chrono said. Then he tilted his head back and laughed loudly. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. The day I get to defeat you once and for all. He said the people here are top-tier mages with overwhelming power. All the strongest members of Black Rebellion are here. Minato snorted coldly and said, so if I take down everyone here, will Black Rebellion be destroyed? Hearing this, Akuto seemed to find it funny and burst out laughing. His subordinates also mocked, do you think you're stupid? As if you alone could win. Akuto bit his lip fiercely, a murderous intent radiating around him. He gritted his teeth and cursed, shut up, you bastard. That's how you deal with someone who underestimates you. He's been defeated, but I won't be like that. I won't hold back. I will kill Chrono and won't let my guard down. Minato sneered and said, do you really think you can do it? Then you immediately wanted to rush forward. Seeing this, Akuto quickly smiled and said, come on, you can't resist, you know that. If not, I will blow up the city with a bomb. I wonder how many people will have to die. Immediately, Minato's steps came to a halt. Seeing this, Akuto felt triumphant and shouted loudly to order its death. In just a moment, a barrage of magic rushed toward Minato but was blocked by a barrier. This made Akuto grind his teeth in frustration. A magic shield. This troublesome bastard and his subordinates kept attacking Minato, but before long they were exhausted, and Minato remained completely unharmed. He coldly said, it's useless. Level 3 magic has no effect on me. Akuto grew more and more furious, punching his subordinates and shouting angrily, you're all useless. You can't even make him bleed. Minato couldn't help but curse. Trash. Akuto also refused to back down, coldly shouting, this trash is about to kill you in a brutal way. He said you're strong, with a huge amount of magic and high-level spells. Normally I wouldn't stand a chance against you. Then Akuto pulled out a gun, smirking as he asked, but what about this? Minato wasn't too worried and calmly said, guns won't work on me. But as soon as he finished speaking, a bullet grazed his face, leaving a small cut and fresh blood started to flow. Akuto chuckled proudly. I really want to see that expression on your face this time. This item is enchanted with magic that can nullify all kinds of spells. It can pierce through anything, even the strongest magic barriers. Then he started shooting at Minato, this time not daring to be careless, and he quickly dodged. Seeing this, Akuto muttered discontentedly, it's been a long time since I used a gun, and I didn't hit much. At this moment, he saw a surge of magic energy appear around Minato, and in an instant, the wounds on his face healed. Not only that, but the other injuries on his body also disappeared. Akuto's face immediately darkened. You bastard. You're using healing magic, aren't you? Minato calmly said, don't confuse them. This is natural magic. It will activate automatically without my permission. I didn't resist it at all. Oh well, it doesn't matter anymore. Healing won't change the situation anyway, and it even benefits me more because I can hurt you multiple times. He squeezed the trigger and laughed triumphantly. Do you feel pain? It must hurt a lot, right? Even if the wounds heal, you'll still feel the pain. But Akuto didn't care. and his subordinates looked extremely panicked right now. Because Minato's injuries were only superficial and he has healing magic, they healed quickly. Akuto became more and more panicked. That's strange. None of them hit directly. How did you dodge? No way. Just then, Minato heard a sound coming from his earpiece. He immediately nodded and replied, "Is that so?" "All right, I get it now," Ludo shouted angrily. "How dare you talk to your teammates in front of your enemies? Why do you dare insult me like that? And I've had enough, I will kill you." But before he could act, Minato cast a 5th-level spell, and in an instant a violent wind rose inside the warehouse. It quickly engulfed the Black Rebellion members and then blew them out. By the time Fong and I disappeared, those people had been defeated. Akuto bit his lip fiercely, then picked up the phone to give an order to detonate the bomb immediately. But then, they responded with something that made him panic and shout out. "What did you just say?" Minato said coldly. "It's useless. All the bombs have been disarmed by my allies." Akuto was immediately stunned. Minato snorted coldly and said indifferently, "You have to admit it really hurts, you know, but I will return it 100 times over." Akuto's anger grew, and he gritted his teeth as he shouted, "You bastard, I will kill you." Just then, Sugo and his group rushed over and shouted, "Enough!" Du glared at Akuto and said coldly, "All the bombs have been deactivated. Ruka also warns, stop that useless interference right now." Minato couldn't help but frown. They arrived so quickly. "Could they be waiting nearby without being detected?" Ruka whispered as she looked at his back. "That's the Dark Mage Chrono, right?" Ryuji exclaimed excitedly. "Your power is impressive too." Only Karin here knows that the person in front of her is Minato. She feels a bit worried. "Did you really come here alone? They need to help you quickly." Minato saw they had arrived and immediately spoke up. "The situation has changed." Akuto bit his lip fiercely, his eyes filled with anger. At that moment, a figure stepped out and a deep voice echoed. "It seems you've been having a tough time, huh?" When the two sisters saw that person, they immediately panicked because it was Tsuchiru. Du couldn't help but question him. "Why are you here?" Ruka's father also asked with displeasure. "Why are you standing with that Kuroi guy?" I can't help but smile, knowingly. Of course, it's because we're friends. This statement leaves Ruka and Juika in disbelief, confused as they ask, "What does this mean, father? What is going on?" Tiru still remained indifferent, coldly saying, "I have no obligation to tell you to." Until now, the Du sisters still couldn't accept that their father, whom they always respected, was colluding with criminals from the underground world. But Sugo didn't pay attention to that and instead ran over to Minato, trying to catch him. Minato slightly furrowed his brow and asked irritably, "Is this really the time to see me as an enemy?" Karin also speaks up at this moment, saying Kusanagi isn't here, so we should cooperate. Ryuji nods slightly in agreement. "Yeah, there's no time for misunderstandings right now." Sugo hesitated for a long time before finally agreeing. "All right, this is a one-time cooperation from us." Just then, Minato suddenly shouted, "Get out of the way." It seemed like at the same time, several grenades dropped in front of Sugo's group. There was a deafening explosion, and smoke and flames spread everywhere. Luckily, the Sugo group managed to dodge in time. Ruka muttered, "The power is incredible. This isn't an ordinary grenade." Minato also couldn't help but speak up, surprised to find that besides guns, there were anti-magic devices capable of nullifying magic. But Akuto continued to smile and say, "That's not all." He then unbuttoned his shirt, revealing many smoke bombs and other weapons inside, while at the same time, Ruka and her sister quietly watched their father. Ruka hesitated for a long time before speaking. "I never thought I would have to fight against my own father." Du also reluctantly spoke. Why did things have to come to this? While the two of them were confused and unsure what to do, Tiru cast a spell, summoning a raging wave of water rushing toward them. The two waves quickly collided, but Ruka's magic was weaker than Tsuru's, causing her wave to be shattered while Tsuru's wave headed straight toward Ruka and Dua. Fortunately, Rui quickly created a stone wall to block them. Ruka, having just escaped danger, gratefully looked at Ryuji. "Thanks." Ruka also spoke up. "Thank you both." Tsuru shows no concern for his two daughters at all. He coldly spoke. "The two children have truly become much stronger than before, and their coordination isn't bad. But compared to me, they're nothing." As soon as he finished speaking, the magic within Tsuru erupted, causing Ruka to panic uncontrollably. "That's incredible power," Ryuji muttered in shock. "Maybe on par with Minato?" Just then, a confident step forward was taken. Du walked ahead boldly and spoke up. "Now we can act. Before, we couldn't do anything, but now everything has changed." Ruka nodded slightly in agreement. "Huh, that's right. We are stronger now. There's nothing to hesitate about anymore." Ryuji also excitedly shouted, "We have overcome the harsh training sessions." Du narrowed his eyes at Tusiru and confidently said, I will defeat you and then ask you about all of this. Immediately, Ruka and her sister combined their magic. A 7th-tier magic suddenly appeared, and the water column crazily surged forward. Too naive, Tiru scoffed disdainfully. Then he created an 8th-level water magic. A tidal wave surged forward. A column of water and a tidal wave clashed against each other. With a bang, an explosion erupted, turning everything into tiny droplets that fell down, covering Ruka and the others. Tusiru, standing in the cold water, calmly said, You can nullify my magic, but not completely. You two still have a long way to go. Ruka lay on the ground, unable to believe what he was seeing. Can he really cast an 8th-tier magic? You're too strong. Akuto laughed loudly, feeling very pleased with himself when he saw this scene. This really is a one-sided battle, isn't it? Both them and us. He is now standing face to face with Minato, holding a gun in his hand and speaking confidently. It seems even the great Chrono is useless against anti-magic devices, huh? You've never had to face a gun before. And above all, Akuto has an experienced warrior on his side, so he believes Minato has no chance of winning and demands that he start begging for mercy. But Minato still stood there calmly. Seeing this, Akuto was confused, not understanding why he was doing that. Minato ignored him and glanced at Ruka's group behind. Seeing that he was ignoring her, Akuto was furious and shouted, Don't get too arrogant. Then he fired at Minato again, but this time he didn't just stand there and take it. He quickly dodged. This scene leaves Akuto in disbelief, eyes wide open. Can you dodge everything? No, that's just luck. An ordinary person couldn't dodge it. What about this one? Tusiru, realizing guns are useless, casts an 8th-level spell to attack, and a powerful tidal wave rapidly rushes toward Minato. At the same time, Akuto also began to act, drawing a dagger from his body and casting dark magic to summon 5 shadow blades for battle. In an instant, Akuto appeared behind Minato. Without hesitation, he swung his sword, but Minato had already dodged. Unwilling to give up, Akuto started firing again. Minato dodged once more, with the bullets unable to touch him, but what awaited him was Tusiru's tidal wave. Not daring to be careless, Minato quickly creates a barrier to defend. Tusiru does not concede, still maintaining his magic. Minato just stood there, protected by a blade barrier the tidal wave couldn't reach him. Seeing their fight, Fuka's group couldn't help but be stunned. Are these guys monsters or what in this battle? Just watching makes them look truly pathetic. With this situation, they won't be able to face Minato, but Sugo is still eyeing to catch Minato. If they attack head-on, they won't have a chance to win, but right now, you're not paying attention to them. If the Dark Mage is gaining the upper hand, they might find a chance to control you. Rescue will arrive soon. Then Akuto and Tusiru will be taken away. They will never get this chance again if they miss it. Thinking of that, Sugo immediately looked at Karin and spoke. Sonata, we will attack Chrono. Karin looked at him in confusion. But why? Sugo coldly said, He's only fighting for himself. He is a wizard committing a crime. This is our chance to catch him. Karin hesitated, wanting to say something, but was cut off coldly by Sugo. Please. This is our chance. Karin furrowed her brow slightly, her eyes darting around as if deep in thought. After a moment, she immediately stood up. Sugo excitedly exclaimed, You're going to do it, right? Sure enough, Karin cast her magic. A divine aura of magic surged into Minato's body, knocking him out of the fight with Akuto, who watched this scene and laughed triumphantly. Not too surprising, as expected, the police are useless. Seeing this, Sugo was very satisfied and smiled. Well done, now it's my turn. But upon closer inspection, he saw Minato was being healed by Karin's magic. Akuto angrily shouted, Why are these police helping Chrono, an illegal wizard? Minato was also a bit surprised. You can heal your wounds and recover using passive magic. You don't need Karin's divine magic, and she's probably just trying to show her feelings. Sugo looked at Karin in disbelief, questioning why she was healing him. Karin coldly replied, Because he's fighting to protect us. Sugo, hearing this, angrily shouted, What are you talking about? Don't you see? We can't even move, yet we're still alive. Why do you think he's just standing there? It's because he's trying to protect us. She's not wrong. Minato is really trying to protect us, but I'm afraid Sugo still doesn't understand. Karin continued, If it weren't for him, we would have already become targets. That's why we must not run away. Sugo stubbornly shook his head in denial. That's impossible. He's an illegal wizard. There's no way he's trying to save the police. Karin grabbed his collar and shouted, Do you forget why he's here? He came here alone to save everyone. He's always fought for others. Sugo fell into silence after hearing that and glanced over at Minato on the other side. Sure enough, he didn't seem to be moving much. That's why he's covered in wounds? The Dark Mage really did that to protect them? The more he thought about it, the harder it was to believe. Did I misunderstand everything? Although Minato is an illegal mage, he's not like the others. Sugo is probably avoiding the truth. At this moment, the three Ruker also tried to stand up from the ground. They didn't care about allies. They are dark mages. They must fight now. Akuto is still smug and laughing loudly. Nothing will change anyway. Your strength is running out. The three Ruka ignore it and immediately summon magic. Duka loudly shouted, "Our strength may be limited, but it's all we can contribute." Tusiru, who was facing Minato, suddenly saw a wave of water rushing toward him, along with shuriken-shaped stones mixed inside. Tusiru was momentarily stunned, quickly dodging and preparing to fight back, but before he could do anything, a furious fire demon charged straight at him. Not daring to be careless, Tusiru cast a 7th-level spell, creating a raging wave to stop the evil demon. Tusiru frowned silently, having few chances to attack the Dark Mage, as Minato would block any attempt at the magic team. With such coordinated efforts, this can't be just a temporary response. At this moment, the three of Duuka launch their attack once again. Du roars loudly, at least we know how to hold him back. Karin here also uses healing magic to help Minato. You didn't fight alone, only Sugo remained silent there by himself. After a long hesitation, he suddenly became resolute. He also quickly joined the battle, causing Akuto to roar in fury, "You disgusting bunch." Minato furrowed his brow slightly, considering. Thanks to the special magic team, Tuzuru's attack seemed weaker, making this battle more manageable. But Akuto still didn't think he would let you go. He frantically fired shots in this direction, shouting loudly, "You're all so annoying, I will kill every single one of you no matter what." As usual, Minato dodged all the bullets fired at him. Akuto looked at him in disbelief. "You avoided them all? What are you up to?" "Illusion magic? Well, what kind of magic are you using?" Minato replied coldly, "I was just dodging. Normally, no need to use magic." Akuto immediately retorted in dissatisfaction. "Just dodge? Don't mess with me. This isn't like in the movies." Minato shrugged indifferently and said with a sneer, "It's been a long time since I last used a ranged weapon that wasn't magic. I still haven't used all my strength." In an instant, Akuto's eyes turned more and more cruel. He frantically fired his gun at Minato, but still missed. He coldly said, "It's useless, I've already read you." Akuto didn't give up. He took out a suitcase and shouted loudly, "So what about this then? The anti-magic device, missile launcher, everyone will be blown to pieces by this." But before Akuto could do anything, Minato suddenly appeared behind him. "You finally showed up." But Minato didn't answer. He only muttered 2 cruel words. Instantly, a dark, magical aura seeped into Akuto's body, causing him to scream wildly. This was a special dark magic, unlike other spells, and Akuto would endure the pain for 3 days and nights. Minato smirked maliciously and said, "A fitting punishment for someone like you." Akuto lay on the ground in pain, staring at him in disbelief, but Minato paid no mind, glancing at Tusiru and saying, "Now it's your turn." At the same time, Duka's group on this side was also exhausted, sitting on the ground and gasping for breath. Minato smiled at them, saying, "Well done. I'll leave the rest to you." Then he looked at Tusiru again and spoke. "All right, shall we begin?" Tiru narrowed his eyes at Minato for a long moment before indifferently raising his hand. He slowly spoke. "I surrender." Minato couldn't help but feel confused. "What do you mean?" At that moment, Minato's earpiece suddenly picked up a sound. "Chrono, can you hear me? Leona said she's in trouble. The police and the magical aristocrats are surrounding all the Black Rebellion bases in Tokyo. She's sure they're planning something. Their information has been hacked by Tusiru." Hearing this, Minato immediately understood the problem. You squint and ask Tusiru, "So you're an infiltrator into Black Rebellion?" Tusiru nods coldly. "Something like that." At this moment, Minato suddenly looked back in shock to see that Akuto had somehow escaped from his magic. "Are you kidding me, you guys, each and every one of you?" Minato narrowed his eyes at him, so he was countering curses with anti-magic devices. Akuto was furious now, holding a remote in his hand, shouting wildly, "I will destroy everything. I will activate the bombs placed nearby." Hearing this, Ruka's group immediately panicked and shouted, "We have to run fast, but their bodies can't move." Right away, Minato and Tusiru charged forward together. Minato creates a wall of fire to protect everyone, and even Tusiru forms a wall of ice to surround Ruka's group. He obviously wanted to protect his 2 daughters. Rui was stunned because she had seen the Black Mage up close. Akuto was almost going insane now, shouting loudly, "Die!" But when he pressed the button, there was no reaction outside at all. Du couldn't help but be stunned and muttered, "Is nothing happening?" Akuto was just as panicked, muttering in frustration, "What's going on? I clearly planted bombs everywhere already." At this moment, Leona runs in from outside and says, "Didn't we already say those bombs had been removed?" One of the Black Mage's subordinates. How dare you insects gather together? Now he's gone mad, shouting nonstop, kneel down and obey me. The useless ones are just slaves working for me. Leona didn't listen to what he said and punched Akudo. Seeing him collapse, she finally sighed in relief and said, I've finally avenged myself. Akudo still couldn't accept the truth, trembling as he muttered, they're just being led by the nose. I'm not the mastermind, just a scapegoat. Ha ha ha, only just realizing it. After finishing, Akudo lost consciousness. Minato heard everything he said before passing out. He slightly frowns in silence. Is there someone behind Black Rebellion? If that's the case, what kind of big conspiracy is happening here? Minato just stood there silently without saying a word, but he quickly sensed something. Maybe the police are coming soon. So Minato quickly lifted Leona up. Seeing him try to leave, Du hurriedly called after him. Wait a minute. Minato just disappeared without a trace. The three Ruka look on in confusion. He's gone, disappeared like the wind. It really was him. Karin finally let out a sigh of relief. She was truly grateful to Minato. He had saved many people. The next day, the news reported that Akuto, a former noble mage, had been arrested on charges including conspiracy. Hinata and Riku overheard the broadcast while walking, but Hinata's face was not pleased at all, and she walked away in dissatisfaction. Over here, Juka's team acted without Minato, so when they met again, they asked him why. After hearing everything, Ryuji suspiciously asked, What's going on with your family? Du gently advised, Remember to stay in touch with us next time. Minato nodded softly, apologizing, Sorry, things have been so chaotic lately. A moment later, outside the Mizua family villa, two servants were waiting. Seeing Ruka's group arrive, they immediately bowed respectfully and said, We have been waiting for you, members of the Magic Special Forces team. Inside the living room, Du immediately questioned his father without hesitation. Please explain the situation, Dad. Tiru remained silent for a moment before speaking slowly. To cleanse the shame of the magic noble class and prevent the illegal sorcerers from wreaking havoc, we pretend to cooperate with Kuroi and infiltrate Break Rebellion. Akudo is a former magic noble involved in countless crimes and continuously expanding his power. He said he couldn't just stand by and let Akudo keep doing bad things. After hearing that, Du doubted and asked, But why now? Tuzuru slowly explained, That is a special directive from the police. Previously, Tuzuru was called by the police chief and asked to act as an informant. If Akudo is allied with Fuyuka, they believe it would be easier for Tsuchiru, a noble mage, to approach him. Sure enough, Akudo trusted Tsuchiru. And although I am not officially part of the police force, I am still treated as an undercover investigator and will not be held responsible for any charges. After hearing the full story clearly, the sisters Du sighed in relief, then began criticizing the police for making people suffer through this while they did nothing. Minato still has doubts. The Magic Special Forces are just the visible tip of the iceberg, and they might follow the same path. But why did Tiru have to go this far? As for the police, they always seem to respect the magic nobility, but this time their roles are reversed. Moreover, why did the police decide to act now? The reason they could no longer ignore it was because it lacked convincing evidence. Most importantly, after the incident that night and leaving the warehouse, Minato asked Leona whether the police had actually acted first. Leona nodded firmly and replied, Yes, the police with worse intelligence gathering acted before us, and more than half of the bombs are just fake. Minato frowned and guessed, Are they not prepared with enough real bombs? Leona shrugged indifferently and pouted, saying, It could also be a possibility, but too convenient to be a threat. The police acted too quickly as if they knew in advance. There's something suspicious about this case. While Minato was thinking, Tsuchiru continued, I will publicly cooperate from now on following Homurai and Kaichi, and I will revoke the deprivation orders on your children. I admit my guilt, please forgive me. Hearing this, both Ruka sisters were very happy. Seeing them like that, Minato also felt much more at ease. And after the conversation, they quickly left the villa. Ryuji walked away laughing and said, The Mizua family has reconciled and even promised to cooperate with the Magic Special Forces. With the Black Rebellion destroyed, the issues have been resolved. Karin silently observes Minato from behind, feeling very happy inside. The Black Mage you are, and he is her hero. At the same time, Sugo is also lost in his thoughts. The Black Mage is an illegal mage, but he saved them. If the Black Mage is really Minato, should I arrest him? What should I do after all? Jika is also confused about the identity of the Black Mage. At that moment, she caught a glimpse of the Black Mage's eyes. They looked exactly like Minato's, so she suspected they might be the same person. Minato, walking ahead, feeling everyone's gaze, sighed inwardly, truly at his wit's end. This is so complicated. If things keep going like this, we're in real danger. That night, as usual, Minato went to the hospital to treat Kai's injuries, but the boy remained unconscious, making him a little anxious. While Minato was treating the wound, Leona pushed the door open. With no other choice, the treatment was interrupted, and Minato quickly ran out the window to hide. Leona, unaware of these events, gently whispers beside Kai's bed, "We fought evil together. There's nothing to worry about anymore." Then she strokes his head softly and says in a quiet voice, "No one will hurt you again." So, before Leona could finish her sentence, Kai on the bed suddenly moved his lips as if calling out something. In an instant, Leona happily grasped the boy's hand tightly. "I'm here. Your sister is right here. Kai has finally woken up." The boy smiled at her, happy that his sister was back. "I tried my best to stay strong while you were away." Leona hugged her brother tightly, crying out loud. At last, her efforts had paid off. Minato, watching this warm scene from outside the window, also felt happy. Soon after, he stepped into the darkness and returned home. The next morning, on the rooftop of the Magic Academy, Ryuji was desperately begging the three Minato to help him out. "Please, I need you all to take care of my siblings tomorrow." Minato heard this and asked suspiciously, "What's going on?" Ryuji hurriedly explained, "My shift will last all day tomorrow, so I'll be home very late." Usually, Ryuji would join the special magic task force activities and go to work whenever his mother was not on duty, but it seems neither of them are present this time. Rui said he couldn't leave the kids home alone until evening, so he hoped Minato could look after them. Minato nodded without hesitation and replied, "Sure, I like kids anyway." Ryuji happily said, "That's great, thank you so much." At this moment, Du apologized, saying she couldn't come because she was busy moving house. Ryuji then remembered something and nodded, asking, "Oh, did you say you're going back to your father's place?" Juika gently shook her head and replied, "No, we are moving to a bigger place. Just keep strengthening yourself and stepping out to explore the world, as long as Kusanagi Minato is by your side." "That's enough. Our father always says that." Ryuji couldn't help but feel helpless. "Your father is still the same as always, right?" Du awkwardly scratched his head and said, "It's lucky that he provides for us so well." Minato frowned slightly. If he really wanted to promote independence, then having Dua and Ruka live together would make sense. But it seems he has his own reasons for keeping himself close. Du remained silent before speaking. "So that means Minato and Ruka will go with you." But when he saw the two figures sitting on the bench, two words, domineering and foolish, were clear in his eyes. So Ryuji immediately changed his words. Looking back, maybe it would be better to leave Du alone. Minato, feeling annoyed, asked, "Why the hesitation?" But Ryuji didn't answer either. Minato glanced at Ruka and asked, "What about you?" "Ruka, I think I can handle it myself." Ruka hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke uncertainly. "I want to help too." Ryuji, seeing them agree, happily spoke up. "I will repay you both." Minato gently shook his head, indicating it's nothing, then looked back at Ruka sitting hesitantly beside him. The next day, as promised, Minato and Ruka took the three kids to the amusement park. He happily said, "I haven't been to an amusement park in a long time." The three kids were very happy to be at the amusement park, constantly shouting and wanting to try everything. Minato didn't hesitate and agreed right away. "All right, we'll play everything to the end." Then he took the three kids inside, but after just a few steps, he realized Ruka wasn't following. Minato frowned and asked, "What are you doing? Let's go." Ruka narrowed her eyes at everyone, her aura slightly intimidating, and coldly said, "All right, I'm here." Her presence made the kids scared and cling to Minato as they cried. Minato sighed helplessly and said, "Hey, your face looks really scary. Why not smile a little?" Ruka apologized guiltily. Then she forced out a smile, but it was even uglier than crying, causing the kids to burst into tears again. "You look so scared." It made Minato feel a bit helpless, so he tried to comfort the kids. Ruka also felt helpless. Her naturally stern face didn't look much better even when she smiled, but this was quickly forgotten. Minato took the kids to ride the wooden horses. Then they played on the merry-go-round, and the children were so happy they were laughing with all their might. "It's not over yet." Minato took the kids on the roller coaster. They kept playing all day long, and the kids kept asking to go again. Only Ruka quietly walked behind, and Minato had noticed this. Seeing your gaze, Ruka could only force a smile to show he was fine. Just then, the two kids needed to use the bathroom, and Minato quickly warned them, "Be careful not to bump into others." So Minato and Ruka sat on the bench waiting for the kids. Minato spoke softly, thinking how this excited look on the children was truly the best. Ruka nodded slightly, hesitating for a moment before softly speaking. "You're really amazing, Minato. The kids really adore you." Minato quickly denied it. "It's nothing special." Ruka didn't think so. She sighed and spoke. "You can see, I'm not good with children. It's not that I hate them, I just struggle with communication. Minato smiled faintly and replied, I know. The more Ruka spoke, the more despondent she became. She muttered softly, I'm sorry. I once told Du that she could never beat me, but that wasn't true. She says she can't cook, isn't as clever as Dua, and isn't good at socializing, and even in magic she is being surpassed. Ruka reluctantly sighed and said, I am not perfect. I am just a clumsy girl who can't do anything. Minato just silently listened without saying a word. Seeing herself so gloomy, Ruka immediately changed her attitude, put on a cheerful expression, and said, Sorry, I'm not usually like this. Forget what I just said. Minato didn't say anything, and at the same time, the children returned. At this moment, a handsome man and woman are filming a video while continuously scolding, Those noisy kids are so annoying, we're trying to film your silly faces. And at the same time, a child running toward Minato bumps into one of them. Seeing this scene, Minato was immediately startled. But before he could do anything, Ruka had already rushed forward like a gust of wind. In an instant, she hugged the child tightly and they both slid along the ground. After ensuring safety, Ruka quickly pulled the child out of her arms and asked anxiously, Are you okay? The child suddenly remembered what just happened and started crying. Seeing that the child was unharmed, Ruka let out a relieved sigh. That's a relief. I'm glad you're not hurt. At this moment, the couple behind Ruka angrily criticized, saying, That's not right, bumping into others without even apologizing. You're so rude. Ruka glared at them in displeasure and said, We didn't do anything wrong. You're the one who should apologize. This attitude made the scumbag furious, clenched his fist and charged forward, cursing, non-stop. You think you're pretty and have the right? But before he could land a punch on Ruka, his fist was blocked. Minato clenched the trash's arm and coldly said, You only know how to cause trouble for others. Don't ruin the place that makes everyone happy. Without waiting, he twisted the trash's arm behind his back, ignoring his struggles in vain. Minato snorted coldly and then let go. The thugs immediately ran away with their tails between their legs. Minato didn't really care, glancing at Ruka and asking, Are you both okay? Ruka gently shook her head, but the little one clung tightly to her leg and cried, I'm so scared. The other two children were the same, leaving Ruka confused and unsure of what to do. She hesitated and looked toward Minato as if seeking help from him. Minato just stood there, smiling. Ruka had no choice but to hug the three kids and comfort them. It's okay, the kids are safe now. Then they took the children home. It wasn't until nightfall that Ryuji hurried back home. Sorry for being late. Did the kids cause any trouble? As soon as he finished speaking, he let out a relieved sigh, realizing it was over. Because at this moment, Minato and Ruka were lying on the floor with the three kids, sleeping soundly, just like a family. Darkness and light are the pair of sorcerers of Japan attracting attention, but in contrast, the reputation of the police is only continuing to decline. Although their quick response to the Black Rebellion explosion was praised, the Magic Special Forces' achievements overshadowed the police, and their reputation hardly improved. In the end, they had to hold a meeting to discuss how to deal with the Dark Mages. They cannot tarnish the honor of the police force, the police chief said firmly. We must catch those fake night criminals immediately. At the same time, at the Kaiichi family dojo, Minato has been training with Riku ever since he started working with the Kaiichi family. And at this moment, he is preparing for a sword fight with Riku. Riku on the opposite side shows no sign of backing down, calmly drawing his sword. In a flash, he darted forward like a gust of wind. Riku's sword kept dancing, attacking Minato, but his speed was still manageable, allowing him to respond calmly. Riku didn't attack head-on, instead aiming at Minato's lower body, but Minato was still faster and dodged in time. After missing, Riku launched another attack. The two of you just stood there for a long time until the sword stopped in front of Minato's face, and only then did the match end. Riku squinted at him and calmly spoke. The match is over and the result is a draw. Why is it a tie? Because Minato's sword was also stopping in front of Riku's stomach. The two quickly lowered their swords and Riku couldn't help but marvel, saying, Impressive. You can fight me evenly. Minato chuckled softly and pouted, saying, I'm not your match in swordsmanship. Hearing this, Riku admired him even more and nodded with a smile. You're humble and talented. I'm truly impressed, Minato said politely. You're too kind. Riku said nothing else and went to the wooden shelf to put away his sword. As soon as the sword left his hand, Riku collapsed. He muttered in frustration, This is too complicated. Minato couldn't help but ask in concern. What happened to you in such a short time? Riku explained tiredly. Holding a sword helps me feel a little motivated. Otherwise, I don't want to do anything. I wish I could disappear or become a tree. Let me say this. Even if no one asks, don't die. It's okay to do nothing. Just living is enough. If that makes you happy, nothing else matters. After hearing that, Riku couldn't help but feel moved. You really are an interesting person. He said he always felt out of place, and becoming famous for his swordsmanship only made him feel more distant. Minato shook his head in disagreement, saying it wasn't rejection, just his own uniqueness. Riku listened and couldn't help but wonder, is it really special? No one has ever said that to me before. Minato sighed softly and whispered, I also had a similar experience. You faced an unimaginable terror and death was almost at your doorstep. That was your experience in your previous life when you were Ichikami Minato during a natural disaster, and Minato fought back against the monster attacking him. As a result, he awakened his own power. Riku frowned upon hearing that. In the investigation report, he found out that Minato had changed after an accident. He thought it was because of that, but he didn't realize he was talking about a different experience. Since that day, Minato has learned to use magic by mimicking the spells of monsters, and now he has even developed his own magic. But that day, Minato was the only one left alive, and he couldn't save anyone. Thinking of this, Minato clenched his fists tightly and spoke with determination. Everyone around me used to see me as a freak, but now my strength and abilities have saved others. Then he looked at Riku and asked, Don't you have something to protect? Isn't that the reason you fight? Riku was momentarily stunned, then nodded and said, I understand. You're right, there are indeed things I want to protect. Hearing this, Minato immediately smiled and said, Then use your strength for that. You do have something special, right? Riku finally regained his trust. He gratefully smiled and said, Yes, thank you, Kusanagi Minato. Then the two shook hands sincerely. Minato cheerfully said, I look forward to working with you. Riku also nodded and replied, I hope so too. After the conversation, Minato left the Kai clan's dojo. Riku watched his back, seeming to be lost in thought, while Minato also had something on his mind about Riku. He is the head of a noble wizard family, and he is quite a kind person. Although he has some quirks, Riku is still much better than arrogant, evil, or simply incomprehensible others, when suddenly a figure with bright red hair bumped into Minato. Minato quickly reached out to help her up and asked worriedly, Are you okay? The other person didn't answer and muttered irritably, That hurts so much. Walk carefully, kid. Hearing that voice, Minato was instantly stunned. Turns out it was Hinata, and she looked at him with suspicion and asked, What are you doing here? And then Hinata quickly got up, gritting her teeth in frustration as she spoke. Today I ran into a troublesome person. Minato looked her up and down, smirking playfully. You're not wearing your flashy outfit today, huh? Hinata glared at him in displeasure. Who wears those flashy outfits all the time? Only when on a mission, kid. It's still magic resistance gear anyway. I just thought you'd be wearing it like that. Hearing that, Hinata immediately turned away without saying anything. Seeing her reaction, Minato muttered in confusion, So she really likes it, huh? Hinata's frustration grew, and she shouted loudly, Shut up. It's my decision, okay? Her scream drew the attention of those around her. Hinata quickly muttered under her breath, We stand out too much here. Then she noticed a coffee shop by the street, so she hurried inside and urged Minato to follow. What are you standing there for? Hurry up. Minato really feels helpless. She always likes to do things her way. Although he thought so, he still followed the two to find a secluded table to sit at. But someone was still paying attention to Minato, and they started whispering and gossiping. Someone even recognized Hinata and thought the two of them were dating, which made Hinata furious and glare deadly at those people, causing them to sweat in fear. Minato thought she was like a mad dog, always ready to bite. As you were reminiscing, Hinata suddenly spoke up. Hey, did you meet Riku today? Minato looked up at her, suspiciously asking, Do you know? She let out a small sigh unconsciously and pouted playfully. You two seem to get along really well. It must be fun. Minato thought she was jealous and quickly said, I should have asked you to come along, sorry about that. Hinata immediately retorted annoyed, I'm not sulking, you just didn't invite me anywhere. We're only temporarily on the same side. I have no interest in becoming close to you. But at this moment, she suddenly noticed a happy family over there and fell silent. Your confidence as a strong person, right? It's as annoying as ever, but you're really strong. Can you tell me how you became so powerful? Minato replied coldly. A traffic accident. Hinata wasn't interested in hearing about it and immediately cut in. I already know about that, but one accident couldn't possibly make you this strong. She said Minato's magic power was unusual. It couldn't simply increase overnight. Magic doesn't work that way. In fact, Minato was suppressing his magic much more than before. Seeing that you didn't answer, Hinata continued. If just being close to death could strengthen your magic, we wouldn't have struggled so much. At this point, she suddenly lost control, grabbing Minato's collar to confront him. There has to be a reason why you're getting stronger, tell me now. Minato saw the desperation in Hinata's eyes. Does she want to become that strong? But if I tell Hinata that I am Ichikami Minato's reincarnation, it wouldn't mean anything, and wouldn't satisfy her either. After hesitating for a long time, Minato slowly spoke. It's nothing special. If you want to get stronger, just train normally. Hinata released you in frustration, coldly saying, I really can't understand you. At this moment, the waiter brought up the drinks, a strawberry ice cream placed in front of Hinata. Seeing it, Minato immediately exclaimed in panic, What kind of strange ice cream is this? But suddenly Hinata's eyes lit up, and he cheerfully said, I've been looking forward to trying this dish for a long time. Minato was even more confused. What is this supposed to be? Hinata looked at it like a dog seeing its owner come back from the market. Hinata realized she had been rude in front of him, her attitude immediately changing as she reluctantly said, It seems they mixed up our dishes, but since it's already served, let's just eat it. So Hinata no longer cared and scooped a spoonful into her mouth. The refreshing taste of the ice cream makes her feel satisfied. Hinata couldn't help but marvel, this is just too delicious. Then she started eating eagerly. Minato sat helplessly opposite her, focusing on drinking his water. In no time, Hinata finished a large bowl of ice cream, clutching her full belly as she laughed and said, That was really delicious. I'm completely full now. At this point, she finally realized Minato was still here, awkwardly scratching her head, saying, Hey kid, I've wanted to try the parfait here for a long time, but going alone felt weird. So this is perfect. Minato didn't say anything, just a bit surprised. This fiery girl also loves sweets. I never expected that. But it didn't take long for you to realize Hinata's power was exploding. It seems Hinata also realized this. She quickly stood up, intending to leave. I have nothing more to say to you. I'm leaving. Minato didn't stop him. He quietly watched Hinata leave. Perhaps she was too careless, which is why he was able to see a hint of the magical power she was holding back. But clearly it was much stronger than the last time they fought. With such an increase, what exactly did Hinata do? After a moment of thought, Minato was sure that Hinata was hiding something. Meanwhile, in the police station's office, Sugo was still focused on his work, but his mind kept drifting to the possibility that Minato might be the Black Mage. When the Dark Wizard was there, Minato happened to be absent, making it hard not to suspect that he is the Dark Wizard. The police investigation is becoming more intense. The Black Wizard will be caught soon. Sugo doesn't know what to do anymore. He glanced at the family photo on his desk and fell into silence. That evening, on a rooftop of a building, Leona came to meet Minato and report on recent events. The police are trying to wipe out the Dark Mages. Operations are underway everywhere. Some members have been captured but are only being interrogated for now. Minato frowned and said, The Magic Squad has also received the order to hunt. They are putting all their effort into the hunt. Should I tell Leona that I am Minato, a member of the Magic Special Forces team? But if she gets caught, given her personality, she would never reveal anything about you. So it would only add unnecessary pressure on Leona. Moreover, revealing the truth now wouldn't bring much benefit. It's not the right time to say it. While Minato was thinking, Leona spoke up again. If things continue like this, they might find out about us. We need to come up with a plan. Minato nodded slightly and spoke confidently. Let me handle it. I have a plan. The next day, Minato went to see Shizuku. Sorry for the sudden request. I need your help. Shizuku responded without hesitation. If it's a request from Ichikami, I have no reason to refuse. At the police station, after days of searching, there's still no news of the Black Mage, and the chief angrily slams the table and scolds his subordinates. Has Chrono still not found him? One officer hurriedly reported, We are still interrogating members of the Shadow Organization, but they insist they know nothing. The chief angrily shouted, It is the police's job to make them confess. The police officer hesitated and said, We don't have enough evidence to charge them. They might not have informed the lower-ranking members. The more the director listened, the angrier he became, pounding the table and shouting, Honor of the police force is at stake. I don't care if you have to use force or not. Catch Chrono at all costs. Inside the Magic Special Forces classroom, Sugo stood on the podium and declared clearly, as everyone knew, We have received orders to hunt down Chrono and the members of the shadowy organization. Minato was naturally present too. He quietly listened to his announcement. Ruka and Karin also focused on listening, but each had their own thoughts. The police below, after hearing Sugo's words, started whispering among themselves. We are already overwhelmed by the disaster and monsters. Isn't this FMT's responsibility? What is the robber thinking? Minato frowned quietly. That only shows how desperate the situation is. If the police really step in, your team members will have a hard time escaping. At this moment, Sugo continued to speak, prioritizing responding to the disaster and monsters while still pursuing the shadow bearer. That's all, disperse. The police below quickly dispersed. Karin then ran over to Sugo and asked, "Do we really have to hunt down the one in the darkness?" He nodded indifferently and said, "That's an order from above, we have no right to speak out." Ryuji immediately felt dissatisfied. They've shifted the heaviest burden of the judgment onto us. Ruka also sighed heavily. Now they have even more to do. Who do they think we are? But I can understand why the higher-ups did this. Karin hesitated to speak. Sugo replied coldly, "If those illegal mages gain more support, who knows what could happen?" Then he glanced at Minato and said, "I think it's time to end this farce." "Captain Kusanagi." Minato frowned and asked suspiciously, "What are you trying to say?" Sugo narrowed his eyes at him and said seriously, "If you're Chrono, just surrender now." As soon as he said that, Karin and Jueika were stunned. Even Ruka and Rui were utterly confused, not understanding what Sugo was saying. By the time they reacted, Karin and Jueika had already spoken up together. "Kusanagi is not Chrono. I've told you many times already. There's no way Minato is Chrono," Sugo said coldly, his voice firm. Their desperate efforts to protect him only prove that both of them are involved in this matter. Karin and Jutsu are both stunned, wanting to argue but not knowing what to say. Sugo reluctantly sighed. Captain Kusanagi is an indispensable person, not only for Japan but for the whole world. And indeed, Chrono has saved many people. Karin looked at him doubtfully, confused, and asked why. That's why if he surrenders now, there's a good chance the judge will lessen his sentence, at least better than being arrested by the police. When Minato and the Dark Mage appeared, their appearance and abilities were identical. But the most important thing is that Minato has never been present whenever the Dark Mage appears. These things can't be just a coincidence. This statement left Karin and Jueika speechless. They didn't know what to say. Sugo ignored them and aggressively demanded an answer from Minato. "Tell me. Captain Kusanagi, please tell me your true identity. Are you Chrono?" Minato frowned slightly, remaining silent for a long time without replying. At that moment, Karin suddenly shouted, "Wait! What now? Do you still want to protect him?" "No, look away." Karin quickly shook her head and handed Sugo her phone, showing a group of people in black coats. The person sitting on the chair coldly said, "We have taken control of the broadcast. I am the leader of the organization of the Shadowbringers, Chrono." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Sorry to interrupt your relaxation time. Dear citizens, it seems the world is eager to find out who is truly stronger. Kusanagi Minato, so the other person said he would satisfy everyone's curiosity and officially challenge Kusanagi Minato to a fight." Hearing this, Sugo's group was immediately shocked. Minato seems very calm. Everyone is within his reach. Sugo is extremely confused right now. How is this possible? He wants a fight? How can he do that if they are just one person? Karin is no exception. She confirmed from the beginning that Minato is the Black Mage. But what's going on here? Du also thinks he was mistaken. Maybe Minato really isn't the one. Ryuji, unsure of everyone's thoughts, looked at Minato and asked, "So what are you going to do then, Minato?" Lucas smirked slightly. "Why bother asking?" Minato glanced at everyone, then smiled smugly. He calmly spoke. "Of course I accept the challenge." The next day at SBA, Minato arrived at the meeting place as per the Dark Mage's challenge. Of course, for such an important event, reporters will be present as well. They arrived early and started live coverage. The battle between Kusanagi Minato and Chrono is about to begin, but Chrono has not appeared yet. A large crowd has gathered here. It feels like a major event. The police have been dispatched due to its dangerous nature. They might also be waiting to catch the Dark Mage. Everyone outside keeps cheering for Vu Minato. Of course, there are also those who believe the Dark Sorcerer will win. Ryuji stands in the distance watching everything, and can't help but marvel that this has turned into a large-scale spectacle. The three Ruka over here are also watching the reactions online. Everyone is very interested in this matter. Sugo slightly furrows his brow as he observes Minato from afar. What are you really planning to do? There's no way out now. At the same time, Hinata and Riku were also here. Hinata couldn't hold back and spoke up. "He's late, but it's not long before Tsuruo also arrives," Hinata muttered softly. "So you're here too?" Riku also nodded thoughtfully, saying, "This is truly unexpected." Tsuruo calmly responded, "This is a battle I must witness firsthand." At that moment, Hinata sensed something and quickly turned her head to look back. Riku and Tsuruo also noticed this and hurriedly looked over. Sugo's people on the rooftop shouted in panic, "What is that?" and saw a streak of light rushing toward the ground in the sky. It streaked past the helicopter in the sky, causing it to wobble. Minato also looked up, waiting for it to appear. With a loud bang, the beam of light struck the ground. Minato stood there calmly, expressionless. But the others didn't feel the same. They were pushed back by its pressure. The Dark Mage, leader of the Shadow Organization, has appeared. Seeing the person behind the black cloak, the reporter immediately shouted, "Chrono has appeared, truly astonishing." He is, indeed, flesh and blood. Sugo was terrified when he saw that person. Karin also exclaimed in surprise, "So Kusanagi isn't Chrono. They are really two different people." Below the arena, Minato suddenly scratched his head and muttered, "I usually don't like to show off, but it seems I have no other choice." Chrono on the opposite side said nothing and assumed an attacking stance. "What's wrong? Did your stomach get shy?" "All right then, it's fine. Let's settle this." Sugo's group is also watching the two below, worried about Minato. As for the three Tushiru, they are also watching this epic battle. Minato has now summoned his magic to attack. Chrono refused to back down, summoning dark magic in his hand. Minato fired a beam of sharp golden light, while Chrono created an illusion of a giant bird cloaked in terrifying darkness. With a deafening explosion, the two forces collided, causing a thunderous blast that made the helicopter in the sky shake uncontrollably, and the reporter shouted, "We can't keep going like this, or we'll crash. We need to get out of here now." It's just that things are reaching their most intense point below, and they don't want to miss it. At this moment, Chrono charged forward like the wind. Minato also refused to back down, clenched his fists and charged forward. The two fists collided, neither yielding to the other. Their speed was so fast that the eye couldn't see it. In just a blink, they exchanged several moves. Chrono wildly throws punches at Minato's face. At first, Minato could still respond calmly, but after a few moves, Chrono suddenly struck his stomach, and in his hand, he unleashed a 9th-level lightning magic. In that moment, Minato was knocked back and crashed into the buildings behind him. Chrono smiled triumphantly, as if he had won. Minato stood up from the ground, annoyed as he said, "You're really relentless, aren't you? My clothes are all covered in dirt." Chrono did not answer, and once again cast a magic attack, and in an instant, a giant stone flew toward Minato. But Minato was not panicked at all, calmly casting his magic. Immediately, a shield appeared above Minato's head, as two powerful spells clashed once again. But this time, the giant rock was shattered into pieces by the shield. Minato let out a breath of relief and reached out to pick up a floating magic spirit around him. He smiled contentedly and said, "This new type of magic is pretty decent." Seeing his magic, the onlookers outside were stunned, but they quickly reacted, starting to shout and cheer loudly. Who still cares about the mage aristocracy? The two of them have already risen to a completely different level. Female fans keep praising Minato, while Hinata mutters irritably, "Those useless magic users are always showing off. They're just a bunch of fools who don't know anything." Riku sighed in admiration, amazed that both of them could use 9th-tier magic, then scoffed softly, and Hinata, unimpressed, said their mana reserves are truly incredible. Even with high-level magic, they still have plenty left. Tushiru also joined the discussion, but the most remarkable was still Kusanagi Minato's magic. His continuous magic moved as if it had a will of its own. Hearing this, the three of them fell into deep thought. After activating a spell, if it is reactivated within a very short period, the magic's effect will continue. That is chain magic, but Minato is far superior. After a long moment, Hinata spoke again. "Only a few mages can use chain magic, right?" Tushiru nodded slightly, and those who can combine it with automatic magic are even rarer. Another thing is Minato's extraordinary physical strength. He can use magic to enhance his body and also to strengthen both his attacks and defenses. Hinata looked at Tushiru and asked with a frown. In other words, he is a wall of magical power. Dammak nodded. Tushiru calmly replied, "Maybe so. It's because their magic is too unpredictable that they have surpassed us, the mage nobles in every way." By this point, he truly believed that both Minato and Chrono were monsters. Unaware of everyone's thoughts, Minato and Chrono were still fighting fiercely below. The magic they used was all high-level magic that amazed people. Minato snorted coldly and suddenly appeared in front of Chrono. Without hesitation, he kicked him, causing Chrono to fall from the sky to the ground, but he quickly used magic to soar back into the air. The Sugo group watching from afar looked terrified, and Du couldn't help but marvel, "I know they're powerful, but I didn't expect they still have cards up their sleeves." Ryuji also nodded in agreement. "I understand now why the curious crowd is so captivated by them." Karen shouted out loud, and the heat on the livestream pages and social media keeps rising. And it's not just in Japan. People around the world are watching this match, especially in New York. This match can be said to have attracted a large crowd, everyone admiring the performance of the two players. Even in Korea, it's no exception. It's so hot that people are willing to ignore everything, even dating, to watch it. A girl annoyed by her boyfriend ignoring her muttered, Who cares about those Japanese mages? But as soon as she finished, the crowd around her started shouting Minato and Kao's names. And so, a single duel was enough to shake the entire world. At the battleground, Minato faced Chrono with a cold expression and spoke. You fought very well, but I think it's over now. Chrono just stood there silently without saying a word. Immediately after he summoned a level 9 spell, a giant black sword appeared. Chrono frantically swings his sword into the air, unleashing a series of blade flashes accompanied by dark energy that begin to dance. Minato remained calm and smiled, saying, "This is the end," and then cast a level 10 nullification spell. Minato creates a giant wall. Without hesitation, it crushes Epona backward. Its pressure is so great that even Ruka's group in the distance are affected. They couldn't help but shout, "How powerful is Minato, really?" After casting that move, Minato quickly flew back toward Chrono. The on-site reporter immediately asked the pilot to follow him quickly, but the pilot shook his head and replied, "I can't do it, he's too fast." But at this moment, the cameraman suddenly shouted in panic that the video signal was lost. The reporter, upon hearing this, immediately became furious. What the hell is going on? It was getting interesting, but then it cut out. Below, Minato slowly walks up to Chrono, who is now exhausted and sitting on the ground. Minato stands opposite him, his hand hovering in the air, unsure of what he intends to do. Chrono suddenly widened his eyes and then magical circles appeared in his hand, startling Minato. He looked at Chrono coldly and said, "You can stop now." As Minato finished speaking, Chrono suddenly trembled. Then a stream of golden magic enveloped his body, gradually dissipating into smoke. Minato let out a sigh of relief and said, "Looks like I managed it. The monster-proof device Takagami made for you has also reached its limit. It can probably only withstand 9th level magic for a short time. Clone magic is very useful but also quite difficult to use. The copy is much weaker than Minato and can hardly speak." At the same time, Takagami quietly observed everything. Seeing that everything was going smoothly, she let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. She was very surprised to hear for the first time that Minato was Ichikami Minato's reincarnation. But to think that he is also Chrono is a bit too hard to imagine. He always has surprises. Because Minato cannot activate 2 spells at once, he only has a short window to reactivate the magic clone that already has a very brief duration, meaning he needs to continuously use maintenance magic. Minato can't use any other magic, so Takagami prepared a set of equipment with automatic magic to help him. Thanks to the equipment that automatically casts magic when he is unconscious, Minato could theoretically use multiple types of magic at the same time. However, it not only requires a huge amount of magic power to perform, but you also have to control the clone with your mind personally, or risk losing control and having it attack those around you. In other words, Minato used up a huge amount of magic power, while still maintaining control over a clone and even engaging in an intense and spectacular battle. Only Minato could do something like that. Just now, Minato contacted Leona through her earpiece. "This is Chrono, Leona. You can stop jamming the signal now." Leona immediately responded, "I understand. Is it over now?" Minato slowly replied, "Everything is over. Following your orders, Leona has instructed her team to cease jamming the signal. So no one will be chasing after Chrono anymore. Is that right, Captain Kusanagi Minato?" "You figured it out, huh?" Leona replied with a slight smile. "Of course. Don't underestimate my intelligence network. I've known for a long time. I just had no reason to bring it up." "So now you have a reason, right?" Leona nodded softly and replied, "Yes, today is the last time I get to see Chrono, isn't it?" "You see right through me, don't you?" Leona didn't reply, gratefully saying, "Thank you, Chrono. You saved me, the other members and many others. I am truly glad you were there for us. The number of illegal mages has decreased, and so has the crime rate. Those who operate in the shadows will cease their activities until things settle down. Without Chrono, Japan will still be fine." Leona smirked and suggested, "I can handle Kusanagi Minato's part as long as there's a fee." Minato felt a bit helpless. "Are you planning to charge me?" Leona replied casually, "Of course, but I will give a discount to friends." Minato reluctantly sighed. "Fine. I'll rely on you when the time comes." Leona smiled with satisfaction. "All right, then." Minato just responded with a not knowing what else to say. Leona hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke. "Goodbye, Chrono." Minato also didn't respond and disconnected the headset. He looked into the distance, smiling softly and muttering, "Be careful, Leona." At this moment, Ruka's group had already arrived at Minato's place. Hastily, I asked what happened to Chrono and if you were hurt. Minato replied calmly, "It seems he managed to escape, but he was badly injured. I think he won't dare to show his face for a while." As soon as you finished speaking, Sugo bowed his head to you, remorseful, and said, "I'm sorry. I misunderstood you as Chrono." I truly apologize. Karen also hesitated before speaking. I also started to doubt you. Please forgive me. Seeing that, Du quickly apologized to Minato. Minato really didn't know what to do. He felt very guilty, but there was nothing else he could do. His master could deceive everyone. Thinking about it, Minato had to wave his hand and pretend it was nothing, telling everyone not to blame him. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. At the same time, after observing the intense battle, Hinata shouted in frustration, "Are you kidding me? Damn it! How are those bastards so strong?" Then she bit her lip fiercely and muttered determinedly, "I need to become even stronger. I will never be able to catch up with them with my normal training methods." Tusuru at this moment also sighed and said, "He still has magic power after such a fierce battle. How much magic power does he really have?" This time, Minato was able to prove that Chrono and he are two separate people. The Black Rebellion has also been cancelled, and the organization of the Shadow Bearers is no longer necessary. Although Akuto's words still linger in Minato's mind, he has handled the most urgent issue for now, and that's enough. And so in the following days, Minato appeared all across Japan, branching into soft drink advertising. Minato's commercials spread widely, not to mention his training videos also went viral on social media for everyone to see. Minato had to handle a series of interviews, followed by magazine covers. He became so popular that they sold out in an instant. Moreover, Minato is also a top celebrity at the Magic Academy, and wherever he goes, female students swarm around him. Minato now is no different from a typical young person, which makes him feel truly helpless. The three Du brothers are very worried about Minato and wonder if he can handle the situation. The answer is obviously no. Minato is completely out of his mind right now. In the end, he couldn't hold back anymore and slammed the table before standing up. Minato, without hesitation, jumped out the window and ran away. Now, you only regret it, you shouldn't have blindly listened to Sugo. At this point, Minato is beyond saving, everyone will just chase after him once they see him. When they got home, Minato was in a drunken state. Ruka worriedly asked, "Are you okay?" Minato reluctantly nodded and said, "I'm fine. More importantly, have you finished packing for the move? But if you look closely, the house is already spotless." Ruka happily boasted that while he was running away, I had done it with my sister. Du was the one who did most of the work. They have now moved to a 3-bedroom apartment, so each of them will have their own room. With this space, they won't feel cramped at all. It's just that Du and her sister feel a little regretful. If they had separate rooms, they wouldn't be able to see Minato's face while sleeping anymore. Thinking about this, both of them immediately turned away in embarrassment, leaving Minato surprised and confused. But he didn't pay much attention. "You went out to the balcony because your phone was ringing." Minato quickly answered. "Hello, Takigami." The voice of Takigami quickly comes through on the other end. "Do you have time to talk now? I was just wondering if everything is okay after that incident." Minato replied cheerfully, "Everything is running smoothly thanks to you." Although it seems like it's hurting me now, Takigami couldn't help but smile. "Being famous really is tough, huh?" Minato said casually without paying much attention. "If you need help, don't hesitate to ask. After all, you're an important friend of mine and the only one who knows my real identity." Takigami hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "If anything happens, I'll call you first." They chatted for a while longer before Takigami hung up. She sat down on the ground holding her family photo in her hands. Takigami whispered sadly, "What should I do, Ichikami?" The next day, at the police training ground, many recruits had arrived early and were feeling very excited. The male students are happy to train with the Dua sisters, and the female students are excited to meet Minato soon. From afar, Du saw the long line of people on the training ground and couldn't help but reflect. There are more new recruits than I thought. It's obviously because of Minato, Sugo shyly explained. No matter what their motives are, at least they have passion. Ruka heard that and just shook her head. "I just hope they can endure it." Du also agreed and spoke up. "That's right, this is truly hell." At that moment, Minato stepped out of the police station. Seeing you, everyone started to get noisy and excited. Minato sighed helplessly. "Oh my God, this really feels like an endless cycle." Thinking of that, he immediately unleashed his magic. In just a moment, a group of new recruits felt their bodies being weighed down by an unseen force, unable to move at all, and as a result, the noisy chatter suddenly fell silent. Minato smiled contentedly, and that was enough to make everyone fall silent. The new recruits seemed quite resilient. I was planning to go easy during the first training, but it seems that's not necessary after all. And as expected, a group of new recruits charged in with full enthusiasm, only to be worn down by Minato's rigorous training. They attacked him with magic, but were blocked by his shield and had to endure his teasing remarks. "With that kind of magic, none of you can defeat any monsters." Before long, everyone had fallen. A continuous sound of discontented sighs echoed, but at this moment, Du suddenly shouted, "I'm not done yet." Immediately after, a giant wave of water rushed toward Minato. Not only that, Ruka and Rui also launched their attacks at him simultaneously. Seeing this scene, the rookies immediately panicked and shouted, "What is that?" That's no longer part of the training anymore. But what's even more surprising is that Minato only used a thin shield to block all three of their magic, causing all three to collapse. Minato waved his hand and smiled, saying, "All right, that's enough for today. We will measure your magic power later. Everyone, please go to the testing room after a 5-minute break." And Minato then turned and walked away. The new recruits watched his back, and some couldn't help but express their dissatisfaction. He just walks away like it's nothing. He's truly a monster. But then they overheard the words of Ruka and the others, causing everyone to be even more stunned and utterly confused. A moment later, in the magic power testing room, Du's magic power reached 120,000, Ruka's reached 118,000, and Ruji's had risen to 105,000. Karen and Sugo are also not far behind. Karen reached 100,000 new and Sugo has already reached 112,000 magic power. Seeing these numbers, the rookies behind couldn't help but be shocked. Over 100,000 sen. Is that the level of noble mages? Are all members of SNT that powerful? Minato coldly said that Du's magic power was 2,000 before, but she has now developed to this level. A rookie asked doubtfully, "Can we become that strong too?" Minato nodded without hesitation and replied, "Of course, if you take it seriously." Hearing this, the rookies behind suddenly became more determined, feeling that the hellish training was worth it. Minato then said nothing, remaining silent in thought, knowing that with his current ability, Du could defeat a demon on his own. They could even take down a demon general if they fought together. Everyone has become stronger, but Minato still feels it's not enough. The Demon King and the Demon Gods are still there. As he was thinking, Sugo came over, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile, "Captain Kusanagi, can we talk?" Minato frowned in displeasure. "Do you feel uneasy about this?" As expected, Minato was forced into a formal party, and because it was a fancy event, he had to wear a suit. Minato really felt annoyed and wanted to run away from here. Sugo approached from outside and gratefully said, "Thank you for joining us." Captain Kusanagi Minato muttered irritably, "Cooperating with noble wizards is good, but do we really need a party like this?" Sugo hurriedly explained. "They want to take this opportunity to celebrate their restored power." Minato reluctantly rubs his head. As the team leader, he really can't ignore this. Now it's no longer about standing out or not. Thinking that way, Minato decided to overlook it and then started praising Sugo. "You look pretty sharp in that outfit." Sugo casually smiled and said, "Thank you, I'm quite used to wearing it." Ryuji then started to complain, "I really don't suit things like this." Minato immediately rebutted, "You don't think so? You're tall and muscular, it's perfect." Rui glared in frustration at him, leaving him confused, while Sugo exclaimed that it seemed the girls had arrived. The first to arrive was Jika, wearing a purple dress with a cute hair clip. In contrast to Dua's pure beauty, Ruka wears a black halter dress, alluring and elegant, while Karin looks adorable with her cute blue dress, like the girl next door. "Do I look strange, dressed like this?" Minato nodded without hesitation and said, "You're right, you look cuter than usual." This made Du blush with embarrassment. Moreover, Minato also started complimenting Ruka's outfit. Her soft-colored clothing suits her very well. It highlights her style and enhances her mature beauty. Not leaving anyone out, he also praised Karin, making all three women feel so embarrassed they didn't know what to say. Ryuji helplessly watches this scene. Once again, Minato does it again, not hesitating to give praise at all. Just then, someone entered from outside with a voice full of dissatisfaction, saying, "Who's here?" Minato glanced over and saw Hinata walking in with her bright red dress. Next to her are Riku and Tusuru. Minato looked over Hinata and then commented without hesitation, "That dress suits her very well. Her elegant appearance creates an interesting contrast with her usual strong image." She shouted angrily, "Stop praising me. It's too much, I'm leaving." Minato didn't care. He looked at Tiru and asked, "Are you also here?" Dan Mac nodded. Tusuru calmly replied, "Of course I promised to cooperate with you guys. I'm not interested in pointless conversations, so I'll excuse myself." And with that, he quickly left, causing the two siblings to feel awkward. "Sorry about that, my family's not very talkative. It's okay, I don't mind." While they were talking, a woman in a black dress was walking in. Minato seemed to sense something and quickly glanced at her. The party quickly got underway, with the host's voice echoing throughout the banquet hall. "Thank you all for being here today. Let's give a warm round of applause to welcome the main characters of the evening." Tusuru's group quickly lined up neatly. The three noble families of the magic aristocracy were also ready to step forward. Additionally, you, the host, also introduced two other people. That is the director of the Mage Association, Mumio Hifumi, and his daughter, Mumi Chloe. Minato was stunned to see that man. He was the one he saw at Dotonbori. So, it turns out that was him, and also the mysterious girl in the black dress that Minato saw earlier. So, she's actually the daughter of that man? Hifumi quickly stepped onto the stage and smiled as he spoke. Thank you for the introduction. I am Mumio Hifumi. Our country is currently facing a crisis caused by the appearance of disasters and monsters. Everyone below the banquet hall immediately looked up to the stage, attentively listening to what he was saying. Hifumi passionately said, if noble mages and SMT join forces, monsters will no longer be a threat. We noble mages vow to do our best to protect world peace. The three Tushuru behind them felt helpless upon hearing this, but they remained silent. Everyone below immediately clapped enthusiastically in praise of what Hifumi had just said. Minato couldn't help but feel moved. His words were straightforward, clear, and easy to understand. It was a very good speech. He is very different from politicians who always speak in circles. As you were thinking, Chloe's gaze suddenly turned toward him, startling you. Caught spying, Chloe not only didn't feel embarrassed, but also smiled with a knowing look. At this moment, Hifumi continued, from now on, we will work closely with SMT as both sides strive to maintain public security in Japan. Then he turned to look at Minato and smiled. Very pleased to work with you. Captain Kusanagi. Minato politely reciprocated. Yes, I am also very pleased to work with you. Immediately afterward, the two shook hands. Minato quickly sensed Hifumi's magical power and couldn't help but admire it. He possessed a rich source of magic, likely maintained through years of continuous training. Thinking of that, Minato smiled with satisfaction. It seems Hifumi is still the same as before. About 50 years ago at the wizard training school when he was still the great sage Ichikami Minato was extremely arrogant and provoked the rookies below him. Just try attacking me with everything you've got, you can all strike simultaneously. At that time, Hifumi was still a rookie. Hearing this, he was displeased and retorted, don't look down on me. Damn it, Takagami is obviously here too. Back then, she warned him that such scheming was disrespectful. You're talking to a living legend, a great sage. But Hifumi back then was young and eager to prove himself. He snorted coldly and said, I don't care who he is, I will crush that arrogant face of his to the ground. Immediately after, Hifumi began attacking Minato with magic. Although he didn't like the way the man spoke, Takagami still joined the battle. Seeing the two streams of magic heading towards him, Minato sneered contemptuously. Oh my, what crude magic that is. Then he also cast his magic. Hifumi angrily scolded, Are you using a one-star spell? Don't insult me. But Minato didn't care much, and small darts made of earth appeared. They rushed forward like a gust of wind and then charged straight into the two streams of magic in front of them, destroying them directly. Not only that, but the darts also attacked the rookies behind, causing them to get injured. Takagami couldn't help but marvel at how he overwhelmed a level 4 magic with just a level 1 spell. What kind of incredible power is this? Minato saw them all fall and couldn't help but sigh. You've controlled yourself quite well. Many give up after just the first training session, so this time probably won't be much different. But at this moment, Hifumi suddenly shouted, I just started up, you bastard. Immediately after, he shakily got to his feet. Minato was a bit surprised. Are you still able to stand up? He let out a cold snort and said, Of course. It's nothing special. Not long after, Takagami also shakily stood up. I can keep going too. Minato glanced at the two of them. Hailong smiled. These two have potential. Finally, they've harvested a good catch. That smile alone was enough to upset the other two. Tongthan shouted, Stop that arrogant smile right now. I will go all out from now on. But in the end, they were still defeated by Minato. Hifumi clenched his fists in frustration, muttering non-stop, Damn monster. Minato glanced at the two, the only remaining rookies after everyone else had left. I'm really impressed that they could go so far. With that in mind, he slowly spoke. Today's training is enough for today. Go home and rest. As Minato turned to leave, a dark magic attack was aimed at him from behind, but he still dodged it. The attacker was none other than the stubborn Hifumi. He gritted his teeth and muttered, It's not over yet. It's not finished. I will defeat you. But as soon as he finished speaking, he fell flat on the ground. Still, Minato saw the determined look in Hifumi's eyes before he fell. He was sure that he would become a great wizard someday. And behind, Takagami Hifumi also tries to take advantage of Minato's mistake to attack. It seems the Mage Guild will have new promising recruits soon. Hifumi always believed he would surpass Minato. Hearing those words, Minato just smiled and said, I will be waiting for you. And the boy from back then has now become an outstanding person. Minato thought it might be okay to tell Hifumi that he is Ichikami Minato, but after thinking it over, I decided to leave it alone. Takagami told me not to tell anyone because it would only cause chaos. Soon after, the introduction ceremony began. The host finished introducing all the main characters and then announced, "That concludes the introductions. Please take this time to chat with each other." Only then did Minato let out a sigh of relief. It seemed his role had finally come to an end. Just then, Chloe suddenly approached him, smiling as she said, "Excuse me, are you free? I'm Mumi Chloe." She said she has been paying attention to Minato for a long time and hopes to have a little chat. Minato responded without hesitation, "That's an honor. You seem to be a mage as well." Chloe covered her mouth and said with a smile, "Yes, but compared to you, I still have a long way to go." As Chloe said, she doesn't have much magic power and seems unable to control many attributes. But somehow, Minato felt that something was off. What is this strange feeling? As he was thinking, Chloe smiled and said, "I hope we can become good friends. I have a pretty sharp intuition about these things." At the same time, the Du sisters were secretly watching Minato. Seeing him talking with Chloe, they didn't seem very at ease. Chloe didn't realize they were watching her and happily chatted with Minato, looking forward to working with him. Minato politely replied, "Yes, me too." Immediately after, they shook hands. At that moment, Chloe seemed to sense something, her eyes suddenly narrowing, but she quickly calmed herself and said with a smile, "You're just as I thought. I'm glad to know you're a good person." Without waiting for Minato to reply, she quickly turned and left, leaving behind a cryptic remark. "We will meet again soon. Kusanagi, Minato." Minato wasn't paying attention. What he cared about was that handshake earlier. The next day in class, as usual, Minato was surrounded by a group of female students, which annoyed him greatly. Just then, the teacher entered and spoke. "Go back to your seats, everyone. Today our class will welcome a new student." Immediately, a pair of slender long legs slowly stepped in. The new student is Chloe. She hesitantly spoke from the podium, saying, "I'm very pleased to meet you all. I just transferred from the Magic Academy. My name is Mumi Chloe. I look forward to your support." For a moment, Minato froze in shock, staring at Chloe in confusion. Immediately, the students below started whispering and murmuring. They realized Chloe was the daughter of the Mum family, and coincidentally, there was an empty seat next to Minato. So the teacher let Chloe sit there. Chloe didn't object and simply went to sit beside Minato. Minato glanced at her and calmly said, "I didn't expect you to move here." He unconsciously smiled. Chloe happily said, "I told you so. Right, we will meet again soon." Minato couldn't help but glance at her again, as if pondering something. During the break, the boys had already started surrounding Chloe, asking her all sorts of questions. The female students also try to get close to her. Seeing this, Du couldn't help but feel emotional. Is she already that famous? Usually they only surround us. Even Ruka couldn't help but speak up. "I really didn't think she would transfer here." Ryuji also muttered in confusion. What is that girl really thinking about? Ruka's three friends kept gathering in one spot, starting to speculate why Chloe transferred here. Minato glanced at them and couldn't help but smile. Chloe remained completely unfazed by being surrounded by so many people. She remained calm and composed, a gentle smile on her lips. After school, Ruka and the others prepared for an even more surprising event. Sugo took Chloe to the police station's training yard. I guess I need to remind her again. "This is Mumi Chloe. She will be joining FMT starting today." As soon as she said that, the students below were immediately confused. Isn't she the daughter of the Mum Corporation? Why is she joining FMT? Sugo explained calmly that to strengthen cooperation with the noble sorcerer aristocrats, we decided that Chloe would serve as a bridge between the two sides. That is what we have learned. Chloe then stepped forward to introduce herself. "I am Mumi Chloe. Although I am still a student and lack much experience in magic, I hope to receive guidance and encouragement from everyone." The three of them exchanged glances for a long time, then Du stepped forward to shake hands with Chloe and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Mumu." Chloe also politely nodded and replied, "Yes, I look forward to working with everyone." Sugo felt very guilty. He approached Minato and whispered, "Sorry, this was an unexpected order from above." Minato calmly replied, "They announced that we will have a major collaboration." I also expected this to happen. Hearing this, Sugo finally let out a sigh of relief. "I see, as expected from President Kusanagi." Just as he finished speaking, Minato responded indifferently, "But I still need to check on her." Soon after, Minato trained everyone. As usual, it starts with running. The three Duen rush forward fiercely. But before they could catch their breath, Minato coldly said, "I will start taking this more seriously. Follow me." As soon as he finished, he sped up like lightning. The three friends refused to give up and hurriedly chased after, while the other students had already given up, unable to keep up and beginning to sigh and catch their breath. But at this moment, a figure suddenly swept past them. Chloe. She quickly caught up with Ruka and the others. And not long after, Chloe surged ahead. She smirked and said, "Sorry about that." Seeing that, Adu immediately became competitive and shouted loudly, "Don't worry about that," then crazily ran after them. After finishing the running training, Minato started teaching them how to use magic. Just like before, Vuka's 3 people still held on, and Chloe as well, even though it was only her first day of training, followed by push-ups with a heavy object. Minato is no different from an infernal instructor. Push-ups while shouting loudly, continuing to train the body. It only truly matters when people's lives are at stake. After a while, almost all the trainees had collapsed, and Minato finally spoke with satisfaction. "All right, take a break." The 3 Ruka are not doing well, sitting on the ground sighing heavily, still as always, but it's really tough. Surprisingly, Chloe is still holding on. "Are we taking a break now? I still have a little energy left." Unlike everyone else, she still looks fresh and lively. This constantly amazes Du. Why is that? Even they have only recently gotten used to this level of intensity. Chloe didn't know what Dua was thinking, but she kept speaking. This really is an extremely harsh training session. Minato glanced at her and asked if he was too outdated for her. Danmu shook his head. Chloe calmly replied, "I don't think so at all. Actually, I find it very reasonable. By training the body, everyone can improve their physical strength and combat ability, and when using magic, pushing to physical limits helps refine magical techniques and increase their power threshold. By pushing their mana to the limit, everyone can make it stronger." At this point, Chloe glances over at those collapsing on the other side. Then she smiled and spoke, adding a bit of Spartan scolding to keep everyone's spirits up. "If you don't act as if your life depends on it, you might actually lose your life in a real battle." Minato nodded in approval after she finished speaking. "That's right, she really understands well." Chloe covered her mouth and smiled. "After all, I am also a member of the Mumimi family. I didn't expect Chloe to understand so well, I couldn't help but praise her." "You are truly amazing, I admit it." Luca also nodded in agreement. "We should learn from her." She couldn't help but smile softly and humbly said, "Everyone did a great job. I know the members of SMT are very trustworthy." Then she turned to Minato and asked, "Captain Kusanagi, I have a question." Juka and her sister looked at this scene with displeasure in their eyes. Chloe is really beautiful. She seems to be loved by both boys and girls, and maybe even Minato. Chloe's abilities are undeniable. If she were stronger than them, she would be the one standing beside and supporting Minato. Thinking of this, their faces immediately darkened, causing Ryuji nearby to look confused and bewildered. As a result, they chose to stand close to Minato and Chloe to overhear the conversation. By building cooperative relationships between SMT and the noble mages, even if disasters occur frequently, they can now respond more quickly than before. And thanks to that, SMT has expanded its operations into more areas. The number of casualties from disasters has decreased significantly, but the number of calamities is still rising. Minato knows they cannot let their guard down. Right now, they are working together with the arcane noble to handle a natural disaster. Hinata delivered a fiery kick into the demon general's body, instantly burning it to ash. The people beside Hinata immediately cheered. "Those weak demons are just as expected from our great leader. They are no match for you, boss." At the same time, Du ran over to Minato and said, "The monsters have been cleared out, mostly thanks to Homarai." Minato didn't pay much attention, smiling casually. She's very skilled, much stronger than before. Hinata glared at him, her tone full of provocation. "I will surpass you sooner or later. Get ready." Then she turned and walked away. Riku sighed helplessly, feeling sorry and saying, "Sorry about that." She seems unable to be honest with herself. Minato replied indifferently, "I don't care, so don't worry about it." The two continued talking while Hinata eavesdropped nearby, and Chloe was only close with the special magic team, chatting happily. Minato noticed this and couldn't help but speak up. "Do noble mages not get along well with Chloe?" Riku nodded slightly and replied, "We usually avoid getting too involved with the Mum family." While they were talking, Chloe had come over. Riku wisely stepped away. Chloe asked softly, "Kusanagi, are you familiar with this? What's going on?" The two Ruka sisters saw the two people standing close and also looked over attentively. Just then, they heard Chloe's shocking question. "Do you want to go on a date with me?" And so later at Gasenjuku, Minato went there as planned. While waiting, he overheard people around gossiping about a girl who looked very cute. Before I could fully process the gossip, another cry of surprise rang out. "Could that be Mumiu Chloe? She's so charming. Go talk to her now." Minato looked in the direction they were staring, and indeed saw Chloe standing there. She was wearing a black dress, her long hair flowing over her shoulders, highlighting her elegant beauty. Minato pushed through the crowd and approached her, stopping in front of Chloe, apologetically asking, "Did you wait long for me?" Chloe gently shook her head and said, "It's okay, I just arrived too." This situation stunned the crowd, and those who wanted to approach and talk backed away. They left in despair, leaving Minato confused and bewildered. Minato and Chloe walked and talked together. "So why did you invite me here then? You didn't really want to go on a date with me, did you?" I realized I was smiling involuntarily, and Chloe raised an eyebrow and said, "I was caught. You see, I don't really care much for this area since I just transferred schools, so I hope you can be my guide." Minato was confused after hearing this. She could ask someone else. Chloe gently shook her head, smiled faintly, and said, "I also have something personal I want to tell you," so that was the reason she called it a date. Minato nodded clearly, but recalling the awkward atmosphere that day, he felt quite embarrassed. As he was thinking, Chloe sighed and said, "I am Mumi Hifumi's daughter, and no matter where I go, I always feel out of place. Everyone pretends to respect me and treats me specially." But he's different. Minato was left confused after hearing that. "Are you okay?" Without waiting for your reaction, Chloe continued with a smile. "I realized when I first talked to you that you didn't treat me like others do." After hearing that, Chloe couldn't help but laugh out loud. She pouted thoughtfully. "You really are an interesting person." At the same time, a quiet figure was following behind the two of them. No one else but Duka. She's sneaking after them again, but what else can she do? Maybe she should just give up. At this moment, Du saw a familiar figure nearby, and it turned out to be Ruka. She is also following Minato. Du was shocked. Impossible, her sister would never do that. Ruka is holding a red bean cake in her hand. There's no mistaking it. She's clearly following Minato. Anyway, Du still has to keep watching them, or they'll lose track. So while rushing to follow, the two Juka sisters bumped into each other. They stared at each other in confusion for a moment before quickly running away. As they walked and talked, Ruka asked suspiciously, "Why are you here? Is something wrong?" Du quickly shook his head, denying it. "Nothing's wrong." Minato, hearing the sound, turned around to look. Chloe looked suspiciously and asked, "What's going on?" Minato frowned slightly and after a moment shook his head and said, "Nothing." The Ruka sisters were hiding behind a large bear, sighing in relief that they almost got caught. Only now did Du realize something and hurriedly exclaimed, "It seems we're all aiming for the same goal." Luca nodded slightly in agreement, saying, "Maybe so." Then the four of them looked at each other, both with determination on their faces. In the end, Minato and Chloe's stroll is followed by two tails, with Ruka's sisters always nearby wherever they go. They kept sneaking around, just like hunting for genes. After a while of walking, Minato and Chloe arrived at a water fountain. Chloe happily asked, "What will they do next?" Minato thought for a moment before answering, "They will talk and then eat and afterwards go back home, right?" Ruka and her sister are sitting quite far away, so they can't hear what Minato and Chloe are saying. On this side, Chloe suddenly spoke sadly. "I see now, so an ordinary date for a high school student is like this." She placed her glass of tea on the table and then calmly spoke. "I wonder what the purpose of all this is. Just walking around, looking at the surroundings, then sitting down to eat. What could these actions possibly mean?" Minato replied calmly, "Perhaps those actions themselves have no real meaning." Chloe asked confusedly in return, "But everyone still does them even without a specific reason." Minato nodded softly and explained that what matters is who she is with. As long as it's with that person, even a walk becomes special. That's why the time spent with them becomes precious, even though it has no clear meaning. Chloe fell silent after hearing this, then finally asked, "So, is that what you call a date?" "I think so. What about you?" "Is our time today valuable?" Chloe hesitated for a moment and then nodded, saying, "I think it is." Minato smiled softly, feeling pleased. Hearing her say that, I was very happy. Chloe suddenly lowered her head and whispered, "I often surprise others with my words or actions, but you are never shaken." She praised Minato as a very adorable person. Neither of the Du sisters heard this, but they both froze in surprise. Does Chloe like Minato? But on the other hand, Minato didn't think much and smiled, saying, "It's an honor." Just then, someone in the shop recognized Minato and Chloe. They started whispering and gossiping. Minato, worried about trouble, quickly stood up and suggested, "Let's go." Chloe nodded softly and said, "That sounds good." They quickly left the shop and headed back to the train station. Chloe happily looked at him and said, "Today really means a lot to me." Minato calmly replied, "That's great." Chloe hesitated for a moment before cautiously asking, "Can we hang out again?" "Of course, I wouldn't mind." Minato responded without hesitation, saying he also wanted to learn more about Chloe. From afar, the sisters Du overheard this and were stunned. Chloe was also a bit surprised and smiled as she spoke. You're straightforward, but I think the same. See you later then. She turned around and walked away, while Minato waved goodbye. Du watched their backs as they walked away, feeling overwhelmed with worry. I can't believe Minato said that. Ruka is just as troubled. She's wondering if Minato is truly serious. Minato then turned and walked away. The two of them went in different directions, but the emotions were overwhelming for all four of them. The next day, in the special magic team's classroom, Rai ran over to Minato, raised an eyebrow, and asked with a smile, "So how was your date yesterday?" Du, hearing this, sounded a bit uncomfortable. "Why do you ask?" Ryuji pouted and replied, "I'm just curious about your friend." Minato reluctantly replied, "It's not a date, just showing her around the area. All we did was walk, shop, and have tea." It's just what you called dating." The two sisters don't look very happy right now, but Chloe is happily talking with Karen, as if she doesn't care much about what happened yesterday. Rui sighed helplessly, hoping it wouldn't cause any trouble, then patted Minato on the shoulder and warned him, "Be careful." Minato looked at him in confusion. "What are you talking about?" A little while later, when everyone had gathered, Sugo began the meeting. "Now let me explain our current situation. Up to now, there has been a significant decrease in casualties related to natural disasters and monsters in Japan. After the Black Rebellion was abolished, there was also a similar decline in illegal sorcerers. Furthermore, there are no appearances of the Darkness Carriers or Chrono, and Karen also nods in agreement. It seems that today, the Darkness Carriers are rarely discussed." Minato frowned quietly, thinking that the police probably handled the illegal wizard cases themselves now, and maybe the dark figures didn't need to do anything anymore. Thinking so, he shouted loudly, "We can't be complacent. From now on, we'll train ourselves even harder." Yes, immediately the special magic team responded in unison. By evening, Minato had returned home. After dinner, he lay down on the bed, lost in thought. The SMT members have improved their skills, but their coordination with the mage nobles still needs work. At this moment, your phone suddenly rings. Minato immediately picked up the phone, suspiciously asking, "What's wrong?" Leona's voice quickly came through on the other end. "I've investigated the story of Mumi Chloe and Takagami Shizuku, and I think you should know. Is now a good time?" First, about Mumu Chloe. She is not Mumul's biological daughter, but her wife's illegitimate child. Strangely, she only became his illegitimate daughter a few years ago. Chloe's parents both died in an accident. Perhaps Hifumi has been raising her since then. Minato, after hearing this, suspiciously asked, "Is she studying at a magic academy?" Leona nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, although she transferred schools at the same time as participating in FMT, it's clear that her magical abilities are above average." Minato frowned and said, "You can't really call her superior to the average." Seeing that he was silent, Leona continued, "She seems to be a calm girl with a strange aura in her daily life. With such an appearance, she always stands out much more than others." Because she was cooking, she placed her phone on the table. Then Leona called out loudly, "Kai, help set the dining table." Kai immediately ran into the living room, his condition much better. Minato on this end couldn't help but smile at Leona's reproachful yet loving tone towards Kai. After giving Kai instructions, Leona apologized and said, "Let's continue our conversation." Next is Shizuku. She seems to have a daughter and a young granddaughter. However, recently, no one has seen her anymore. Minato frowned slightly, asking suspiciously, "What do you mean?" "Some sources say that she has crossed the sea." At that moment, a sudden noise came from outside. Minato quickly called out, "Wait a moment." Then you went outside to open the door, saw Du and her sister had returned, and waved happily to welcome them home. After greeting them, Minato went back to his room and continued talking with Leona. "Sorry, please continue." Leona nodded softly and said, "All right, as you know, that hasn't been confirmed yet. Anyway, there's something about this that doesn't sit right with me. I'll look into it a bit more." Minato heard a lot of information from her and gratefully said, "Sorry for all this trouble, I really appreciate it." Leona declined to comment and calmly said, "It's nothing. You've helped me many times already." "All right, let's continue next time." And with that, she turned off the phone. Ka saw that and ran over innocently asking, "Is the person you just talked to Chrono?" Leona looked at him suspiciously and asked, "Why do you think that? I can see you're truly happy." This made Leona stunned for a moment. After a while, she ruffled Kai's hair and smiled. "I understand now. I look happy, huh?" Meanwhile, in the police chief's office, there seems to be a guest present, and he coldly said, "We need to learn more about Kusunaga Minato. I want you to handle that. The guest is Shizuku." Hearing the director's words, she remained silent and standing there. The director paid no attention and continued speaking. "If we can't uncover the secret of his power, we will become helpless." After a moment of hesitation, Shizuku nodded and replied, "I understand." The director frowned slightly and asked suspiciously, "Is there a reason why he seems less cautious around you?" Suzuku fell silent again, stammering for a long time before finally speaking up, saying that it might be because I am getting old and that he is a very kind person, as you can see. The director also had no doubts and stood up from his seat, walking over to Shizuku and warning coldly, "I can't turn back now no matter what. And she's the same. We are in this together." "Yes, sir." Suzuku looked resigned, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, at the police station training ground, it was time for Minato and everyone else to train. Minato saw there were enough people and immediately ordered, "Let's start the training now." But before he could do anything, Sugo hurriedly ran over. "Sorry, wait a moment." Minato glanced at him and asked, "What's going on?" Sugo hurriedly replied, "The U.S. Army Sorcerer Division has arrived in Japan for a meeting, and I was informed they want to observe SMT's training session." The people below were stunned. Rika muttered in confusion, "Isn't that one of the most elite units?" Ruka nodded slightly and said, "They are proud to have some of the best wizards in the world." Ryuji shook his head, appearing unsure. Minato also frowned silently. "America's level isn't as high as it was 50 years ago. You think they have risen to the top in today's era." While everyone is confused, Sugo speaks up to explain. "The news about SMT has spread abroad. The recent battle with Chrono seems to have truly put us in their sights." After hearing that, Chloe smirked with a knowing smile. At this point, she hesitated, and everyone fell silent, not daring to guess. There is another reason why they came to Japan. In today's era, the disasters happening around the world are like those 50 years ago, and Americans could come here to find a way to deal with them. But as soon as he finished speaking, a loud voice suddenly rang out. Who would need a countermeasure? It made everyone tense up in surprise. When they turned around, they saw a man in a suit walking over, his muscular and sturdy body not resembling a Japanese person. Is that the U.S. Army's Wizard Division? They look really terrifying. The American group approached Minato with an intimidating presence. Two powerful auras are silently clashing with each other. The pressure is so intense that those behind are forced to step back. Even standing still becomes difficult for them. At this moment, the muscular man suddenly narrowed his eyes at Minato and then reached out with both hands. Seeing this scene, Ruka and her sister immediately became worried, but the man then embraced Minato and laughed loudly, finally saying, "We finally meet." Kusanagi, as soon as he finished speaking, he sensed something. Immediately, the curious man observed Minato, squeezing his abs and then pinching his arm. He muttered suspiciously, "Your body is muscular but too thin. Do you really have the ability to fight to the death with a body like this? Can you let go now?" The man finally realized his rudeness and hurriedly let go, apologizing, "I beg your pardon for my disrespect." Then he introduced himself as Lieutenant Colonel Aaron Anderson from the 157th Wizard Division of the U.S. Army and also the head of the research team at the Magic Institute. Minato was surprised and frowned upon hearing this. The Magic Institute? They study disasters and monsters as well as all magic? Thinking that, you also introduce yourself. I am SMT Commander Kusanagi Minato. These are other members of SMT. Aaron chuckled loudly. Who needs an introduction? I already know each member of FMT well. I heard they are very skilled. The FMT members praised immediately cheered up. Who wouldn't feel proud when praised? Minato remained silent, pondering. Japan's magical research has not advanced much due to the influence of noble sorcerers. Your knowledge is already 50 years out of date, so you should see this as a good opportunity. With that in mind, Minato smiled and said, "Are you a magic research expert, Anderson? If you don't mind, I have a few questions for you about monsters and disasters." In just a moment, it spread through the air. Minato sensed this and couldn't help but frown. On the contrary, Ruka's group behind had completely fallen, overwhelmed by the intense killing intent that far exceeded their magical strength. After a long moment, Ayon finally shouted to stop the attack. Hearing this, the American soldiers lowered their hostility. Aaron looked apologetic and said with a smile, "Sorry for these timid people. Even good hunting dogs can sometimes be too cautious." Minato shrugged indifferently and smirked, saying, "It's just a cool breeze." Hearing this, Aaron couldn't help but laugh out of anger. "Is my team's magic just a passing breeze to you? Let me tell you, you're quite funny." Minato lazily ignored this teasing remark. Seeing that Minato remained silent, Aaron spoke up again. "Are you asking about the disasters and monsters?" Minato nodded slightly and said, "I apologize for my lack of knowledge, but I am curious to know exactly what they are and about your recent findings." Aaron hesitated for a moment before speaking in a deep voice. "It's hard to sum up in a few words, and we are still investigating. But I believe that monsters are living magic, and disasters are phenomena that transport monsters to Earth. Recent investigations have revealed that when a disaster occurs, the area is flooded with a special type of magic separate from human magic. Basically, this theory is supported by the fact that people can detect magical power when the sky turns red, but so far there is no convincing evidence. That magical power has characteristics similar to monsters. In other words, monsters are made of magic, and their bodies also turn into particles when they die. This only strengthens that theory. Minato frowned and asked, "Why are they attacking humanity?" Aaron gently shook his head and replied, "There was no clear reason, but a theory suggested they were reacting to our magic. 50 years ago in America, there weren't many disasters, so investigations were fewer and information was limited. However, there are many reports of disasters activating the magical power of an awakened person. That still holds true even now. But recently, Aaron has begun to understand more about this thanks to the improved quality of magic measurement devices. For example, when the magic of a disaster dissipates into the air, it still exists as natural magic. When a monster is defeated, it releases a certain amount of magic. From this, you can infer that the particles humans see when a monster dies are its body breaking down into magic." Hearing this, she was stunned. That's what Minato had told her, but how did Minato know about it? Minato looked at Aaron carefully and asked suspiciously, "I have seen a monster seemingly trying to cause a disaster." Before Damamak nodded, and Aaron calmly replied, "Apart from those almost identical cases, the world's first disaster happened when there were no monsters here. It's very likely that you misjudged the situation or misunderstood something." Minato frowned slightly and remained silent. "You think not?" "I don't believe so. The previous rallying actions of the demon general clearly seemed off." Aaron then continued, "But it is true that monsters, especially the final boss, can gradually become stronger. It's possible that monster was the cause of the disaster." Minato asked back in surprise. "Really?" Dan Mack nodded. Aaron calmly admitted, "We have already tested it. We waited to see what would happen. If we deliberately don't defeat the remnants of a minor disaster, monsters will appear in waves. But they stopped appearing after reaching a certain number, and then their increase suddenly halted. After that, the amount of disaster magic in the atmosphere also stopped rising. There is no doubt that letting a disaster go uncontrolled is very dangerous. Even if the monsters are becoming stronger, the final boss must still be defeated, at least until that theory can be proven correct." After hearing that, Minato frowned. His thoughts were the same about the monsters. The experiments on that disaster are quite interesting, but Minato guesses they haven't found anything concrete yet. At this point, Aaron speaks up again. "You do have an impressive amount of magical power, right? There aren't many mages with strength as impressive as yours. Please let me examine your body." "I refuse." Minato shook his head without hesitation. Aaron sighed in despair, feeling that he was really annoying. But Minato remained unfazed and calmly asked, "Do you know about the wizard aristocrats?" "I probably only know as much as you do. 50 years ago, American mages were still weak. They have stopped receiving orders and technical support from Japanese sorcerers, and information about sorcerers has been cut off." Minato frowned slightly, a result of the sorcerer aristocrats' monopoly on knowledge and magic techniques. There's no doubt anymore, America has surpassed them. Unbelievable. Thinking about it, Minato gratefully spoke. "I've learned a lot from you today." Aaron declines to comment. "Let's not mention it. We are grateful for their help during this global disaster, especially Aichikami Minato. It seems like you're looking for something else. The soldiers are still watching you closely." "Honestly, I wanted to test your strength myself, which is why I came to Japan for the second time." Aaron shrugged indifferently and sneered. "Who cares about the stupid meeting full of arrogant fools?" Sugo kept urging. "But we are not allowed to train for combat." "Captain Kusanagi, please advise him." But Minato suddenly spoke up aggressively. "If everyone stays silent, everything will be fine." Hearing this, Aaron happily laughed and said, "I am a big fan of your spirit. This is a rare opportunity, so give it your all. Who needs a countermeasure anyway? Isn't that what you said?" That shows how much confidence he has in his abilities, right? Seeing is believing. Aeon snorted coldly, and then the entire American army erupted with their presence. Minato's eyes now sparkled with excitement. This is a good opportunity to gauge the magical power of the American mages. Show him what they can do. Aaron raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, "I will let you experience the strength of these guys first." Without waiting for Minato's reply, Ruka's group moved forward. Duka boldly said, "If you let your subordinates fight, we will too." But Aaron waved him off and said, "Sorry, but can you stop?" "Why is that?" Aaron spoke in a deep voice saying, "We only care about the strong unless all of you are on the same level as Kusanagi." This made Du hesitate. She didn't know what to say, because the truth was that no one here was stronger than Minato. Seeing everyone hesitate, Minato immediately spoke up. "This is a good opportunity. You've fought monsters many times, but we haven't had many lessons on fighting other mages. Please watch our battle closely. Dongthon replied without hesitation. Yes, sir. Seeing this, Aaron couldn't help but feel moved. He thought they were just a bunch of ordinary people, but surprisingly, they seemed very disciplined. At this moment, Minato spoke up. Then let's get started. As you finished speaking, Aaron's soldiers unleashed their magic. Aaron roared loudly. Let's start the sparring match. The American soldiers all took fighting stances, quickly splitting into multiple directions to charge at Minato. Minato remained calm, casting his magic steadily. Surprisingly, the American soldiers managed to dodge the magic beams you fired, and in an instant, they surrounded Minato. Seeing this, the crowd immediately panicked. They closed the distance without using any magic. Could they really reach Minato in the blink of an eye? Minato was only slightly surprised. You guys are pretty quick. Minato didn't rush to attack, calmly dodging their attacks. Sensing the battle was turning unfavorable, the American soldiers began casting spells. They keep attacking without giving Minato a moment to breathe, unleashing a barrage of magic spells of all types rushing straight at him. Minato didn't create a shield to block. He simply dodged casually. He landed safely without a single injury. As soon as they landed, the American soldiers launched their attack again, moving quite quickly. Minato was startled and raised his hand to block the attack, but before he could catch his breath, others had already launched their magic attacks. Once again, a barrage of spells appeared frantically. This time Minato didn't dodge but created a shield to block it. Watching the battle unfold, the FMT team couldn't help but be stunned. Unbelievably, Du muttered, "No way, they have Minato on the defensive." Ruka also spoke seriously. Although their magic level isn't particularly high, each of them has significant firepower, and even Minato's magic defense couldn't hold out for long. So, this is the power of the American Mage squadron? After a long moment, Minato stepped out safely from the shield and calmly said, "As I expected from the U.S. military. You are well trained." Then Minato loudly declared again, "In a battle against a wizard, you rarely use large-scale magic. You said that only when both sides have high skills can they understand how to use magic. But in most cases, people fight in close combat because it takes time to cast spells, and it's very difficult for a mage to use magic when being assassinated. Even for two high-level mages, close combat is common. That's why while Minato was talking, the U.S. soldiers' cooldown had finished, and they cast their magic again. Without hesitation, they attacked Minato. Fire and water, Minato could dodge them all. Even the lightning strikes of the American soldiers are blocked by your shield." Aaron stands to the side, watching with a frown. Is Minato giving a lecture to impress his subordinates? If so, I'm disappointed in him. Aaron wanted his soldiers to finish this quickly, but he soon realized that they were having trouble. They basically can't touch Minato. His speed is too fast. Aaron watches with a frown, silent. Strange. What is going on? He couldn't understand why his subordinates couldn't do anything to Minato. The more I look at Aaron's face, the more it darkens. Why can't his soldiers even leave a scratch on Minato? They couldn't land a hit on him, not a single attack had any effect. They've never faced an opponent like this before. While the American soldiers were still confused, Minato spoke up. "I commend your refined techniques. As the result of diligent training, your combat skills are also impressive." As he finished speaking, he unleashed his own magic force with a faint smile and said, "Thank you for showing me your skills. I think I should take this seriously now." Then Minato quickly charged forward. He kept launching attacks at them. Minato's speed was too fast for them to react. Minato punches and kicks, each move able to hit the American soldiers. He takes down each one without using any magic. Minato didn't give them a chance to react. Before the last guy could cast a spell in retaliation, he struck first. This one-sided crushing left Ruka and the others behind in shock, and Aaron's face also began to darken. All the American soldiers have been defeated by Minato. Aaron took a long breath before speaking. My psychic unit was defeated like that? Who would have thought that an ordinary student from this proud country could become so powerful? Minato calmly said, "Your people fought very well." Aaron, not pleased, replied, "Although I am honored by your compliment, we have completely failed." "Where did you learn to fight in close combat?" "Actually, I mostly taught myself." Minato calmly replied. Hearing this, Aaron couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha, that's really interesting. You truly are an intriguing guy. If that's the case, then let me show you my strength next." And with that, he took off his outer shirt without hesitation and threw it away. My muscular and sturdy body quickly appears before everyone. He raises an eyebrow and says with a smile, "I may look like this, but I love exciting battles." Minato was a bit speechless and said, "It really does look like that." Aaron, now full of fighting spirit, excitedly said, So, shall we start the battle now? Kusanagi. Minato narrowed his eyes at him, a look of suspicion flashing in his eyes, and in an instant Eren unleashed his magic power. Minato couldn't help but be surprised, his eyes narrowing involuntarily. As he was confused, Eren suddenly appeared in front of him. Minato was even more surprised. His speed was incredible. Eren attacked without hesitation, but Minato was still able to dodge. His fist can't reach, so Eren switches to attack with magic. A bolt of lightning shoots toward Minato. He tilted his head back to dodge, then spun backward in a somersault. Minato landed safely without any injuries. Before he could even catch his breath, Eren appeared behind him. He sneered and said, "You're too slow." Minato was slightly startled and quickly dodged, stepping back a few meters away from Eren. Now it's Eren's turn to murmur in confusion, "I was sure I had caught you." Minato calmly replies, "You increased your physical abilities with magic, right? I'm glad you realized that. It's a technique I personally invented." He was just showing off thanks to recent advances in magic measurement and sensing technology. We are working on developing a method to control our magic freely. Eren's power applies that method quite a bit. He calls it muscle magic. It seemed that at the same time, Minato called out an artistic mana name, which was the name of this power. As soon as he finished speaking, the magic within his body began to erupt. Eren's face instantly darkened. It was the technique Minato used in the battle against Chrono. Your magic power is on par with his, even surpassing it. This technique is the result of decades of research. It's truly a mystery. How could Minato use it? But now Eren doesn't care about that. He will strengthen himself along with you. Minato here also isn't planning to give in at all, even though it's still far from perfect. He was still surprised that Eren could use mana art. He didn't expect to find someone who could create the same technique through their own effort. It seems Minato will be able to enjoy this fight. With that thought, Minato lifted his leg and ran away. He simultaneously increased his speed. In an instant, Minato rushed in front of Eren, threw a punch at his face, and was also hit by his counterattack. Both of them exchanged a few moves in an instant. Their speed was too fast for Ruka's group to see clearly. Ryuji couldn't help but wonder how powerful he really was. Minato is still just a student like them. His magical knowledge far surpasses this world, and he can defeat any enemy without breaking a sweat. This truly amazes them all. Ryuji's words only grow more admiring. He is facing an elite of the US military. Minato is dominating not only in magical power, but also in physical combat. So how did he manage to do that? De couldn't help but frown silently. All this time, pretending not to notice that Minato is simply too strong was just too easy? Ruka only now realizes this. They are becoming stronger. That's why she always believed that one day, as long as they kept training, they could stand beside Minato as equals. But is that even possible? Ruka truly cannot imagine a future where they can catch up to Minato. The two sisters become more and more panicked. They really can't accept that. At the same time, inside the battle, Minato and Aeon are still fighting. Minato is dominating. In this battle, he kicks Eren hard in the stomach. Eren is pushed back, but he quickly retaliates with a punch, which Minato manages to block. Before he could catch his breath, he responded with a punch. His speed was too fast for Eren to dodge. An throws a punch. Aeon bites his lip fiercely, trying to counterattack, but in the end, Minato steps back. Seizing the opportunity, Aeon sat on the ground, panting, while Minato stood there completely calm. Aeon finally accepts the truth. Minato is too strong. He's just a kid compared to him. Is Eren really questioning whether Minato is still human? Could he be a monster? Minato narrowed his eyes and asked indifferently, "Shall we continue?" Eren shook his head softly and replied, "No, I've lost. I'm speechless. It's not even a competition anymore." Minato helped him up. Eren sighed and pouted, saying, "I rarely see anyone as strong as you. I mean, there are monsters even in America." Then he made a suggestion, saying, "Please come visit my hometown. You will always be welcomed as a friend." Minato nodded without hesitation and agreed. "Of course, I will go if I get the chance." As soon as he finished speaking, the two shook hands. Satisfied after a battle, Eren happily walked away with his coat. "Halan is coming, Kusanagi. Goodbye to the SMT members." Once they left, the SMT team hurriedly ran over to praise Minato to the skies. "Excellent, Captain Kusanagi. Not even the American Magic Division can match you. Only Duka's group remained silently standing there. They made a decision that could change their lives." In the days that followed, Du trained furiously. She wants to be stronger. Ruka aims to stand alongside Minato and Ryuji as well. "I'm tired of always relying on others. I need to find a way to move forward on my own." While they are busy training, Minato is struggling with a different problem. He exclaims in surprise, "We will sell goods for the collaboration between SMT and the arcane nobility." "Is that why you want to sell items? Are you trying to pocket the money for yourself?" Sugo immediately shook his head in denial, saying, "We need the money to keep operating." I don't really like this idea either. Minato sighed reluctantly. That's a shame. After thinking, he looked at the draft in his hand, which had a plush toy shaped like Minato. Suddenly, he remembered the Ichikami Minato plush toy from the boy he saved earlier and finally nodded in agreement. All right, I'll allow us to start selling. We haven't had much time to celebrate when Minato smiled and said, but with one condition. Sugo hesitated and muttered, do we have enough budget for that? Minato pouted and said, that's not a problem. Preparations are already underway. Then the entire SMT team received a surprising message. A joint training camp with the nobles has been arranged. A few days later, Minato's team arrived at this location somewhere in Tokyo. Soon after, the aristocratic Mage's people arrived. Hinata led the way, constantly complaining. This really is troublesome. Soon Hifumi arrived with her assistant, always wearing a smile. This might be a bit too much for my fake body. Seeing him, the Du sisters exclaimed in surprise. Even Chairman Mum Mew is here. Isn't this just an ordinary training camp? Is there a mistake? Sugo seems to realize something and mutters softly, it looks like President Mumu is behind this training camp. Maybe he wants to make up for the past of the noble mages. Minato glanced at Chloe, suspiciously asking, the Fuyuk family isn't here, shrugging indifferently. Chloe pouted and replied, basically, they disbanded after the head was captured. The Fuyuka family will never regain their former glory. Minato still hesitated and asked, aren't there still members not involved in that conspiracy? Chloe calmly replied, I am sure they are all starting a new life. Minato frowned and remained silent. You overheard a bit about the Fuyukra family from Leona, and it seems like the butler is still safe. Then they got into the car to head to the training ground. As they got out of the car, Minato suddenly noticed Hinata's gaze. On the empty training ground, there were already other noble mage groups waiting, but their eyes seemed somewhat displeased when they saw SMT's group. Feeling these eyes on us, Du couldn't help but panic. Why are they staring at us like that? Ruka frowned and muttered. Even though they were working together, they didn't have a very good impression of FMT. Minato saw this and also sighed in resignation. Oh no, I don't know what will happen next. After a while, they entered the storage area and then gathered at the training ground. Haifumi stood on the podium and spoke clearly. Thank you for taking your valuable time to be here. I am quite sure you all feel mentally exhausted. Minato frowned slightly as the police and SMT regional units are temporarily assisting while feeling dizzy. It won't be a problem since there are few natural disasters during this period, but I still feel a bit worried. While Minato was pondering, Hifumi continued, however, I believe that this joint training is extremely important to overcome the great catastrophe. From then on, their battles grew more intense, which is why improving cooperation between mages, nobles, and ST is extremely important. Hifumi said that very few people are capable of leading everything. It must be someone honest and wise, and above all, an exceptional mage. He believes there is only one person suitable for this role, and that person is none other than Minato. You will be the instructor for this joint training camp. Hinata muttered and sighed, seeming to anticipate what was about to happen. And sure enough, the noble mages immediately erupted with their unwillingness to accept and began to protest. Hifumi had anticipated this. He glanced over at them and said coldly, it seems some people are dissatisfied. Tell me, is there any mage here who can defeat Captain Kusanagi? This statement silenced the noble mages, and no one dared to oppose any more. Hifumi was finally satisfied. He looked down at Minato and said, well then, Captain Kusanagi, please show us something. Minato frowned slightly and remained silent. Although what Hifumi said is true, it also serves his own interests. The noble mages have exclusive control over knowledge and magic techniques, but they cannot defeat you. They realized they had reached their limit and Hifumi was trying to take advantage of Minato. After all this time, he still hated to lose. Minato was not bothered by that point of his. Then he stepped onto the platform and declared clearly, you will be trained here for 2 weeks. I only have one request. Follow me as if your lives depended on it. Then Minato looked around at everyone, and no one dared to object. Right after that, they obediently followed Minato's training, but being forced to do push-ups made them furious and shout loudly, why make us do push-ups? Minato paid no attention, with even heavier weights on his back now, yet he remained sweat-free and calmly said, training the body is the foundation of all magic. Push yourself to the limit. The 3 noble families' heads were also doing push-ups alongside everyone else. They also carried heavy loads on their backs. After all, they are the clan heads and can't afford to lose face. After doing push-ups, Minato had everyone pull the heavy wheels and run, constantly urging them to go all out. Cheating wouldn't help. So everyone pulled the heavy wheel and ran wildly after Minato, with Hinata's 3 people always keeping close because they didn't want to lose to him. Tu couldn't help but feel emotional seeing this. It's amazing how the noble mages truly follow Minato. She never thought she would see the day. A while later, the running training also came to an end. Minato calmly said, "Take a 5-minute break and remember to drink water." But someone challenged him and asked, "What is the purpose of this?" "We are just training without any specific goal." Minato didn't need to reply as the FMT team members confidently retorted. "You misunderstood. Captain Kusanagi is a great person." So in a moment, a quarrel broke out, and neither side was willing to back down. Rui sighed helplessly. "I knew this was going to happen." Du also shouted in panic, "We have to stop them. Don't let this situation go on any longer." Minato stepped in to stop it. "Enough, you two. I know you don't trust me. If I weren't the instructor, I wouldn't mind being criticized, but now I'm asking you to follow my orders. And you, if you trust me, just endure this moment. Do you understand?" They immediately nodded and accepted the order. "Yes. Captain Kusanagi, we apologize, Captain." Minato successfully ended the argument, but he was still very worried. It seems they have a deep grudge, and their ongoing dispute is the real issue. Naturally, this will lead to something. Minato suddenly smiled maliciously, causing Du nearby to be startled and terrified, and their hell had begun. Minato finds a high place, says nothing, and unleashes his magic in a furious attack, causing everyone to panic and scatter in fear. He roars fiercely. "Come on, what's going on? You will truly die if you don't fight back recklessly. Use all your magic power until it's gone." But can they really fight against Minato's magic? The answer is no, and one by one they were defeated by the magic. The guy earlier was dissatisfied and shouted loudly, "This isn't training, this is abuse." The members of FMT scoff coldly. "How pathetic your noble mages are." So the whole group glares fiercely at the SMT members and says, "Don't underestimate us, we'll show you what a serious noble wizard really looks like." The FMT team refused to back down and firmly declared, "We won't lose to you guys." Minato watched this scene with great satisfaction and smiled. It seems that has sparked their competitive spirit. Mission accomplished. Then Minato defeated everyone. Only then did he speak. "Today ends here. Rest well and prepare for tomorrow." Then Minato turned to leave, but after just 2 steps, Hinata called him back. "Wait, Kusanagi." Minato turned his head slightly with a frown and asked, "Do you have something to ask?" Hinata glared at him, dissatisfied as she questioned, "Are you really going to keep ignoring our training?" Minato was a bit surprised and asked back, "Is that a complaint?" She shook her head in protest and said, "No, but there must be another way." Minato calmly replied, "I've already said there's no other way. There is a method to stimulate the sense of magic power, which is to seek the help of a high-level mage to perform shock therapy to awaken the flow of magic within a person. But that is only for beginners. You said it doesn't work on Hinata, so how come you're so strong? How can you have such an incredible amount of magic power?" Minato calmly replied, "Besides increasing the flow of magic, there are ways to use magic until it runs out or improve spell techniques through other methods. I don't know any other ways to become stronger." Hinata bit her lip fiercely, unwilling. She snorted coldly, "Fine. Forget it. Sorry." After saying that, he turned and walked away. Riku felt guilty, apologized to Minato, and then ran after Hinata. Minato watched the backs of the 2 people fall into silence, wondering how he could increase his strength. The first disaster was what triggered Minato's awakening, but he had never met a mage as powerful as himself. Why is Minato so strong, and why does he possess so much magic power? He doesn't even really understand. The next day, Minato continued their training as usual. After defeating everyone, he finally spoke, "All right. Training ends here for today." As soon as you finished speaking, all the noble magicians were on the ground, starting to complain. Someone muttered through clenched teeth, "Is this kind of training really useful?" "We are noble mages, but this harsh training is no different from the military. It's been days since they started practicing, and they think Minato is just talking nonsense." Minato heard their gossip and immediately spoke up, "Let's go to the magic measurement room." Then the noble mages followed Minato there, still acting condescending, chatting as they went. I bet nothing has changed. But when they arrived at the magic measurement room, everyone was stunned. One of them's magic power had surged to 40,000. The others felt the same way, which left them utterly confused. It truly increased in such a short period. Seeing their reactions, Minato spoke up again. "That's not all. You will become even stronger over the next 2 weeks." Hearing this, a sudden glint of determination appeared in their eyes. And in the days that followed, they accepted Minato's rigorous training without any complaints. Minato was very pleased to see this. This psychological tactic is considered successful. They finally realized the value of this short-term training. If that's the result after just a few days, then if they put all their effort into these 2 weeks, their strength will be even greater. Minato saw determination in their eyes and was naturally very pleased. After running, Minato began training in magic use again, and before long, the members of SMT grew exhausted and gasped for breath. Their magic power is running out, but as they sit down, the noble magicians have already overtaken them and are mocking them. FMT really are just a bunch of weaklings. You still have a long way to go before you can compare to the noble mages. This comment seems to revive the spirit of the FMT team, so they started running wildly. Seeing this, Ruka couldn't help but feel moved. It seems they have sparked an exciting competition. Du also nodded in agreement, saying, "At first, I was a bit worried, but now they are full of energy." Just as they were talking, a blazing flame suddenly surged forward. Ruka's sisters immediately panicked and ran away. After running for a while, they sat on the ground, gasping for breath. But before they could catch their breath, Minato arrived and sneered, "If you have time to chat during training, this should be easy for you, right? Then I will raise the difficulty level just for the two of you." Hearing this, the Ruka sisters burst into tears. After a while, in the training area's dining hall, the noble mage's people were eating and chatting excitedly. "My magic has been running very smoothly lately. Not only has my mana increased, but our magic levels have also improved." This made everyone very happy, and the mood at the table became much more cheerful. Eventually, someone couldn't help but remark, "I guess Captain Kusunagi's strength is no joke." Hearing this, the others suddenly felt guilty. They had looked down on Minato earlier. While they were talking, someone from SMT arrived and said with a smile, "I told you so, Kusanagi Minato is amazing." With a cold snort, the aristocratic mage retorted, "I will admit that. But our archmage is even more impressive." Once again, a debate erupted at the table. But this time the atmosphere was completely different. Minato smiled with satisfaction, seeming it had worked. After dinner, he took everyone to train again. This time, it's the cover volume. Minato stands outside observing, quietly admiring. It seems everyone's magic level has improved. They are doing very well. At this moment, his gaze shifted to someone, and it was Chloe. She is carefully casting her dark magic. Minato frowned slightly, thinking that according to Leona, Chloe's abilities are considered above average, but clearly they are even higher. As he was lost in thought, Chloe suddenly turned her head and smiled at him. Minato said nothing, only watched her intently. It seems like Chloe is hiding her true power. I can't see through her. But for now, Minato will set aside the matter of Chloe. What worries him more is Riku. There's also the hot-headed Hinata. Riku and Tsuru are fine, but Hinata lacks motivation. Minato can understand the reason. Every time she sees his face, Hinata looks like she wants to bite him. You wondered why, but it wouldn't be good if Hinata kept going like that. It's really troublesome. So, after the training session, Minato went to talk to Hinata to apologize for asking her to stay. Hinata coldly said, "Just tell us what you want." Minato squinted at her and calmly responded, "It seems that the training isn't effective for you. Could you tell me why?" Hearing the question, Hinata suddenly exploded, as it was almost useless. "I can't become stronger this way." Minato asked confusedly in return, but she still participated every day. Hinata shouted fiercely, "Stop it. It's an order, so I have no choice." "Is that an order?" It seems only Hifumi can make the noble mages obey. He was quite surprised that she actually listened to someone. While Minato was lost in thought, Hinata irritably turned her head away. "Anyway, I won't change my attitude about this." Seeing that, Riku apologized sincerely on Hinata's behalf. Minato shook his head, declining to comment, and said, "It's okay, I don't mind." Thinking about it, he's always been by her side. "What is your relationship with Homir?" Riku hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I think we are just friends, but maybe I was wrong. We don't have anything special." Minato nodded softly, understanding. "I'm sorry for asking about personal matters." "It's okay, I also apologize for bothering you." Dan Mac nodded. Riku sighed and said her personality is a bit rough, so people often misunderstand her, but she's not a bad person. Hearing this, Minato finally understood what was going on, and with a slight smile he said, "I quite like straightforward and grumpy people like her." "I see." Riku smiled sincerely at him. "Thank you, Kusanagi Minato." Soon after, Riku also left. Minato bid farewell to him, but in his heart, he decided to keep an eye on Hinata. The next day at the training ground, everyone gathered as usual to practice, and during breaks they talked, except for Hinata, who kept to herself and ignored everyone. Minato kept watching her and couldn't help frowning at this scene. Hinata truly always does everything alone, even eating by herself. He decided that maybe it was time to step in and help Hinata a little, and from then on, whenever he saw her, Minato would always start a conversation with her. During training, he paid special attention to Hinata, constantly following her and chattering in her ear, which made Hinata furious. She snapped angrily, "What the hell is going on?" Are you having a problem? Why do you keep bothering me? What game are you playing? He shrugged indifferently and calmly replied, I just want to talk to you. Hinata looked at you in confusion and asked, Are you just here to talk? Minato nodded slightly and said, Yes, you are always alone and seem very lonely. Hearing this, Hinata immediately snorted coldly, I am not lonely, I like being alone. Minato didn't think so and responded, but it didn't seem to be the case. This made Hinata upset and snapped back. What do you know? Minato said slowly. Someone who likes to be alone would not put themselves in a situation where they have to cooperate with others. They don't care about anyone and can't accept being cared for, but it seems like she is not like any of the above cases. Hinata frowned, muttering and stopping her words as if you understood me. But Minato didn't care and suggested, Let's be friends. Hinata stared in shock, unsure how to respond, but soon she angrily demanded, What are you talking about? Minato shrugged indifferently and raised an eyebrow. Is that not okay? You know, actually I quite like you. Normal people don't usually take the initiative to be friends with others, you understand? Minato muttered in confusion, So that's how it is? I think you're right. Hinata glared at him, then suddenly muttered softly, Enough. Forget about trying to understand me. A girl like me is really annoying and troublesome, right? Then she fell silent again. But Minato didn't hesitate to argue back. No, I don't think so. Actually, I like the way you express yourself, honestly. People who flatter me without reason make me uncomfortable. This remark made Hinata stop in her tracks. After a moment, she raised an eyebrow and smiled, then seriously said that you really are a weirdo. Minato couldn't help but be stunned. What does this mean? Hinata only then realized what she had just said, and a look of panic appeared in her eyes. She quickly turned around and ran away, shouting as she went, I'll never be friends with you. That's not going to happen. Minato sighed helplessly. Oh well, it seems I've been rejected. He just didn't realize that someone had overheard their entire conversation. Chloe, standing behind the wall, had heard everything. A little later, at the training ground, Minato had everyone practice using magic. After a few days of training with Minato, Tusiru's magic had improved. Ruka's sisters saw this, and a look of fear appeared in their eyes. At that moment, Minato shouted loudly, Training is enough, rest now. Everyone was working hard, as if sharpening their own strength. On the way to the dining hall, Minato saw the Mizua family of 3. The 2 sisters are trying to invite Tusiru to have a family meal with them. They haven't had a chance to talk in a long time, but Teru coldly responds, I still have a lot to do, so I must decline this meal. He still hasn't changed, has he? He still hasn't changed his attitude despite turning his back on you guys. Dusa shook his head and said, He wasn't like this before. Minato, hearing that, asked confusedly, Is there something different? He used to be kinder and would listen to us. But ever since his wife passed away, Tusiru has never been the same. He no longer talks to Ruka and her sister as much as before, and is always away for work. Ruka also whispered softly, I think I understand how our father feels because I am the same. When our mother passed away, I felt I had to become stronger. Trying to protect Ruka, Ruka became stricter and lost herself. Hearing this, Ruka immediately clenched her fists and comforted her. But I am still the gentle sister I was before. Ruka looked at her gratefully and said with a smile, Thank you. But I have changed. And my father hasn't. He still loves us, right? Even Duka doesn't understand. He shakes his head and whispers, I can't know what he's thinking. He never tells us. Hearing their conversation, Minato immediately smiled and reassured them, If he didn't care about you two, he wouldn't see me as an enemy and challenge me, right? That's definitely the attitude of a father towards someone trying to approach his daughter. It's just that what confuses Minato is why Tuziru's magic power fluctuates so much. It seems like he's hesitating over something. At this moment, Chloe suddenly approached and called out to him, smiling as she said, Can I talk to you for a moment? Minato didn't refuse. The two of them found a secluded corner to talk. You think Chloe's asking you out on a date? As Minato was pondering, Chloe slowly spoke. Lately, I've been thinking a lot. I want to know more about you. She quickly moved in front of Minato and placed her hand on his chest, whispering, to understand the deepest core of who you really are. I want to know what kind of person you are. She says Minato is unlike anyone else, both in appearance and soul, a charm that only comes from him. He's a strange man, outwardly straightforward but full of scheming inside. Sometimes full of charisma, sometimes innocent, even those hard-to-understand traits exude their own allure. After a moment of pause, Chloe finally seriously asked, Do you want to consider dating me? She believes that their relationship will definitely be wonderful, and although she looks like that, she is very faithful. Chloe also said that if Minato wants, she can do anything and will give him everything. As they talked, Chloe moved closer to Minato, their faces only inches apart. She raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile, So what do you think? Will we be together for a lifetime? Minato. As the distance closed in, Minato quickly dodged away, shaking his head to refuse. Sorry, I have no intention of dating anyone. Chloe wasn't really surprised by the rejection. She just smirked and spoke. I see, you're really bad at this. Soon after, she returned to her usual self, smiling as she said, It's done. I'm leaving. Minato watched her figure as she left, falling into silence. Meanwhile, at the training ground, Ryuji suddenly embraced Riku's shoulder and burst into loud laughter. Come on, man. Riku frowned and muttered, You're not bad either. What happened here? Why did it turn out like this? Luca calmly explained. They discussed their training routines and decided to challenge each other, and in the end, both finished 1,000 reps and collapsed right after. And somehow, things turned out like this. After hearing that, Minato sighed in despair, so both of them are just muscle maniacs. Forget these nonsense things. Minato then started training everyone in how to use magic. After some time, the members of SMT and the noble mages grew much closer. On the final day of training, Minato stood on the podium and declared clearly, You have all trained very hard. Today marks the end of your training, but it is only the beginning. The people below listened intently. Minato continued, You say they are all very strong. Even the world disasters are no match for them, so rest until the mission begins and prepare yourselves. At this point, Minato raised his fist high and shouted boldly, Everything depends on your shoulders. We will definitely protect Japan and the world. As soon as these words finished, everyone present shouted together in unison. The two groups, initially entering with hostility towards each other, ultimately became allies. Hinata watched from afar, unable to help but feel admiration. Minato is truly an incredible person. Not only does he lead FMT, but he also trains noble mages, making their abilities much stronger than before. Minato even made everyone here more open with each other and was kind to her as well. The more Hinata thought about it, the more her gaze focused on Minato on the high platform. When she thought about the word friend he suggested, she quickly shook her head and wondered what she was thinking. No need for friends. Hinata doesn't need that. After all, everything has become meaningless to her. After a while, Hifumi approached Minato from afar to praise him. The result was truly excellent. Captain Kusanagi, Minato politely replied with a smile, It's an honor, Your Excellency. Hifumi paid no mind to his polite words and continued speaking. At first they disagreed because they didn't understand each other, but now they were beginning to trust one another and things were progressing very smoothly. By continuing like this, eventually the world will see peace. This makes Hifumi very happy. I hope so. Minato nodded softly and shook hands warmly with Hifumi. Thanks to the training camp, the levels of SMT and the noble mage have increased. Their coordination has also improved significantly. As a result, the damage caused by disasters and demons around Tokyo has decreased significantly. Although natural disasters still occur, the recorded damage is the lowest in the past 50 years. People all across Japan are very happy about this. Now we can finally go outside without worries. Thanks to the success of SMT and the noble mages, whether good or bad, all of Japan is living in peace. Of course, except for the SMT team, who still have to train daily with the hellish instructor Minato. You teach on one side and push on the other. It's meaningless if you don't push yourself to the limit. The closer we are to death, the more peaceful Japan becomes. During training, Sugo runs over from afar to report. Captain Kusanagi has decided that we will cooperate with the sorcerers across Japan. Many mages will step in to help when a disaster strikes. Minato nodded in satisfaction. Based on the location and extent of damage from the major disasters 50 years ago, we have decided on deployment plans for each member. After finishing the report, Sugo leaned close to Minato's ear and whispered, I have completed the distribution arrangements you requested. I did it discreetly. Minato nodded and advised, That will be helpful. We need some assurance. A global disaster. The greatest of all calamities not only affects Japan, but also impacts the entire world. This is not a single disaster, but multiple disasters happening at the same time. 50 years ago, humanity couldn't handle a disaster on an unpredictable scale like this. But this time, that won't happen. Minato is prepared for any situation. Thinking of that, Minato loudly shouted again. As we know, in a few days the world disaster will occur. Rest until then and spend more time with your family. Hearing this, the FMT members immediately whispered among themselves, Is this okay? We don't know how dangerous these major disasters could be. Minato then spoke to reassure everyone, We've done what we can. You have all become much stronger, so relax, we will definitely win. Although he said that, everyone below still kept worrying, including Sugo's team. Seeing their dejected expressions, Minato felt a bit helpless. Then he confidently declared, Let me say one last thing. Trust me when things get tough, when pain strikes, when fear takes over, and when they make you turn and run, remember me. Hearing this, everyone was immediately stunned. The group including Dua, Ruka, Ryuji, Sugo, Karin, and Chloe. After hearing his declaration, they felt much more confident. Smiles returned to their faces. Minato spoke firmly, saying, "I will save all of you into this world no matter what the situation. So you can always trust me. No matter what happens, I will handle it." "Yes, Captain Kusanagi." Immediately, all members of SMT shouted in unison. Besides them, the noble magic house owners are also very busy right now. Hinata and Riku are still always together. Tiru appears aloof but is always busy handling affairs. Hifumi is the president of the Mage Association. He has always been busy, but he doesn't know if that's good or bad. Everyone is very busy preparing for the approaching world disaster. Some handle their work while others spend time with family. Dua, of course, didn't miss this moment. All three of Minato's people also tried to enjoy this last peaceful moment, and then what was meant to happen finally came. A few peaceful days passed, and the world disaster alert was broadcast across Japan. Because it was anticipated, the military quickly mobilized to respond. The areas that need to be quarantined are being sealed off by the police, and the FMT team's battle has officially begun. This is their moment to prove all their training. Minato squinted at the sky, slowly changing color. He slowly spoke. "It's coming." The sky is now very terrifying. The disaster caused the death of Ichikami Minato. An army of thousands of demons has appeared and is beginning to invade the world. The key to victory is in Minato's hands, the reincarnation of the great sage from 50 years ago, Ichikami Minato. He leads the SMT team toward the disaster, shouting loudly, "Forward, to save the world." The world catastrophe is an event where thousands of disasters occur simultaneously worldwide and is the greatest disaster in human history. And at this moment, the greatest disaster began in Tokyo. The world catastrophe claimed the life of Ichikami Minato as he fought against it. In the government classroom, all the high-ranking officials are present. The person next to him ran over to report, "Prime Minister, it seems the world disaster has already begun." The Prime Minister's face instantly darkened. He pursed his lips and muttered, "We rely on all of you." Meanwhile, at the old Sibia, monsters have flooded the area. Minato led everyone to run over. Looking down from above, Minato observed the entire disaster. He frowned silently, just like that time. Even Quimo seems even bigger. He can feel a huge aura of magic surrounding his body. But unlike before, Minato won't let anyone die. Since the disaster has occurred, the people have been warned to stay indoors. As they watched the sky gradually turn color, everyone was worried, but the innocent children still firmly believed that the great sage would protect them and everyone else. All the people of Japan are placing their trust in Minato. At the scene of the disaster, a reporter arrived by helicopter to report directly on the situation. The sky suddenly turned a bright red and spread across Japan in the blink of an eye. Monsters flooded out in increasing numbers, along with many demons and demon generals. Although the reporter was very scared, he still tried to describe the situation to the people watching at home. The demons are gradually appearing. The people are being urged to evacuate from the disaster zone. But will they truly be safe? No one can be sure. With the army of demons and demon generals attacking like this, are they really safe? The reporter grew more worried as the number of monsters suddenly swelled like an army. But at that moment, a blazing flame fiercely descended, engulfing the monsters in a sea of fire. At the same time, a heroic figure landed firmly on the ground. This person is none other than Minato. Everyone's trust finally appeared, and without hesitation, he soared into the sky and began using magic to destroy the monsters. At this moment, a raging wave of water crashed against the monsters, followed by a series of lightning, wood, and dark magic spells. This is the elite team of the SMT squad. Juka, Ryuji, Sugo, Karin, and Chloe are all present. Minato glances at them and gives the order to eliminate the demons immediately. Be persistent until the disaster leader appears. There is more than one disaster, so don't waste your magic power. Ruka's group immediately received the order and began attacking with magic. Under their fierce attack, waves of demons were defeated. Minato then realized a problem, furrowing his brow and muttering, "There are many demons with normal names." Du also nodded in agreement and said, "And they are even stronger." Ryuji, who was killing monsters, asked with dissatisfaction, "Where are the noble mages?" Sugo replied in a low voice, "I am trying to contact them, but I can't connect, even Tsuchiru isn't answering." Minato realized something strange and glanced at Chloe, asking, "You know something, right?" "I'm sorry, I don't know anything." On this side, Karen is trying to contact the noble mage, but the command system has lost control. She shouted in panic, "It's broken! The communication has been cut off." Minato frowned slightly, Silently, all the careful preparations so far now face problems at the most critical moment. There must be something going on. Just then, the soldiers arrived. Minato looked at them and asked, "We have lost communication. How is the situation over there?" The police officer hurriedly replied, "The situation here is the same, with both the police and the defense forces. The scene is completely chaotic, and they cannot coordinate their forces. The situation is spiraling out of control, and the bard nervously exclaims, 'We can't stop this disaster without the noble mages.' Ryuji angrily retorts, 'Damn it, what the hell are they doing?' Seeing them lose their composure, Minato shouted loudly to reassure them, 'No matter the situation, what we need to do remains the same. Even without noble mages, we can still win if we unite our strength.' Everyone looked at him as if they had regained their composure. Seeing that, Minato confidently shouted, 'I trust you all.' Everyone instantly regained their confident demeanor. That's right, what are they worried about? Like Minato said, they just need to do what must be done. Ruka gently smiles. Just as she expected of Minato, he is always calm and dependable. With him by their side, they cannot lose. And so they united their efforts once again to destroy the monsters, unleashing a barrage of powerful spells. Seeing this scene, the reporter immediately exclaimed with joy, "Look at SMT controlling the demons just as expected from Captain Kusanagi Minato. If it were him, Japan would definitely be protected." Everyone watching the news at home would feel much more at ease. They have someone to rely on, someone to trust. The demons are no match for Minato's team and have been quickly defeated in large numbers. There have been dozens of disasters in Japan during the global catastrophe. It will be a tough battle without the support of noble mages. But with this number, Minato believes they can still manage. He has prepared for today. And at this moment, the demons continue to pour out from the streams of magic in the sky. Minato hurriedly shouts a warning, "Don't let your guard down, the demons are still appearing non-stop." Ruka's team immediately received the order to charge. Minato led the attack, clenching his fist tightly. Without hesitation, he punched the body of a demon general, but it didn't take long before Minato realized something. A series of demon generals are attacking him with magic at the same time. The ground is shattered by the attack. Dust fills the sky, but Minato remains unscathed. He snorted coldly in disdain, too naive. Then he used 9th-level magic to attack them. A bright glow quickly appears in the sky, destroying the bodies of the demon generals. Minato lands on the ground, and before he can catch his breath, another horde of demons appears. Minato couldn't help but frown and mutter, "They're still coming. I guess I have to do it." Meanwhile, Ruka's group fought fiercely and finally defeated the demons. Minato also stops the incoming demons, killing each one as they appear. But what worries him is that they are stronger and more numerous than 50 years ago. Just as Minato predicted, this seems far from simple. At this moment, the Dew sisters sense a massive surge of demonic energy approaching. The two scream in horror, feeling like the boss is about to appear, as the dark, crimson space hole in the sky suddenly shows signs of movement. From inside, a demon has appeared. Seeing its enormous body and the dark energy it radiates, Ruka and the others are immediately terrified. That is the Demon King. It has finally appeared. Seeing the giant Demon King, everyone was terrified. Ruka shouted in fear, "That's terrifying." Duka also couldn't help but feel impressed. This is no joke. While they were panicking, the Demon King unleashed his magic and launched an attack. A blazing stream of flames appeared in the sky. This is a level 10 fire spell. It erupted directly and exploded, destroying everything within the radius. The people here dare not slack off and quickly cast magic to defend. But its destructive power was too great, causing dozens of buildings to be reduced to rubble. When the smoke and flames cleared, hundreds of cracks appeared on the ground. "Where do you think you're going?" "The battle has just begun," Minato said, quickly using a 9th-level magic shield to protect Ruka and the others. "There are also members of the FMT team, and you tried to protect all of them." Ruka and her sister looked at Minato with guilt and said, "Sorry, Minato, we reacted too slowly." Minato gently shook his head and said indifferently, "Don't worry about that. After all, the enemy is the Demon King, just stay alert." Suga remarked in admiration, "I never expected him to be able to use 2 spells at once." Chloe calmly replied, "Perhaps the magic like the fairy is an automatic type, and the magic that protected us was cast by Captain Kusanagi." Karen was stunned and exclaimed, "Isn't it only possible to cast 1 spell at a time?" Chloe explained slowly, "Automatic magic is an extremely advanced technique that allows the user to control magic subconsciously. Spells focused intensely and eliminating the need to transfer mana required for normal magic allow the entire casting process to be skipped entirely. This phenomenon is similar to muscle memory. In other words, Minato has mastered controlling magic both consciously and unconsciously at the same time. Everyone else finds it hard to believe, and Ryuji, as usual, admires and casually does incredible things. At this moment, the Demon King attacked their position. Ruka quickly dodged aside, then shouted urgently, "Let's do this!" Quickly, both of them cast their spells together. An 8th-level spell appeared, a raging tsunami rushing toward the Demon King. At the same time, Ryuj and Sugo's group behind also didn't stay idle. They also began casting magic attacks. All the furious spells rushed toward the Demon King, but surprisingly, it managed to dodge them all, taking no damage at all. Seeing this, Du was stunned and said, "Did it escape our magic?" Luca also muttered in disbelief, "We can't hurt it, can we?" Just then, an explosion suddenly erupted in the sky, filling the air with smoke and flames. But when the smoke and flames cleared, the Demon King still stood there unshaken. Minato immediately shouted and suggested, "I will handle this one, you go to the other disaster sites." The two siblings hesitated and didn't leave. Minato urged urgently, "The disasters are not over yet. Without the help of noble mages, our responses are almost at the limit. You told them to go support the other groups. Now you're starting to get serious." Du and her sister hesitated for a moment, then finally Du. "We're just getting in his way if we stay here." Dusa also thought it made sense and nodded fiercely. "You're right." She turned to the members behind her and shouted, "Let Captain Kusanagi handle this place." Each team moved to a different target. Ruka and her sister led the way. Ruka smiled and said, "We don't have to worry about Minato." Rui nodded slightly and replied, "Anyway, that's Minato after all. Minato is sure he won't lose, no matter who his opponent is." After they leave, he looks at the Demon King and says with a smile, "Now it's just the two of us." As he spoke, Minato unleashed his magic power, facing the giant body of the Demon King with no hesitation, quickly rushing forward. The Demon King saw this and swung its claws, but it was too slow. Minato dodged. Actually, defeating the Demon King is simple, but you need to conserve your magic power. Thinking that, Minato jumped onto the Demon King's back as he didn't have unlimited magic and preparing more would take time. Minato will defeat the Demon King using the least amount of magic possible. Thinking that, he threw a punch downward. The Demon King just barely avoided it, but Minato didn't give up and continued to attack with level 11 divine magic. In an instant, the Demon King was struck by brilliant rays of holy light. Its body was now covered in wounds, but it was still alive. Minato frowned slightly, so it managed to escape. After escaping Minato's attack, the Demon King began to unleash a magical assault, but Minato appeared in front of it in an instant. He snorted coldly in disdain. Too slow. Then, Minato continued to cast magic, merging fire and earth level 12. With a loud explosion, the Chaos Realm exploded directly. He couldn't help but frown. "Have you used a lot of magic?" It seems this one is even stronger than the previous Demon Kings. The final Demon King has finally been defeated in Minato's chaos. You furrowed your brow silently, needing to conserve more magic power until the Demon God appears. On the other side of the screen, everyone is waiting for the result. At this moment, the excited voice of the reporter rang out. "Captain Kusanagi has defeated the Demon King, and he didn't even seem to care about it." Everyone heard the news and immediately rejoiced, but in other disaster zones, the FMT team and defense forces were struggling to hold their ground, lacking noble mages as the demons overwhelmed them. On the scene, the reporter suddenly shouted in surprise, "What is that the monsters are constantly flying in the fiery red sky, making strange sounds from their mouths?" Seeing this, Minato frowned. Is this similar to the scene he saw before, where the demons are summoning a catastrophe? In an instant, the sky was ablaze again. Inside the Crimson Portal, a multitude of demon generals had appeared. Minato's face suddenly darkened. This is the final stage of the world's disaster, where demons and gods appear, and the ultimate catastrophe took his life when he was still Ichikami Minato. On the other side of the battlefield, Duika's team is still fighting against 7 low-level demon beasts. Duika fights while thinking, that powerful aura has disappeared. Minato has defeated the Demon King. It's really him. It's just that the FMT team members here have already started to weaken. She doesn't know if Ruka is okay at the other disaster site. Just then, the headset suddenly crackled with static. Duka exclaimed in panic, "Is the wireless connection back up?" Signal received. A major disaster has occurred near Tokyo Tower. All staff, go to the scene immediately. Hearing this, someone anxiously asked, "What should we do now? They can't even handle a small-scale disaster here without help from noble mages." Duka frowned in thought for a moment before speaking. "I will head to the major disaster site. The rest will have to rely on you guys." The group immediately nodded in agreement. After giving the order, Duka left. On this side, Minato unleashed his magic, beginning to cast a spell. An 8th-level inorganic magic surged wildly, destroying the demon generals in front of him. Minato descended from the sky, frowning thoughtfully, and asked, "So many demons, do you have to use higher-level magic, but you still want to conserve your magic power?" At that moment, Ruka's group arrived from afar, hurriedly saying, "Minato, sorry for the delay." Minato looked up at them, suspiciously asking, "Everyone seems to be fine. Did you leave them behind and run away?" Duka nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, everywhere is short of people." Ruka also spoke up to explain, "There's no other way to fill the gap left by the noble mages." "Then we will stop them here," Minato said with a frown as he glanced at the slowly appearing demons before finally speaking out. Everyone responded in unison. Captain Kusanagi, at the same time on the helicopter, the female reporter is still live reporting the disaster to everyone. This is the final stage of the catastrophe. Could it be that this is the disaster that took Ichikami Minato's life? But clearly, this disaster is on a completely different level compared to 50 years ago. The people watching the scene at the battlefield on the screen couldn't help but feel moved and said, "This is truly hell on earth. Is this still the same world they think humans can't fight? This. Only hope is Minato." On the battlefield, the pilot sensed something was wrong and hurriedly said, "We're in too much danger here. All the other reporters have evacuated. We need to leave now." But the female reporter shouted fiercely, "We must let everyone see their effort. Besides, this helicopter is equipped with anti-monster devices that the demons cannot touch." But as she finished speaking, a demon soldier approached the helicopter, startling her in panic. In a life-or-death moment, a shield appeared to protect the helicopter. Seeing this, the female reporter exclaimed happily, "Do you see? We're safe now." But it didn't last long before the demon soldier tore through the shield and entered. The female reporter shouted in panic, "No, this cannot happen." As her scream echoed, two beams of magic shot from afar, destroying the two attacking demons. Minato flew over to the helicopter and asked anxiously, "Are you okay?" Seeing him, the female reporter immediately felt reassured, and the cameraman also turned his camera towards Minato. Immediately, his voice was broadcast to everyone, the Japanese people. "Right now, I believe everyone is panicking and scared." Minato's voice sounded like a spell, calming everyone significantly. The anxiety in people's hearts quickly disappeared. Minato confidently stands in front of the camera and declares clearly, "Everyone is worried and unsure when the demons will attack, but rest assured I won't let anyone die." Then he immediately turns and flies down below. The female reporter gazed captivated at his back and sighed, "He's so cool." Below, Sugo's team had already started the battle, frantically destroying monsters. A series of advanced spells appeared, even Chloe joined in. Minato, of course, was not resting either. He is facing off against a Demon King. The 7th level magic, which had been dispelled, caused the Demon King in front of him to quickly explode into pieces. Minato didn't stop either, suddenly appearing beside another Demon King and fiercely kicking him, causing the Demon King to fall to the ground like a torn kite. "Did you just disable the magic? That's amazing." Minato frowned and said, "It doesn't work very well and can only disable spells of a certain level." While they were talking, Du suddenly shouted, "They're still coming." Minato immediately took off, seriously warning everyone stay alert and quickly follow behind him. Ruka and her sister joined forces to attack as a massive tidal wave charged wildly forward. Sugo's team was not idle either, beginning to use magic to destroy the demons in front of them. Minato, standing nearby, also started to unleash his own magic, and in an instant, a brilliant holy light descended. The deafening explosions echoed wildly as many monsters fell. Minato quickly reunited with everyone. "Are they still here?" As he said, the Demon King still appears at this moment. Minato hadn't even had a chance to act when a cry for help from SMT members reached his ears. "They're too many. We need support right now." He frowned in silence, realizing that the situation in other disasters wasn't much better and wondering what to do. In another corner of the chaos, the FMT members were trying to hold their ground. At this moment, everyone was exhausted. Meanwhile, a group of noble mages approached from afar. Seeing them, the SMT members immediately cheered. "You finally arrived. Hurry up and join the fight. Are you planning to be the hero who appears at the last minute?" But then the noble mage suddenly cast a spell to attack them, and the interrupted sounds kept reaching Minato's ears. "The noble mage has betrayed us. Don't trust them," he shouted in panic. "Hey, what's going on?" Duka asked nervously, noticing your worried expression. "What's happening?" At this moment, a deep voice rang out. "Oh my, why is it so noisy?" Duka looked in that direction in shock, exclaiming in disbelief, "You are the mastermind, chairman." The person coming is Hifumi with the noble sorcerers behind him. Seeing them, Sugo couldn't hold back and went out to question them, reporting that the noble magicians had betrayed us. Was that really true? Hifumi smiled indifferently and replied, "How could we possibly betray you?" Then Sugo let out a sigh of relief, but before he could be truly happy, Hifumi sneered and said, "We never intended to cooperate with you from the start, so that can't really be considered betrayal, right?" This statement left the SMT group stunned and confused. Yuta also ran out to question, Aren't we allies? But she only took 2 steps before a surge of magic shot toward her feet, making her startle and step back. Hinata snorted coldly and said, "Don't misunderstand. We have never considered you allies." Minato seemed to realize something. You glanced at Riku suspiciously and asked, "Kai, are you the same?" "You can see it." Riku nodded without hesitation, acknowledging that the noble mages had turned against FMT, the police, the defense forces, and Japan itself. Hearing this, Chloe exclaimed in panic, "No way. Is Dad really going to do that?" Hifumi looked up and laughed loudly. The time has finally come. Immediately after, he leapt into the air confidently and said, "After countless experiments, it's finally complete." As he finished speaking, a massive magic circle appeared in Hifumi's hand. Seeing this scene, Ruka and the others were terrified. Meanwhile, Chloe shouted fiercely, "We will stop it before it gets activated." As soon as she finished speaking, she summoned a level 4 magic. A frenzied shadow blade flew toward Hifumi, but before it could reach him, a sharp claw blocked it. All the monsters are surrounding Hifumi, as if he is their lord. This scene leaves everyone in awe. Dua exclaimed in disbelief, "The demon protected Mumyu Hifumi?" Sugo still couldn't accept the truth, shaking his head in denial. There's no way that could happen. But no matter how much they deny it, the truth remains that Hifumi has allied with the monsters. Minato is still listening now, transmitting from the earpiece. On the other side, the noble magicians are truly collaborating with the demons, attacking SMT members. SMT members couldn't believe it, trembling as they muttered, "Why is this happening? I thought we understood each other during the joint training." On Minato's main battlefield, Hifumi is now laughing triumphantly. With this disaster-controlling magic, all the demons in Japan will become our allies. Minato looked up at this scene, truly at a loss for words. Does magic affect disasters and demons? How did he learn it? While you were thinking, Hifumi smiled and said, "And one more thing, this magic has a special effect." As he finished speaking, huge streams of magic force began to surge forward. They frantically burrow into Hifumi's body, causing the people below to be terrified. Chloe couldn't believe it and shouted, "Is the disaster's magic flowing into my father?" Daka also panicked and muttered, "What kind of crazy magic is that? I've never seen anything like that before." Minato's face also became serious. It's just like when he first awakened his magic, the phenomenon is exactly the same as when Minato first encountered the disaster. Thinking of this, he slowly spoke. The disaster is a phenomenon that brings magic power to this land and also provides magic power to those with magical potential. If properly utilized, people can achieve a huge amount of magic power. Hifumi sneered and said, "You're as quick as expected from Kusanagi Minato. The power of the disaster allows people to gain a lot of magic, but it's meaningless if you don't have enough capacity for it." Minato narrowed his eyes and asked Hinata, "So this is the reason your mana keeps increasing?" Hinata chuckled softly and replied, "Yes. We have always gained magic power from disasters. We pretended to cooperate all along just to ensure the disasters went smoothly." She casually said that she only exploited the SMT members to make the noble mages less suspicious, and whether they promoted disasters in secret or stole the power of destruction, no one would notice. "So it's a monopoly on power," Hinata coldly replied. "We initially planned to eliminate you, but since you proved more capable than expected, we decided to use you. If the disasters run rampant without control, the noble mages will face a wave of criticism, and that's really troublesome. Moreover, to trigger the Great World Catastrophe, they need to follow the flow of history." Minato became even more confused. Why would she need to follow the flow of history? The ignorant fool Hinata sneered coldly. Disasters basically happen in the same places because certain locations make it easier for the disaster's magic to flow. And unless a disaster is resolved, the next one will not occur. So the noble mage clan uses Minato to handle each disaster one by one. Hifumi is absorbing the energy of the great disaster, and the amount of magic power he will receive is beyond measure. This will be the birth of the strongest mage. Minato fell silent for a long moment after hearing that, then slowly asked, "So you were planning to betray me from the very beginning?" Hinata coldly replied, "We just said that earlier, didn't we?" Minato narrowed his eyes at her and asked in a deep voice, "Have we ever had even a single thread of connection between us?" This made Hinata angry and shout loudly, "Shut up, shut up, shut that disgusting mouth of yours. Stop saying those disgusting things." She said there's no such thing as a connection. She doesn't need an ally like you. Rui also couldn't believe it as he looked at Riku in disbelief. "Riku, are you really going to betray us?" After a long pause, he finally spoke slowly. "The war is raging everywhere. The mages, nobles, and demons are the enemies. It's only a matter of time before Japan falls apart. Riku glared at Minato and said seriously, Kusanagi. Minato, even you can't protect all of Japan. Minato faced him in silence, while the other members found themselves caught in a dilemma. The enemies are too many, they can't hold out anymore, and on the other side, monsters have attacked civilians, causing chaos. The situation is getting out of control, with no reserves left. If this continues just as the words are not yet finished, two sinister voices echoing one after another. Everything is still going according to plan, right? Exactly. Sugo looked at the authors of those two voices, unable to believe, and shouted, Why is this happening? Why are Kuroi Akudo and Fuyukijin here? That's right, Jin and Akudo have also appeared on the battlefield, and Shizuku is following behind. Sugo couldn't believe it and shouted, Why is Takigami here too? Even Minato couldn't believe that Shizuku had betrayed him. You muttered tremblingly, Takigami, why her? And Akudo at this moment was grinning triumphantly, saying, I've finally met you. Kusanagi Minato, I can finally kill you myself. Sugo looked at Akudo with fierce eyes demanding answers. You should have been imprisoned already. Akudo shrugged indifferently and smirked, saying, The noble wizards have many allies. Of course, even the police. With a smirk, Akudo placed his hand on Shizuku's shoulder and said, And this one too. Duka immediately questioned with dissatisfaction. Even if you are a noble mage, why would you do something like this? Because we are noble mages. Akudo coldly replied, True to our noble title, they are exalted beings who believe they are far superior to weak humans. Then, Akudo immediately burst into triumphant laughter as he cast a spell, a chaotic shadow filled with black aura rushing toward him, and he laughed proudly. With magic, we can easily destroy half the city if we unleash our full power. Akudo's chaos quickly destroys the buildings in front of him into a pile of rubble. Akudo snorted coldly and said, We can level an entire city or even a country with just one sorcerer, but for some reason, the noble mages are being manipulated by weak commoners and fools, so Akudo feels dissatisfied. Isn't it too obvious? The noble mages are the highest, below them are the magic users, and at the bottom are the useless as weak trash. Those useless trash are overestimating their power. At the same time, Din coldly added, From the beginning. Our family became noble mages for this purpose, to rule over the incompetent, yet those useless fools dare to exploit our noble mages. But now it's over. We've realized that we can become stronger through disasters. With this much power, they have no enemies at all. Now is the era of noble magicians, and in an instant their magic power erupted. This pressure made the sisters panic. What kind of hellish magical pressure is this, as if they've become completely different people? Minato still remains calm, standing there. That made Akudo furious, grinding his teeth as he cursed, Damn it! They act so nonchalant like nothing's wrong, so frustrating. Minato ignored him and glanced at Shizuku behind. You coldly asked, Takami, did you deceive me? Akuto, furious as ice cream, was annoyed and shouted, Are you ignoring us? You're really bold. Without waiting for Shizuku to reply, he spoke on her behalf. Yes, she has always sided with us, a scum who only knows to deceive for profit and manipulate others. Hinata and Riku on this side are also the same, now standing on the opposite side with Minato, the worthless aristocratic mages. Akuto then said with a smile, It's time to stop the chatter here. Jin nodded slightly in agreement and said, Yes, it has begun. Smirking coldly, Akuto said, Now let's start the slaughter. At the same time, in another corner, a horde of monsters charged from afar, beginning their attack on SMT members. Not only that, they also entered the city. Where the civilians are hiding, causing everyone to panic, the demon general broke the glass and charged in. The mournful screams continued to echo as Minato received the report that the demons had entered the streets and awaited his orders. Akuto smugly said, What will you do now, Kusanagi Minato? Even someone as all-powerful as you can't save them from this now. The situation is getting worse and worse. Chloe trembles and mutters, Even if we leave right now, it's already too late. Sugo bit his lip fiercely and asked what to do. Seeing the panic in everyone's eyes, Akudo and Jin laughed even more excitedly, saying, You will be crushed and die by your own weakness, taste despair and feel our shame. And yet, at this moment, Minato suddenly spoke up. There are 3 types of anti-magic equipment. This left Akudo stunned, not understanding what he meant by that in this situation. But Minato didn't care and continued speaking, saying that the first type is used by the mages themselves, a basic form of magic with longer lifespan and the ability to control attributes that the user normally cannot access. The second type interferes with magic or magical power. The uniforms of SMT and noble mages belong to this type. They can amplify magic power or suppress the strength of spells. Hearing Minato keep rambling, Jin, slightly annoyed, asks, "Is this driving you crazy?" Minato remained unfazed and calmly continued speaking. There is also another type which has a short lifespan but can be used even by those without magic power, a type that requires certain conditions to activate. Akuto furrowed his brow angrily and asked, "What the hell is this?" At the same time, in the resident's hideout, as the demon prepared to attack, an anti-magic device with an automatic magic effect appeared, forming a shield to block its assault, and that device was the Minato printed doll that had been previously released on the market. Moreover, the townspeople who possess similar items are also protected by Minato's magic. Whether it's bracelets, keychains, or anything Minato releases, they become magical resistance gear and are already proving effective. They exploited SNT's popularity to mass-produce these items and cleverly embedded defensive magic resistance gear into them. It's like an insurance policy for situations like this. When Sugo first heard about this plan, he couldn't believe it either. Akuto gritted his teeth in frustration after hearing Minato's words, thinking he was truly crazy and was even planning to this extent. Jin, unable to accept it, shouted loudly, but even if they could defend, it would be useless. It was you who said that the anti-magic equipment with such a short lifespan was useless. Danmac nodded, and Minato calmly responded, "Yes, that's right, so this is how we will do it. You have inscribed your magic onto the anti-magic equipment. Your magic is spreading across Japan. With his own magic power, Minato can sense it accurately even from a great distance. In other words, Minato's magic can reach all over Japan." As soon as he finished speaking, a series of magic circles appeared above his head, and then thousands of streams of magic power continuously shot out. This is level 13 void magic, infinite magic bullets. They seem to have a consciousness, targeting the attacking demons in the city and directly killing them. Just as Minato said, the magic bullets are like his magic power, capable of covering all of Japan. As long as they pass through, the demons cannot survive, and as long as he maintains them, no civilians will be attacked by demons. This scene makes the noble mages break out in a cold sweat. After a moment, Minato finally reabsorbed his magic. Immediately, news of everyone's safety was transmitted through their earphones, and Yuka and her sister looked at Minato with admiration. This is beyond normal logic. They're truly speechless. Minato truly is extraordinary. Akuto couldn't believe this, shouting crazily, saying it was all so absurd that this couldn't possibly happen. Releasing magic all over Japan is not something humans can do. Seeing him lose control, Jin quickly spoke to calm him down. "Calm down, Kuroi. The demons definitely haven't been wiped out yet." Hearing this, Akuto took a deep breath, forced himself to stay calm, pointed at Minato, and scolded him, "Yes, the noble mages are still out there. If the anti-magic devices can't be used multiple times, then the magic in those items will be useless." But Minato raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile, "Did you forget?" Akuto was taken aback and asked back in doubt, "What is that?" On the edge of the disaster, just when everyone was breathing a sigh of relief, another demon lord suddenly appeared, leaving them stunned. But it seems that at the same time, another top person appeared behind them. Minato raised an eyebrow and smiled at Akuto, saying, "Is there no one left in Japan you can rely on?" And then a twist happened, and the people who had been missing for months suddenly reappeared here. Seeing them, the police and SMT members immediately exclaimed in surprise, "Are the dark figures here to support us?" While they were still confused, the people in black started to act, unleashing a series of spells against the monsters. There is no longer any doubt they are on the same side as the police and SMIE. Immediately, SMT members reported the situation to Minato. "The safety of the people is our top priority, and we will cooperate with the one cloaked in darkness." At the same time, reporters on the scene saw this and cheered, "Look, FMT is working with the Darkness Bearer." As soon as this information was released, Chrono's fans erupted in cheers, and the internet exploded. Everyone is waiting for Minato to team up with Chrono, but this time the leader of the Dark Organization is Leona. She is also very confused, not understanding what is happening. Leona had gone through an extremely tough training and memorized how to use a bunch of magic-resistant equipment. She had also said goodbye to everyone, and now meeting them again feels a bit like that day. But anyway, Leona thought she just needed to give her all. With that in mind, she summoned level 7 magic, and a giant wave of water destroyed a demon. The members of the Shadow Organization immediately cheered for Chrono upon seeing this, and Leona quickly followed suit, though she felt a bit embarrassed inside. Seeing the leader also join the fight, the members of the Organization of Shadows began their attack, and FMT members along with the police on this side also joined the battle. Leona fought while thinking to herself that Minato would have to treat her to a big meal after this. At the same time, Akuto on this side also received the news and immediately looked grim. He shouted furiously, "Are the dark figures appearing all over the country? You bastard. If you were prepared from the start, does that mean you already suspected those noble mages?" That's right. This only makes Akuto and Jin angrier. Both of them shout loudly, "We will kill you," for mocking us. Immediately after, both unleashed their magic power. Akuto glanced at Shizuku behind him, urging her to move forward and fight. Takagami Shizuku initially hesitated for a moment, then quickly unleashed her magic. Hinata saw the tense situation and snorted coldly. "It looks like we have no other choice." At the same time, Minato quickly ordered the bards to end everything here. In an instant, both groups charged forward together. Akuto uses his dark attribute skill to get ahead, appearing behind Dua with a dagger in hand. He snorts coldly and says, "I will deal with the small fry first." Seeing this, Minato couldn't help but worry, but he didn't have time to go help because Hinata ambushed him from behind. Minato quickly dodged, her fist hitting only air. And on this side, when Du realized Akuto's dagger was already very close, there was no time to dodge. In a life-and-death situation, a wave of water surged forward, stopping Akuto's attack. Du glanced back, gratefully saying, "You saved me." Ruka hurriedly reminded him to stay alert. The danger isn't over yet. Over here, Minato just dodged Hinata's attack and stepped back a few paces. He squinted ahead, about to run when Riku swung his sword. Minato was surrounded by Hinata and Riku, but he remained calm and responded coolly. He swept his leg across, knocking both of them away. Minato landed calmly, ready to run, but a large ice wall suddenly appeared in front of him. Shizuku slowly said, "I won't let you pass." In the end, it became Minato facing 3 opponents. Hinata coldly snorted and said, "We've seen your strength firsthand and won't let you help others." Minato couldn't help but frown. "Is your strategy not cut out yet? What a hassle. You've used too much magic power. If possible, you'd like to deal with Hifumi first. But a large number of monsters are protecting him. If he uses all his strength, Minato can win. But this is a gamble." While he was thinking, Hinata coldly spoke up. "I won't let you interfere with President Mumu." Riku also said firmly, "You will have to get past us first. Then just fight. You start to seriously attack the group surrounding you." His speed was so fast that the naked eye couldn't see, and Riku couldn't help but shout out, "He's too fast." Hinata angrily shouted in frustration, "Stop hiding anymore." Over here, Akuto and Jin are also struggling, sweating profusely and making Akuto uncomfortable as he mutters. They keep stubbornly refusing to surrender. Damn those bugs. But on Du's side, they are also gradually weakening. Duka mutters in panic. The enemies are too many, if this keeps up. At that moment, Chloe suddenly shouted, "Don't give up. If it's us, we will definitely win." This statement restored everyone's confidence. Ruka nodded and smiled. "You're right, we must not lose hope." Du also smiled in agreement. Now is not the time to complain. Ruka glanced at Chloe and apologized, realizing he had misunderstood her. "You do have a fiery fighting spirit." Smiling unconsciously, Chloe confidently said, "I guess I was inspired by everyone." And right after, the most elite members of SMT fought with the noble magicians with all their might. Akuto, losing a bit of patience, shouted, "Don't be arrogant, you weaklings." Then he used 8th level magic to attack. Ruka and her sister also refused to back down, fighting back against a tidal wave. Both shouted together, "We will not lose first." Immediately, the waves and Akuto's shadowy sword clashed and finally merged into one. Seeing this, Akuto clenched his teeth in fury. "Damn it, they are destroying each other." Jin also muttered in disbelief. "Really? Are they that strong?" At that moment, Akuto saw Shizuku standing to the side doing nothing. His anger boiled over as he gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn that damn woman." At the same time, Minato was still fighting the others, but inside he was counting down the seconds. "It's almost time." Akuto finally couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, "Takami, what are you doing? Stop fighting seriously. Kill him if you don't comply. You know what will happen." Shizuku was immediately startled and terrified. Then she quickly summoned her magic, hesitating before speaking. "Forgive me." "Kusanagi." Minato saw this and sighed helplessly. "Seriously, seeing you smile and release your magic without creating a barrier against Shizuku's attack, the 3 of Duka immediately panicked." Dongthan shouted, "Is he not defending? That fool, does he want to die? Hurry up and move." It seemed like at the same time a raging tornado charged straight at Minato. And you still stood there without dodging or defending, but surprisingly, the frenzy wind brushed past your face and went on. Du couldn't help but shout in panic, "It missed." Shizuku bowed her head tremblingly and muttered, "I really can't do this. I can't attack him." This made Akuto angrily shout, "Do you dare oppose me? Do you know what will happen to your family?" Hearing that, Shizuku hurriedly begged, "Please stop. Don't hurt my daughter and granddaughter." Akudo coldly replied with a sneer, "It's you who broke the agreement. One call and everything will end." Should I break one or both of their arms? Or would it be better to kill them both? After hearing this, Shizuku was terrified and desperately begged, but Akudo showed no mercy, sneering that her family would suffer because of her and that she deserved it. Just then, Minato answered a call from someone. He nodded and said, "I understand, just in time, good job." Akudo was annoyed and shouted, "Are you calling in this situation? That's enough. I will kill her daughter and granddaughter right now." As soon as he finished speaking, Minato took out his phone and smiled, saying, "It's useless. I already saved them." Seeing those faces on the phone, Akudo immediately froze in shock. He couldn't believe it and shouted loudly, "It can't be true. Only a few people know their location. Even the police have been bought off." Minato calmly said they were careful not to leave any traces, so finding them was difficult, but their evacuation from the disaster became a critical weakness that led us to their location. It seems the members of the shadowy figure have done very well, their disguise still intact. Biting his lip fiercely, Akudo gritted his teeth and asked, "When did you find out?" "She is too cautious with the noble mages, so I asked someone to investigate Takagami's background." Then he glanced at Shizuku, smiling and saying, "You must know already. You can't hide anything from me." When Takagami heard this, Shizuku couldn't hold back anymore and burst into tears. She muttered tremblingly, "They are really safe now. That's so good. That's so good." Once again the plan is ruined. Akudo is furious. He grabbed Shizuku's arm, gritting his teeth as he cursed, "Damn it, you're really a troublemaker. If that's the case, I'll take her hostage." Of course, Shizuku is not someone easy to bully. Without hesitation, she used a tornado attack to push Akudo away. Shizuku snorted coldly in disdain. "Don't touch me, you filthy scum." Seeing this, Minato couldn't help but laugh and say, "Looks like you're finally serious." Shizuku bowed her head apologetically and said, "Kusanagi, I'm really sorry, I deceived you." Minato paid no attention and calmly said, "Don't worry about that. Helping friends is only natural." Shizuku looked at him in shock, then finally smiled and said, "You're really different." While they were talking, Akudo suddenly stood up, angrily shouting, "Don't be so pathetic, damn it." Then he looked at the noble magicians behind and suggested, "This time, seriously kill us. Don't hold back." Hinata immediately frowned and said nothing. At the same time, Minato approached the two of them. "I told you not to take any more hostages. I'm disappointed in you. Homurai Kai." Hinata turned her head away to avoid Minato's gaze, but her tone still sounded defiant. "Shut up, don't tell me what to do." Meanwhile, Ruka and her sister just defeated the demon general. Rui frowned and muttered, "Looks like we've taken down all the monsters nearby." Ruka nodded softly and replied, "The noble sorcerers, except for the leader, have been defeated." Dian saw that all of his men had been defeated and immediately looked grim. "I never thought they would be this strong." At the same time, Minato and Shizuku leaned on each other. Shizuku slowly spoke, "Kusanagi, from now on I will fight alongside you." Minato chuckled and said, "That's a relief." Just then, a figure appeared from afar, and it was Tusiru. He coldly said, "Looks like the party is reaching its climax. Should I lend a hand?" Seeing him, Ruka and her sister were immediately panicked, but Akudo was very happy and reached out. "What are you doing?" "Stay away from my father." Akudo shrugged indifferently and smirked, saying, "You're such obedient girls. Tell them which side he's on." The Ruka sisters seem to have guessed something but still can't believe it and shake their heads, saying, "No way. Is our father on their side? If you dare insult my father, I won't forgive you." But Tusiru disappointed them all. He took a deep breath and firmly declared, "I am an ally of the noble mages." In the eyes of the two sisters, Du had become hopeless, and they whispered in disbelief, "No, that's not true, right? It can't be." He suddenly burst out laughing. Akudo proudly spoke. "During the bombing, I thought Tiru had betrayed us, but the truth was different. Even though I was exiled from the noble mages, the connection between us was never broken. The noble wizards control the surface world, while Black Rebellion aims to dominate the underground, all to ensure the noble wizards rule the world." Tusiru added, "But because of the Dark Wizard, Black Rebellion was destroyed." Information about the affiliated organizations also began to be uncovered. Not only the noble mages, but the government, financial circles, police, and many other organizations also got involved. Akudo laughed and said, "So they decided to abandon Black Rebellion. A truly cruel decision, right? Like a god removing its tail, I thought I would be abandoned like that too." Tusiru coldly said this allowed the police to gain a better reputation, and the connection with them was kept hidden, leading to the noble mages and FMT forming an alliance naturally. At this point, Akudo burst into laughter again. revealing that all of Japan had been deceived by the noble mages. Jin, standing nearby, couldn't hold back and said, "The noble mages haven't changed at all over the years. After many long years, some fools still misunderstand the true purpose of the noble mages." Minato suddenly remembered the butler who had accused Jin earlier. "No way. This isn't true. Tell me it's a lie, Dad, just like before." "Dad is investigating the secret, right, Dad?" Tiru shook his head faintly and replied coldly, "I have never changed. I am a pure, noble mage. I have no intention of betraying my allies." Hungering to bite my lip, Du whispered in despair, "So has my father always been my enemy all along?" Ruka feels the same. No one can accept their father, whom they have always respected, collaborating with the villains. At this moment, Minato slowly approaches. "You speak coldly, questioning, I just can't understand this. Why are you protecting the noble mages? They oppress others and only pursue their own interests. Are people like them truly worthy of being called nobles? Be silent." But Minato didn't listen and shouted loudly, "I know you love your daughter. That's why you tested me and kept them away from you." Tsuchiru bit his lip fiercely, grinding his teeth as he denied, "That's not true. That's the truth." Minato snorted coldly and shouted, "What made you become like this?" Tsuchiru, on the other hand, could no longer hear and shouted in anger, "I told you to be quiet." Ruka and her sister had truly lost hope in their father, but Tsuchiru didn't care much. He unleashed his magic power, and the others quickly followed. Tiru coldly said, "I've had enough of your nonsense. I will kill all of you and restore the noble wizarding world." Seeing that, Minato felt helpless and coldly scolded this stubborn old man. Immediately after, both Minato and the members behind him released their magic power, ready to fight. A confrontation between SMT, the noble mage world, and demons, this will truly be a fierce battle. Meanwhile, in the sky, Hifumi continues to absorb the mana of the catastrophe. Immediately, Hinata summoned an attack spell. A blazing fire of wood and flames erupted, spreading rapidly over a large area. Minato quickly used wind magic to dodge, and Ruka's group was no exception. They didn't want to be burned by the flames. It's just that this time the flames separated Minato from everyone else, and I wonder if they're okay. But I don't have time to worry. Hinata, Riku, and a group of demon kings have surrounded him. Riku spoke seriously. "Let's keep going. The second round begins. This time Minato doesn't need to hide anymore." He coldly said, "I won't hold back, okay?" At the same time, Akuto and Jin faced off against Sugo, Karin, Ryuji, and Shizuku. Jin muttered in frustration, "Fighting with these side characters is so boring I could die." Akuto scoffs coldly, saying, "You weaklings, just die already." This angered Sugo's group, who retorted angrily, "You're the ones who are the extras. You'll regret looking down on us. Don't be arrogant." The weak ones sneer coldly before unleashing their 8th level wind magic to attack. Ryuji also refused to back down and shouted loudly, "Too slow!" then began casting his magic. A giant boulder quickly crashes down from the sky. With a boom, Jin's tornado is crushed. Jin muttered in frustration, "This is such a hassle." Akuto glared at him and shouted, "Don't let those weaklings beat you." "Be quiet, earth magic is my nemesis. Look at me and learn. With anti-magic gear that can dispel this magic, resistance is no longer an issue. What a waste of bullets, but I guess I have no choice. All of you will die." As he finished speaking, he raised his gun to shoot, but before he could pull the trigger, 2 streams of magic shot into his hand, causing the gun to drop to the ground. Shizuku loudly shouted, "Anti-magic gear is just a tool. I'll show you that if you let go, you won't be able to use it anymore." Akuto furiously frowned, grinding his teeth and glaring at Shizuku. At this moment, Jin shouted fiercely, "Damn it! Then there's no reason to hold back anymore." Akuto also roared wildly, "Die under my full magic power." Seeing that, Karin snorted coldly and said, "I won't let you do that. I'll also use my full strength here." Ryuji, feeling excited, smiled and said, "Finally, it's my time to shine." On the other hand, Shizuku was a bit worried. The amount of magic power was incredible. It seemed like they had some plan, so she better support them right now. Thinking quickly, Shizuku swiftly threw the magic stones from her hand. She would compensate for her huge magic power with this anti-magic equipment. In an instant, the crystals suddenly glowed brightly, and Sugo and Rui's bodies erupted with mana. "Karin here also isn't idle," she immediately shouted. "I will grant you holy attribute." As soon as her words finished, a radiant light enveloped their bodies and confidence quickly appeared in their eyes. Ryuji happily said, "With this we can win." Watching this scene, Jin was furious and shouted loudly, "Die, you stupid fools!" Immediately after, a pink space portal was created. At the same time, Akudo also summoned some death gods. He snorted coldly, sinking into the darkness. Weaklings. Ryuji dared not slack off and quickly used magic to defend. Sugo also didn't stay idle, summoning swordlight to strike down. And in an instant, the space holes of the two others were engulfed by lightning. Immediately after, the death gods were also pierced by swordlight and killed. A fierce battle is unfolding among the four of them, each determined to bring the other down. After a moment, the swordlight pierced through both space-time portals and then directly stabbed, piercing the body of a death god. Jin is also affected, and he screams in pain. Akudo, the one who summoned the death gods, is also the one bearing the heaviest lightning. The crackling sounds kept passing by him, and at the same time, Sugo's group also tiredly retreated. Ryuji started to complain, "I really have reached my limit." Sugo also sighed and said, "I am out of magic power." It wasn't long before Akudo and Jin got up from the wreckage. Jin muttered through clenched teeth, "Damn it, I didn't expect us to be pushed this far." Seeing this, Shizuku couldn't help but panic. "How are you still able to move?" Karen also couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "So they managed to stand up again." Although Akudo and the others could still stand, they had used too much magic and ran out of magic resistance gear. "The damage is too severe. Maybe we should wait and see what the Sugo group plans to do next." At the same time, Shizuku has also used up her magic resistance gear and doesn't have much mana left. The consequences of neglecting training have finally caught up. Only Karin still has magic power, but she wants to avoid wasting it on healing. She's not good at fighting anymore either. Karen thinks that at this point it's best to just observe. Meanwhile, in the battle between the two sisters Ruka, they are fighting against their father. Both sides are using water magic, with waves crashing wildly against each other, then dissolving and disappearing. Tusuru showed no mercy at all, creating a giant water sphere and throwing it. Rui looked up, panic in his eyes as the water sphere rushed toward him. At this moment, Chloe ran over and pushed her away, then was struck by the giant water sphere. The two sisters immediately rushed over in panic. Chloe was badly injured and fell into a coma. The two siblings sighed in relief that she was only unconscious, while Tusuru coldly watched this scene, murmuring indifferently. A look of anger appears in Yuka's sister's eyes as they both shout loudly, "We won't forgive you even if you're our father and hurt our comrades. Are you serious, father? I already said from the beginning." They declared fiercely, "We will respond seriously too. We will surpass our father right here. The new magic we developed, we will unleash all our magic power." Immediately afterward, they combined their powers to cast a spell. An 11th level magic appeared, and a barrage of ice shards began to fly. Tusuru also refused to back down, using his level 11 magic to fight back. Chaos and a barrage of ice shards clashed in an instant. The two sisters, Juka, bite their lips slightly, trying to maintain their magic power. Teru on this side is not doing much better. Although his magic power was greater, he was not in a dominant position at this moment. Ruka's sister and brother shouted fiercely, "We can't lose until we hear the truth from our father." Immediately after both of their magic powers erupted, the ice bones seemed to be empowered, charging fiercely and tearing through the chaos in an instant. Fragments of ice and bone pierced straight into Tusuru's back, causing him to fall directly to the ground. Seeing this, let out a sigh of relief. "We won." Rua also muttered with pursed lips, "We have defeated our father, but they show no sign of joy." It wasn't long before Tusuru shakily stood up. He muttered through clenched teeth, "Not yet. Yuka's sisters are still frightened. Even after enduring our strongest magic attack, he still stands firm. Truly, our father." While the two of them were still marveling, Teru cast a spell again. Dua immediately spoke up to advise him, "Please stop, Dad. I don't want to fight anymore." Ruka also tried to persuade him to turn back. A family killing each other like this would make Mother very sad. When mentioning his wife, Tusuru suddenly hesitated and then let go, but at the same time Akudo had somehow arrived at their battlefield. Seeing Tusuru let go, a flash of anger appeared in his eyes. Then he saw the gun lying nearby. So Akudo charged like a gust of wind and grabbed the gun, shouting wildly, "Die, cowards." With that, Akudo fired his gun at Ruka and her sister. Fresh blood splattered in an instant, covering both sisters. They were terrified but felt no pain, because the person shot was Tusuru, not them. Ruka and her sister quickly ran to support him. They cry in pain and sorrow. "Why is this happening? Dad, why is this happening?" Akudo still hasn't let go of the gun, speaking coldly. "You are truly stubborn in a way that's hard to bear." At this moment, Shizuku couldn't hold back anymore and shouted loudly, "I won't allow you to hurt anyone else." In an instant, before Akudo could fire again, her magic struck his hand, causing the gun to fall. Akudo clutched his aching wrist, gritting his teeth as he cursed, "Worthless and weak." Tusuru, dazed from the bullet wound, is contemplating whether he has truly tried to do something, even if it means making his daughters cry in pain. It wasn't until this moment that he realized he had been wasting his time. Tusuru was born a noble mage and was raised as a magical aristocrat. Tusuru believed that the noble mages were the ultimate beings. Magic users had been exploited by humans to change the world. They waited and searched for strength to rise up. That is the duty of the noble mages. After the Great Disaster, the noble mages were able to take control of Japan. But because those who misuse magic are followers of Ichikami Minato, and due to the schemes of influential figures, the noble mages could not hold power over Japan. Since he was young, Tusuru had trained in all those skills to control the ignorant people and to stand at the top. He was chosen as the clan leader and was arranged a marriage to preserve the bloodline of the noble mage. The leader chose a wife for Tusuru, and that day was the first time he met his bride. It was just a political marriage, no different from an arranged union. That's what Tiru thought until the day he met Juji. She is a strange person. She openly shows her true feelings. Juji is stubborn like a child and always wants Tusuru to hold her hand, but it doesn't take long before he starts to find these moments truly comforting. Someone like Tusuru, who always pays attention to matters related to the wizard nobility and laws, doesn't see that as a problem. Juji is the first person Tusuru truly loved, and later on he gained two more precious people in his life, his daughters Ruka and Jika. But Tiru is a noble wizard, and he needs to prepare for the inevitable battles ahead. So at that time, he worried about whether he should involve his wife and daughters in this war or not, making them bear the burden of saving lives. His beloved family could die. Just thinking about it made Tusuru feel afraid, and then that fear transformed into something else. Juji fell ill with a serious disease. Before she passed away, she told Tusuru to take good care of their two daughters and always love them. At that moment, Tusuru agreed with her. With those final words, Juji passed away peacefully, as if she had found peace. But Tiru couldn't keep his promise to Juji. Without her, he didn't know how to love his daughters. He is the leader of the wizard nobility, raised to believe that rules are absolute. Inside Tusuru, the law and love for his two daughters are in conflict. And amidst those life currents, his daughter joined FMTI, the enemy of the wizard aristocrats. The wizard noble blood within Tusuru and his fatherly love, he truly didn't know which side to choose. And in the end, everything turned out like this. Tusuru did not betray the noble mages or Japan to fight his daughter, but in the end, he also took the bullet for his daughter. Reflecting on the past and what he has done, Tusuru's usually emotionless face rarely shows signs of loss. He weeps bitterly. "I cannot love you fully, I'm sorry." Ruka's sisters also started to cry uncontrollably. Tusuru fell into a coma from excessive blood loss. Yuka's two sisters were overwhelmed with panic and hurriedly shook him to wake him up. Karn saw that and ran over to treat Tusuru, trying to comfort Juka and Yuka. "He'll be fine, he's just unconscious." Holy light instantly enveloped Tusuru, beginning to heal the wound on his chest. Seeing that he was fine, the Juka sisters stepped forward and shouted, "You dared to hurt my father. I will not forgive you." Akudo and Jin showed no mercy, coldly stating, "You're just weaklings with no magic power left. It's time to end this." In the eyes of the Du sisters, hatred now burned fiercely, their voices filled with deadly intent. This is where the mage nobles will meet their end. We will avenge our father right here. Meanwhile, in Minato's battle, he is now surrounded by Hinata and Riku. Hinata rushes wildly towards Minato, putting all his strength into a kick. Although he caught himself with his hands, Minato still slid across the ground and fell into the circle of demon kings. It seemed that all of them cast magic attacks on Minato at the same time, and they didn't stop, continuously throwing punches, and in an instant the ground was destroyed by them. Hinata stands outside, frowning in doubt as he watches this scene. Has he died yet? Riku couldn't believe it and shouted, "No way, he's still safe and sound." Just as he said, Minato managed to block the Demon King's punch. He smirked and said that was a pretty good hit. The more Hinata looked, the more terrified she became. How could he be completely unharmed like this? Riku also muttered in confusion, "This is impossible for an ordinary person." Minato paid no attention to their reactions, frowning as he muttered to himself, "We need to reduce their numbers a bit." As soon as he finished speaking, he leapt into the air and delivered a punch that shattered one Demon King. Another tried to grab Minato but failed. Minato sneered and began casting a spell, as the radiant holy light swiftly descended, turning all the Demon Kings into dust. This scene shocked Hinata, and she exclaimed in disbelief, "Don't joke. There's even a Demon King here. There's no way you can defeat him so easily." Hinata said that their magic power had surpassed 1 million thanks to catastrophic magic, and they had reached the level of Ichikami Minato. So, What exactly is that power of Minato? Minato snorted coldly in disdain after hearing this. That information must be wrong. There's no way Ichikami Minato could be that weak. So what about your teammates then? Ruka and Jueika are exhausted and panting. They kept complaining, I can't move, is this our limit? Sugo's group was the same, their bodies no longer obeying, and their magic power was also depleted. Seeing this, Akuto laughed triumphantly. Ha ha, this is the fate of the weak and arrogant. You're finished, Jin also shouted loudly. Die all of you, you're blocking the way. But at this moment, Minato suddenly appeared behind Jin and Akuto. He coldly asked, What are you planning to do with my teammate? Hinata couldn't help but panic and turn to look back. Since when? Ignoring their reactions, Minato snorted coldly and said, You're too arrogant. Then he kicked both of them directly, causing them to fly dozens of meters away. The Sugo team saw him and couldn't help but feel relieved. Ruka hesitated and said, Sorry for being a burden. Minato declined to comment and calmly said, Everyone has come this far, well done, the rest let me handle it. Fearing being involved, he once again took off. To stared in confusion and asked anxiously, Will Minato be okay? Ruka slightly furrowed her brow and said, I can't imagine him losing. The Sugo group also watched eagerly, hoping for Minato. The future of Japan is in your hands. You must win. Shizuku frowned slightly, only hoping that Minato would return safely. Over here, Minato has run up to the noble mages. He coldly states, The noble mages are all gathered here. All four of them stared at him with eyes full of emotion. Akuto shouted in fury, I will tear you apart. I will smash you to pieces. Do you dare to trample on our noble mages? On the contrary, Hinata was only a little annoyed and confidently said, Even you can't defeat 4 noble mages. Riku drew his sword and coldly said, I'll end you here. Minato paid no attention to their threats at all, beckoned with a smile and said, Stop talking nonsense. Charge at me. The 4 noble mages immediately launched their attack. Minato easily dodged their attacks, but before long a tornado swept in. He quickly used magic to dispel it. Before he could catch his breath, Hinata and Riku charged at him simultaneously. Minato dared not relax. Remaining calm, Akuto outside was very displeased and quickly drew his gun to shoot, cursing Minato non-stop. But Minato swiftly created a protective shield outside and couldn't do anything to him. At this moment, Minato suddenly sat down, and a series of magic circles appeared on the ground. In an instant, pillars of stone emerged from beneath the earth, quickly rising up, accompanied by flames below. The 4 noble magicians were all knocked back. Hinata exclaimed in disbelief, Rank 12 fire and earth magic combo. The ground disappeared, and her body slammed down hard. She tremblingly sat up, unable to help but marvel as all the noble mages were defeated in an instant. Minato slowly approached them, calmly saying, I was a bit surprised too. Maybe I lost control a little. Akuto glared at Minato in frustration, while Jin kept clutching his head and screaming. Monster, a real monster. Hinata finally gives in, sighing helplessly. It's impossible to win. How could they possibly win against a terrifying monster like Minato? Hinata reluctantly lowered his head, unable to face him. Minato didn't care. He looked up at Hifumi in the sky. The noble wizard had been defeated. Now it was his turn. But at this moment, Hifumi suddenly burst out laughing triumphantly. It was too late. Only his entire body was covered by a stream of blood-red magic energy, and a deep, guttural sound echoed accordingly. Summoning a demon lord requires a huge amount of magic power. If I absorb all of that into myself, what do you think will happen? Not long after, from within that blood-colored cocoon, a set of claws emerged, followed by Hifumi's entire body. But the scene in front of everyone below caused them to panic. The Dew sisters shouted, No way! What is this? Minato's face instantly darkened. Hifumi now has monster-like hands and a pair of wings growing from her back. Ryuji, also panicked, muttered, What is this monster-like thing? What is happening? Shizuku was just as worried, muttering in disbelief, It can't be happening. Muhai calmly descended from the sky, coldly saying, I have to admit I was surprised. I didn't expect to turn into a monster, but the feeling is truly amazing. Hifumi doesn't hate it. Minato narrowed his eyes and asked coldly, Is this what you want? Are you so eager to become stronger that you have to turn yourself into a monster? Hifumi replied calmly, I no longer care about being human. My magic power has easily surpassed 10 million. I have even surpassed Ichikami Minato. At this moment, a trembling figure approached, Hinata, weakened but still struggling to move forward, constantly muttering, Dad, I tried my best like you said. even if I was sent away as an adopted child. Hinata, while pouring out her feelings, approached Hifumi and finally hugged his leg, crying loudly. She even fought Kusanagi, was very scared, but she did her best and begged her father to forgive her, to acknowledge her. "Shut up," Hifumi snapped, then pushed her away, but luckily Minato rushed over to catch Hinata, who, despite being in a daze, kept muttering questions. "Dad, why? Why is this happening?" Minato helplessly looked at the person in his arms. He finally understood the reason why. Minato quickly carried Hinata to safety and set her down. He handed her over to Dua and instructed her to take care of Homarai. She didn't want to, who would want to take care of their enemy, but in the end she still nodded in agreement. "I understand now." Minato's actions anger Hifumi. He snorted coldly in disdain, defending the weak, truly a hypocrite. Why not just abandon the useless ones? Minato narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice, "She's your daughter, right? Don't you have any conscience left?" Hifumi replied without hesitation. "No." A look of disappointment appears in Minato's eyes as he loudly shouts, "Are you okay?" Mu suddenly laughed out loud. Hifumi excitedly said, "No, I have ascended. I have surpassed Ichikami Minato. I have become an entity equal to a god. He is already dead." Hifumi snorted coldly and said, "Yes, he is dead. Dead for protecting worthless weaklings. Although he stands above me and says he will wait for evil to be purged, he still died. He said he couldn't forgive Minato for winning and then leaving, so he had to surpass you." Hifumi grew more confident as he spoke. "I am the ultimate being. All other magic is useless, truly arrogant." Minato snorted coldly, unleashing all the magic power within his body. Hifumi paid no attention, laughing maniacally. "Arrogance is the privilege of the strong." Immediately afterward, he cast a spell, and a series of dark illusions rushed toward Minato. Seeing this, Vuka's group behind immediately panicked. "Level 14? No way, I didn't even need to cast a spell." Minato remained completely calm. "You calmly cast level 14 magic, and a wall of ice appeared." The dark illusions seeped into the ice wall, which quickly cracked and then shattered, sending shards flying toward Hifumi. But he still stood there arrogantly, not avoiding at all, and when they flew in front of him, they were blocked by dark energy swirling around him. Hifumi now dismissively spoke, "A magic that is interesting but dull." Hearing this, Minato couldn't help but sneer. "Then I will be more diverse next time." Sugo and his men behind watched the battle between the two, their eyes filled with disbelief. They kept murmuring, "What kind of battle is this? No way a human could win against something like that." But the two sisters Yuka have great faith. They believe that if it's Minato, he can win. But at this moment, Shizuku suddenly shouted in shock. Impossible that it could be. Du, hearing this, asked in surprise, "What's going on?" Mrs. Tagami. Shizuku trembles as she points ahead and whispers, "Kusanagi is in the middle of the battle, and Minato is now forced into a defensive stance." He kept creating shields to protect himself, while Hifumi's attacks kept rushing towards Minato. He dared not slack off and created a level 14 shield to defend, but Hifumi's assaults still continued relentlessly. Minato's shield kept wavering and was destroyed shortly after. Minato had to fend for himself. This scene caught Du's eye, making her panic. Ruka also couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes. Minato was really being pushed back, and he even had wounds on his body. Fortunately, Minato has healing magic, and the wounds on his body disappeared very quickly. Hifumi looked down from above with disdain and said, "You're too weak. Have you run out of magic just in this battle?" Before Minato could reply, the Du sisters hurriedly shouted, "Minato will lose? That can't be true." All three Sugo members also spoke with confidence, each one believing that Minato would never lose to anyone else. "Kusanagi will definitely win. The only one worried right now is Shizuku." She muttered in panic, "Why didn't I realize sooner? We have been too cruel." Everyone looked at her in confusion. Shizuku softly muttered, "He always seemed confident, always said everything would be fine. He always said just leave it to Mia." He kept saying that to reassure us, to reassure everyone. But Minato is also just a human being. He's only a person, like the rest of them. Her words left everyone stunned, and a fleeting look of sadness appeared in Duka's eyes. They have relied on Minato too much. They thought they always trusted him, but in reality they were just pushing everything onto him. Minato's back was too far away for anyone to touch without noticing, and no one realized how much he had been hurt. No one realizes how you protected them. Seeing this, everyone begins to feel guilty. Ryuji angrily scolded himself. "I am a terrible person." Sugo quickly followed suit. "And Japan as a whole is like that." Shizuku hurriedly said, "If we don't believe in that, everyone will feel uneasy. That's why he always smiles like that. He shows confidence." "It's always been like that, but I never noticed." And then she burst into tears right there on the spot. Du also tearfully looked at Minato and called out loudly, "Minato." Hearing the sound, he turned back and saw everyone with tears in their eyes looking at him. Minato smiled softly and confidently said, "I won't lose." As soon as he finished speaking, Hifumi charged forward, coldly saying, "You will die here." Minato's eyes involuntarily narrowed in surprise, but before Hifumi could strike, Minato dodged, though he continued to thrust, muttering, "Too slow." Minato didn't dare to slack off and quickly dodged. Thus, the two of them fell into a stalemate. Hifumi constantly attacks fiercely with great momentum, while Minato only defends and then counterattacks when the opportunity arises. At this moment, you have summoned level 13 magic, and the endless magic bullets are wildly firing. The number is too great for Hifumi to avoid, so he has no choice but to take them all. This made him furious, shouting angrily, "Do you dare mock me?" As he finished speaking, a shield of dark energy appeared to block him. Minato couldn't help but frown. "Are you talking about automatic magic?" "You are truly persistent." "Huh," Humi said coldly. "That was supposed to be my question, but now it's over. Your magic power is almost gone." Minato narrowed his eyes at him, saying nothing. Seeing that, Hifumi sneered, "The match ends here. It seems the time has come." Hifumi frantically summons magic, shouting loudly, "You will die here by the highest level magic I have created." Minato slightly furrowed his brow and muttered, "I guess I have no choice but to give it my all." At this moment, a level 15 spell was cast, and the dark energy turned into furious arrows rushing toward Minato. Minato also refused to back down, activating the Holy Divine spell level 15, and in an instant, the holy light energy engulfed the area. The holy light charged toward the dark arrows. "It's like it's gliding on the wind. Those arrows can't stop it at all." Seeing the holy light envelop him, Hifumi couldn't help but panic, but it was too late. He was knocked away. Minato gasped for breath as he sat on the ground, his body slightly weakened. Ruka looked on in confusion and muttered, "Are we really defeated?" But Hifumi stood up from the rubble, laughing triumphantly. "Not yet. I can still move. Even after using such powerful magic, I still have strength. Just look at this boundless, magical power." Minato also stands up now, speaking coldly. "That's enough." Hifumi glared at Minato, sneered coldly, and spoke, "Are you begging for your life now? So you're just an ordinary mage after all." Then he cast his magic, looked up and laughed loudly. "The destructive power of magic is truly terrifying. I will surpass Kusanagi Minato and Ichikami Minato and become a god. Minato is truly helpless against him." You quickly said, "Can't you see that you've already reached your limit?" Hifumi was stunned, only then realizing something. His body is starting to crack open. Hifumi shouted in panic, "What's happening?" Moreover, his body keeps burning. Minato said slowly, "If you try to force more magic power, your container will shatter." That's obvious. Hifumi couldn't believe what he was seeing. "Did you know from the beginning?" "Yes." Minato casually nodded in acknowledgement. Hifumi was not convinced. He muttered in frustration, "I almost surpassed Ichikami Minato. Then why did I fail? The only one I should have lost to is Ichikami. Only him." Hearing this, Minato couldn't help but sigh. "Because I am dead, I have caused you pain. I told you to wait." That made Hifumi confused. "What are you talking about?" Minato whispered softly, filled with sorrow. "I'm sorry," Mum whispered. Hifumi suddenly saw an old acquaintance in Minato's eyes. He couldn't believe it and shouted, "You can't be. You can't be." About 50 years ago, in Ichikami Minato's memorial hall, there was a very lonely figure. Hifumi couldn't believe his eyes, trembling as he muttered, "Why did you have to die? Why do you look so peaceful?" Minato was already lying down after the great disaster. Seeing his pain, Shizuku went to comfort him. Ichikami fought tirelessly for everyone, then let him rest now. Hifumi didn't listen, forcefully pushed her away and shouted angrily, "Stop it, don't bother me." Then he ran to Minato's coffin and cried out loud, "Ichikami is still alive. It's just that the healers are useless. He can still come back." "What are you doing? You can't use holy magic, and even if you do, Ichikami has already." But before he could finish speaking, the holy magic in Hifumi's hand appeared. Shizuku was even more frightened. He wasn't allowed to use it. But Hifumi didn't listen and kept using holy magic on Minato, crying out nonstop, "Come back to life, Ichikami." But before long, Hifumi's movements came to a halt because someone ran over and grabbed his hand. Hifumi refused to accept it, struggling fiercely. "I will not forgive you. The useless half-breeds have killed Ichikami." He started to scream and curse wildly. Hifumi shouted like a madman, "You useless fools! Ichikami died because of your weak and incompetent selves. Only the exceptional mages are needed. I will change this broken world. I will surpass Ichikami Minato." Shizuku couldn't help but feel heartbroken seeing this. Ichikami Minato's death left an enormous loss for Hifumi, and since then he has trained tirelessly dedicating every day to honing his skills. Hifumi maximized his position, creating a magical aristocracy, then expanded his influence into politics and finance, controlling the information fed to the ignorant masses and monopolizing knowledge and technology. Hifumi trained tirelessly but still fell short of Ichikami Minato. So, because of Hifumi's foolish pride, he even forged false information about Ichikami Minato. He turned his shame into anger and continued to train himself for that promise, for the vow to surpass Minato. So he has lived for Minato. No matter how many times he falls, Hifumi will always get back up. He wanted to surpass Minato, to become stronger than him and stand beside him as they walked together. Hifumi lived in that illusion, until one day a familiar hand reached out before him. It's the figure of the old friend he dreamed of every night. Ichikami Minato. He reached out to Hifumi, wanting to support him. Hifumi had never actually hated Minato. He only admired him. That's why he wants you to stay alive. And now, Hifumi's wish has come true. A new Ichikami Minato is truly standing before him. Hifumi trembles as he reaches out to grasp the arm of his former comrade. But at this moment, a stream of black blood suddenly gushed out. Hifumi's eyes widened in shock, his face showing pain. Minato was caught off guard by this scene. Someone had pierced Hifumi's chest, and the other hand was grabbing the spirit stone in front of him and pulling it out. Hifumi's body collapsed helplessly. Duka trembled as he watched this scene, unable to believe, and shouted, "Why are you so frightened?" The reason is that Chloe was the one who attacked. Duka could never have imagined this. At the same time, Hinata also woke up, but the scene before her made her heart ache. Hinata frantically shouted and ran to stop him. Minato couldn't accept this either, and, unable to hold back, rushed forward and punched Chloe in the face. But she had a shield on her face to block the blow. She sneered and said hitting women is the most despicable act. Hinata hurriedly runs to Hifumi's side, her eyes filled with worry. Minato narrowed his eyes and questioned Chloe. "What are you planning to do?" "This is what I want to do." The Death Shadow has begun its attack. Its main targets are Hifumi and his son, but Minato won't let her have that chance. You cast a stacking spell. A layer of bone ice formed in front of Minato. Tuon rages into it and then explodes, knocking back the three people behind Minato. Minato is fine, but Hinata and Hifumi are not so lucky. You hurriedly used magic to catch them, pushing the two of them toward Ruka's group in the back. At that moment, Chloe laughed triumphantly. Finally, this moment had arrived. As soon as she finished speaking, she swallowed the gem, and in an instant, a massive surge of magic erupted. It enveloped Chloe's body and then continuously spread through the air. Minato quickly turned away to avoid being affected. Before long, a figure appeared inside the aura, with a spirit stone on their forehead. At this moment, Ruka's group couldn't stop trembling, as if their bodies were being crushed by an invisible force. Chloe's evil voice echoes again. "I have waited and waited for a very long time. 50 years have passed." And finally, the moment she had been waiting for arrived. Sugo's face was extremely grim. They seem unable to believe their eyes because Chloe's entire body has completely transformed. It grew enormous, with purple spirit stones overflowing with magical power on its body. Even Hinata and Shizuku couldn't believe their eyes. They nervously muttered, "This is impossible." Chloe's current form is that of a demon god? Minato naturally recognized this form. While everyone was still bewildered, Chloe suddenly unleashed her magical power. Its power is too great, causing Ruka's group to be unable to withstand it. Before long, they all collapsed to the ground. Even those far away can feel such terror, but not to the extent of Ruka's group, and inside the city, the residents suddenly become desperate. The endless cries of despair echo out as the demon god laughs loudly, and all of Japan is consumed by despair. Can you hear it? The screams of humans. And then she looked at Minato and called Ichikami. "Minato, is that you?" Minato was stunned immediately when called by this name. The demon god sneered and continued, "I knew for sure the moment I touched your hand that you are Ichikami Minato. That's why she infiltrated SMT, gathered all kinds of information, gained everyone's trust, and made them believe foolishly." Minato frowned and fiercely questioned after hearing this. "Your suspicious behavior and that disaster magic, you're the one who manipulated him, right?" The demon god shrugged indifferently and sneered. "How evil does it sound to say you pulled the strings? I was just brainwashing him." For over 50 years, the demon god gradually brainwashed Hifumi. She's like a demon. No, she is a demon. Silent disasters, the demons grow stronger, and a vast source of dark power is born. By triggering a great catastrophe, the demon god has channeled all that chaotic energy into a mortal body. Just take it, and the demon god will be resurrected. The only thing left is to kill Minato. As soon as she finished speaking, she cast a level 15 magic, and a series of dark arrows appeared and flew toward Minato. Not daring to slack off, Minato tried to cast a spell to defend himself, but his arm kept trembling. The spell couldn't be cast. The demon god chuckled triumphantly. Your magic power is almost gone. Even the great sage can't do anything when your magic runs out. Without magic, Minato can only dodge on his own. But the dark arrows kept coming, relentlessly chasing after him. Before long, Minato could no longer hold on, and was struck by an arrow. He was thrown far away, his body crashing hard onto the ground. Minato couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood, but the dark arrows still didn't stop. They continued to charge fiercely, relentlessly piercing into Minato's body. You lie there helpless, covered in wounds. Seeing this, the demon god sneered and said, just like 50 years ago you fought for others and sacrificed your life for them, you should just leave it to fate. But as soon as he finished speaking, she saw Minato's arm move slightly. The demon god was surprised and frowned. As expected, it wasn't long before Minato got up from the ground. The demon god sighed with a mix of emotion. Battered and exhausted, his magic drained to the point that even his automatic spells couldn't activate. But Minato didn't care, shouting loudly, "Answer me. What have you been doing these past 50 years and why are the demons killing people? Why did they come here? And you want to know what exactly the disaster is? Huh." The demon god sneered contemptuously and said, "Why bother asking questions in a situation like this? All right, I'm in a good mood. I'll tell you at the very end. The secret of the disaster is here." The demon god suddenly paused, then smiled softly, and immediately after, she said with a smile, "You must have already suspected too. The disaster is the phenomenon of demon beast and mana transfer, with mana moving from the demon realm to Earth. That energy is consumed and monsters appear. The more monsters that appear, the stronger the magic energy becomes. The more the mana increases, the stronger the monsters that can be summoned, and eventually the destined demon god will descend upon the Earth. But since the Earth lacks mana, only low-level monsters were initially summoned. However, once the mana reaches a saturation point, humans will also turn into monsters. Since the first disaster, the Earth should have been flooded with monsters immediately, but for some reason, humans did not turn into monsters, and mages appeared, and then the worst happened. Wizards absorb magic power, and since they do not turn into monsters, the amount of magic needed for the demon god to become powerful is not enough. Wizards are just obstacles to monsters. That is why monsters kill mages, and also start destroying humans who haven't turned into monsters. Hearing this, Minato's face immediately darkened, but the demon god paid no mind and continued speaking. The first disaster was enough, but to strengthen the magic power, each disaster had to be carried out step by step. The powerful monsters called bosses are actually reservoirs of magic power. They are monsters containing enormous amounts of magic power. Whether they live or die, their role remains unchanged. This is the true meaning of the disaster. It was initiated so that the demon god could take over the Earth. At this point, the demon god suddenly muttered in frustration, but an unexpected event occurred. Sadly, I was defeated by Minato Ichikami. The demon god endured a destructive attack, even preparing to accept death, but just before dispersing into mana, it managed to preserve its consciousness. Her magic power became weaker than that of a demon beast, and she could no longer use magic. In other words, the demon god only barely maintained her consciousness as a remnant of her magic and wandered across Japan. She has never endured such a great humiliation before. Wandering in the darkness, the demon god sensed the resonance of demonic power, and thus she met Haifumi, a being with deep darkness within, but a pure and steadfast soul. It was those cracks within her soul that allowed the demon god to infiltrate. Over time, the demon god gradually regained her power, and she continued to whisper into Hifumi's mind. His anger towards the 8 sorcerers, their self-righteous thinking, habit of blaming others, and the corruption of moral values all paved the way for the silent infiltration of mind control. In the end, Hifumi took over Japan's underground world. His weak heart still fought in despair. Sadly, he cried out for help. Hifumi repeatedly calls out Minato's name. Minato listens silently. By now, the cold air around your body has grown thicker. The demon lord sneers coldly and says, "I have regained some of my power after a long time, but I cannot reclaim the demon lord's body. To stabilize the source of magic power, I need a vessel and a huge amount of magic energy." It was then that the demon god encountered Chloe, just like Hifumi, and she felt a strong resonance of magical energy. The demon god took over Chloe's dying body and became a pet of the Mumu family. It regained some of its power, but over the 50 years, the number of demon beasts decreased. She tried to trigger a major disaster, but her magic was too weak, so only a few monsters were summoned. So the demon goddess devised a plan, gathering the monsters and forcing the disaster to occur. Once the great disaster occurs, smaller disasters will happen naturally. The major catastrophes are caused by controlling the monsters. By causing the catastrophe, the earth was flooded with mana. But that still wasn't enough for the demon god to restore her full form. She needed a denser and purer amount of mana. The human body is a vessel containing magical power, so if the demon god directly injects her magic into a human body, and if she accumulates enough intense magic to explode, she can condense it. So Hifumi was pushed to the brink of explosion, and through that she gained access to a massive source of magic power. At this point, the demon god suddenly let out a bitter laugh, and by the way, let me tell you something. The reason you are in such a desperate situation today is all part of my plan. As soon as she finished speaking, she threw her head back and laughed loudly. 50 years ago, Minato refused to abandon others, fighting on the front lines until her magic was exhausted, and she fell. You even defeated the demon god, but at the same time you also revealed your weakness, that no matter how strong you are, Minato's magic power is limited, and right now you don't even have 10,000 points of magic. The demon god seems to have avenged her old grudge, and she laughed maniacally. How pathetic, right? Yukami Minato, when I discovered you had reincarnated, I was terrified. But in the end, you still made the same mistake as before. In terms of Minato's magical power, he has almost become a form of magical creature like a beast. Even after death, he still maintains consciousness in the form of magic, and ultimately found Kusanagi Minato. In other words, Minato was also reborn, using the same method as the demon god. But at this point, even the demon god doesn't care much and coldly says, "But none of it matters anymore. I will erase every trace of your magic, and even your soul will be destroyed." Minato finally spoke in a deep voice after remaining silent all this time. Could all the past disasters be connected? The first catastrophe that changed Minato's life. The day he first saw monsters filling the sky, the day he saw mages and civilians falling one after another, and many children losing their lives in that tragedy. And in the subsequent disasters, Minato also lost many comrades, as the magical aristocracy's corruption, secret plots behind the scenes, and even monster attacks brought countless innocent lives to ruin. You want the demon god to admit it was all her doing. The demon god sneered and pouted. So what? As soon as he said that, Minato suddenly threw his head back and shouted. A layer of magic power suddenly enveloped his body, and in an instant it erupted completely. Seeing this scene, the demon god exclaimed in disbelief, "What kind of magic is this? Why is the mana pouring out like this? Your mana should be depleted by now." First, the level 15 unconscious holy magic. A stream of holy light quickly enveloped Minato. Then, that holy light began to devour his magic power. The demon god was stunned by this scene, the paired subconscious magic, full recovery combined with the ability to devour mana. What kind of demonic magic is this? But what was even more surprising was what came next. She saw Minato's magic power growing stronger and stronger, instantly jumping from 30 million to 50 million, and it kept increasing. The demon god couldn't believe his eyes, muttering through clenched lips, "Impossible." In just a moment, Minato's magic power had reached 100 million, missing only by 1 unit. You coldly said, "You have truly made me angry, demon god." The demon god was increasingly incredulous. Impossible. The only magic that absorbs all energy is destruction magic. And is that magic an unconscious magic too? Not to mention its recovery speed surpasses even destruction magic. It's not just absorbing mana. In other words, its ability to recover stamina and mana is nearing the limit of perfection. The entire area has been enveloped by infinite magic power. At the same time, outside, the two sisters do regain consciousness. Seeing this scene, Ruka panickingly shouted, "What is happening?" Du also hurriedly said, "I can feel the pressure from the energy of the demon god and more." They hadn't finished speaking when they saw a sturdy figure standing within that stream of magic energy. Ruka exclaimed in amazement, "It's Minato. What's going on?" During the battle, the demon god, furious, shouted, "How dare you use such dark magic?" Minato didn't answer immediately, walking steadily toward her. Now he coldly said, "If the events of 50 years ago happen again, then of course I will not let it happen a second time. 50 years ago, the mage forces were very scarce, and they were not prepared for the great disaster. So today, Minato increased the power of the mages, trained them, and taught them how to deal with monster disasters, while he himself pushed past his own weakness by exhausting his magic energy. You studied absorption magic, and Minato conducted a series of experiments, but using it on monsters risked being detected by the demon god, so you limited it to humans. Using it unconsciously as magic is still very difficult, but this source of your anger will make it effective." The angry demon god bites his lip and shouts in frustration, "Don't be ridiculous. Ichikam, you're rambling as if you're prepared for everything. Are you trying to prove that you know I exist here? When I was reborn, I wasn't sure yet, but I considered this possibility, so I made plans and preparations. As time went on, the truth became clearer. The moment the demon god noticed you, you also noticed her. Hearing this, the demon god roared in fury. You just want to struggle free. That's your intention. Suddenly smiling, Minato mockingly said, You're acting really badly. At this moment, the demon god had become berserk, charging fiercely at Minato. Of course, Minato didn't back down at all and quickly charged forward. With a bang, two powerful streams of magic collided. Minato continuously creates magic circles to attack the demon god. Because the magic beams are too fast, she can't escape at all. Minato didn't stop either, charging forward and quickly reaching the demon god, then delivering a kick to her. But at this moment, a dark beam shot out wildly towards Minato. Unfortunately, it hit an invisible wall and then disappeared into the air without even touching a single strand of Minato's hair. Seeing this, the demon god immediately panicked. She trembled and muttered, What did you do? What did you do just now? Minato shrugged indifferently and pouted, saying, Nothing much, I was just standing here. The demon god, hearing this, became even more frantic and shouted, So tell me, is it the barrier? I won't accept this. I am the demon god of all demons, an ordinary human daring to deceive me. She seems like a madwoman. Shaking her head repeatedly in denial, then the demon god looked up to the sky and roared. She shouted fiercely, I won't accept this. At this moment, a group of demon kings appeared and surrounded Minato, but he was not afraid at all, standing calmly there. No matter what they wanted to do, he just needed to stay inside the shield. At this moment, the demon kings cast their magic. In an instant, a barrage of magical beams shot towards Minato, but couldn't harm him at all. Meanwhile, Minato unleashed infinite magic bullets, causing each demon king to fall one after another. In an instant, there were no demon kings left around Minato. The demon god roared in recovery, disappear now and then the dark arrows went crazy. Minato quickly dodged as the demon god created large magic circles. In an instant, a series of magic circles appeared above her head. The chaotic magic power emitted from them then transformed into a multicolored sphere rushing down from the sky. Minato finally begins to fight back, unleashing the level 15 ultimate magic called Apocalypse Fury. Immediately, a giant elephant appeared, grabbing the multicolored sphere and crushing it into clouds of smoke. Minato lands safely on the ground without any injuries, while the demon god is in utter panic, unable to believe what he sees. Can you block all ninefold divine spells so easily? Is Minato really human? The more she thought about it, the more she couldn't accept it, and the demon god roared wildly, If you like Ish, you surpass me as a demon god. That's impossible. If you do, I will definitely go further than you. As soon as she finished speaking, she absorbed the remaining demonic energy of the catastrophe, and in an instant, the demonic power crazily flowed into the demon god's body. Before long, her body was overflowing with demonic energy. Without hesitation, the demon god began casting a spell. She laughed triumphantly. The highest spell Ichikami Minato can use is 15. I reached 16. Immediately after, a level 16 dark magic was cast, and a terrifying black aura began to cover the skies of Japan. Minato remains calm and stands there, coldly smiling as he says, Let's go for level 17. As soon as he finishes speaking, Minato begins casting his magic. A divine spear shining with golden light appeared and directly pierced through the dark aura. With a deafening explosion, a catastrophic blast shattered the darkness, and the sacred spear continued its relentless charge towards the demon god, piercing through her upper body and causing her to roar in fury. You can't do anything. The sacred spear has gone mad and charged forward. Before long, the demon lord's body was like a torn kite falling down. But she still stubbornly cast her magic, and then rushed in front of Minato to attack. Unfortunately, Minato was quicker and hit the demon god with a continuous mushroom blast, causing her to fall to the ground. Minato glared at the demon god and coldly said, Your disaster magic is not complete. It has too many flaws and its magic absorption speed is too slow. That's why you only use it on fools, right? Why? How can you see through so much? What kind of monster are you? Minato smiled unconsciously and calmly said, I am the great sage. I am the one who knows everything. The demon god grew increasingly unwilling, screaming wildly, then charged to attack Minato, but he remained unfazed, calmly saying, I'm tired of these monsters. Disappear. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of magic shot toward the demon god, piercing straight through her. Until she disappeared, the demon goddess still couldn't understand why she lost to a mere human. How could a person not only adapt to magic, but also maintain a human form? Why isn't this world corrupted? The countless questions from the demon god remained unanswered, but she quickly realized it was because Minato was here, capable of wielding magic far beyond even the demon god, because here, humans are not corrupted by magic. Did Minato absorb the magic from Earth into his own body with that small human form or not? This world is different from the demon world. The anomaly in this small world is Minato. After the demon god was defeated, the sky over Japan returned to a bright blue. Everyone was rejoicing. The disaster was over. It seems so, damn it. All the magic aristocrats and the people of Japan poured out into the streets to celebrate, and other parts of the world had also overcome the disaster. Muscle King Eren is not too bad after all. He might survive until the disaster ends. Until the end, Sugo's group finally woke up, and the magic aristocrats slowly opened their eyes. Minato has now returned from the sky. Everyone seeing this immediately ran over excitedly. Ryuji happily said, "You defeated the demon god, right?" Sugo also cheerfully exclaimed. "In that case, the world will return to peace." The two sisters gratefully looked at Minato and said, "Thank you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to defeat the Demon King." Minato gently shook his head and replied, "It's not just my strength, it's the strength of everyone in the world. Thank you all. Yes, this victory is not just Minato's, but a testament to everyone's efforts." At that moment, a sudden sob broke the silence, startling Minato as he turned to see Hinata crying painfully beside Hifumi. "Dad, I don't want you to leave. I'm sorry for everything I've done to you. I will make it up to you. I will do anything. So please save my father." And then she bowed her head, looking extremely pitiful. Riku also opened his mouth to beg. "I want to ask you for the same. I know it's selfish, but please, I beg you." Then he also bowed his head to Minato. He narrowed his eyes at the two of them for a long moment before speaking. "Don't forget what she said. Understood? Recover and restore magical power. And then the parts that turned into monsters. Minato will use destructive magic power. With the way he's doing it now, he will be able to do everything." Thinking quickly, Minato bent down and placed his hand on Hifumi's body. In an instant, a bright light enveloped him. Seeing the wounds heal at a visible speed, the Do group behind them exclaimed in panic. Everything had returned to normal. It was a miracle. Hinata finally felt relieved and couldn't hold back her tears, crying out, "Thank you." Riku also gratefully said, "I thank you from the bottom of my heart." Minato just smiled silently. And then the days of battle came to an end. Thanks to the information from Hinata, Riku, and Tusuru, the wizard nobles and their accomplices were captured one by one. Many people were forced to cooperate through threats, and although they couldn't prove their innocence, there was a fairly high chance of reduced sentences. Hifumi regained consciousness, but lost her memory. Hinata is Hifumi's biological daughter, and as his child, she gave up her custody rights from the family. She grew up in loneliness, unaware of her father's love. However, the obsession with his father has never faded and has become distorted. Minato took the opportunity to visit Riku, and Riku told him everything. "I couldn't bear to see Hinata abandoned like that, so I pretended to be her older brother, thinking I was searching for her." He said he had also been lonely and unaware of others' warmth. Perhaps this was one-sided empathy, and he too would be haunted, until Riku realized he could no longer turn back. As he spoke, Riku bowed his head trembling and muttered, "I am a murderer. I have dragged many innocent people into tragedy, a terrible person." Minato stood up from his seat and said coldly, "Guilt will not disappear, but there are some burdens you do not have to carry. Check out today's newspaper." Then he turned and left the cell. Riku then returned to his room with a newspaper, and upon seeing the news, tears welled up in his eyes. Because the news reported that the number of casualties from this disaster was not a round figure, Riku's guilt eased a little. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Tusuru, after waking up, had changed, looking apologetic at Dua and her sister, softly saying, "I caused you both worry because of my weakness. I am sorry." Duka didn't care at all and happily said, "From now on, it's just the three of us. Let's do everything together as a family." Ruka nodded in agreement. "That's right, because we are a family." Tusuru couldn't help but be stunned as he suddenly heard Ruki's voice echoing in the wind. She smiled at him gently and softly, comforted him. "Don't make our daughter cry anymore, okay?" In just a moment, tears welled up on Tusuru's face. He bowed his head and muttered, "Yes, you are right." A month later, everything had been smoothly resolved. Everyone was having a happy ending except for Minato, who was feeling very frustrated. After returning to school, he had to face being surrounded by female students again. Not only in the classroom, but also in the hallways. Wherever he went, he was encircled. In the end, Minato couldn't resist the girls and jumped out the window to escape. But he wasn't the only one running away. Dua and her sister were with him, and the three of them looked at each other helplessly. After a while, they finally found a quiet place. Minato sighed in frustration, saying, "Honestly, just let me rest for a bit." She looked up at the sky and said with a smile, "I guess that means peace has returned." Ruka nodded in agreement, as if all the monsters had completely disappeared. Minato heard the words peace and fell into contemplation. Indeed, the demon god has been defeated, and no new monsters have appeared. But has peace truly returned? He simply doesn't know. At the same time, Yuka and her sister were quietly watching Minato, and they clearly heard the demon god call him Ichikami Minato. And your appearance also looks exactly like the great sage the two of them saw in the picture, so it means that Minato being with them is actually the great sage Ichikami. Minato died 50 years ago. While they were thinking, Minato suddenly spoke. "Then I guess I'll head to the training area. I can't rest easy until Sidhu understands what I'm thinking." The two sisters Ruka quickly snapped out of their thoughts and hurried to follow him, while elsewhere, in a dark corner, a claw was breaking free from its cocoon, hinting at a promising but cautious omen. A few months after the Great Disaster, other calamities ceased to occur, and monsters disappeared from the world. The whole world rejoiced in peace, and daily life gradually returned to stability. Everyone went back to their work, no longer living in fear. Then one day, Sugo announced shocking news to everyone. Du couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "Is the Magic Special Forces team?" Disbanding, Sugo calmly replied the main mission of the Magic Special Forces team was to deal with monsters and disasters, because those threats had disappeared. "Clearing is obvious," Du muttered with pursed lips, "so what do I mean?" "Yeah, that makes sense." But that's as far as she could go, not knowing what else to say. The members below also started whispering among themselves. "Are we really going to be evacuated after all the effort we've put in to get here?" Seeing that, Minato spoke to reassure them, "There's no need to be sad. For anything, we should be happy that peace has returned. You said that even if the team disbands, what they have built will not disappear. Everyone has grown a lot and achieved many successes. Everyone has overcome many challenges. They can thrive anywhere as long as they believe in themselves." As soon as the words were spoken, everyone below responded in unison, "Yes, sir." And so the farewell began, with them sharing their final words with each other. Then, the members of the team officially said goodbye and left. Minato's group also cheerfully bid farewell, but couldn't hold back and spoke up. "So, the Magic Special Forces team has truly come to an end." Ruka nodded softly and muttered, "That means we will go back to being students." It's just that Ryuji immediately objected, "No way, it can't happen." Thinking about being surrounded both inside and outside the classroom, Rui really would never get through that cramped class, especially now that they are so famous. When it comes to school, Minato immediately feels exhausted and shakes his head, muttering, "I don't want to go back to school either." Seeing this scene, Rui couldn't help but sigh and reflect. It seems like it affected him more than we thought. At this moment, Sugo suddenly suggested, "Maybe we should become celebrities or something? You've been followed around, right?" Before he could finish his sentence, he was met with Minato's deadly stare. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Are you serious?" Sugo broke out in a sweat and shook his head in denial. "No, sorry, I heard that everyone can complete remote courses and might get recommendations from universities. Companies around the world will want you guys. They saved the world. Now it's time to think about your own future." Minato's group was stunned to hear this. Sugo was right. On the way home, Ryuji kept muttering about it. "So, my future?" Minato glanced at him and asked, "Have you thought about what to do after graduation?" Ryuji calmly replied, "I really can't afford college. I want my mother to live comfortably, so I guess I'll find a job." Minato couldn't help but frown. "That sounds tough." He shrugged indifferently. Ryuji casually said, "Recently, I've been getting paid by the Magic Special Forces team. That kid has made my life a lot easier. My mother switched from the night shift to the day shift." Hearing that, Minato chuckled and joked, "My little brother would probably be happy too." He couldn't help but smile and cheerfully said, "That's right, every day's so much fun, you should come visit again." Then he looked at Ruka and made a suggestion. "Ruka, you too. The kids said they miss you very much." Ruka was a bit surprised, but she quickly nodded in agreement. "Yeah, I'll visit soon." Minato glanced at the Dua sisters again, asking if they had decided what to do yet. Du happily replied, "I am planning to study abroad at a magic university." Ruka also nodded in agreement. "I want to learn more about magic too." Seeing the two of them united like that, Hailong smiled, even though their father had been captured, and it must be very difficult for them. It's great that they share so much understanding between them. They happily head back home. During that time, Ruka was feeling troubled. She still hadn't had the chance to ask Minato if he really was Ichikami Minato. She also thought reincarnation was impossible, but the truth proved it could happen. Du is also thinking about the same thing, considering his knowledge, skills, manners, and strength. If Minato is Ichikami Minato, then everything makes sense. On the way, Ryuji suddenly remembered something and asked suspiciously, "So how is Kigami doing?" "The other day I visited her, she looked quite well. Since Shizuku committed her crime under threat, it seems she will only face suspension." Hearing this, Ryuji finally let out a sigh of relief, but quickly muttered gloomily, "Riku will be sentenced quite harshly." Minato frowned slightly. "You don't think so?" He slowly spoke, saying that the Noble Wizard Society had committed a serious mistake, overly worshipping elitism, which led to their failure. Ryuji couldn't help but feel helpless. He knew it was true, but wasn't very happy about it. Ruka's sisters bowed their heads silently, knowing all too well about it. Seeing their expressions, Minato let out a soft sigh and offered comfort. However, the demon god is truly behind this, and that person will probably be reconsidered. At this point, Ryuji's face reappeared with a smile. They are much more at ease, but Minato isn't. Right now his mind is filled with thousands of unresolved issues. For example, what is the demon god and what is the other world she mentioned before disappearing? Why did Hifumi become a demon-like form? And so the reason Minato was reborn might be because he was reborn through a similar method as the demon god. If that's the case, then he is a being similar to the demon god. And in the end, is Minato really human? A little while later, at Ryuji's house, Ruka is struggling to take care of the children. "Hey, I've never seen you act like that before. I told you already, you're not much better off being pinched on the cheek by a kid." Ryuji felt guilty and said, "I'm sorry. I think she's just excited because of you guys. She's more lively than usual." At this moment, Minato's phone on the table rang. He quickly picked up and answered, but because of the chubby cheeks and a slightly different tone, Sugo on the other end was confused. "Commander Agi, your voice sounds really strange." Du immediately picked up the baby and moved him away from Minato. At this moment, Minato casually asked, "What did you call me for?" Sugo hurriedly replied, telling everyone that your international wizard qualification documents have arrived. Hearing this, Minato immediately turned on the speaker so Ruka and the others could hear. Sugo on the other end of the line kept talking. "Unlike the test in Japan, this certification helps you operate in the world and is very difficult, but it seems that their achievements in the disaster have been recognized. So many new mages appeared during the disaster, and their abilities weren't appreciated, so they decided to have the mages retake the test." When Duka heard this, he was confused and asked, "Do you mean we are also considered temporary mages?" Ruka calmly spoke, "You're underage and don't have the license yet." Minato glanced at everyone and said with a smile, "This is a perfect opportunity. Let's proceed." Immediately, Du confidently spoke up, "For us, it will be as easy as pie." Ruka also nodded in agreement, saying it's nothing compared to the great disaster. Ryuji excitedly added, "Let's do it." Sugo on the other end of the line smiled and then continued, "I will send you the details. Do your best. Commander Kusanagi, you can even get into the Saint class." Minato couldn't help but frown and glance at everyone as if asking what the Wise class was. Yuka hurriedly explained, "It is the highest rank for mages. Only 6 people in the world hold it." Ruka winked and said with a smile, "To put it simply, they look like that." A few days ago, at the International Mage Association in the US, Aaron entered from outside. Looking at the people sitting at the long table, he respectfully greets them. "Thank you all for gathering here, esteemed members of the 6 Great Sages Society." As soon as those words left his mouth, one of the 6 Great Sages, Andre Grandon, shouted fiercely, "Do you dare to challenge me from afar? Do you think I am beneath you?" Another great sage named Victor Butler saw his strong reaction and couldn't help but mock him. "I really can't stand seeing someone let emotions override reason. Please save some face." Even Vaivama, a female mage, couldn't help but speak up. Less intelligent people are often easily swayed by emotions. It seems that hasn't changed even at the level of sages. That remark drove Andre crazy. He unleashed his magic, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Do you dare to look down on me?" Before he could act, a hand grabbed Andre's arm. It was Ma Farrell, a legendary mage. He coldly spoke, "Stop it." Andre refused to back down, glaring at Farrell. "You bastard, are you deliberately provoking me like that?" Enough. While everyone was making noise, a commanding voice rang out. This was Leonard Forter, one of the 6 Great Sages. He spoke coldly, saying, "The sages should not argue like this. Andre, can't you stay calm here?" Hearing Leonard's words, Andre snorted coldly, withdrew his hand, and pouted as he said, "I see. Let's ignore this fuss." The pink-haired Chrisman hesitated and asked, "We initially held a remote meeting, but is this situation okay now?" Aaron calmly explained, "The 6 sages were not required to meet face-to-face, but this time I believe a direct dialogue is necessary." Leonard frowned slightly and asked suspiciously, "Does this have anything to do with the International Mage Tournament?" Dan Mack nodded. Aeon calmly replied, "Yes, the great disaster has gradually subsided, but now there is a movement calling for a thorough review of inaccurate information related to magic. So the wizard exam being held is also part of that, right? Kusanagi-sama is another reason." Hearing this name, Leonard's face darkened. He pursed his lips and asked, "Did you prevent the great disaster in Japan? So in other words, you want us to evaluate him?" The other great sages had no problem. They were too used to this. But Aaron was different. He was gradually being pushed back. After a moment, Leonard finally spoke slowly. "Do you think reaching the level of a sage just by defeating some demon god is enough to become a sage?" Aaron furrowed his brow and replied through pressed lips, "Maybe that's just a hypothesis." Leonard snorted coldly and pouted. "I didn't expect you to say that." At this point, he waved his hand and suggested, "Well then, show me how strong Kusanagi really is." The 6 great sages had already taken notice of Minato, who quickly arrived in the United States. "So this is the United States." Ryuji looked at the bustling streets and couldn't help but marvel. Ryuji couldn't understand anything. He glanced around and exclaimed, "It's English. They're speaking English." Ruka sighed helplessly. "Well, this is America, so it's only natural." Ryuji couldn't help but feel annoyed as he observed their elegant demeanor. "Cheer up, we're abroad," Ruka pouted and replied. "Even if you say that, this isn't my first time here." Ryuji felt helpless. These people really don't understand anything. On the way here, they kept speaking English, but there must be someone like him. Just then, a few girls approached to talk to Minato, but Minato used English to refuse them. Seeing that, Ryuji quickly asked, "Do you still speak English too?" Minato casually replied, "It's okay." Ryuji couldn't help but wonder, what's up with this guy? Smart, athletic, and even powerful enough to be a monster. Are you still human? "Aren't you worried I'll think you're just underwear?" Du then suggested, "I'm planning to go back to the hotel to rest." Ruka also nodded in agreement. "Traveling far is tiring, so let's take it easy today." A few days later, at the headquarters of the International Sorcerers Association, Minato's team arrived to complete the procedures. When the tech-illiterate Minato saw the face scanner, he froze like a mechanical doll, so Dua had to guide him through it. Soon after, a card with Minato's picture was printed out. The 4 of them then entered the elevator to go upstairs. Before long, the elevator door opened, and they quickly stepped out. Many mages were already waiting here. As Minato's group entered, a barrage of eyes focused on them. The whispers and murmurs of the other mages started to spread, with hundreds of eyes fixed on them, making Ryuji feel a bit uncomfortable. He muttered confusedly, "What are you staring at so intently?" Ruka said helplessly. "Maybe because of the great disaster." At the same time, the actions of the 4 Minato were silently observed by the 6 great sages. Leonard couldn't hold back and spoke up. Not bad. Their mana levels are quite good." Krista suddenly muttered. "The true power of a mage has a huge impact on national strength because they possess abilities far beyond ordinary weapons." Leonard calmly said that these young mages will become the main force to protect their country's future. In other words, the results of this exam will not only evaluate individuals, but also be linked to each nation's standing. Vi couldn't help but frown, not ruling out the possibility of war breaking out. She involuntarily smiled, and Leonard calmly said, "However, overall, other countries besides Japan already have strict restrictions regarding magic." Vi frowned slightly, hesitating as she spoke, yet this time they organized such a large-scale exam, they should have controlled information about magic more tightly. Because magic has many similarities to military technology, but Japan took the initiative to disclose information first, so the trend has started to change. Vi looked at Minato's information on the computer for a long time, before finally reflecting that Kusanagi's wizard education theory was knowledge known in developing countries, but it had never been publicly disclosed. This is also what Leonard has been paying attention to. He speaks slowly. How he learned that remains a mystery, but he has elevated Japanese mages to the world stage and concluded that Minato is not so simple. At the same time, outside the International Mage Association's waiting hall, 4 of Minato's allies are quietly waiting. Some rowdy kid suddenly approached and loudly asked, "Are you the Kusanagi guy?" Hearing his name, Minato turned to look, and the leader angrily shouted, "Are you joking about defeating the demon god? What exactly are you up to? Does Minato have some backing behind him? Or maybe he could find out the weakness of some politician?" Seeing this guy's appearance, Minato suddenly thought of June. You frown and ask, "You're not involved with sin or anything like that, right?" The guy immediately retorts angrily, "Don't try to dodge the question." Seeing this scene, Du and his friends not only felt no worry but also a sense of nostalgia, standing outside like watching a comedy. The 3 young troublemakers didn't dare to do anything, turning to leave. But before they went, they issued a warning. "Damn it, sooner or later this will all come out. Everyone's staring at you right now." Hearing the noise, everyone's eyes indeed turned this way. Minato sighed helplessly. Oh man, this is getting complicated, but it seems like this could also be interesting. Just then, a girl with pink hair and a face that's both innocent and serious entered, and a moment later, Eren came in from outside, loudly commanding everyone to sit down. Seeing him, Ruka's group immediately panicked. It turns out the U.S. military is in charge of the exam. While they were still confused, Eren stepped onto the podium and announced, "I will explain the exam now. I will only say this once, so please listen carefully." He said the exam will include written tests, mana measurement, and practical assessments. If you fail to meet the passing score in any part, you will be disqualified. Besides the tests, other factors will also be considered, so act worthy of a mage and don't do anything shameful. After passing the exam, the rank will be determined based on the total score. Hearing this, the young troublemaker who questioned Minato earlier skeptically asked what the requirements were to achieve the rank of Great Sage. Achieving a perfect score is a crucial prerequisite, but there are other criteria as well. Ability, achievements, talent, and public recognition. Everyone must excel in all aspects. With that, Aeon subtly glanced at a figure below and mysteriously said, "Perhaps the seventh sage will emerge from among these people." Hearing this, everyone immediately became eager and spirited. Aeon nodded with satisfaction. This year's candidates are indeed outstanding, but Minato is still on a different level. With that in mind, he immediately announced, "The official exam begins now." The first test is a written exam. Minato took the test paper and his face immediately changed. All the questions in the exam are just about Minato's father. Minato sighed helplessly and said, "You thought this was a magic-related exam, but you didn't expect there to be a trap like this. But don't let him down." When seeing the results, Eren was not only not disappointed, but also stunned. Unable to believe, he shouted, "Are you kidding me?" Minato's name was at the top, and he even scored a perfect score. Aeon couldn't help but marvel. As expected, "You're not an ordinary person. Even the master only managed 80%, but Minato could truly reach the level of a great sage." At the same time, Duuka's group also came to congratulate Minato. He didn't pay much attention and calmly spoke up. "How did everyone do?" Du immediately replied, "I think my sister and I are around 20th place or so." Ryuji also excitedly boasted, "I'm ranked 40. Minato couldn't help but wonder and asked, "Are you also good at the written test?" This comment made Ryuji glare at him in annoyance. Next was the magic power measurement test. The instructor points to the measuring devices and says that no magic type can evade the latest measurement equipment. All right, it's starting. Minato watched as everyone took turns going up, unable to help but sigh. "Your measurement is the lowest again. What's going on?" At this moment, Du suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, this is real. The number on the screen is 980,000 sellers. Not only her, even outsiders are gasping in shock. What kind of magic power does she have? Almost 1 million. Even here, they've already reached 900,000. Ryuji is not far behind with 890,000. Ruka glanced at Ryuji and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. She completely fell behind in the written test, and it seems like they are gradually catching up with her in terms of mana as well. But Minato is very happy. All three of them are making clear progress. Just then, another shout of surprise rang out, making him turn in shock. Above the meter, a powerful surge of magic continuously spread through the air. Soon, the reading displayed 1 million magic points. Someone started whispering that she might not be from China after all. So that pink-haired girl is actually a genius in both magic and martial arts. Guyu Minato secretly observes her, a gleam of excitement in his eyes. It seems there are a few interesting people here. It looks like they haven't revealed their true strength yet. While he was thinking, the instructor suddenly shouted urgently, "Kusanagi, Minato is starting to use magic power." Minato then stepped in front of the measuring device. He furrowed his brow and thought, "Oh no, is it that machine again?" "So now what should you do?" As Minato walks up, everyone below starts whispering and gossiping. Leonard on the other side of the screen also smirked and said, "Let's see what happens this time." Eren behind him was also looking forward to it. He wants to know the exact amount of Minato's magic power. Not just him, even Ruka and the others feel the same. Ruka muttered to herself, "I wonder how much magic Minato has got. Maybe 990,000. He once joked that he had 99 million, but now they think he wasn't joking at all. Maybe it's real." On the measurement device, Minato has unleashed his magic power. "You have decided that there's no need to hide your true power anymore?" Sure enough, in an instant, a tremendous pressure emerged, causing those behind to panic. The raging magic power surges wildly. The numbers on the device keep climbing without any sign of stopping, and even Eren can't move right now. The entire headquarters of the International Sorcerers Association is now enveloped in magic. And then with a bang, the measuring device explodes. Minato sighed helplessly. I knew it. It's probably really broken. Through the screen, Leonard saw the entire scene. He couldn't help but feel a bit moved, truly surprising. Krista sneered dismissively. Nothing special at all. Our magic power can't be measured by that machine either. Leonard disagreed with this statement and spoke up. In other words, he might be as strong as us. Krista snorted coldly and said, No way. At this moment, Via also remarked thoughtfully, that kid is interesting then. After finishing the magic power check, they began testing combat skills through a sparring match. Minato was now wearing a special uniform, which was very comfortable, and it was great because he was also given a set. Seeing Minato suddenly smile, the opponent complained, Are you kidding me? Do you look down on me before the fight? Minato was slightly startled and apologized softly. I was serious. Seeing everyone ready, the host immediately shouted, The first match begins. As soon as the words left his mouth, Minato charged forward, and within 3 seconds the other was knocked to the ground. The host immediately announced, One victory goes to Kusanagi. The spectators below were stunned. What just happened? I didn't see it coming. Aaron, watching from outside, couldn't help but smile. There are many people doubting Minato, but with this test, the whole world will see his true strength. Minato doesn't care about everyone's reactions. He went over to help the other person, and Leonard, watching from behind the screen, also praised him. That's amazing. Vidya couldn't help but marvel. What did he do before I even had a chance to see anything? Leonard slowly explained. He approached the opponent in less than a second at the start. Then Minato used magic hearing. This, Via exclaimed in surprise. That's impressive. Leonard nodded slightly and said, And moreover, he hasn't even shown his full strength yet. This made Krista unhappy, her brows furrowing tightly. Meanwhile, the other three seemed indifferent, but no one knew what they were secretly planning. Not only Minato, Ruka, Zuika, and Ryuji, but everyone is improving and winning their matches. After her victory, Ruka was very happy. She excitedly exclaimed, I'm getting stronger. Ryuji also said with a sense of wonder, Who would have thought this could be used to fight humans? Ruka nodded in agreement. Training against Minato's monsters has really been helpful. Minato watched them praise each other carefully. You're doing very well. In her excitement, Du winked and said with a smile, Now I can beat you. You have to give it your all to win against me. Minato raised an eyebrow and asked with a slight smile, Shall I try it? Duka was stunned for a moment, then quickly waved her hand to decline. Oh no, at this moment the host has just arrived to announce that Kusanagi Minato's next match is about to begin. Minato was slightly startled and hurriedly replied, I understand. So Du escaped her fate. She let out a relieved breath, almost digging her own grave. You need to be a bit more careful. Soon after, the one-on-one fight came to an end. Once again, Minato was at the top. Ryuji looked on with admiration. You got a perfect score. Ruka also sighed in admiration. Minato, with this team, you might really become a legend someday. Rika looked up their names and muttered, We're around 20th place. Ryuji looked at the name below Minato and couldn't help but exclaim, Is second place Gusui? As soon as he finished speaking, a melodious voice rang out from behind. Did you call me? Their group was startled and turned around, only to see Suizan standing behind them without them noticing. Minato looked a bit confused. When were you guys here? While I was thinking, Suizajing spoke up. Kusanagi Minato, I am looking forward to the next test. Minato frowned slightly, muttering in doubt, the next exam. Juika jumps in again to explain. It's a survival test in the style of battle royale held in a forest. Each participant will be given a certain number of points based on their performance, and can steal points from opponents. If you lose, it means you haven't met the standard. The duration of the test is 1 week. When it ends, the points earned will be added to the total score. Minato, after hearing this, asked suspiciously what the maximum score was. Du calmly replied, 2,000 points, at least 2,000 points. Those with low scores last time will have a chance to score high this time and can also escape once they have enough points. Minato frowned and remained silent after hearing that, while Juika cheered excitedly and suggested forming a team. Anything is fine except killing. If you kill or injure your opponent, you'll fail. As she said this, she looked around but didn't see Suin. She asked doubtfully, Where is that girl now? Ryuji sighed helplessly. She ran away a while ago. At this moment, Aaron also spoke up, saying, By the way, I will join in as well. He mentioned that they would receive a reward for defeating the judge, so get ready. Aaron, full of energy, challenged Minato. Let's fight seriously. Kusanagi, yes. Minato nodded without hesitation, and Aaron smiled happily. Take a rest before we start. See you later. Then he left, and Ruka's 3 people gathered around the table to discuss. Ruka frowned and asked, So the judge is participating too? Dua, after thinking for a long time, finally spoke. We should form a team. However, Minato coldly spoke up, "I will go alone. Good luck, everyone." After saying that, he turned and left. Ruka and the others watched Minato's figure fall into silence. After a while, Ruka finally spoke. "We can't rely on him forever." Du nodded in agreement. "She's right." Ryuji excitedly exclaimed, "We won't just sit there doing nothing." On the other side, in the observation room, Krista couldn't hold back anymore and stood up from her chair, expressing her dissatisfaction. "Should we really watch for a week?" Leonard squinted and asked her, "Are you disappointed?" Krista shook her head and replied, "No." Leonard smiled softly. He is very eager. He wants to see what Minato will ultimately show in that survival match. After the break, the final survival test in the forest has begun. The host announced clearly that the test will be broadcast worldwide, so everyone should be careful with their actions. The 3-second countdown begins. Everyone is full of energy at this moment. Everyone has their own motives. The 3 Duoka want to make it into the top 20. Minato, on the other hand, remains very calm. What could be his purpose? Suingen is also looking forward to this match, along with those 3 reckless kids. They always stare intently at Minato and finally at Aeon. He is the judge of this competition. He is really looking forward to the final battle with Minato. The 3-second countdown quickly ends and the competition officially begins. Everyone quickly ran away. Ruka and the other 2 were no exception. They want to avoid conflict at all costs. Splitting up early isn't a good option. Only Minato stood there motionless, doing nothing. The 3 brats, seeing that, looked down on him and insulted him contemptuously. What is that idiot doing? Looks like he's inviting others to hit him. Minato watched everyone leave, feeling a bit confused and unsure of what to do. He remained standing there, motionless. And sure enough, someone has put their head in the noose willingly. 3 troublemakers led a group of people to arrive. The green-haired guy smirked and said, "I see you, you arrogant dog. No one is coming to save you." Then he stuck out his tongue to taunt Minato. But Minato indifferently asked, "Who are you?" The green-haired guy, angered by his attitude, yelled crazily, "Don't resist, you won't escape, you're finished." Immediately, a group of people cast magic and prepared to attack. Their actions were fully recorded by the camera and broadcast live. Everyone saw it. Someone angrily said, "There are more people, this is unfair." But all the Japanese trust Minato. A girl raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, Kusanagi will definitely win." And right after that, everyone started shouting his name like a cheer. Moreover, many comments criticizing those brash kids appeared on the screen. They obviously didn't know about this, still very confident in their abilities, boldly shouting, "Come on, do it, you won't dare, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, magical beams wildly shot toward Minato. Believing they had hit him, the green-haired boy sneered and mocked, "You're so weak you don't even dare to fight back." But a second later, Minato's voice echoed from behind the shimmering dust. "How sad." The bunch of brats immediately shouted in horror. "Is he still intact after the attack?" After a moment of confusion, the green-haired guy shouted loudly again, ordering them to keep fighting him. Unfortunately, their petty abilities are useless. Whenever they hit Minato's shield, the attack is reflected back. This scene, again, terrifies those brats who can't believe it as they mutter that he blocks all attacks with just a barrier. "Oh my god, this is so terrifying." While they were panicking, Minato shot a magic blast and wiped out the entire army. They were lying on their backs in a big pit. Only then did they realize a harsh truth. Minato attacking Chrono is not just a rumor. At the same time, another group not involved in the battle was quietly watching the news on their phones. They think that if they beat Minato, they'll become famous and earn a ton of points, so Minato becomes the target for others again. Seeing that you were still standing there, they quickly launched a surprise attack. Unfortunately for them, Minato is not someone they can ambush. With just 3 bursts of magic, they were brought to the ground. Minato pouted and said, "This is already the 5th ambush." Meanwhile, Juka and her sister are also fighting others. The tsunami spell they cast quickly swept away those people. Duka finally let out a breath of relief, saying, "We did it." Ruka couldn't hold back and spoke up, not expecting to have to use a great magic spell. Just then, they heard whispers from the other players. "You really shouldn't mess with those Kusanagi guys. No one dares to touch him. It's just your bad luck." "Did you fight him?" "That guy is incredibly strong. He's a real monster." Du also sighed and said, "We can't fight him." But at this moment, Ruka suddenly hesitated and muttered, "Minato is really strong, but we can avoid conflict with him." The 3 Dongshan people with this opinion, indeed they only have one way, but is that okay? Meanwhile, the Chinese martial arts genius Shuai Yin is calmly practicing in a corner of the forest as usual. Su Aizing's talent has been evident since she was young. At 13, she was already the strongest in China. In every field, no one could defeat Su Yin, and she was sure that one day she would surpass her master and senior brother. Sometimes Su Yin feels very bored because there is almost no one stronger than her. Everyone she has fought against is mediocre. Su Yin wants to fight someone stronger, which is why she entered this competition. Su Yin is overwhelmingly powerful, able to knock down a tree with a single punch. This immense power makes everyone wary, so they keep their distance from her. But Su Yin refuses to give up, promising herself to reach even higher, to the peak no one can attain. To achieve that, she had to face opponents stronger than herself, and the chosen one was none other than Minato. Suizujing walks up to Minato, points directly at his face, and says, "Kusanagi Minato, you are the next." Minato remains unfazed, calmly smiling and replying, "You are the next?" Some people are noticing. Shi Yin immediately moved aside, pouting as she spoke. "Su Yin always fights alone. I won't team up." The man nodded in agreement, and we did the same, all wanting a one-on-one fight. Hearing this, Minato couldn't help but sigh in admiration. A bunch of crowns fighting, that's my specialty. At the same time, Aaron was also present here, quietly observing Minato. The top talents worldwide all have a power level exceeding 1 million. Even Minato struggles to fight them all at once. But what about a solo fight? Still, Aaron liked Minato's spirit. He agrees. This is no longer a childish fight from before. Now is the time to see his full strength. Down below, the man has unleashed his magic power and raised his eyebrows as he said, "I will go first." Seeing his mana, Minato couldn't help but praise him. His mana is quite refined. He chuckled softly and said calmly, "I am a former mercenary who has fought in many battles, and of course I have killed people. But tell Minato not to worry, I won't kill you." Minato couldn't help but click his tongue, convincing yet full of murderous intent. Really untrustworthy. As soon as he finished speaking, the man quickly charged forward. Minato didn't back down either, calmly responding, and in an instant the man's knife was right in front of him. He hurriedly dodged, but still had a few strands of hair cut off. The man couldn't help but marvel at the move, trying this technique in such a situation. Thinking quickly, he summoned his dark magic. A vine attacked towards Minato, but he managed to dodge. Suddenly, you appeared in front of the man without hesitation and punched him. The pain hit instantly, causing him to scream and his body to be flung dozens of meters away. The man couldn't help but tremble. Just one strike caused such devastating damage? Truly an incredible power. Minato glanced around and smiled, asking, "Who's next?" Immediately, a muscular man stepped forward and declared confidently, "I will defeat you and become famous." It was only the scene that followed that left the former mercenary utterly stunned, trembling as he exclaimed, "I can't believe it," because everyone who rushed in just now was defeated by Minato in the blink of an eye, so brutal it was hard to watch. The former mercenary bites his lip fiercely, while a top-tier mage is here but hasn't left a single scratch on the opponent. And him, who has never known fear on the battlefield, is trembling like this? Aaron watched the recent battle and couldn't help but marvel at the huge gap in strength. He really wanted to fight Minato himself. But Aeon quickly dismisses this thought, shakes his head and sighs, "If I get defeated too early, I won't be able to complete my mission. It's a pity, but I have to retreat to another area." Suai Ding looked at Minato's brutal slaughter beside her, her eyes involuntarily narrowing. What is this? What is going on? That move, I didn't expect the girl to be able to do it too. On this side, Minato looked at the crowd running away in panic and sighed helplessly. "I was just fighting a little more seriously." Thinking about it, he glanced at Su Yin and asked, "Do you plan to fight alone?" Su Yin immediately stepped in front of Minato. She has always been called a genius, but Minato surpasses even that. This feeling is just like when Suin faced the Grand Master, only even stronger. Thinking of this, she clenched her fists and then shouted fiercely, "Let's go!" Su Yin was fearless, driven by her desire to fight, and she charged into battle. Minato slightly furrowed her brow, calmly watching Suijin's movements as she rushed like a gust of wind and was soon in front of Minato. Minato let out a soft sigh, then threw a punch but was caught by Suizin. At the same time, she cast a spell, but before she could attack, Minato dodged. But in Su Yin's hand, another spell suddenly appeared in front of Minato's chest, unleashing a raging wave of water. Shui Yin slightly frowns, thinking that she probably hit him directly. Unfortunately, Minato is now behind her. He raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, "That's a really interesting way to fight." Hearing the sound, Shin quickly dodged away, creating distance from him. Minato paid no mind, calmly commenting on the seamless blend of Chinese martial arts and magic, maintaining its activation state, even during combat when timing is crucial. Truly perfect. It's different from regular magic, and it's not like the spell martial arts you usually use. There's something quite strange about Sui's Dingyin's body. Shui Yin snorted coldly and said, "This is not magic power, but combat intent." Minato, a bit confused, asked what kind of strength this was. XY Din slightly pouted and said, "I won't tell you." Then, the girl began to cast her magic. A level 12 combined spell has appeared. With a thunderous explosion, a deafening blast erupts, filling the sky with smoke and fire. After executing this move, Su Yin was panting, but unfortunately, Minato was unharmed. A single barrier was enough to block it, and Yu even smiled before speaking. Truly an impressive magic. Seeing this, Yin immediately became dissatisfied and aggressively charged forward. The girl decided to fight Minato hand-to-hand, but surprisingly he knew martial arts too and easily blocked her. Su Yin was stunned, eyes wide with horror, and asked how Yu mastered both magic and martial arts, excelling at everything with none of her moves working. Minato narrowed his eyes at Su Yin, who was sitting on the ground, trembling and muttering in confusion, "Is it over?" Su Yin sat there trembling, her face looking a bit grim. The girl thought she was very strong, but in front of a monster like Minato, she's just a child. After a long silence, Suin finally muttered softly, "This is Suin's failure, and it's time to end." Minato was confused after hearing that. She really is a strange person. But Susan looked up at you and smiled innocently. It was truly very joyful. Minato was even more confused. "Why are you smiling now? You should have been so scared you were crying, but you didn't understand and decided to turn away." Minato watched his back and fell into silence. This person is even more powerful than Suizan by a wide margin. Compared to the four great superiors, you're not any less capable. The girl needs to find someone like that. Suin wanted to know more, to find out what Minato knew that she didn't, so Suijin followed Minato. The girl kept peeking from behind Minato like a little shadow, clinging on tightly. Suin believed Minato would become even stronger, so the girl would keep watching him. Minato naturally realizes that the girl is following him. He feels a bit helpless, but doesn't do anything. By evening, Minato rested beside the stream, caught fish, and built a fire to grill them. Suin was hiding behind the bushes, her stomach pounding loudly, so engrossed in following Minato that she forgot her meal. Minato, grilling fish, heard the sound from behind and felt truly helpless. He sighed and said, "You could have come here." Su Yin was stunned to hear that, surprised to be discovered. The girl peeked out from behind the tree, looking at Minato in confusion. After a long moment of hesitation, Su Yin slowly approached him. Minato saw this and handed the girl a cooked fish, asking suspiciously, "Do you want to eat it?" Su Yin's eyes immediately lit up, a look of craving on her face, and she quickly grabbed the fish and devoured it. Minato saw this and couldn't help but smile. In just a moment, Suin had eaten until her stomach was full. Minato has finished eating as well. The girl quietly observes him. During battle, Minato's aura is completely different. Normally he is calm and gentle, but Suizan was afraid of him. Suin just drifted off into a daze and fell asleep. Minato looked at her with a hint of helplessness, his caution too low. The next morning, Su Yin woke up from her dazed sleep, with a coat draped over her. Seeing her open her eyes, Minato immediately spoke up. "You're awake?" Su Yin was startled and sat up. The girl didn't expect to fall asleep in front of the enemy, but Minato didn't seem to notice at all and handed Suin an apple, smiling and saying, "You slept so well. Do you want to eat this?" Suai Ding nodded softly and said thank you. She took the apple and stepped aside, puzzled by why Minato was acting so normally as if nothing had happened. Su Yin was clearly off guard, so why didn't he act? She couldn't understand. Immediately after, Minato continued on his journey. Of course, as decided, Su Yin followed behind, but this time not secretly. She followed openly. Although they took the same route, each did their own thing, and Minato had no intention of attacking Suizan. This made her suspicious, and she couldn't hold back any longer and asked, "Don't you suspect me?" Minato calmly replied, "Whether you follow or not is your choice. If it feels troublesome, you can just run away." Idin heard this and froze for a moment before reacting, then snapped back fiercely, "That arrogant one, I have a question." Minato didn't turn his head, casually asking back, "What is that?" Suai Ding pursed her lips and questioned, "Why are you so strong? How did you learn magic, and why did you go alone? Where are the companions?" Minato patiently answers after Suizan finishes asking a series of questions. The secret to becoming strong is talent and hard work. After listening, Su Yin frowned and muttered for a long time, "I'm not good at being diligent." She unconsciously smiled, and Minato continued, "Magic is the imitation and manipulation of phenomena, then everything depends on unwavering will." Su Yin listened intently but couldn't understand, and asked nervously, "So it's about mental willpower? Is there any trick to do it?" But Minato didn't reply, only saying a mysterious phrase, "I'm waiting for someone." Su Yin was confused and asked, "Who is the opponent?" He chuckled softly and calmly replied, "My enemy." On another front, Ruka's group just finished defeating another top contender, so they probably have enough points now. Rui then sighed and said, "If we just avoid fighting him, we'll get through this round." Du nodded slightly and said, "If we fight him, we will definitely lose, and our chance to pass the exam will disappear too." This made all three fall into silence. But after a while, Ryuji suddenly hesitated and asked, "If we only worry about him and still pass, can we hold our heads up high and keep going? None of us have ever beaten Minato even once." "He's not wrong," Ruka sighs reluctantly. "Minato has always been alone because he is too strong to have any rivals." Du feels the same way. Minato fights while they just follow him around. Suddenly, a noise comes from the bushes, startling Du. The former mercenary soldier walks out from there, shakes his head and speaks, seeming to have no friends at all, truly lonely. Du squints and asks nervously, "Where is everyone?" He replied slowly, "We fought before but had to retreat. Are you guys the same?" Ruka saw the crowd approaching anxiously and said, "The condition for disqualification is that they can no longer continue fighting." Du lightly furrowed his brow in thought. In other words, they haven't lost yet, but why didn't he finish them off? Ryuji hesitated for a moment before speaking. Is that too cruel? Maybe he was holding back? Holding back is impossible. Du shook his head slightly in denial. Maybe he has a plan we don't know about. This made Ruka and Rui gasp in shock. Right now, Eren suddenly spoke up. "Do you all plan to team up to take him down together?" Du nodded slightly and replied, "The remaining contestants are probably around 100. If we work together, we might actually be able to defeat him. That's a clever strategy, but don't forget, I'm the judge. He's very strong, probably the strongest person here." Ruka and Ryuji also agree with this opinion, but that former mercenary isn't willing to accept it and wants to argue back. That's a bit too much. He hadn't finished speaking when Eren interrupted. "To me, he has the strength comparable to the 6 great sages." This statement left everyone here stunned. Then they started whispering and gossiping. "That guy is way too strong. If you say he's at the level of a sage, I believe it." While everyone was in confusion, Du suddenly shouted loudly, "So what if I do? I still don't want to give up. He is alone, but we have the numbers." Ruka also nodded in agreement. "We can do it too and show that arrogant guy what we're made of." Duka confidently said, "Even a 1% chance is worth trying. On the 3rd day of the practical exam, Minato still looks relaxed, eating, then sleeping, sleeping, then eating, not at all like he's competing." But Su Yin follows him and looks more serious, starting her training before sunrise. After practicing with her magic, she throws a few traditional martial arts punches. Her movements are very skillful, but right now, Suin is preoccupied. She is too confident, even to the point of not reaching Minato's level. "You are incredibly powerful, almost not human. Even Suizujin can feel the loneliness." And Minato, who has been lonely for a long time, sensed this. While Suizun was still lost in thought, Minato had already regained consciousness and started joking around. "Training, even during exams." Su Yin glanced at him and calmly replied, "That's just part of my routine." "Does martial arts using energy differ from magic?" "That's interesting." Hearing that, Yin immediately corrected herself unhappily. "This is fighting spirit." The girl says it allows her to unleash her physical strength many times over. When using the staff, that power increases even more. Minato muttered in confusion after hearing it. "Fighting spirit and the staff?" Su Yin calmly explains. "First focus on refining your internal energy, guiding the fighting aura throughout your body, and relax so it can envelop you naturally." As she spoke, the girl practiced while harnessing all the power within her body, finally releasing it outward. Minato watched nearby, unable to hold back his applause and praise. "That's really impressive." Shui Ying, not pleased with the compliment, sighed and said, "It's nothing special. I still can't beat you anyway." Minato smiled as he looked at the girl, pouting in disapproval. "Your magic is still quite clumsy, isn't it?" Yin listened and felt annoyed, snorting coldly and saying, "I learned on my own and have never stepped into a magic academy, so it's understandable that my magic isn't perfected yet." Dammo nodded, and Minato explained slowly. "Fighting spirit and magic seem similar, but in essence, they are completely different. It's best not to use the same way of thinking to control both. You said the girl is poor at sensing and controlling magic, so her spells are unstable. So, what should I do then?" Minato replied calmly, "I will transfer a high-density magic flow to you, focusing on sensing it with your entire body." You never expected to be the one to transfer magic power to such a low-level mage, but Suin reaching this far is only thanks to her innate talent. She truly is an interesting person. Thinking about it, Minato placed his hand on Suizujing's back and began channeling mana into her body. Before long, the girl immediately exclaimed, "I can feel it. I have never felt a source of magic as burning as this before." Minato slowly said, "This is true magic," highlighting the difference between it and the battle aura within your body. Dui Ding excitedly watched the flow of magic within her, happily saying, "I understand now. It feels like I can touch it." Minato calmly explained because she can use both battle energy and magic. So maybe she has never clearly distinguished between the two sources of energy before. Suizin, as if just enlightened, her eyes suddenly filled with a radiant glow. The girl happily said, "Kusanagi Minato, you really are a monster. The problem that has been troubling me for so long was solved in the blink of an eye. Thank you." Minato shook his head with a smile and said, "It's okay." While they were talking, a few eyes were secretly watching. Immediately after, they rushed out of the bushes to attack the two, but with such a weak ability they couldn't even touch them and were knocked away by Zuin. Minato also punched them. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Is this what it means to set an ambush from early on? At this moment, the remaining attackers cast magic at them, but as soon as it touched Minato's shield, it vanished. He casually fired a magic blast that caused an explosion in front of him. Before they could catch their breath, another attacker with a knife charged at them. They had already anticipated this and turned to fight back together. The external magic continued to rage forward, but unfortunately, it was too slow. Minato and Suizijing managed to dodge. Immediately afterward, both of them simultaneously cast their magic to fight back. With a bang, the ground was shattered by inorganic cannons and raging waves. A whole group of people was taken down, and those hiding far away hurriedly fled with their companions. Seeing this, Exian couldn't help but feel anxious. Did they run away? Minato sighed helplessly. They're quick indeed. Suyin angrily scolds in return. Running away so quickly, they really are cowards. I'm not sure about that. Suyin asked a little confusedly what he meant. Minato slowly explained that they were not like the usual guys, suggesting that someone might be pulling the strings behind the scenes. Of course, the puppet master is the group of buskers. A few minutes ago, they gathered in a plot of land. Ruka declared boldly that no one could defeat Minato. He can use level 17 magic with almost unlimited magic power. This statement leaves everyone here speechless. Seeing their confusion, Du spoke up again. But even Minato has weaknesses. He is still just a human. Even if divine magic can heal wounds and dispel fatigue, it still cannot restore broken spirits or replace sleep and food. So they always attack when Minato wants to rest. I just chased away a group of people, then angrily took off Minato's coat and scolded him for scheming dirty tricks. Fighting fair is the right way. Taking advantage of an opening to strike is truly cowardly. Minato couldn't help but smile and say, "I'm different. I'll play to win no matter how, and that's more my style." Suyin was stunned after hearing that. The girl should have been the one craving to fight, but now she's just following Minato. The enemies are risking everything to take him down, but what about her? Thinking of this, Sujin couldn't help but clench her fists. Being with Minato was truly enjoyable, but that wasn't her real goal. Suyin suddenly became determined, and just as Minato was about to leave, he suddenly turned back to look. Sujin has disappeared on the empty land, leaving only him alone. Minato couldn't help but smile. They have gone, and only now does the real game begin. The 100 versus 1 battle is about to begin, and in the days that follow, Minato is constantly ambushed during his journey. But with your high-level magic, it's easy to handle. One by one, then in pairs, and when there are 10, they are all wiped out. After being defeated, a group of people would come to take the injured away. At first, Minato always ignored them and let them leave, but eventually he felt he no longer needed to. So he decided to chase after them. When he passed through an open field, Minato encountered a group of people. They used dark magic to surround him with fog, but Minato quickly dispelled it. When his sight returned, no one was there. He frowned and muttered, "So they got away?" Minato couldn't sense any magic anymore. From the ambush to the retreat, there was no gap at all, not bad at all. On the last day of the practical exam, Du gathered everyone and declared that today we would launch a full assault. After days of being ambushed, Minato must be exhausted. Eren listened silently, saying nothing. Ruka and Rui also remained silent. Rika glances around and orders everyone. This time the assault team will lead, the ambush team will support from behind, and we will win at all costs. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone shouted together, and this battle of ants was watched by people all over the world. All Japanese people believe Minato will win. At the same time, at Leonard's house, he is also watching live, smirking as he says, "So let's see how it ends." Not only him, but the other wise sages are also quietly watching this battle. No one knows why they are watching, nor whether they simply want to observe or have some ulterior motive. In the survival battle, Minato found Ruka's group. He smirked and said, "The hide-and-seek game is over, isn't it?" Vuka's group stared at him with fierce determination, but someone, feeling confused, asked, "Is he exhausted?" Yet he still seems quite alert. At this moment, Ruka and his group all shouted together, "I always lose to you, but this time I will defeat you." Minato faintly smiled and said coldly, "Sounds pretty awesome, huh?" But at this moment, the ground beneath Minato suddenly cracked open, and in an instant, a large pit was formed. Minato couldn't react in time and fell inside. There is a team of mages using magic to ambush above, and Minato can't help but frown. Du and her team are just bait, not bad at all. While you were thinking, the wound above gradually closed up, and in no time it was back to normal. They looked down in confusion, muttering doubtfully, "Did I hit him?" And then, a second later, the ground exploded directly. Minato crawled up from the ground, frowning as he smiled and said, "Not bad, but still too inexperienced." Dua's team immediately attacked upon seeing this, still not finished. A series of multi-element magic spells rushed crazily toward Minato, but were blocked by a barrier. Seizing the opportunity, a person from behind launched a surprise attack. But Minato seems to have a second eye behind him, creating another shield to block it. He coldly said, "It's useless." It seemed like at the same time, a fireball appeared in the sky. With a loud bang, it struck Minato and exploded directly. The smoke billowed into the sky as the mages nervously asked, "Did I hit him?" But it wasn't until the smoke cleared that Minato still stood there confidently. He smirked and said, "That last attack wasn't bad. I didn't expect it to hurt me." "He says he's injured, but at most it's just a bruise on his arm." Ryuji exclaimed in disbelief. "You took such a powerful attack and only left a bruise. Are you even human?" At this moment, Du shouted loudly to command everyone to continue the attack, with Minato facing hundreds of contestants alone. So everyone believed that the other contestants would win this match. No matter how strong he was, in the end he was still just a human. But how could Du's group be so sure? The former mercenary was the first to realize this. This is just foolishness. How could they possibly win? Minato is clearly not human, but the two sisters, still full of fighting spirit, shout together, "I will not give up, never." As soon as they finish, they combine their magic to create a level 12 ice spell, a layer of bone ice encasing Minato. Seeing this, everyone immediately cheered happily. A new level 12 star magic? Amazing. But it didn't take long before the ice layer slowly cracked apart, and Minato shattered it into fragments. He smirked and said, "Not bad, but still not enough." Ryuji saw this and quickly launched an attack. An infinite gravity from above pressed down, but it was blocked by Minato's shield. Ryuji stared in disbelief as it was shattered, falling to the ground. Ruka and Dueka can use magic up to level 12, but for him, level 10 is already the limit. Everyone is exhausted now. Some are starting to give up. Even if they attack at the same time, he still blocks everything. Can't we win? Hearing this, Du shouted loudly, "Even when using both automatic magic and regular magic together, he won't be able to hold out for long. If they keep attacking like this, she is sure they will definitely cause damage." Meanwhile, Eren took off his outer coat. He said excitedly, "So now it's my turn to fight with a close-range attack that even you, Kusanagi, can't block completely. Right? Behold the magic of muscle." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at Minato but was quickly stopped by him. He sneered and muttered, "I told you it's called close combat magic." Then the two of them launched a few more attacks in an unbelievably fast speed. Whether it was fists or magic, Minato always easily blocked them, and Eren refused to give up, fighting fiercely. Minato remained completely calm and responded calmly. Taking this opportunity, Yuka and her sister launched a simultaneous attack. Thousands of shards of bone ice tore through the air like a gale heading straight for Minato. Believing that in that state, he wouldn't have time to cast a spell, and a magic barrier couldn't withstand even an 11th level spell. At this moment, a deafening explosion rang out, rocks and dust flying everywhere. Ruka and her sister cheered in relief, saying, "We got him. Now we just wait for the dust to settle and a figure will emerge from the smoke." Minato calmly smiled and said, "That was a good coordination. Honestly, it surprised me." Seeing this scene, the mage group couldn't help but be stunned. No way, he was almost unscathed. Ruka and her sister also exclaimed in amazement, how could he block such an attack? He didn't have time to use advanced magic, did he? Minato shrugged and shook his head. "I didn't use advanced magic." Du stared in disbelief at Minato and said, "Don't tell me you used a low-level magic." Ruka also refused to accept it. "So you're saying you blocked a low-level spellcaster 12, how did you do that?" Minato calmly explained, "I narrowed the focus to the collision point and created a minimal shield at an angle. You already taught them that." At this point, Minato raised his eyebrows again and said, "I've been teaching you that from the beginning, right?" Use magic effectively with an appropriate amount of mana. Hearing this, Rui nodded in agreement. That's not something you can do immediately in a situation like that. Ruka also expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, creativity also has its limits. Minato shrugged and smirked, saying, I'll be more serious from now on. He immediately unleashed his magic, but not too much. Minato raised an eyebrow and sneered, I think it's only about 10%. Hearing this, the faint-hearted ran away. But Minato didn't give them that chance at all. He immediately attacked, causing them to fall on the spot. Minato spoke in a deep voice. I don't usually attack those who run away, but I have no reason to forgive those who abandon their teammates. While you were talking, Eren attacked, but Minato just stood there calmly and couldn't do anything to him. You sneered, mocking that your training still has a long way to go. Immediately, Minato threw a punch, sending Aeon flying backward and crashing hard into the ground. As he suspected, he couldn't defeat Minato. Maybe he needed to work on building more muscle. Thinking about it, Eren fell into a coma. Seeing this, Du immediately panicked. Eren is the only one capable of close combat. If he's gone, what will happen then? Meanwhile, Minato unleashed his magic bullets, recklessly attacking the targets below as if they were mere targets. In just a moment, almost everyone was defeated. Although the three of them could still resist, their bodies kept trembling. Minato narrowed his eyes at them, sneering in contempt. Is that all? Duka aggressively bites the bait, foolishly believing they could defeat him. Minato's mana, level, and combat skills are all far above theirs. But at this moment, Ruka suddenly spoke up, still not yet, causing Rui to panic and look at her in shock. But Ruka didn't care and shouted fiercely, I can't give up, that's all I have. Ryuji couldn't help but feel helpless. Why be so stubborn? Minato couldn't help but speak up. I don't doubt your fighting spirit, but you have no more strength left to fight, right? And just as he finished speaking, a small figure appeared on the cliff ahead, but the scream was filled with authority. I'm here. The one coming is Su Yin. You've been missing for several days. Seeing the girl, Du's group immediately became panicked. Su Yin ignored their reactions, jumped to the ground, and stood face to face with Minato. Minato narrowed his eyes at the girl, and after a long moment, he spoke with a sigh. Her ability to sense and control mana has improved. You've been practicing, haven't you? Su Yin said coldly with a slight snort. I won't tell you. Minato couldn't help but smile as his magic power began to surge, and soon both of them charged at each other, moving so quickly that they exchanged dozens of blows in just a moment. Su Yin combined close combat with her fire magic, summoning an illusion of a fire dragon that charged at Minato, but he remained calm and let it pass by him. Minato smirked and said, That's interesting. As soon as he finished speaking, he cast his magic. Seeing this, Su Yin couldn't help but be stunned, because a phantom water dragon appeared in front of her. It roared and charged at the fire dragon, and in an instant both of them vanished into thin air. Minato descended from the sky, looking extremely proud, and couldn't help but excitedly exclaim, The combination of martial aura techniques and magic, quite an interesting idea. Su Yin stared at Minato in confusion, and questioned, How can you use a technique that I can only master now so easily? I just saw it, Minato replied calmly, and this made Su Yin even more excited. As I thought, you're not an ordinary person, but that's what makes this interesting. Let's keep fighting. Kusan Minato. As soon as he finished speaking, Suizage charged forward like a moth to a flame. Minato also didn't back down at all, fighting her one-on-one without showing any weakness. Only now could Suizage realize that he was truly on par with her master. And with this team, they would lose. At the same time, Minato was quietly reflecting that Su Yin was growing more mature with each fight, and her potential was truly immense. Just then, a sudden wave of water attacked, causing Minato to jump back in surprise. Duka and the others unexpectedly teamed up to attack again. Du shouted loudly, We will fight together. XY Din frowned slightly as he looked at them, hesitating for a long time before nodding. Just didn't follow everyone's lead. And then it was Minato's 1-on-4 fight. The three Du couldn't fight directly anymore, only supporting Suizing from below. Suizing was a bit surprised at this moment. It was the first time they fought together, but it was much easier than she expected. Maybe this wasn't so bad after all. Suizin feels pretty confident. Watching how Suizin moves and coordinates with everyone, Minato can't help but sigh. She's a bit clumsy, but that's no reason for him to lower his guard. The people watching the battle on the screen behind couldn't help but be shocked. Minato's performance was truly insane, and the outcome surprised many. The time is up, everyone has been defeated. The only one still standing there confidently is Minato. You glance around and smirk, saying, So it's over. Su Yin lies on the ground, unable to hold back her admiration. He's too strong. Ruka also sighed helplessly. There's nothing we can do. Ryuji angrily bites his lip and curses under his breath. Damn it. Meanwhile, over here, we're in despair. No matter what plans we make or how many people we have, we still can't win. Minato is on a different level from everyone else. At this moment, he has gone to treat Suizen's wounds. You just kept fighting and said, "That last match was pretty interesting." Suyin immediately snorted in displeasure. Interesting? You say that easily because you're still holding back, right? Minato didn't answer and turned to treat Ruka and the others. I have no hesitation in praising you all. Your tactics are excellent, and thanks to you, I find this quite interesting. The 3 Ruka members have regained their strength, but Ruka still feels very hopeless. In fact, they are not even close to Minato's level. Someone so strong is usually lonely, but they don't have enough strength to share that loneliness. While they are lost in thought, Minato speaks up. You've pushed me this far, so at least try to stay cheerful. Hearing this, the Du sisters exchanged glances and then smiled. At the same time, Rui was quietly observing the 3 of them. Minato is the strongest and most amazing friend he has. Jika and Ruka are also growing stronger. But what about Ruji? Has he already reached his limit? And after that epic battle, Minato's face was everywhere in the newspapers and media outlets, once again making him famous all over again. Some believe Minato is the strongest legend and could even fight on par with all 6 sages. Leonard is also very pleased with Minato's performance in the battle. He clapped in praise. Despite being surrounded, he maintained the initiative and defeated the top mages with ease. He is the closest to perfection that I have ever seen. Leonard doesn't know if any of the 6 sages approve of Minato, but at least 4 of them need to agree. At the same time, Andre looked extremely displeased after watching the battle, while Via was very satisfied. Victor has quietly disappeared from the cafe, unsure what he's thinking. Ferran, after watching the battle, silently took off his headset, not sure if he's satisfied or not. Krista was initially unhappy to watch Minato's battle, but she still watched the entire match. A few days later, Aaron stood on the high platform of the Advanced Mage Association and announced, "All right, it's time to reveal the results. We will announce the scores and rankings of everyone who passed the exam." Hearing this, the crowd below immediately fell silent and looked up intently. Then, Aaron displayed the results on the board. Juika is in 19th place with 1601 points. Ruka is in 20th place with 1591 points. Ruji is ranked 21st with 1589 points, just 2 points behind Ruka. Ruka's sisters immediately cheer happily. "We did it, we made it." Look, just as we predicted, Minato is number 1 with 2,000 points and has become the Great Sage. Seeing Minato's result, the Juka sisters were immediately stunned. A sage? Is Minato about to join the 6 sages? At this moment, Aeon calmly announced that with the unanimous agreement of the 6 sages and the Mage Association, Kusanagi Minato was officially promoted to the rank of Great Sage. And from today on, the 6th sage will be known as the 7 Sage, with Minato among them. Hearing this, everyone below was convinced and respectful. His abilities are already well known. Chuka and her sister immediately ran over to congratulate him. Suizing and Rui were no exception. Everyone was happy for Minato, and in an instant the room was filled with applause. Duka squinted at the person on the podium. He was pulling further and further ahead of them. Ruka couldn't help but sigh. Maybe her desire to stand beside Minato was just her arrogance. After that day, the news of him becoming one of the 7 sages was announced worldwide. Minato became a hot topic, and frantic reporters were eager to schedule interviews with him. Minato's fans have been growing in number. That evening, in a large banquet hall after the exam, everyone gathered for a welcome party. Some are happy, some are sad. They keep discussing the battle from that day. Aaron and Ruka's group are very happy. At this moment, Suinen realizes something. Minato quietly stepped out onto the balcony alone. The girl hurriedly ran after him. The 2 stand silently in the hallway, gazing at the bustling city below. After a moment, Suyin finally breaks the silence. "Congratulations, the 7th Great Sage of Sages." Minato just casually responded with a grunt. Suyin looked at him in confusion and asked, "You don't seem very happy." Suddenly she smiled and Minato sighed. "Are you saying I am a sage? That's your friend. They're seeing you in a different light now." Minato nodded softly and replied, "Everyone has grown stronger." Suyin looked at him intently and asked vaguely, "Is helping everyone in the world progress and live in harmony your goal?" "Who knows?" Minato shrugged indifferently, emotionless as he said, "So Suizijing and everyone else, what is the world they see and live in really all about?" Seeing the confusion in your eyes, Suyin asked again, "Are you not lonely?" Hearing this, Minato glanced at the girl. After a long moment, he calmly replied, "I have long forgotten that feeling, and now you have people trying to catch up with you." Then Minato glanced at Suyin and said with a smile, "You feel the same way." Suyin's cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment. Minato paid no attention, ruffled her hair, and said with a smile, "Thanks." Suin spoke, then turned back to the banquet hall, leaving Suin alone with her tangled thoughts. What the hell is going on? What is this